The emperor before us has just returned from the battlefield of Lan Sha. Unexpectedly, that very night, the palace was besieged by 100,000 troops, encircling it in layers. Simply because you yearn to savor the experience of being an emperor. For a full 17 years of meticulous disguise. In this present era, as the invasion of the Shu captives unfolds, the Great Wei's 9 dragons have successively sacrificed themselves for their nation. You have come to realize that the opportunity to ascend to the throne has finally arrived. However, just as you were poised to raise an army in rebellion, the queen, however, reveals to you that you are, in fact, the 10th dragon of the dynasty. At this moment, within a brothel in the city of Chongzhen, you stand by the railing, listening to a lilting melody, sighing in contemplation. In the first year of the reign of Emperor Xiaochong of the Great Wei, on the 24th day of the first month, external foes invaded amidst a severe drought. The court's tax demands remained unrelenting, leaving the populace in a state of despair. This is a portent of the nation's demise. It appears that the twilight of the Great Wei dynasty has finally arrived. Al has awaited this day for a full 78 years. Behind him stood a young maiden, gently massaging her trigeminal nerve. "My lord," she implored, "the entire city of Chongzhen is engulfed in trepidation. Please refrain from speaking recklessly." Upon hearing this, you shook your head in despair, realizing that ancient individuals are indeed just that ancient. Since you traversed to this Grand Wei dynasty, you have become the heir of a certain noble prince within the royal family. For the past 25 years, everyone has perceived you as merely an eccentric dandy. Yet, the truth is that your extravagant conduct over the years serves merely as a smokescreen. Under the pretext of wandering through picturesque landscapes, you traverse the nation, clandestinely nurturing the rebellious trio and accumulating strength for insurrection. From the military to localities, your influence is pervasive. Until 2 years ago, the 4 great empires of the north commenced their invasion of the Central Plains. The 8 emperors of the Great Wei have consecutively fallen, and now only the 9th emperor remains, having marched north to confront the enemy. The situation on the battlefield remains uncertain. This presents a splendid opportunity for you. Upon realizing this, you were instantly filled with enthusiasm and picked up your brush to write. May the heavens stand firm. I, the shepherd of songs, invite the Great Wei to respond. Yet, just as you began to play a mournful dirge, a thunderous bang resonated through the air. Suddenly, a vast shadow surged into the room. Upon witnessing this azure bird, one feels as though confronted by a formidable adversary. The embroidered spring trumpet heralds the attire of the flying fish. They're the Imperial Guards. Young master, you cannot possibly be contemplating rebellion, can you? Your words shatter like glass upon the ground. Is it truly impossible to conceal one's rebellious endeavors so profoundly? Yet the Jiulong is capable of uncovering all. Just as you begin to contemplate the preparations for your next incarnation, the hundreds of Imperial Guards surrounding you unexpectedly kneel down in a display of utmost reverence. The leading commander of the Jiulong, Liu Bin, respectfully stated, just 1 day prior, the royal family's 9th dragon shepherd and Xia Zhan ordered us to graciously welcome the royal family's 10th dragon shepherd, Ge, to ascend the heavenly palace and inherit the Great Wei imperial throne. Your Highness, please accompany us at once. Upon hearing these words, you were instantly taken aback. Old Liu, do you not recognize me? I am the son of the Duke of Pinghua. It was I who covered the expenses for you last time at Mingyufang. What do you mean by the 10th dragon? Have you perhaps indulged too much in Wushi San? You seem to be experiencing hallucinations. Liu Bin remained non-committal. Biaoqing continued solemnly. The Empress summons you. Please, Your Highness, proceed to the Feng Tian Hall at once. Once you arrive there, all will be revealed. At that moment, the bluebird quietly approached and whispered, My lord, did you not claim to have seduced every woman in the capital? Surely the Empress would not be so easily swayed by your mere words. You cast a fierce glance at the maid. If you must leave, then so be it. If it is indeed for the sake of rebellion, you show no fear. After all, you have meticulously planned in Chongzhen for so many years. Even if captured by the Imperial Guards and thrown into the prison of edicts, you could still shed your skin like a golden cicada. This rebellion, it seems, is a certainty for you today. Soon, under the protection of the Jiulong, you arrived at the Imperial Palace. At this moment within the Feng Tian Hall, Empress Pei Charan extended her delicate fingers, pointing directly towards the 9 altars not far away. Mu Ye, they are not only the late emperor, but also your 9 elder brothers. In the eyes of the world, you are known as the pastoral song, the son of the Duke of Ping. Yet, in truth, you are the illegitimate child of the old emperor, the forgotten 10th dragon of the royal lineage. Before you could gather your thoughts to speak, Pei Charan abruptly interrupted you. This palace commands. Listen attentively to my words. Should you dare to interject, I shall instruct Commander Liu to take you out and administer 50 lashes. Currently, the situation is urgent. The Xiongnu are poised to strike at Chongzhen, and the news of the late emperor's demise has yet to circulate. Once the secret is divulged, the entire capital shall swiftly descend into chaos. The fall of the Great Wei dynasty looms near. I command you to ascend the throne as the new Emperor of Great Wei before the spirit tablets of the 9 preceding emperors in this hall of heavenly mandate. However, at this moment, your mind has already been overwhelmed. During the 18 years of concealment, you have devised countless insurrection plans. Even last night, you meticulously crafted a manifesto for rebellion, awaiting the moment to raise our arms and proclaim a new era. Yet now I dare to call myself royalty. At this moment, Pei Charan continued, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement to the number 7. You are now the Emperor of Wei, and there is no time for the Ministry of Rights to determine the era name. After 2 years, we have changed it 9 times. You may concoct one at your leisure. Upon hearing these words, you were rendered speechless, utterly transfixed. I am not. Before you could finish your words, you suddenly realized that an object had appeared in your hand. Upon closer inspection, you were astonished to find it was the imperial seal of the Great Wei dynasty. Pei Charan blinked her eyes, realizing it was too late to refuse. You are now the Emperor of Wei. Come, let us drape a garment over the esteemed Duke God. As you observe the palace maid draping the grand cloak upon you, an unsettling realization dawns upon you. This cloak is indeed a dragon robe. In an instant, a flash appeared. The dragon robe and imperial seal returned to Pei Charan's hand. This chaos is fated, and it does not spare the slender. Just at that moment, a general abruptly burst into the canine palace, exclaiming, Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The Xiongnu are poised to invade Chongzhen, and the commander of the imperial city has fled without a fight. Suddenly, Pei Charan's face turned ashen, and she murmured to herself, How could it be so swift? Why is the imperial army of Chongzhen so feeble? Has the mighty Wei truly lost all its brilliance? Is there no one left to rely upon? Upon this thought, she cast a glance at you. Everyone departed from the Feng Tian Hall. I have matters to discuss with His Highness, the 10th Prince. As her words fell, the palace maids and the imperial guards promptly withdrew from the Feng Tian Hall. In a desolate place devoid of any presence, Pei Charan hurriedly took 2 steps, leaping into your embrace, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms drenched in rain. Young shepherd, are you truly unwilling to lend me your aid? Considering our past as childhood companions, I was, after all, your first love. Gazing at the Empress in your arms, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, your eyelids flutter incessantly. This is a fateful entanglement. In truth, most of the alluring women in the capital are, to some extent, connected to you. Before Pei Charan became the primary consort of the 9th Prince, you indeed pursued her. Thus, when you first encountered her, you displayed a palpable sense of guilt. Reflecting on this, you silently pushed her away, reminding yourself that, by virtue of your rank, you are my imperial sister-in-law. Let us not disturb the established principles of propriety. Upon hearing this, Pei Charan, with a hint of petulance in her red-rimmed eyes, playfully remarked, In the past, you call me little sweetheart, now you refer to me as sister-in-law. You cleared your throat and remarked, Empress Pei, allow me to correct 2 misconceptions. First, while we indeed knew each other in our childhood, it does not imply that we are childhood sweethearts. Second, I refer to every woman as my first love. Upon hearing these words, Pei Charan indignantly raised her head. I knew it all along. After only 2 months of being together, you cast me aside without a second thought. Do you have any idea that I married the 9th Prince just to provoke you? Do you understand why, in recent years, you have navigated the myriad eccentricities of the capital with such audacity, even managing to remain unscathed by the scrutiny of the highest officials? It is because your 9 elder brothers have been silently safeguarding you. Anyone who dares to critique your memorials is immediately silenced, and all officials who oppose you have been demoted. Upon hearing these words, a fleeting look of surprise crossed your face. Protect me. If I were to belong to royalty, shouldn't I be perceived as a threat in their eyes? That pertains to the royal family of another nation. However, the Great Wei is distinct. The royal dragon lineage places the utmost importance on familial bonds since the founding of our Great Wei. Such fratricidal strife for the sake of seizing the throne has never been witnessed. How could your brothers possibly turn against you? Speaking of this, Pei Chuan could not help but swallow hard. The Emperor of the Great Wei is indeed the Son of Heaven, a true embodiment of a valiant man. The sovereign guards the nation's borders, while the monarch upholds the stability of the realm. Since the invasion of the Hu, the disparity in strength between the two sides has been stark. However, no monarch has ever entertained the thought of relocating the capital. They have consistently taken to the field themselves, leading their royal armies to protect their homeland and defend their nation. At that moment, a hurried knocking echoed from outside the door. Your Highness can no longer remain. The Xiongnu have breached the imperial city and are advancing straight towards the palace. We must depart at once. Upon hearing this, Pei Chuan sorrowfully declared, "Let it be known that I have issued an imperial decree. All within the palace shall be relocated to the Tai Temple. If the Great Wei is to fall, I too shall not desire to live on in misery. I am willing to offer myself before the Tai Temple." Seeing this, you helplessly interrupted the speaker, stepping forward to address each of your 9 royal brothers in turn. "Cease your theatrics before me, and you have all caused me great distress." As you spoke, you donned the dragon robe with a sense of self-importance. "I hereby declare my ascension to the throne of the Great Wei Emperor, under the heavens and the support of the noble. May the reign of Wei endure forever. Who bears the imperial dragon's snow veins upon themselves? Since one belongs to the royal lineage, one must uphold the ancestral edict of the sovereign to defend the nation's gates." In a moment of despair, Pei Chuan knelt before you, her eyes glistening with tears, as if struck by lightning. "Your servant pays her respects," she uttered. The subsequent arrival of Qing Miao and Lu Bin left them all utterly astounded. Who could have anticipated that the young master, who just a moment ago was reveling in the pleasures of the brothel, would now ascend to the revered throne of the 9-5 in the hall of the heavenly sovereign? You inquired of Lu Bin, "What is the direction of the Dianu?" Lu Bin knelt in reverence and reported that 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry had passed through the Xianhua Gate and were swiftly approaching the Guanghua Gate. Meanwhile, the remaining imperial guards, consisting of the brocade guards and the inner palace guards, totaled a mere 1,100 men. 1,000 men face 5,000 mounted Huns. In this moment, you comprehend the profound despair that surrounds you. The war has reached such a point that the entire nation's neck has long been subjected to an unbearable strain. The once grand capital, now, stands as nothing more than a hollow shell. Suddenly, the supervisor rushed over, scrambling and breathless, exclaiming in desperation, "The Huns have already passed through the Guanghua Gate." The crowd below erupted into chaos. Pei Chuan, with reddened eyes, clutched the corner of your garment. "Your Majesty, I shall first perish for my country. I vow to accompany the dragon chariot and its esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, you twitched your lips, suppressing the impulse to kick her. As you exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony, you retrieved a firework tube from your person. In an instant, the air was filled with thunderous shouts. Is it possible for the sovereign to possess such fortitude? Those with formidable armies and valiant steeds stand ready. "Oh, first heavens, what grievances have I borne?" 3,000 warriors swiftly filled every corner of the imperial palace, startling the guards of the brocade-clad imperial guards. The demeanor of these individuals unmistakably suggested a rebellion was at hand. At this moment, the 3,000 soldiers kneel uniformly at your feet. "My brothers and I are fully prepared and ready to act on behalf of heaven, to overthrow the tyrannical Wei." Upon witnessing this, you awkwardly waved your hand and said, "The mission has changed. The slogan must be revised as well. Expel the barbaric invaders. Restore the glory of our land. Your adversary now is the oppressor." Meanwhile, the first contingent of the Dianu cavalry has manifested outside the palace. A slave wielding a whip, begins to feel exhilarated. Santaizi, I have beheld the grand palace of the Great Wei. It is said that untold riches and women reside there. Gold flows more abundantly than the milk of the cattle. Ha, listen closely. The sons of the cattle rush forth. Women and wealth are yours to claim at will. With a resounding command, Yuan Ziming proclaims. Dozens of cavalrymen, unable to contain their excitement, rushed towards the imperial palace. However, in the next moment, they were greeted by a volley of arrows, one of which pierced the skull of the servant with deadly precision. Yuan Ziming's expression suddenly changed as he caught sight of a figure swiftly darting in the distance. A long sword swept through, and instantly, a portion of the head of a cavalryman was severed. As time passes, the horses begin to whinny restlessly, filled with unease. At this moment, Yuan Ziming was stirred by a desire for talent. There are many people in the Central Plains. If he could recruit a few for his own use, it would significantly enhance his influence within the Xiongnu. Upon this reflection, he sincerely declared, I am Yuan Ziming, the third prince of the Xiongnu Empire. Should you choose to ally with me, to seize cities and territories for my cause, you will not lose the opportunity to attain nobility and command in the future. Surely, this is a far more promising path than guarding this insignificant city gate. Taking a deep breath, you step towards him, proclaiming that your people, the Diannu, are descendants of wolves. Certainly, Yuan Ziming replied with a smile. We, the Huns, are the most noble and magnificent of all nations. Have you ever witnessed a wolf taming a dragon? You smile thoughtfully. The dragons of the Great Wei are not extinct, for I am the 10th dragon myself. As the word descended, thousands of valiant warriors from all directions plummeted from the heavens, while hundreds of Hun cavalrymen suffered misfortune, falling one after another. Yuan Ziming could no longer tolerate the situation and shouted in fury, Cavalry, dismount and charge toward the palace. Quickly drag them away, do not engage with them. Upon receiving the command, the cavalry charged towards the palace, only to be met with a relentless barrage of arrows released from within its walls. Liu Bin led a contingent of Jinji, swiftly charging forth to engage the Xiongnu in close combat. While the Xiongnu were formidable on horseback, they proved no match for these Jinjui warriors once dismounted. Remarkably, the two sides found themselves locked in a fierce and indecisive struggle, and you are filled with an unprecedented excitement, seizing a steed from a Hun and launching an assault against the other nomadic cavalry. Gazing upon your fierce aura, the steeds of the Xiongnu began to falter in disarray, tumbling and throwing their riders into chaos. This left Yuan Ziming utterly astonished. Such a sight that could instill such panic in war horses had only been witnessed by him thrice on the battlefield. Could this individual be the 10th dragon of the Great Wei, the newly crowned emperor? Upon this realization, Yuan Ziming's pupils constricted. All the cavalrymen, faced with the swordsman from the Wei, were determined to stop him at any cost. Upon hearing the harmonious alignment, the cavalry of the Xiongnu once again recalibrates their strategic deployment, converging towards you with an uncanny synchronicity. Witnessing the fierce struggle of the three warriors, their faces turned pale with alarm. They rushed towards the sovereign, urging, Quick, stop these scoundrels. Protect his majesty. Guard the throne. Not far away, Liu Bin, witnessing the chaos, was equally flustered and swiftly employed his lightness skill to dash forward. However, during the same period, the cavalry of the Huns encircled you. Even if you wield your long sword to slay them, these individuals remain undaunted, pressing forward fearlessly. In less than a breath's time, your entire attire is tattered, drenched in the snow, your form obscured, covered in countless flakes of snow. Yuan Ziming's lips curled upward. The tension among these individuals regarding this man is palpable. Undoubtedly, he must be the Emperor of the Great Wei. Yet, alas, even if he is the true dragon of the Great Wei, he remains but a mortal flesh, incapable of withstanding the encirclement of so many Huns. Upon this thought, he let out a hearty laugh, declaring, The head of the 9th dragon of the Great Wei was personally severed by my own hand. Now, with the arrival of the 10th dragon, I suppose it adds to the honor of my title as the Dragon Slayer. However, what he did not anticipate was that just as the Hunnic cavalry was utterly exhausted, you suddenly throw your head back in laughter as the skin that was once decayed and covered in snow swiftly undergoes a transformation, giving rise to fresh flesh and new skin. Upon witnessing this, Huan Zongbi felt his mind buzzing. He was undergoing an evolution. The emperors of the Great Wei he had encountered before had never exhibited such a phenomenon, unless he was purer than the snowy sovereign of the 9 dragons that preceded him. The Hunnic cavalry present were terrified and scattered in all directions. He is not a man, he is a dragon among dragons. The spirit of the 9 dragons of the Great Wei has possessed him. At this moment, Huan Zongbi realized that the situation was dire. He had initially believed that the grand capital of the Great Wei, the 9 Dragon City, had become nothing more than an empty shell. To his astonishment, the Emperor of Great Wei still remained. Huan Zongbi realized his grave miscalculation. With resolute determination, he led his loyal troops in a hasty retreat. As he reached Guanghua Gate, a sudden surge of violent winds erupted before him, piercing through his very being and sending him, along with his steed, crashing to the ground. Enduring excruciating pain, Huan Zongbi steadied his gaze and beheld an astonishing sight. The once fragile Guanghua Gate now brimming with a throng of common folk adorned in tattered garments. In front of the gate lay a formidable blockade of war chariots, each armed with imposing crossbows. In that moment, he felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing around him. As the scene shifts to the city gate, a crowd gathers, murmuring in hushed tones, their expressions a mixture of surprise and alarm. Were we not summoned by the shark soldiers? Why are the Huns present as well? Let it be. The officials and soldiers ought to be dealt with, for they have wreaked havoc upon countless Han people. They are the rebel forces you have stationed in Chongzhen, the Taiping sect. The adherents of the Taiping faith drew forth their swords, exclaiming their rallying cries. The heavens have turned blue, and the yellow sky shall rise. The heavens have turned white, and the yellow sky shall rise. May the Great Wei respond. Oh no, may the slaves of the land respond. Everyone. As soon as the words were spoken, the followers of Taiping immediately unleashed their crossbows, swiftly sending the opposing cavalry of the Dainu into disarray, causing both men and horses to be thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, you followed the trail of snow and arrived at the Guanghua Gate. Upon your arrival, the devotees erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Master Dao, the celestial teacher, we received your signal of fireworks and immediately rushed over with our brethren. When shall we be granted entry into the imperial palace to indulge in the pleasures of the royal women?" Upon hearing these words, you cleared your throat a few times. Well, you have done quite well. However, let's first deal with the Xiongnu. They are even more detestable. Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. The zealots shouted fervently as they charged towards the cavalry of the Danu. As you turn to gaze upon the fallen Huan Zongbi, it is said that you have wronged my 9th brother, Wei Zhang, the Emperor Yuan. Huan Zongbi coughed out a few snowflakes and chuckled softly. I even personally severed his head. Indeed, all of you from the Great Wei, the 9 dragons, are truly the sons of heaven, all standing tall like orchids. After a few moments of silence, you looked down upon me and declared, your brother, the Emperor, cannot possibly survive after your betrayal. Keeping you alive will only lead to your own brutal demise or dismemberment. However, out of respect for you as a worthy adversary of this era, I shall grant you the mercy of taking your own life. Upon hearing this, Huan Zongbi was taken aback. Just as he was about to draw his crescent blade, you suddenly delivered a fierce knee strike that sent his head spinning. Foolish indeed. Of course, I was merely deceiving you. Do you truly believe that the 10 dragons of the Great Wei embody the virtues of a benevolent ruler? How naive it is to contemplate self-destruction. What a charmingly foolish notion. Is this your first day in the world of intrigue? By the time Liu Bin, leading the Jinui, arrived, he discovered that Huan Zongbi had already been dismembered by you. You wiped the traces of snow from your face, nonchalantly remarking, "Why is Commander Liu so slow? Have the invading Mian slaves already been dealt with?" Liu Bin clasped his hands and swallowed 7 mouthfuls of sleep-induced saliva. The 5,000 cavalry of the Diao tribe suffered the loss of over 2,000 at the hands of our forces, yet more than 2,000 remnants managed to flee from Chongzhen. Upon hearing this, you nodded. They cannot escape from Chongzhen. First, let us sever the heads of the captured bandits on the ground to erect a display at Jingguan. It is time for the citizens of Chong'an to broaden their horizons, to understand the nature of the world in which they reside. Lubin bestattet. Your Majesty's actions may incite panic within the capital. With a cold laugh, you express that instilling fear in them is preferable to living in a state of intoxication and oblivion. The Great Wei has enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, yet has reached a point where the barbarian tribes dare to exploit this weakness. From this moment forth, it is imperative to alter this course. In the era of the Grand Zheng, the awakened shall thrive while the intoxicated shall languish. Having spoken thus, you turn and stride toward the imperial palace. Gazing at your towering silhouette, Lu Bin inhaled sharply, quickly dropping to his knees and proclaiming, "I obey your command." Is this truly the same Mingyu Fong he once knew? As the scene shifts to the imperial palace, upon your return, you'll find that by the side of Queen Pei Churin, there are now 8 exquisite ladies. As you step into the hall, Pei Churin solemnly introduces, "These are your 8 imperial sisters-in-law. We, the grieving concubines, pay our respects to the emperor." The 8 regal ladies of the court bend gracefully, tightening their postures in a gesture of reverence. Yet, when they lift their heads, the pallor of their delicate faces transforms abruptly. You unfaithful shepherd are none other than the younger brother of the late emperor. The 8 queens, who just moments ago wore expressions of deep sorrow, now possess wide, almond-shaped eyes, filled with a fierce desire to devour you whole. Upon witnessing this, Pei Churin turned to gaze at you in astonishment. "Goodness, did you not proclaim that I was your first love? Did you not declare that I was your inaugural affection? How is it that you have experienced so many first loves?" You awkwardly scratch your head. The Xiongnu are almost upon Chong'an. Can we refrain from discussing this for now? Preserving our homeland is of utmost importance. In your youth, in a bid to infiltrate the ruling class of the Great Wei, you immersed yourself in their world, courting the daughters of the prominent families of Chong'an without reservation. Little did you anticipate encountering them here. Upon hearing these words, the indignant matriarchs let out a cold snort, filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, Pei Churin approached, her brows gracefully unfurling. The Empress Dowager heard that they had just repelled 7 battalions of slave cavalry and had even delivered the face of the late Emperor Wan Yenzong to Shachi. You casually remarked, waving your hand dismissively, that it was merely a minor defensive skirmish. The forces of the Shasan numbered merely over 2,000 Huns. If we do not swiftly organize a counteroffensive, the loss of Chong'an will merely be a matter of 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing these words, Pei Churin's body trembled slightly. Where in the city of Chong'an could one find soldiers? There was not even a single suit of armor to be had. To this price, one can merely smile faintly. To the end, you can only smile faintly. It shall come to pass. As the words fell, a bluebird suddenly appeared outside the door. The young master has already instructed the servants to move all the belongings of the Duke of Pinghua to this place. At this moment, countless weapons loomed behind her. The armor, swords, and crossbows could easily equip a force of at least 10,000 men. Unbeknownst to anyone, a motley assembly of individuals from various sects and factions has infiltrated the Grand Palace. The Taiping sect, the White Lotus sect, and the Heavenly Virtue Society, each brandishing their distinctive banners. They have amassed a multitude surpassing 10,000. Upon witnessing this scene, Pei Churin nearly fainted. Are these not the chaotic bandits that the court has been relentlessly pursuing? Are they planning to rebel? The food of the Tai-Ho should be consumed without care, yet words must be spoken with caution. Who asserts that they have come to incite rebellion? As you speak, you leisurely approach these individuals and proclaim loudly, "Brothers, originally, today I intended to lead you in a bold assault on the Imperial Palace to overthrow the Wei dynasty and herald a new era of peace and prosperity. However, the Northern Hu people regard us Han as mere sheep, slaughtering us at will. Now, the Great Wei stands on the brink of extinction and annihilation. Therefore, I shall no longer feign my pastoral melodies. I am the sole surviving heir of the Great Wei imperial lineage. Chong'an stands as the final bastion of the Great Wei. Now, I ask you, are you willing to continue this endeavor alongside me?" As the words settled, over 10,000 bandits exchanged glances, their expressions vibrant with excitement. "So, our sovereign is the 10th dragon of the Great Wei. Why were we informed sooner? but wouldn't want to align with the imperial dragon. Imagine the glory of being immortalized in history. In an instant, the roar of more than 10,000 voices became an unstoppable force. Upon witnessing the desired outcome, you decisively retracted the eye-watering water. Henceforth, irrespective of whether you belong to this sect or that faction, all shall be uniformly integrated into the Chong'an Imperial Guard. Pei Charan glanced around, only to discover that everything had been meticulously prepared. At that moment, she seemingly caught sight of something that startled Hera's flag that proclaimed the message of justice. Seeing this, you hurriedly picked up the pen and hastily altered the words on the banner to read, "Expelling the Tartars in the name of heaven." It's of no consequence they are illiterate. It is entirely normal to make such errors. Pei Charan nodded, acknowledging the validity of your statement. As she lowered her gaze, she spotted a piece of paper on the ground. Instinctively, she bent down to pick it up and murmured softly, "Do not speak of the stone man with a single eye, stirring the yellow river and the world." Chapter 7. The complete expropriation. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yuan Ziming hurriedly interjected. "This is the proclamation from the northern expedition against the barbarians." A proclamation? Pei Charan, hailing from a prestigious lineage and well-versed in the classics, could hardly miss the sarcasm embedded within those words. Yuan Ziming chuckled awkwardly, suggesting it could be amended for use. He blurted out, "Expel the Tatar invaders and restore the glory of China." Pei Charan immediately felt a profound respect. What a splendid verse. His Majesty is truly a prodigy. In truth, prior to the Emperor's arrival, I, along with the 8 imperial consorts, had conferred on the pressing matters at hand. Our national treasury is depleted, and to be candid, the capital has been unable to disburse the salaries of officials for 2 months now. We pooled our personal funds, amounting to over 200,000 taels of silver. While not substantial, it could be deemed a sacrifice for the nation. Pei Charan trembled as he produced a banknote for 250,000 taels, reluctant to part with it. Yuan Ziming, however, unceremoniously seized it. "You have my gratitude. I shall not forget the sacrifices made by you 9 consorts today." Pei Charan could only think, how incredibly unceremonious. Yet, it was precisely that domineering spirit that had drawn her affection in her youth. "Your Majesty," as he meandered through the palace, he noticed a throng of eunuchs had gathered around him, encircling him closely. The leading elder eunuch, tears streaming down his face, declared, "Your Majesty, I am Feng Bao, the head eunuch of the Grand Ceremony Directorate, having served the 9 late emperors. I humbly bid farewell to the Great Wei's 9 dragons in heaven. I know you. During the previous battles against the Huns, you charged forth with hundreds of eunuchs clad in armor to slay the enemy." Yuan Ziming remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, hoping he would not become the 10th emperor sent off by you. "This time, I shall share the fate of Chong'an and your Majesty." Feng Bao vowed earnestly, "If the nation falls, scholars and warriors may change allegiances, but we, as servants, can only share the fate of our emperor. Thunder and rain, all are gifts from heaven. Your Majesty, the late emperor has passed, and the new sovereign has ascended. Should we summon the officials for court?" inquired Lu Bin, the commander of the Jinyui. "No. What I desire now is not the restoration of that incessantly chattering court. I require soldiers. The more, the better." Yuan Ziming shook his head. "Lu Bin, have you prepared the Hun heads to erect as a monument in the capital, displayed prominently in Chong'an's busiest thoroughfare?" Lu Bin's expression shifted. "Your Majesty, is it truly necessary? With the Huns advancing and the 9 dragons' sacrifice still fresh, should we truly risk such an act? It may well cause a seismic disturbance in the capital." Yuan Ziming's tone turned stern. "I wish for all the citizens of Chong'an to know. Their so-called era of peace exists only because the Great Wei Emperor and his million soldiers are fighting valiantly on the front lines, bearing the brunt of warfare. Peace is never given. I grant you one last chance. Execute it immediately. Furthermore, post an imperial edict to inform the citizens of Chong'an and of all that has transpired. Otherwise, your tenure as commander of the Jinyui shall come to an end, and I shall dispatch my own guards to see it done." His cold, murderous intent was unmistakable for the first time. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bin was drenched in cold sweat, hardly daring to breathe. The oppressive aura emanating from the Great Wei Dragon clan was palpable. Indeed, I shall lead the Imperial Guards, mobilizing our forces to erect the capital watchtower and post proclamations for the entire city to behold. With urgency, Lu Bin hastened to rally the Imperial Guards out of the palace. Yuan Ziming was equally proactive, swiftly convening a military conference. Over 10,000 bandits were hastily restructured into the Chong'an Imperial Army, replacing antiquated weaponry with modern artillery, thereby addressing the immediate vulnerability of Chong'an's defenses. Though it did not fundamentally alter their dire situation. Firstly, he remained utterly ignorant of the circumstances beyond Chong'an. How many troops had the four great barbarian empires dispatched to assault the city, and what were their subsequent plans? According to the captured Xiongnu soldiers, they had seized Anding and Tianshui a month prior, thereby opening the northern gates of Chong'an. Subsequently, the Great Wei's ninth dragon, Emperor Zhongwu, stationed 10,000 imperial troops in Puzhou, confronting the united forces of the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Rurin, and Khitan. Within half a month, they had claimed tens of thousands of enemy lives, yet ultimately succumbed to a siege, leading to the fall of Puzhou. Preliminary assessments indicated that the Xiongnu cavalry participating in this offensive were vanguard forces, numbering no fewer than 30,000, with the possibility of additional allied troops. The captured Xiongnu soldiers were merely minor players, and it must be noted that Wang Zongbi's faction was just a segment of the coalition, possessing limited intelligence. Secondly, financial resources were critically lacking. The treasury held less than 100,000 taels in silver and a few thousand bolts of silk, insufficient for rewarding the troops. The Ministry of Revenue was currently paralyzed and had taken at least 5 days to reconvene. Yuan Ziming, in a state of distress, could only quietly implore Qingyao, "My dear, please withdraw all the idle funds from our 5 major money houses in Chong'an. We can no longer afford to be frugal. Otherwise, it will be a boon for the barbarians. Withdraw everything to reward the entire army." Qingyao clicked her tongue. "Young master, your majesty, we have ample funds, but we cannot sustain such extravagant expenditures. Do you truly think our noble house is akin to the imperial treasury?" The assembly exchanged glances, while the chief eunuch, Feng Bao, was drenched in cold sweat, astounded that this maid, Qingyao, dared to speak so boldly to his majesty and even deny his requests. "Your majesty, why must you draw from your own funds to supply our imperial army? Is not Chong'an affluent enough to rival nations? Every noble on the streets possesses vast fortunes and spends lavishly." At this juncture, Huolong, the leader of the Taiping sect, interjected. Having personally intercepted Wang Zongbi's Xiongnu cavalry at the Guanghua Gate and defeated this renowned general of the Xiongnu. However, he could no longer be referred to as the leader of the Taiping sect. He was now the general of the Dragon Guard, one of the 12 Imperial Guards. Yet, the instinctive tendencies of a rebel still directed his gaze toward the wealthy and powerful of Chong'an. Feng Bao, astonished, retorted, "General Hua, you must not lose decorum before the emperor. What nonsense is this? Does our illustrious sovereign require the wealth of Chong'an's elite? The emperor's riches spanned the 4 seas. What would it sound like if this were to spread?" Yet Yuan Ziming appeared to have a sudden revelation. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Within Chong'an lie numerous walking treasuries. If not them, whom shall I plunder?" Feng Bao was left utterly speechless. "Your majesty, your majesty." The capital was thrown into turmoil following the proclamation of the Zhongwang list. At this moment, Lu Bin, the commander of the Jinui, arrived late, his face etched with concern. He lamented, "Every household has barred its doors, and rumors abound throughout the city that the Hu people are poised to invade. Many affluent families and dignitaries are already preparing to flee southward to escape the impending chaos." "Flee?" Yuan Ziming exclaimed, his temper flaring. "Commander Lu, I hereby grant you the authority to detain all those wealthy individuals and nobles who are preparing to escape. They must not be allowed to leave." "Understood," Lu Bin replied. Though he hesitated, however, reasoning with the populace and assuaging their fears is not the forte of the Jinui. Who said anything about calming them? Detain them all and seize their properties, Yuan Ziming declared without a moment's hesitation. Lu Bin was taken aback. Your Majesty, to arrest them and confiscate their possessions? On what grounds do they stand accused? Grounds? Yuan Ziming retorted. Is it necessary for you to inquire of me? Are you not the most knowledgeable in such matters? Chapter 8. The absence of honest officials in the Great Wei dynasty. As dusk settled upon the streets of Chongzhen, the imperial guards barred the city gates. By the decree of the emperor, it was proclaimed, I beseech you for a modest sum of money. Once the national crisis is averted, I shall repay you in full. The Jin Wei brandished torches, meticulously raiding households, leaving no stone unturned, not even the residences of the imperial relatives. Before long, they encountered a formidable obstacle. Preposterous! I am the Duke of the Great Wei, an earl, and my daughter is the Empress Dowager of the former Emperor Xiao Wu. Who dares to invade my home? An irate old official with a grizzled beard bellowed at the approaching Lu Bin, showing utter disdain for their imperial edict. Lu Guizhong, this is His Majesty's command. We are merely executing the will of the crown. I implore you, do not make it difficult for us humble servants. Lu Bin replied, caught between laughter and despair. The official remained indignant, exclaiming, absurd! My daughter is the current Empress Dowager. His Majesty must have been misled by you scoundrels to issue such a ludicrous order. This is treachery against the Great Wei. Yuan Ziming, a well-known figure throughout the capital, was the son of the Duke of Pinghua, often referred to as the uninformed young master, having failed the imperial examinations in Chongzhen for many years. His downfall lay in his penchant for writing about concepts such as human rights, ideological liberation, and democracy during the palace tests, ideas deemed highly irreverent. Should such notions reach the emperor's ears, it would result in dire consequences for his family. The examiners, aware of his influential background, chose to disregard his submissions, opting for cold treatment instead. Despite his eloquence, his works would never earn him a place among the elite. Lu Guizhong, deep down, was unwilling to acknowledge the new emperor as the 10th dragon of the Great Wei. The 9 dragons of Wei were paragons of virtue and competence, each an exceptional sovereign. In stark contrast, this debauched young master failed to meet Lu's lofty expectations of the imperial lineage. I warn you once more, depart from my residence at once. Otherwise, I shall promptly submit a formal complaint against you. I trust you do not wish to provoke the Empress Dowager? Lu Guizhong glared, his eyes wide with fury. Calm yourself, esteemed Duke. Lu Bin, drenched in sweat at the mention of the Empress Dowager, knew that failure to raid this household would spell doom for him as well. Caught between 2 overwhelming forces, he was thoroughly intimidated. Calm? We have amassed our family's wealth over generations, and you, Lu Darren, think you can seize it with a mere word? Such a notion is absurd. Even if this matter reaches the Empress Dowager, my stance remains unchanged. Lu Guizhong continued, his voice unwavering. What stance? A resonant voice suddenly interjected. The gathered crowd froze, and in unison, they knelt. Your Majesty, Yuan Ziming, now adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, strode in with an imposing presence, flanked by Feng Bao. At first glance, he exuded an aura reminiscent of imperial authority. Lu Guizhong blinked in disbelief, suddenly gripped by an icy fear, yet he refrained from kneeling. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Due to my frailty, I was granted an exemption from kneeling by the late Emperor Xiao Wu. Is that so? Yuan Ziming inquired, turning to Feng Bao. The venerable elder of 10 dynasties paused momentarily, about to speak when he noticed Yuan Ziming's subtle expression, seemingly indicating that such a matter did not exist. With resolute conviction, he declared, there is no such occurrence. If that is the case, does that not amount to deceiving the emperor? Yuan Ziming's lips curled into a slight smile. Lu Guizhong felt a jolt of anger, casting a furious glance at Feng Bao, his eyes seemingly accusing the eunuch of having been present when the late emperor issued the edict, yet now daring to deny its existence. Reluctantly, he knelt and lamented. Your Majesty, the old minister speaks no falsehood. This matter indeed took place. As a royal relative, Lu Guizhong could not possibly lie. It must be that Feng Bao had made an error. Yuan Ziming chuckled softly, assisting Lu Guizhong to rise, stating, now that the Xiongnu approach our gates and Chong'an faces peril, our nation is bereft of resources. I have heard that you, esteemed Guizhong, are a wealthy figure in the capital. Might I borrow a portion of your fortune for the state's use? Upon hearing this, Lu Guozhang's demeanor shifted drastically, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am but a humble official of the 6th rank, and my meager salary scarcely covers my household expenses. How could I possibly possess any wealth? The notion of being a great fortune in the capital is mere hearsay. Are you jesting, esteemed Guozhang? When have you ever relied solely on your salary for sustenance? You possess 3,000 acres of fertile land in the capital and 10,000 acres in Jiangnan, not to mention the filial tributes you receive regularly. The largest rice business in the capital is yours. How could you be without money? Feng Bao interjected, his cold laughter cutting through the tension. Having served under 9 previous emperors, he was akin to a living relic of the court, well acquainted with the affairs of these officials. Lu Guozhang had ascended to prominence through his daughter, who became empress, reaping considerable benefits over the years, amassing a fortune rivaling that of nations. Feng Bao. At this declaration, Lu Guozhang erupted in fury, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap to Feng Bao's face. You vile eunuch, I am of royal blood, just as His Majesty. It is not your place to sow discord among us. Feng Bao stumbled back, startling those around him. Commanding Officer Lu Bin gripped his sword tightly, his expression menacing. However, witnessing Yuan Ziming's unwavering demeanor, he reluctantly released his hold. You servile creature, thinking that having served the Great Wei for years has conferred upon you some divine favor. A dog remains a dog. Lu Guozhang vented his frustrations with several kicks directed at Feng Bao before turning back to Yuan Ziming, feigning distress. Your Majesty, I truly, suddenly. Before he could finish, Yuan Ziming unsheathed his sword, piercing Lu Guozhang's throat with a swift strike. Blood gushed forth in torrents, causing the servants of the Lu household to scream in terror, their faces drained of color. The emperor had just slain the Guozhang. Guozhang, I am not a sheltered prince raised in the inner palace. I have lived in Chongzhen for the majority of my life, and I am well aware of your wealth. Yuan Ziming stated expressionlessly, I'm not like the previous 9 emperors. They had avenues for retreat, but I do not. Behind me lies Chongzhen. There is no retreat. If you refuse to provide, I shall take by force. If you obstruct me, I shall kill. Should our great Wei cease to exist? What purpose do you royal relatives serve? The scene was electrifying, leaving everyone present in a state of profound shock. Did they truly mistake me, a dignified citizen of the 21st century, for your decayed, feudal ruler? What an absurdity! The Great Wei shall not spare the 9 dragons. I shall take their lives. If it means halting the advance of the Hu people and preserving the civilization of Wei, then so be it. I shall slay with abandon. With sword drawn, I allowed the bodies of my adversaries to fall. Seize their homes. Leave no one standing if they resist. Yuan Ziming declared emphatically. Lu Bin, awakening from a daze, commanded, Charge! Into the estate. The Imperial Guards surged into the residence like a relentless tide. Feng Bao stumbled to his feet, kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I am a wretched servant. I have brought this upon your Majesty. Feng Gonggong, you cannot perish. You are a venerable elder of 10 dynasties. There are many matters I still require your assistance with. Draft an edict for me to be issued immediately in the capital. Yuan Ziming smiled faintly. With wealth comes the necessity to expend it. He penned the order to slay the Hu. On the streets of Chongzhen, the heads of the Xiongnu were displayed. Such a shocking sight had never before graced the bustling thoroughfares of Chongzhen, casting an unexpected pall over the once vibrant atmosphere. Soon after, an unprecedented decree from the Grand Eunuch Feng Bao was announced. The Hu have ravaged our central plains, desecrated our sacred artifacts, and devastated our nation, bringing suffering upon our people. The 9 dragons have perished for their country, with countless corpses littering the ground. The urgency of the situation is dire, and the grievances of the people demand retribution, special rewards. Those who behead a Hu shall receive 10 taels of silver. For 10 heads, one shall be appointed as a candidate for the Ministry of Personnel. For 100, a memorial arch shall be erected in recognition of their merit, to be remembered by their descendants for eternity. For 1,000, they shall be honored in the ancestral temple, and in death be buried alongside the imperial lineage. enjoying the incense of future generations. The order to slay the Hu takes effect immediately. Across the realm, eliminate all Hu dogs. Your Majesty, thus far, we have confiscated wealth estimated conservatively at over 20 million taels, Lu Bin recounted vividly. The Imperial Guards were known for their swiftness, ruthlessness, and precision in their raids, capable of uncovering even the deepest hidden treasures. However, were there any innocent officials harmed in the process? Yuan Ziming inquired casually. Rest assured, Your Majesty, there are no honest officials in the Wei dynasty, Lu Bin asserted confidently. Ah, very well. In the palace, the Empress Dowager, Pei Churan, somewhat disoriented, questioned, what is happening outside? Why such uproar? Upon hearing the palace maid recount the news of Yuan Ziming's execution of the Duke of Lu and the issuance of the order against the Hu, she fainted. The following day at the northern gate of Chongzhen, Xiang Ning appeared. The capital was on high alert. 100,000 citizens of Chongzhen surged forth, rushing directly towards the northern gate. Chapter 9. The Battle for National Fortune. What had arrived were merely the scouts of the Xiang Ning, tasked with gathering intelligence. And their numbers were few. However, upon reaching the vicinity of Chongzhen, they were seized by the enraged citizens, who beheaded them. In a frenzy to claim the head of a single Xiang Ning, several hundred individuals clashed violently, resulting in a bloodbath, spurred by the decree to slay the Hu. The already fierce populace of the Great Wei was ignited by their innate valor. After all, a peasant family earned only a meager dozen taels a year, equivalent to the annual salary of a low-ranking official. Yet, the bounty for a single Xiang Ning head was 10 taels of silver. Slay 10, and one could even exchange the bounty for an official title. Who would not be tempted? In the eyes of the Chongzhen citizens, the Hu were no longer a dire threat, but rather living treasures, money, and a promising future. In the Imperial Palace, by morning, more than 30 Xiang Ning scouts had been slain. Yuan Ziming set down the reports, his gaze piercing as he mused that the armed citizens of Chongzhen likely numbered no less than 100,000, coupled with over 10,000 Imperial Guards. They were ready to fight. He envisioned a total war against the Hu, submerging them in the sea of the populace. On the bed, the azure bird stretched languidly, plucking a lychee with her delicate fingers, peeling it, and consuming it. My lord, I find that this palace is not much better than the Duke's residence or Mingyu Pavilion. Aside from enjoying these exotic grapes from the western regions and lychees from Lingnan, she lay back, swinging her long, fair legs. I am now the emperor. Could you refrain from your previous demeanor at Mingyu Pavilion? Yuan Ziming remarked, his expression darkening. It seemed he had unwittingly nurtured a diva in his own palace. Yet, he could not provoke her too much, for aside from the necessities of the night, there was another crucial reason. Your Majesty, Commander Lu Bin of the Jinyui requests an audience. Feng Bao announced. Yuan Ziming promptly adjusted his attire, adopting a new countenance, and said, let him enter. Your Majesty, Lu Bin knelt, his expression complex as he reported, there are 2 matters to discuss. Speak one at a time. Yuan Ziming settled back calmly, giving the azure bird a meaningful glance. She obediently rolled off the imperial bed and presented a bowl of lychees. Lord Lu, these lychees hail from Lingnan, delivered with utmost haste over 800 miles, still glistening with dew. Your Majesty invites you to savor them. The Emperor's grace is immense. I shall repay it with my life. Lu Bin exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Such was the innate magnetism of the Emperor. Had it merely been young Master Yuan from Mingyu Pavilion offering him lychees, he would have likely responded with a perfunctory thank you. But now, as they were bestowed by the Emperor, the significance was altogether different. He would proclaim long live the Emperor even for a mere fart. Following the issuance of the decree to slay the Hu, the capital was in an uproar. Every household spoke of hunting Hu, and thousands had organized self-defense units, prepared to safeguard Chongzhen at any moment. Lu Bin continued. The second matter is that a contingent has finally returned from the front lines. What? Now? That is the crux of the matter. Yuan Ziming, startled as if struck by lightning, rose abruptly and exclaimed, the Wei army at the front has not been entirely vanquished? Are there still survivors? General Dugu Xen of the Great Wei, commanding 3,000 elite black cavalry, is returning to the capital. The most formidable cavalry of the Great Wei is divided into 3 divisions. The Tiger Band cavalry, originally belonging to the Imperial Guard, the Black Cavalry from the Hebei Frontier Army, and the Dragon Xiang Cavalry from the Northwest Frontier Army. In the first year of the Great Wei's pacification campaign, Emperor Wei Xuanwu, the 4 Dragons, had led 5,000 Tiger Band cavalry to launch a surprise assault on the Turkic encampment, decapitating 18,000 Turkic cavalrymen and capturing the heads of 43 Turkic commanders, which directly caused the Turkic forces to collapse and retreat over 100 miles overnight. It was only when the other allied forces arrived that order was restored. 3,000 black cavalry. For the current Great Wei, such reinforcements are akin to a timely boon. A rare elite force indeed. Where is General Dugu? Yuan Ziming inquired. He is waiting outside for the Emperor's summons, Lu Bin replied solemnly. Admit him to the Hall of Diligent Governance, Yuan Ziming urged impatiently. Moments later, a disheveled and weary old general entered slowly, kneeling with great difficulty as he declared, I, Wu Xinbua, General Xianwei, Deputy Commander of the Black Cavalry, Dugu Accent, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. His face bore the marks of hardship, clearly a testament to prolonged battles, his strength spent and spirit worn. Yuan Ziming promptly instructed Feng Bao to assist him and offered him a seat. General Dugu, I am gratified by your leadership of the 3,000 Black Cavalry to protect the capital, but this is not the time for rewards. I need to understand the situation outside Chongzhen. Today, the Jinui captured a few Xiongnu scouts, yet yielded no useful information. The coalition of barbarians fights independently, unless one possesses sufficient rank. However, Dugu Xin was different. As a third-rank court military official and account of the Great Wei, he commanded elite cavalry and had fought alongside the late emperor. Yet, upon being questioned, this seemingly formidable deputy commander of the Black Cavalry suddenly broke into tears and implored, I risk my life to advise your majesty. This battle outside Chongzhen cannot be fought. Please relocate the capital. At this declaration, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. The emperor had recently issued an edict to slay the barbarians, urging the citizens of Chongzhen to share in the fate of the Great Wei. And now, this general who had returned with 3,000 black cavalry immediately doused Yuan Ziming with cold water. A profound silence ensued. No one dared to interject. After a few moments of silence, Yuan Ziming, still smiling, remarked, General Dugu has fought bravely at the front for an extended period and undoubtedly knows far more than I. A caged bird, please enlighten me. Why can we not fight and must relocate the capital? Outside Chongzhen, in addition to 50,000 Xiongnu cavalry, there are also 80,000 Xianbei cavalry and 100,000 Turkic cavalry, along with 100,000 Ruan cavalry, all advancing towards Chongzhen. Dugu Xin trembled as he spoke. Others may be unaware, but I have a clear understanding from the front lines. Over the past 2 years, our Great Wei has sacrificed millions of soldiers. Yet we have slain at least several million of the barbarian forces. However, their numbers only continue to grow, increasing rather than diminishing. The late emperor and I were initially perplexed, but we later comprehended the reality. The 4 great barbarian nations are waging a war of national destiny. For this battle, they have meticulously prepared for several decades, willing to stake their entire population. The nation is united as one in arms. Initially, the formidable cavalry of the Great Wei was unparalleled, with 100,000 horsemen capable of overwhelming 400,000 cavalry from the Hu. However, as these 400,000 Hu cavalry gradually decimated our 100,000 elite riders, another wave of 400,000 emerged. It seemed there was no end to this carnage. The 4 great Hu nations, Xiongnu, Turkic, Ruan, and Xianbei, boast populations exceeding 10 million, and with the alliance of various smaller tribes, the numbers swell by millions. All able-bodied men, their heads towering above the wheels, are dispatched to the battlefield to meet their doom. Even employing a tactics of human waves, they aim to exhaust the forces of the Great Wei, wagering everything to annihilate us. Now, we of the Great Wei find ourselves bereft of soldiers. while hundreds of thousands of Hu cavalry advance relentlessly towards Chongzhen. Chapter 10: The Wealthy Women's Directory. 3 days prior, the fall of Tongwan had become a grim reality. With 7,000 soldiers of Wei perishing, and the last bastion of Chongzhen had already crumbled, victory was unattainable. Your Majesty, Chongzhen is destined to fall. At this juncture, relocating the capital may afford the Wei imperial lineage a chance for resurgence. Du Guixin lamented, his voice hoarse and filled with sorrow, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. As a frontline commander, his words carried significant weight. Could the hastily assembled 10,000 imperial guards, alongside the armed populace, withstand the onslaught of several 100,000 seasoned cavalry? The Wei dynasty was established through martial prowess, intimately familiar with the brutal tactics of cavalry engagements. Relying solely on the fortifications of Chongzhen, it was inconceivable to repel the ferocious cavalry of the Hu. In that moment, all gazes turned toward the new Emperor of Wei, the last hope of the dynasty, awaiting his response. Should he retreat to the south, seeking refuge in a corner? Would it lead to a division akin to the southern and northern dynasties? Yuan Ziming, in self-mockery, mused, if so, what remains of me as the Emperor of Wei? Merely a shadow. With a resounding clang, the ministers present fell to their knees in trepidation upon hearing his words. I shall not retreat, Yuan Ziming declared with profound significance. And I shall not concede defeat. I will secure a monumental victory in Chongzhen, an unprecedented triumph. First, I will annihilate the invading 50,000 Xiongnu cavalry, delivering a small yet significant shock to the Hu, so they may understand. The tides of battle can shift. They may advance, but so shall we. Du Guixin and the others were rendered speechless. Depart if you must. There are lychees upon the imperial table, my esteemed ministers. Feel free to indulge. Yuan Ziming laughed heartily as he strode out of the Hall of Governance, leaving his ministers in a state of bewilderment. Du Guixin turned to Lu Bin. Is this the demeanor of our current emperor? He exclaimed incredulously. This cannot be mere jest. Lu Bin, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, replied, You are aware, my lord, that before ascending the throne, he was a celebrated figure in the capital, a dashing young man of extravagant means. Yet, one would think such individuals would harbor an even greater fear of death. Tell me honestly, Lu, has that old scoundrel Feng Bao cast a spell upon his majesty? Du Guixin gritted his teeth, harboring a natural animosity towards the eunuchs surrounding the emperor, convinced that Yuan Ziming had been swayed by their counsel. Believing in the invulnerability of Chongzhen. Invulnerable, indeed. 9 emperors have already perished. Only this lone scion remains. Should we persist, we will truly face collective demise. The era of Han becoming mere sheep is imminent. Speak cautiously, General Dugu. Since ascending the throne, His Majesty seems transformed. Lu Bin's expression turned serious as he recounted the events surrounding the construction of the capital observational tower and the confiscation of properties, detailing how over 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry had been vanquished and the renowned Xiongnu general Wang Zongbi had been slain, alongside the confiscation of the wealth of many esteemed officials in the capital. Du Guixin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, muttering to himself, Indeed, he belongs to the illustrious dragon lineage of Wei, honoring the legacy of the late emperor. Yet will this confiscation stir too much unrest? He has slain the father-in-law of the late Emperor Xiaowu, a dragon. Can Empress Xiaowu simply forgive this? Lu Bin, perplexed, inquired, Is it truly that dire? His Majesty is the sovereign emperor. Does he require others to dictate his actions when it comes to executing a former dynasty's father-in-law? He was bewildered. Du Guixin shook his head repeatedly and responded, Let me ask you, when the 9 dragons perished for their country, did the emperor ascend without the late emperor's edict? The late emperor met his untimely demise on the battlefield, and naturally, there was no edict. It was all thanks to Empress Dowager Pei's decisive action that His Majesty entered the palace to inherit the throne. Thus, this implies that the legitimacy of the current emperor's reign derives from the Empress Dowager. Lu Bin questioned. In royal families, the elder brother is akin to a father, and the elder sister-in-law to a mother. Empress Dowager Pei, despite being the lowest in seniority among the 9 empresses, could still enthrone an emperor. So you tell me, if he has slain the father of the highest-ranking empress, will she simply allow his majesty to escape unscathed? Dugu Xian remarked, if she can establish, why cannot she abolish? Lu Bin stood there dumbfounded, instinctively reaching for the genie Wei, saying, then I shall promptly gather my men to protect his majesty at all costs. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It was monumental. What if the Empress Dowager instigated a palace coup? Wouldn't Chongzhen be thrown into chaos? Futile, Dugu Xian retorted. In matters of the royal family, we as subjects, meddling will only render us cannon fodder. A moment's carelessness could lead to our entire clan being eradicated. Yet, Dugu Xian perceived the truth with clarity, shaking his head vigorously. The emperor can orchestrate your demise, and so can the Empress Dowager. Should you proceed, death awaits. Lu Bin was astounded. So, this signifies an inextricable deadlock for the current emperor? In the imperial garden, Yuan Ziming cast a sidelong glance at Qing Yao, asking, do you believe I should persist? Whatever the master decides is paramount. After all, if Chongzhen falls, I can escort you through the chaos and ensure your escape to the south, where you may live as a wealthy gentleman. I still possess that capability, Qing Yao replied with a nonchalant shrug. Yuan Ziming, both amused and exasperated, retorted, do you also believe I cannot contend with the Hu people? That Chongzhen cannot be defended? Apart from the 3,000 Black Riders, there are virtually no regular troops of the Great Wei in Chongzhen. Faced with hundreds of thousands of Hu cavalry, even if you, my lord, or the war god himself were to arrive, you would have to bow before the Hu and offer them tribute. Qing Yao scoffed, what nonsense. Yuan Ziming, with a sidelong glance, simply replied, large-chested but dim-witted. You, Qing Yao glared, if you have the audacity, do not seek me tonight. Sister from Mingyu Fong, you have not been favored for some time. It is time for fairness. Those common beauties pale in comparison to you. Tonight is of great significance, and I cannot do without you. Yuan Ziming cheerfully made his way to Mingyu Fong, into his private chamber. He unlocked a cabinet and retrieved a hefty diary. Qing Yao peered at the title, Directory of Wealthy Women? Such a tasteless title surely came from the master. No wonder he consistently failed the imperial examinations. Even with the old duke's connections to secure him a position, Yuan Ziming's lips twitched. That was all intentional, you fool. The hidden dragon lies in the abyss, concealing skill within clumsiness. It was all part of crafting a rebellious persona. Alas, it has become futile. Then, my lord, what purpose does this book serve? Will seeking out a few wealthy women save Chongzhen? The bluebird rolled her eyes, unable to bear the frivolous romantic history of Yuan Ziming. Yet, Yuan Ziming, with an air of mystery, chuckled. It may indeed prove invaluable. He meticulously followed the list in the book, finally identifying a name he desired. He released a carrier pigeon. As dusk fell, a shadow loomed ominously atop the roof of Mingyu Workshop, braving the biting cold wind. The bluebird, instantly alert, grasped her crimson spear and soared upwards with haste. Bathed in the moonlight, she finally discerned the figure's features, a slender waist and shapely hips. A duck-egg face adorned with a touch of rouge, marked with 4 vermilion dots. Clad in a round-collared robe, a waist-length dress, and wearing undergarments as outer attire, complemented by short sleeves and a leather belt that held a quiver and knife sheath. This was the attire of the Xianbei people. You are a barbarian, the bluebird thought, a chill of dread coursing through her, her bravado faltering. Chapter 11. The Southern Expedition to Capture the Dragon? Why is it that, beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven, a Hu person appears in Chongzhen? Qing Yao, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent flood her mind, prompting her to swiftly reposition herself. In an instant, a flash of cold light cut through the air. To her astonishment, the Xianbei girl deftly evaded Qing Yao's fierce strike with a graceful maneuver. Are you a people, not the ones who pride yourselves on being the Celestial Empire? A land of propriety? How can you be so discourteous? The Xianbei girl retorted with a stern expression. No wonder our clan's matriarch always says that Wei people are wolves in sheep's clothing, harboring wild ambitions. With a cold glare, Qing Yao shot back. I haven't even inquired yet. What business does a mongrel have in our Great Wei territory? The Xianbei girl proudly lifted her chin. Naturally, I was invited by your young master. Qingyao was taken aback. At that moment, Yuan Ziming slowly stepped forward. Qingyao, step aside. Tuo Belangsen, that's enough. I called you here, but I did not summon you to scale the rooftops of my home. Yuan Ziming, the seemingly haughty Xianbei girl, transformed into a delicate, affectionate creature upon seeing him. Nestling into his embrace and playfully complaining, "It's been years since we last met, yet you haven't called me by my childhood name, Alan. After all, I am your first love." Yuan Ziming, visibly irritated, kicked her away. "Get lost." Yuan Ziming, how cruel. Tuo Belangsen, having been sent sprawling, gracefully landed and laughed. 5 years have passed, yet you remain so handsome, so wicked, so domineering. Qingyao stood nearby, her expression darkening. She was well aware of her young master's infatuations, flitting from flower to flower, but never did she anticipate that his list of wealthy contacts would include a Hu person. Such a lack of discrimination. "I did not summon you here to rekindle old flames. I wish to inquire about your Xianbei plans. Are you truly intent on allying with other Hu tribes to besiege Chong'an?" At this, Tuo Belangsen's expression shifted subtly as she gazed at him with sultry eyes. "Why do you ask? Even if we were to seize Chong'an, given our relationship, you would still be able to enjoy a carefree existence there without any repercussions. However, I have heard that the Great Wei has a new emperor, a formidable character who recently annihilated thousands of Xiongnu cavalry under Wanyan Zongbi. Imagine how splendid it would be if this southern expedition could capture a true dragon of your Great Wei." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she licked her lips. "Your Great Wei has 9 dragons, each more captivating than the last. Yet alas, they're all tough nuts to crack. What if I am a new emperor of the Wei dynasty you speak of?" Yuan Ziming inquired, his smile devoid of warmth. "Princess Tuo Belangsen of the Xianbei Empire?" As his words settled in the air, both Tuo Belangsen and Qingyao were taken aback in shock. Qingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. This Xianbei woman is a princess. Recalling the earlier interactions with Yuan Ziming's imperial sister-in-law, she gasped, realizing her young master was indeed formidable. He only played at the highest stakes. Tuo Belangsen's eyes brimmed with incredulity. "You are the new emperor of Great Wei? The 10th dragon of the Great Wei is Yuan Ziming." Upon this realization, the Xianbei princess, Tuoba Lanshin, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I told you Tuoba Lanshin, the most valiant woman of the steppe, would never be enamored by a trifling Han lad. If you are indeed the true dragon of the Great Wei, then everything falls into place. I am drawn to the dragon energy that emanates from you. Women of the grasslands are only captivated by the mightiest of men. Yuan Ziming, if we were to unite, our offspring would undoubtedly be the most magnificent emperors the world has ever seen. Let us not indulge in frivolities. My question is straightforward. As the Xianbei princess, can you command the withdrawal of the 100,000 Xianbei cavalry besieging Chong'an?" Yuan Ziming interjected bluntly. This was the very reason he had reached out to his former lover that evening. Years prior, during her sojourn in Chong'an, Tuoba Lanshin had encountered the charming Yuan Ziming. Her status as a Xianbei princess had sparked his desire to forge a connection, leading to a fateful night of passion. At his words, Tuoba Lanshin's playful demeanor vanished, and she replied with solemnity, "For 2 years, in pursuit of parity with your Wei, my Xianbei warriors have suffered casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Now, Yuan Ziming, no, I should address you as His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Wei. Do you truly believe a mere utterance from you could compel my 100,000 Xianbei cavalry to simply depart? Even the simplest minds on the steppe would recognize this as an unreasonable transaction. I understand that you seek profit. However, should you conquer Chong'an, the 4 Hu kingdoms will inevitably quarrel over the spoils. Rather than face such a conflict, would it not be wiser to withdraw now?" Yuan Ziming narrowed his eyes. "You surely do not wish to witness your man perish in Chong'an, do you? What does His Majesty intend?" She teased in response. "I wish to ally with the Xianbei," Yuan Ziming articulated with precision. Tuoba Lanshin paused, her laughter transforming into a tremor of disbelief. "Chong'an is now but an empty city. What do your Wei have to offer for an alliance? Perhaps, if you were to serve as my consort tonight, pamper my feet, I might consider. With a swift motion, Yuan Ziming struck her across the face, catching the Xinbei princess completely off guard. The attendants nearby, such as the Qingyao, were astonished. Their master was so audacious. With the enemy at the gates, he dared to strike a princess. This is my confidence. My Great Wei engages with you out of respect. Should you choose not to ally, then let us fight, Yuan Ziming declared nonchalantly. Even a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit. Whether my Wei possesses the capability to obliterate your 100,000 Xinbei cavalry is something you may test if you doubt. Throughout history, the rulers of the Great Wei have neither bowed, nor offered tribute, nor sought marriage alliances. With the Hu, the choice is clear: submit to me, and we shall coexist amicably. Should you refuse, we will ensure your lineage is extinguished. Even now, with the nation in peril and Chongzhen threatened, the Wei remain a people of valor, and the Wei army continues to be a formidable force. Tuo Balanchine covered her exquisite face, lost in thought for a moment, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Since you ascended to the throne, you have grown even more handsome. I truly adore it. Her smile blossomed like a flower as she continued. However, to be candid, we Xinbei people are not particularly interested in Chongzhen. The main reason is that the Xiongnu have been incessantly clamoring, believing that conquering Chongzhen would bring them fame and glory. Consequently, the Allied forces have no choice but to press on. At this juncture, we Xinbei have suffered significant losses and desperately require a cessation of hostilities to recuperate. Forming an alliance with you is not out of the question. However, I must witness your strength first. The 50,000 Xiongnu vanguard cavalry will march on Chongzhen tomorrow. If you can withstand their assault and emerge victorious, I will persuade the other Xinbei elders to withdraw our 100,000 cavalry from Chongzhen. Furthermore, we can assist your Wei army in reclaiming lost territories. Very well, Yuan Ziming replied calmly. Excellent. Until we meet again. The other party grinned mischievously. Just don't perish. After watching her depart, the startled Qingyao turned to Yuan Ziming and said, My lord, are you truly unafraid of her? You dare to strike that woman. Xinbei people are like that. They inherently respect the strong. If you retreat at this moment, they will perceive you as weak. Yuan Ziming replied with composure. But you just claimed you have the ability to eradicate the Xinbei? Is that true? She inquired, her clear eyes wide with curiosity. Not at all. I was merely boasting. Yuan Ziming replied nonchalantly, coughing lightly. Qingyao, remember this. When one is out in the world, one's dignity is self-bestowed. He had just slapped Tuo Balanchine. Truth be told, his hand had been trembling with fear of revealing his vulnerability. Should those 100,000 Xinbei cavalry truly charge in, even with a system akin to those in novels, he would be utterly helpless. Oh, I understand, my lord. However, with 50,000 Xiongnu cavalry advancing south tomorrow, do you genuinely have confidence in victory? She raised her brows in concern. Yuan Ziming smiled, turning his back to her, gazing at the moon from a 45-degree angle. His mind already crafting a reckless plan. Leave none alive, I declare. In the dead of night, Yuan Ziming returned to the palace, only to find the chief eunuch Feng Bao awaiting him with an ashen expression. Feng Bao, what troubles you? Yuan Ziming asked curiously. The 9 empress dowagers have summoned your majesty for a banquet. We must proceed to the Yaoqi palace at once. Feng Bao's face was pale, your majesty. It might be a trap akin to the Hongmen banquet. You must not attend. Chapter 12, right? Without a word altered. The banquet at Hongmen? Surely it cannot be so. Yuan Ziming found himself both amused and bewildered, dismissing Feng Bao's remarks as mere jest. However, upon arriving at the Yaoqi palace, he was met with an atmosphere that felt distinctly peculiar. The guards at Yaoqi palace had multiplied several times over, all unfamiliar faces. The Empress Dowager has arrived, a shrill voice announced. The 9 Empress Dowagers entered the hall in order of seniority, surrounded by palace maids. At first glance, they resembled 9 exquisite beauties of the court. The eldest, Empress Dowager Lu Yi, once the esteemed mother of Emperor Xiaowu, was barely in her 30s. The youngest, Pei Churan, was in her 20s, radiating youthful allure. These noble women had been nurtured from a young age with abundant resources. Mastery of the arts was merely the baseline. They were endowed with the skills to assist in governance, possessing knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters. Truly the hexagonal warriors among women. Having encountered the 9 royal sisters, others bowed in reverence, while Yuan Ziming, as the emperor, inclined slightly in greeting, welcoming their presence. The 9 empress dowagers returned the gesture. Once seated according to their ranks, the youngest, Pei Chuan, began with polite words. Your Majesty, you have toiled greatly over state affairs these past few days. We, your 9 sisters, have decided to host a banquet at Lao Shi Palace to bring joy to your countenance. Thank you, esteemed empresses. Yuan Ziming responded without hesitation, plopping down to indulge heartily in the feast. However, the expressions of the 9 empress dowagers grew increasingly complex, burdened with unspoken concerns. After a moment, the eldest, Lu Yi, finally spoke, her lips parting to reveal her distress. Your Majesty, my father Lu Guizhong, a 6th-rank official of the court and a noble of the Great Wei, has always adhered to the law and performed his duties diligently. Yet yesterday, he was unjustly persecuted by the Jinui, and his life was taken. My father was wrongfully slain. As her words echoed through the once lively palace, an oppressive silence descended, freezing the atmosphere. The empress dowagers exchanged glances, their expressions laden with gravity. Lui's husband was none other than the venerable Emperor Xiao of the Great Wei, a figure of utmost prestige. As an empress dowager, Lu Yi's words carried significant weight. Hearing this, Yuan Ziming's eunuchs grew tense, especially Feng Bao, who nearly stumbled in alarm, sensing the ominous intent behind her proclamation. Empress Dowager Lu, I too lament the fate of Lu Guizhong. However, Yuan Ziming raised his cup, draining it in one gulp, declaring he deserved his fate. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was left dumbfounded. This unyielding response rendered the assembly momentarily lost for words. The previously jovial atmosphere of Lao Shi Palace now crackled with tension, an impending clash brewing. Lu Yi's gentle visage now appeared as withered as a frostbitten eggplant. My family has sacrificed so much for the Great Wei. I became a widow before reaching 30. Now, even my father has been murdered, and yet we cannot seek justice. At that moment, the guards outside suddenly donned their armor and entered the hall in unison. The crowd gasped in shock. Indeed, Empress Dowager Lu had ulterior motives tonight. What were her intentions? Were they surrounding Lao Shi Palace, encircling the emperor? Feng Bao was filled with regret, realizing too late that the Empress Dowager truly dared to stage a coup. He would have rather met his demise than allow Yuan Ziming to attend the banquet. There must be treacherous individuals surrounding His Majesty, inciting him to wrongfully execute loyal subjects. The fault does not lie with His Majesty. Pei Chuan hastily intervened, stating that His Majesty has always held great respect for the elder officials and relatives of the court. How could he ever unjustly slay the innocent? Indeed, Sister Pei speaks wisely. Lu, at this critical moment with the Hu people threatening the city, we must not allow discord among our own. The other empresses also extended a hand to ease the tension. Lu Yi's fury diminished considerably as she turned to Yuan Ziming. I have served the late emperor, sacrificing half my youth. Now that my father is gone, he cannot return to life. I harbor no resentment towards His Majesty. I merely seek a name to honor him. What name does the Empress Dowager desire? Yuan Ziming momentarily struggled to comprehend this woman's intentions. She seemed to present a coup, yet claimed she sought nothing in return. Is this the nature of women? Even those who ascend to the rank of Empress Dowager? Grand Historian. With a commanding tone, Lu Yi summoned forth a frail, elderly official from behind the screen. The Grand Historian of Wei, though of low rank, wielded a pen that instilled deep fear in emperors of the past. Right? The national uncle has been slain by ruffians, a valiant sacrifice for the state. I implore His Majesty to punish the unruly citizens of Chongzhen as a warning. The official bit down lightly on his teeth, declaring His Majesty must authenticate this. Let it be recorded in the official annals. A passing bird leaves its feathers, and a person leaves their name. It became clear that Lu Yi was concerned with her father's reputation, or perhaps the entire Lu family's honor. If her father were to be publicly executed by the emperor for resisting confiscation, would she not be condemned to infamy for eternity? According to the historical laws of Wei, His Majesty's imperial seal is required. The elderly historian remained steadfast in his principles. Liu Yi shot him a glance. Present His Majesty with a brush. A palace maid promptly offered a complete set of imperial writing tools. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Bao signaled, "Your Majesty, what Liu Empress Dowager desires is but a mere name in the annals of history. Your imperial seal could avert a palace crisis. This is a most advantageous transaction." Pei Charan nodded in agreement, exchanging knowing glances. Feng Bao spoke the truth. Liu Yi approached with great fervor, controlling both inside and outside the palace. If she truly sought rebellion, the Wei court would undoubtedly descend into chaos. After all, amending a historical record is a trivial matter for the emperor. Listening to the various counsel, Yuan Ziming closed his eyes in contemplation, refraining from commenting. After a moment, he spoke. "Before the imperial seal is affixed, Grand Historian, I wish to peruse the official records of Wei from the past 2 years. Bring them forth for my review." "As you command." The Grand Historian trembled as he retrieved a stack of historical texts, flipping to the appropriate pages. The assembly was perplexed, unable to fathom Yuan Ziming's intent in perusing the historical records, gazing at him in bewilderment. Yuan Ziming's eyes scanned the pages. Rising abruptly, he grasped the historical tome, selecting several passages to recite to himself. In the 5th year of the Jinan era of the Great Wei, Emperor Xianwu of Wei marched northward, leading his troops valiantly, slaying 80,000 barbarian foes, yet ultimately fell victim to arrows and rolling logs. In the 1st year of the pacification of the barbarians, during the Great Battle in Liangzhou, 30,000 Wei soldiers fought fiercely for 45 days, perishing when their supplies were exhausted, with none taken captive. In the 2nd year of the Great Wei's resistance against the barbarians, 9 dragons sacrificed their lives for the nation, leaving behind 1 million skeletal remains. Yuan Ziming scoffed, remarking, "The scant words inscribed in the annals of history encapsulate their grand and tumultuous lives. As a sovereign, to die for the realm, and as soldiers, to perish for the country. They are merely recorded in a few words of the history books. Empress Dowager Liu, tell me by what right? By what right does your scoundrel father merit a place in the annals of the Great Wei, inscribed with the words of national sacrifice?" The Grand Historian stood forth, straightening his back, responding gravely, "Your servant is here. Let be recorded. In the 2nd year of the Xiaochang era of the Great Wei, in the 1st month, the father of Empress Dowager Xiaowu, Liu Guizhong, was a wealthy man devoid of righteousness, witnessing the downfall of Chongzhen while profiting from national calamity. The Emperor of the Great Wei personally executed this villain to demonstrate his indomitable spirit. Not a word shall be altered." Chapter 13. The Bluebird unarmed me. Upon hearing these words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, leaving everyone dazed and their minds buzzing with disbelief. Strangely, there was also a sense of profound emotion, as if blood surged within them and hearts swelled with intensity. The Grand Historian fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, declaring, "Not a word shall be altered, even if it means the death of this old minister, or his son, or his grandson. The chronicles shall reflect your Majesty's words for generations to come." The assembly was taken aback. Was there truly no regard for Empress Dowager Liu? As expected, the 9 seats of the dowagers were occupied. At the forefront sat Empress Dowager Liu Yi, the widow of Emperor Xianwu, her noble visage shadowed with fury. With a sweep of her sleeve, she thundered, "Do you not realize that your throne was established by us, and can just as easily be dismantled?" With that, she shattered her cup as a signal. Clad in armor, hundreds of palace guards surged in, securing the Yaoqi palace with firm resolve. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The deposed emperor. Was Liu Yi truly serious? Liu Taoho, Pei Charan, drained of color, sought to intervene. Yet, several burly guards swiftly encircled her, compelling her silence. "Your Majesty!" Feng Bao exclaimed, positioning himself protectively before Yuan Ziming. "This old servant can scarcely hold back a few of them. Please, Your Majesty, seize your sword and break through the encirclement. However, amidst the chaos, Yuan Ziming calmly brushed aside Feng Bao's concerns, remarking, "What is the fuss? Is it not merely a coup? A rebellion?" Feng Bao was left utterly speechless. A coup and rebellion were no trivial matters. They sought to usurp his throne. Yet, Yuan Ziming, unfazed by the looming threat, smiled serenely, addressing Lu Yi. "You are my elder brother's wife, the Empress Dowager of the Wei dynasty. Do not compel me to act harshly. Return now and rest, shall we?" Liu Yi, incensed, erupted. "I have honored you as the emperor, repeatedly yielding, not demanding your acknowledgement of wrongdoing, merely to preserve my father's posthumous reputation. Now you refuse to concede. This is all you're doing." With a command from her, the guards swiftly drew their swords. But in that fleeting moment, Yuan Ziming forcefully slammed his wine cup down. Instantly, the guards redirected their blades towards Lu Yi. "You are my personal guards. What is the meaning of this?" The sudden turn of events left Lu Yi pale. "I have treated you well. What I require is your unwavering loyalty to the Empress Dowager, not to the Emperor." "Apologies, Your Highness," the leader of the guards replied. "But we were long since won over by young Master Yuan, the current emperor. The rewards were simply too generous." After a brief silence, he added, "Furthermore, what His Majesty just articulated was truly splendid. We all aspire one day to be inscribed in the annals of history." In an instant, Lu Yi felt as though she had been struck down, collapsing to the ground, realizing she had been betrayed long before. Why did Yuan Ziming purchase the court guards so early? Could it be that he had already anticipated his identity and thus prepared for this day in advance? He greatly underestimated his opponent, believing them to be mere prey, when in reality he was but a pawn being used. Lu Yi trembled with rage, momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, she finally stammered through gritted teeth, I shall perish against this grand hall. Let Yuan Ziming forever bear the infamous title of slaying the Empress Dowager." With that declaration, she made to throw herself against the stone pillar of the hall. The palace maids and eunuchs were terrified, rushing to restrain her, desperately pleading, "Your Majesty, you must not do this." The collapse of Mount Tai would bring chaos to the Great Wei. Yuan Ziming stood dumbfounded, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Was this woman truly mad, threatening him with self-harm? "Your Majesty, do stop her at once." Pei Charin could not help but wink at Yuan Ziming, fearing that one misstep might lead to a catastrophic outcome. Should Empress Dowager Lu Yi truly perish by her own hand in the hall, chaos would undoubtedly envelop the capital, with internal strife erupting before any external threat could arrive. With no other choice, Yuan Ziming approached her directly, dismissing those around them. He grasped Lu Yi's chin firmly, gazing intently at her tear-streaked, delicate visage. "Will you cease this disturbance, little Yi?" At his words, her desperate actions abruptly halted, her nostrils flaring as tears spilled forth. "You finally dare to call me by that name, Yuan Lang. After I ascended as Empress Dowager, you did not even have the courage to utter my childhood name, little Yi. You were my first love. Had you simply called me by my little name back then, I would not have caused you such trouble. My father's death is but a trivial matter. He lived a long life. If you call my childhood name once more, I shall cease my mischief and obediently retreat to the inner palace. How does that sound?" This stark contrast left everyone in shock. Even Pei Charin stumbled back in disbelief, while Feng Bao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and the other guards awkwardly diverted their gazes. Those surrounding them could hardly bear to witness such a scene. Even Lu Yi, the Empress Dowager, was once Yuan Ziming's old flame. My heavens, the royal circle is truly chaotic. Not far away, the onlookers Du Gu Xian and Lu Bin wore expressions of incredulity. So, the Empress Dowager instigating a coup was also His Majesty's former lover? After all this time, a single word from His Majesty could resolve this deadlock? Du Gu Xian took a deep breath and murmured, "The 10th dragon of the Great Wei, when it comes to political strategy, may surpass the previous 9 dragons by a slight margin. Old Lu, let us go. We must protect His Majesty. This game is a crushing victory. No matter how it is played, it is bound to succeed." The turmoil at Yaoqi Palace was swiftly quelled by Yuan Ziming's decisive actions. and he subsequently organized a grand banquet, inviting the members of the Jinyui and the Imperial Army, greatly rallying everyone's spirits. By nightfall, as the banquet concluded, Yuan Ziming, slightly inebriated, returned to his chambers, his vision hazy as he mumbled, "Qing Niao, help me remove my armor." The following day, outside Chongzhen, 50,000 Huns, like a surging tide, swiftly approached Chongzhen. At the helm was the vice commander of the coalition forces, the foremost general of the Huns, Wanyan Shi. He had once driven the 8th dragon of Wei, Emperor Zhao Lai, to the brink of despair and had cunningly orchestrated the demise of the 7th dragon of Wei, Emperor Xiang Ning, through a deadly plague. His actions had indirectly led to the downfall of the 2 dragons of Wei, severely wounding the vitality of the Wei dynasty. He was revered among the Hunnic ranks as the king of dragon slayers. This time, Wanyan Shi brimmed with confidence, certain of his conquest of Chongzhen. For the 50,000 Hunnic horsemen he commanded were no ordinary cavalry. They were heavily armored warriors, the iron floating troops. Ahead lay Chongzhen. As he gazed toward the city, he could vaguely discern a mound of severed heads at the city gate, forming a grim monument. Wanyan Shi was instantly incensed. How dare the Wei people use the heads of his Hunnic kin to construct such a monument? A heinous crime, blood for blood. Iron floating troops level the city of Chongzhen. Not a single 2-legged sheep shall remain within its walls. Chapter 14. The gates of the city open. The battlefield awaits kill. 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 The echoes of slaughter reverberate throughout the land. 50,000 iron floating troops have received their orders, charging forth like ravenous wolves towards Chongzhen. It is rare for Wanyan Shi to exhibit such leniency towards his subordinates. Naturally, they intend to ravage the city, dishonoring and slaughtering the dignitaries of Chongzhen. In an instant, the iron floating troops have breached the outer city of Chongzhen without any hindrance. However, Wanyan Shi grows wary, bellowing, "Slow the advance of the entire army. We must guard against any deceit from the Wei. Commander, what is there to fear from the mere rabble of Chongzhen? Even if they set an ambush, we possess the entirety of the Huns' 50,000 iron floating troops. One Chongzhen, or even 10, will be effortlessly trampled underfoot," sneered the Hun generals. "Do not underestimate the enemy. Have you forgotten? The 8th Emperor of Wei, the Dragon of Zhao Lai, once led a mere 1,000 tiger cavalry into our camp of 30,000 iron floating troops, slaying thousands and retreating unscathed." Recalling the now-deceased former Emperor of Wei, Wanyan Shi still feels a lingering trepidation. This was the most formidable adversary he had ever faced. With a mere 1,000 cavalry, he had vanquished 30,000 iron floating troops, earning a reputation that resonated throughout the realm. Had it not been for the opponent's affliction with leprosy and subsequent premature death, the fate of Wei might have been quite different. However, the initial assault had occurred under the cover of night, led by the most fearsome tiger cavalry of Wei. The tiger cavalry, the pinnacle of Wei's elite forces, comprised warriors of unparalleled prowess, each one a rare gem among the ranks, forming the backbone of the Imperial Guard. It is said that the cost to train a single tiger cavalryman could sustain 10 iron floating troops. Yet the number of tiger cavalry is exceedingly limited, having been nearly exhausted in the earlier clash with the iron floating troops. Thus, their greatest nemesis had long since vanished. At that moment, a eunuch rode forth from a distance. "Stand guard. It is a Wei." The Huns, on high alert, tensed at the sight. Yet, Wanyan Shi reassured them, "Do not panic. This individual is our informant within the Wei court." A collective sigh of relief washed over the troops. "Commander Wanyan Shi." The eunuch dismounted and knelt with subservience, proclaiming, "Your servant eagerly awaits the arrival of the king's army." After eagerly anticipating, I have finally witnessed the Huns' forces trampling through Chongzhen. Wanyan Shi tossed a piece of gold horseshoe down. "Among the Wei, you are indeed quite astute. Now, disclose the situation in Chongzhen truthfully. Why is there not a single guard in the outer city? Is the Wei army lying in ambush within?" Seeing the gold, the eunuch gleefully picked it up, adopting a serious expression. "Commander, allow me to report. Last night, the emperor hosted a grand banquet at the Yaoqi Palace, returning inebriated. As for the absence of guards in the outer city, it is due to the complete lack of a defensive plan for the outer city. This foolish monarch has, in his drunken stupor, abandoned both the outer city and the imperial city, consolidating the scant forces of over 10,000 troops solely within the palace. Wanyan Lusher pondered, what is the combat capability of those over 10,000 Wei troops? How many are cavalry? They are a haphazard assembly of temporarily recruited soldiers. There is virtually no cavalry among them. Indeed, the esteemed Dugu Ixan commands 3,000 dark riders. Upon hearing this, the Xiongnu burst into laughter, exclaiming, Dugu Xian is merely a vanquished foe. He was defeated by our Iron Fudu and fled with his remnant forces into Chongzhen. His 3,000 dark riders are nothing but a ragtag band of defeated soldiers, posing no threat. What remains are merely foot soldiers, easily trampled by our Iron Fudu. Without cavalry, the so-called Dragon of Wei in Chongzhen is but a worm fallen from grace, utterly insignificant. It is truly tragic that Wanyan Zongbi met his end at the hands of such wretches. Wanyan Lusher sighed, realizing that Chongzhen's vulnerabilities had been thoroughly uncovered. The entire army of Iron Fudu would immediately march into Chongzhen. Every individual encountered, regardless of age or gender, would be mercilessly slaughtered, as long as they were of Wei descent. With no cavalry in Chongzhen, this great capital of Wei would become the dominion of Iron Futu. Swiftly, Iron Futu pressed on, assaulting the imperial city of Chongzhen. The defending soldiers were few in number and resisted only briefly before over 1,000 guards were obliterated by Iron Futu's onslaught. Indeed, the intelligence reports had proven accurate. The Wei army was utterly defenseless. Wanyan Lusher could not help but lament. The once mighty Wei Empire, which once looked down upon the world, had fallen to such depths. It was a lamentable sight. Chongzhen was engulfed in chaos. Your Majesty, the imperial city has fallen. General Cao Xiu of the Imperial Guard has sacrificed himself for the nation. Your Majesty, Iron Futu has just annihilated a loyalist army outside Chongzhen, beheading thousands. Your Majesty, the Xiongnu Iron Futu is now encroaching upon the palace. The continuous reports of defeat reached the ears of Yuan Ziming. Beside him, Lu Bin, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and Feng Bao, the chief eunuch, exchanged glances. Lu Bin broke the silence, saying, Your Majesty, if the situation worsens, I am willing to risk my life and lead the remaining brothers of the Imperial Guards to carve a path for your escape. Feng Bao ate goal. The southern lands are rich and vast. If your Majesty were to retreat southward, temporarily relinquishing Chongzhen and lying low, there may yet be an opportunity for the Wei to revive. Yuan Ziming remained silent, gazing solemnly ahead. In exasperation, even the usually reticent Qing Niao could not restrain herself, saying, Your Majesty, what of Dugu Xian's 3,000 dark riders? Were they not summoned to protect you? Why have they yet to appear? Furthermore, what is the meaning of suppressing the armed citizens of Chongzhen? They cannot be allowed to remain idle while their homeland is under threat. We cannot retreat any further. The Xiongnu boast 50,000 heavily armored cavalry, while we have only slightly over 10,000 infantry. How can we fight? Her words echoed the sentiments of many. Finally, Yuan Ziming spoke, Qing Niao, brew a pot of my favorite Biluakun tea and bring it to me. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What exquisite elegance! Was he attempting to play a game of empty city strategy against the Xiongnu? Yet, the Xiongnu were not so easily deceived. Witnessing the emperor calmly preparing tea atop the city walls, they disregarded any notions of gentlemanly demeanor and charged forth. At that moment, Yuan Ziming's gaze finally caught sight of the approaching Xiongnu cavalry. A formidable assembly of 50,000 ironclad warriors looms vast and imposing, casting a shadow that obscures the sun and instills an overwhelming sense of dread. A mere glance reveals their formidable strength. These are not just any cavalry. They are 5,000 heavy armored knights, distinct from the ordinary steppe riders who exist in a semi-nomadic, semi-combat state, serving as herdsmen when dismounted and as cavalry when mounted. In stark contrast, these 50,000 heavy cavalry represent a fully professional and dedicated military force, and their sustenance alone constitutes a tremendous burden on the entire empire. The Great Wei Empire, at the height of its power, could scarcely maintain more than a few thousand heavy cavalry. The entire army stands resolutely within the palace walls. Lu Bin's expression turned grave, his voice stern. Yet Yuan Ziming interjected, "No, open the city gates. I intend to engage them in open battle." Chapter 15. Mutual fire from the city walls. Heavily armored infantry, a resounding roar echoed. The grand palace city stood with its gates flung wide open. A throng of heavily armored infantry emerged from the city gates, clad in the last 2,000 sets of infantry armor from the treasury of the Great Wei dynasty. They donned charge helmets, shoulder capes, thigh armor, leg skirts, shin guards, arm protectors, and wielded the renowned circular-bladed swords, epitomizing the elite heavy infantry of Wei. This spectacle left the opposing Huns in utter bewilderment. What does this signify? Is the army of Wei intent on facing us in open battle? Ha ha ha! Engaging heavy infantry against armored cavalry in the field? A death wish indeed. The formidable iron floating tower found the situation laughable, forming ranks on the flat plains. The heavily armored infantry indeed posed a nightmare for cavalry in close combat. Previous emperors of Wei, facing a shortage of cavalry, had employed this tactic to secure numerous victories. Yet, what was the iron floating tower? Its war horses were burdened with armor weighing dozens of pounds, fully clad in iron. Armed to the teeth, could they be compared to ordinary cavalry? A single charge could reduce the formation of heavy infantry to mere flesh and blood. On the city walls, Lu Bin was taken aback, but a glance at Yuan Ziming's once nonchalant visage revealed an instant transformation into an imposing seriousness. His gaze remained fixed ahead, a chill running through him. Did the emperor truly intend to fight? King Miao, der Yuan Ziming greeted. Qing Miao could only roll her eyes and set the tea set before him, brewing a cup of freshly heated biluakan. Below the city walls, the commander of the iron floating tower, Wanyan Lushi, squinted at the sight of the heavy infantry at the city gates and remarked, 2,000 heavily armored infantry. Do they presume to obstruct my 50,000 iron floating tower? What is the new emperor of Wei doing atop the walls? Trembling in fear? Reporting to the marshal, it appears he is drinking tea, and it is the finest biluakan. A keen-eyed Hun cavalryman reported. Wanyan Lushi's expression darkened. Is he jesting? Drinking, yeah. If he seeks to play the empty city ruse, this is not the way. Reporting to the marshal, the emperor of Wei has set down his tea. He has risen and is pointing seemingly at you. Another Hun cavalryman reported. Wanyan Lushi was taken aback. Marshal, he has summoned his bow. The cavalryman exclaimed loudly. What? Wanyan Lushi had yet to comprehend the situation when an arrow swiftly zipped past, transforming into a glimmering streak that pierced through the Hun's banner. On the city walls, unbeknownst to anyone, Yuan Ziming had already drawn his bow, firmly gripping the precious bow, and with a single soul-piercing shot, it narrowly missed Wanyan Lushi, a mere hair's breadth away. Feng Bao was astounded, proclaiming, Your Majesty's archery skills are transcendent, even surpassing those of the 9 previous emperors. Wasn't it said that this sovereign, before ascending the throne, was either indulging in pleasures in Chongzhen or traversing the nation's scenic spots? How could he possess such unparalleled archery prowess? No, the crux of the matter is, he aimed directly at the banner of the opposing commander. Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, below the city walls, Wanyan Lushi, seething with rage, declared, This is intolerable. They dare to insult us. Bring forth my divine arm bow. A dark iron-heavy bow was firmly grasped in his hand, and with a swift motion, an arrow was released towards the city wall. A royal banner fell to the ground in response. Yuan Ziming was not to be outdone. He swiftly drew the bowstring and retaliated. The sound of arrows whizzing filled the air as both sides exchanged shots in a fierce display of archery. The tension escalated dramatically. In the midst of this, the final arrow narrowly missed Yuan Ziming, thanks to the timely intervention of the Qing, who deflected the arrow with a lance. Seeing this, Wanyan Lushi ceased his frustration and issued the final battle command. Kill! Kill! The iron cavalry surged forward in a dark wave. At this moment, everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Only Yuan Ziming remained calm, savoring his by Luo Chun tea, and with a slight frown remarked, "Qing Yao, who instructed you to add salt to my tea? I prefer my tea in its purest form, without unnecessary seasonings." Qing Yao replied, "Go ahead, add it. Let us see how composed you remain when your Great Wei nation falls." At that moment, the iron cavalry charged towards the Wei army gates. Faced with the formidable armored cavalry of the Xiang Ning, the Wei soldiers resembled lambs before a pack of wolves, seemingly doomed to slaughter. Some closed their eyes in despair, silently praying for mercy, just as they feared. The first wave of iron cavalry descended upon the Wei battle lines, crashing through like a relentless force. However, unexpectedly, the Wei infantry did not get scattered. Instead, the iron cavalry suddenly toppled, horses and riders crashing to the ground. What was happening? The onlookers atop the city wall widened their eyes in disbelief. Wanyan Lusher's expression shifted as he realized that the legs of the iron cavalry's steeds had been severed during the clash. At this moment, the heavily armored Wei infantry drew forth their battle axes and polearms. These weapons were not meant for defending against cavalry, but for severing horse legs. As the cavalry plunged into the fray, they struck down the horse legs with thunderous blows, causing the several hundred pounds of iron cavalry to lose balance and tumble heavily. Yuan Ziming then raised his chin, surveying the scene with a predatory gaze. "I told you, armored cavalry is not so fearsome." This time traveler, even without a system, had dined on modern cuisine for over 20 years, and his intellect was not in vain. In the annals of his time's ancient history, numerous instances existed where infantry triumphed over cavalry. He could easily select a few examples to send these barbarians home crying for their mothers. What kind of army is this? Does the Great Wei possess such formidable troops capable of countering my iron cavalry? Witnessing the once unstoppable iron cavalry fall, Wanyan Lusher remained in a daze. From his vantage point atop the city, Yuan Ziming declared, "You Xiongnu have your iron cavalry. But my Great Wei also has a star of destruction born to counter your iron cavalry. This heavy infantry, I shall call them, the Beiwei Army." In his original timeline, the Beiwei Army was the elite force created by Yu Fei, known for its core strategy of employing heavily armored infantry wielding polearms, axes, and sickles to sever horse legs and dismantle the offensive of opposing armored cavalry forces. Then, the heavily armored cavalry, as a cohesive unit, maneuvered to the flank of the enemy. At a distance of 100 paces, 7 or 8 archers unleashed arrows while another 7 or 8 crossbowmen followed suit. They swiftly transitioned to long sabers, charging forth to execute reconnaissance or eliminate targets. They could be regarded as the greatest nemesis of the heavy cavalry. Yuan Ziming could not, at this moment, muster the luxurious formation of the Yu family army's Beihai troops. However, he could still assemble a rudimentary version of their formation, which would be formidable enough. This 2,000-strong contingent provided Yuan Ziming with the confidence he needed. He intended to utilize these 2,000 infantrymen to obliterate the 50,000 iron floating towers. Bang! 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 The first wave of iron floating towers had already suffered thousands of casualties, their corpses piling high, resembling a mountain of bodies amidst a sea of blood. The 2,000 infantry stood resolute. "Chisel! We must carve out an opening." Wanyan Lusher roared in fury. "I refuse to believe that even 50,000 pigs could break through your 2,000 men." This exchange of fire at the city gates pays homage to what I consider the finest historical web fiction. Chapter 16. The 9 empresses were terrified. Press on. Press on. Accompanied by the frenzied roars of Wanyan Lusher, the iron cavalry began their reckless dive, disregarding casualties. The overwhelming numbers of iron cavalry, even after severing a horse's leg, could crash down heavily enough to reduce heavily armored infantry to mere pulp. The Huns, undeterred by the chaos, embraced the notion of mutual destruction, employing a strategy of attrition. If one could not suffice, then 2 for 1, or even 3 for 1, they would relentlessly consume those 2,000 infantrymen. What began as a magnificent battle between infantry and cavalry swiftly devolved into a brutal melee, a harrowing clash of steel. Wanyan Lusher issued commands, while Yuan Ziming was equally engaged. With a clap of his hands, hundreds of the elite imperial guards, under the command of Lu Bin, took aim with their powerful crossbows from the battlements, raining death upon the Han cavalry. The Han archers hastily retaliated, drawing their bows in response. Amidst the storm of arrows, flesh and blood flew in every direction. "Your Majesty, swords are blind, I implore you." Lu Bin was about to persuade the emperor to withdraw, only to find he had vanished. Where could he be? Surely he hasn't leaped down to engage the Huns. Lu Bin gasped in astonishment. Fortunately, the Emperor of the Great Wei had merely strolled around the city gate with Feng Bao and Qing Yao. Upon witnessing that the 2,000 infantrymen outside the gate were teetering under the relentless assault of 50,000 iron cavalry, casualties were mounting alarmingly. In ancient warfare, a casualty rate exceeding 30% posed a significant risk of collapse in morale. The soldiers who could steadfastly die for their country had long since perished at the front lines. 2 years of war had dealt a devastating blow to the military strength of the Great Wei. Now, with casualties surpassing 20%, they were perilously close to the red line. "Your Majesty, we cannot endure any longer. We simply cannot." The bloodied commander Huolong returned, exclaiming, "There are far too many Huns. We cannot kill them all." Indeed, their disadvantage lay in their meager numbers, truly pitifully few. Yuan Ziming furrowed his brow, suddenly spurring his horse forward, drawing his bow, and shooting straight ahead. A swift whoosh. He struck a Hun squarely in the eye. The enemy let out a wail and fell from his mount, prompting the nearby Wei soldiers to swarm in for a savage attack. Increase the bounty. 50 taels of silver for every Hun slain. Yuan Ziming commanded sternly. Kill. The previously demoralized Wei soldiers instantly rallied, pushing back once more. However, it was not long before, besieged by overwhelming casualties, the Wei troops found themselves faltering again. Think of your families in Chongzhen. Think of the millions of citizens of the Great Wei behind us. Everyone, fight to the last. Feng Bao urgently encouraged, though alas, the effect was minimal. Yet, in the face of life and death, all else seemed trivial. Observing this, Qing Yao whispered something into Yuan Ziming's ear, causing the emperor's expression to shift, though he offered no response. Feng Bao, puzzled, leaned in to listen, only to be immediately struck with fear. What an offense! I heard nothing, nothing at all. Your Majesty, may I have your word? Qing Yao jested, her tone light. Yuan Ziming raised an eyebrow, granted. The bluebird cleared her throat and proclaimed loudly, surely. None of you wish to see the 9 empresses of the inner palace suffer indignities at the hands of the Hu people, do you? His Majesty has declared that if you fight valiantly, the empresses shall dance for you tonight. As her words echoed, a deafening roar of battle cries erupted from the Wei army. The breach created by the Xiang Ning was swiftly mended, accompanied by the agonizing screams of countless foes. Is this truly permissible? Feng Bao gasped in astonishment, never anticipating such a motivational impact on the Wei soldiers. Neither silver nor family had ever incited such a bloodthirsty fervor. The Wei troops surged forward like ravenous wolves. These were the empresses, the widows of the Great Wei's 9 dragons. 9 exquisitely beautiful ladies of the imperial house. A sight that could never be bought with gold, yet it ignited a long-suppressed desire within the soldiers, a thought they dared not voice or act upon. Consequently, their eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and their combat prowess soared. Yuan Ziming massaged his temples, bemused yet resigned, tacitly accepting the bluebird's fabricated imperial decree. One could only wonder how the 9 royal sisters would react if they realized they had been bartered. Meanwhile, within the palace, one of the empresses, Pei Charan, suddenly sneezed, rubbing her delicate nose, her brows knitting together. Sister Pei, what could be the cause of such a sneeze? It must be the winter chill, as you still wear your gauzy gown within the palace, remarked several of the other empresses with concern. Pei Charan pinched her red nose, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Perhaps so, but I cannot shake a peculiar feeling that lingers within me, though I cannot quite articulate it. Dear sisters, chaos reigns outside. The 8 dragons of Wei, led by the Empress Dowager Yiling, rushed back, fanning herself in alarm as she exclaimed, "Moreover, I hear soldiers calling to protect the empresses, to fight for Our Lady." At once, the empresses turned pale with fear. Yuan Ziming would not have uttered some nonsense to those soldiers, would he? Louis asked, trembling. What sort of nonsense? Pei Chuan furrowed her brow. Perhaps something about rewarding us. To the victorious soldiers? Chapter 17. The women of the Great Wei are remarkable, unbelievable. The 9 imperial sisters-in-law of Yuan Ziming simultaneously gasped, their hands instinctively caressing their curvaceous forms, their expressions shifting in color. Yet, recalling Yuan Ziming's demeanor, such an occurrence seemed plausible. The 9 imperial sisters-in-law found their breaths quickening. The 8-dragon empress, Yi Ling, momentarily taken aback, boldly proclaimed, "If we could indeed repel the Hu people and avenge my husband, I would willingly sacrifice myself to those warriors." Her declaration left the other empresses astounded. However, after a brief silence, they reflected on the emperors they served, who had laid to rest on the borders of the Great Wei for the sake of this territory. One by one, their spirits ignited. Yes, we, as empresses, are powerless and cannot contribute to the nation. What does it matter to sacrifice a little? If it means avenging the countless fallen soldiers of the Great Wei and the late emperor, then this useless shell of mine is unworthy of existence. Pei Chuan, with a determined bite of her pearly teeth, declared, "Let's go all out. If victory is within reach, I would gladly wash the feet of the soldiers. Let those who dog see that the women of the Great Wei are just as valiant." At the city gates, a scene of carnage unfolded. Over 10,000 corpses of the iron floating troops lay strewn outside the Chongzhen palace, resembling a hellish nightmare. The Xiongnu had never anticipated such staggering casualties when facing a mere 2,000 infantry. The devastation was unprecedented. Wanyan Lushi was increasingly troubled, especially upon witnessing the once elite iron floating troops now in such disarray, fueling his simmering rage. "Commander, it has been reported that Princess Tuobelangsan of Xianbei is en route to Chong'an. Should we not wait for the Xianbei cavalry reinforcements before launching an attack on the Wei forces?" One Xiongnu general expressed anxiously. Wanyan Lushi, seething with anger, struck the man with his horsewhip, exclaiming, "Useless fool! Have you grown fat on too much milk from the grasslands? We, with our 50,000 iron floating troops, have emerged to claim glory and establish our great Xiongnu's reputation among the 4 great Hu nations. And now you suggest I seek help from the Xianbei? Isn't that blatantly admitting our defeat?" The proud Wanyan Lushi could not abide the scornful taunts of that sharp-tongued Tuobelangsan. Moreover, allowing the Xianbei to intervene would mean surrendering a significant portion of the spoils of war to those accursed Xianbei. Though they were all Hu people, the 4 great Hu nations regarded each other with disdain, each believing the others to be the true savages. "Continue the battle. Our losses are great. They cannot be faring much better," Wanyan Lushi exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. "Issue orders. A reward 1,000 gold pieces for whoever captures the city gates. Failure to do so will result in execution for all below the rank of commander." "Why, yes." The Xiongnu general, terrified, spurred his horse and promptly led a contingent of iron floating troops to reinforce the assault. Indeed, as Wanyan Lushi had predicted, by relying on sheer numbers, the 2,000 Wei soldiers guarding the city gate had dwindled to almost nothing. The heavy armor is riddled with wounds, the axe and saber have severed it, and the Beihui army has finally reached its limit. The Empress Dowager, what remains of the Beihui army, has long since succumbed to a state of numbness, mechanically repeating the act of slaughter. In their minds, only the pale and cold elegance of the 9 Empress Dowagers remains. On the city wall, over 100 members of the Jinyui have perished, and Commander Lu Bin has been struck by 3 arrows, fortunately avoiding any vital injuries. As a master of the inner arts, he easily staunched the bleeding. How many soldiers of the Beihui army are left? Yuan Ziming's teacup is already empty. He speaks calmly. In his hand, he holds a sword intricately carved with 10 dragon heads, embedded with white jade, stained with blood. Just moments ago, amidst the chaos, he had slain a dozen iron floating towers. However, outnumbered, he was persuaded to retreat by Qingyao and Feng Bao. Qingyao stares in disbelief. It is her first encounter with such a brutal battlefield. There are still 300 left. No, 2 more have fallen. Now it is less than 300. Yet these remaining few stand resolutely at the city gate, fiercely resisting the assault of tens of thousands of iron floating towers. After the preceding carnage, the iron floating towers are also exhausted. Both sides cling to their last breath, engaged in a bloody struggle. Now, it is merely a matter of whose spirit will falter first. To this end, Wanyin Lusher wields a whip, personally overseeing the troops from behind, occasionally shouting to urge the Xiongnu cavalry forward. On the city wall, Yuan Ziming suddenly raises his cup and calls out, "Qingyao." Startled, Qingyao lifts the teapot. "This is not for tea. I command you. Pour the wine." Yuan Ziming enunciates each word, demanding the finest spirits. Qingyao cautiously retrieves a jar of wine and fills a cup. This is 30-year palace-brewed wine, the finest imperial liquor of the Great Wei court. Excellent. Yuan Ziming unexpectedly rises and, before countless enemies, pours the full jar of wine down towards the city below. In an instant, the fragrance of the wine fills the air. "Young master, do not waste it if you do not intend to drink." The frugal Qingyao grows anxious. This palace brew is worth at least 100 taels on the market, and even the emperor has forgotten to address him as such. But then, Yuan Ziming's words render her momentarily speechless. "Your grievances, I, along with the surviving people of Wei, shall avenge. I thank you, noble warriors, for sacrificing yourselves for the Great Wei." He pours the wine onto the ground and, with utmost respect, bows to the soldiers below. For some reason, Qingyao's eyes suddenly well up with tears as she realizes this wine is not for himself, but for those lying below and for the standing soldiers of Great Wei. Yet, she quickly regains her composure and exclaims, "But your majesty, they are all going to die? Once these 2,000 heavy-armored infantry are finished, the Xiongnu will soon advance, right? Your majesty, what about fleeing? No, what about the southern migration?" Her candid remarks leave Feng Bao, Lu Bin, and others feeling quite awkward. It is fortunate she has grown up alongside the emperor, or the repercussions could be dire. These past few days, Qingyao has learned a few new phrases from scholars. For instance, in the event of a capital's fall, the sovereign may have several escape routes, such as heading westward for a hunt, seeking refuge in Shu, or retreating southward in disguise. The western hunt, under the guise of an imperial expedition to the northwest, is, in truth, a means of seeking refuge. As for the journey to Shu, it signifies the emperor's retreat to the mountainous and perilous terrain of Sichuan, serving as another lifeline. The southward flight, characterized by a change of attire, entails fleeing to the prosperous regions of Jiangnan, temporarily evading danger and clinging to survival. While this may preserve half the empire, the challenge of reclaiming the lost territories in the north is immensely daunting, rendering it nearly impossible in a lifetime. Nevertheless, is it not a blessing to remain alive? Regardless of whether fleeing or disguising oneself, she was resolute in her desire for Yuan Ziming to live. Yet, Yuan Ziming merely shot her a fleeting glance. His expression darkened and remarked upon her lack of intellect before lapsing into silence. Infuriated, Qingyao felt smoke billowing from her ears, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives, but paused to glance toward the chief eunuch Feng Bao and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lu Bin. Something felt amiss. Typically, these two cunning foxes were more vocal than she. Why were they now so quiet, merely observing without a word? With this thought, she hurried toward them and inquired, "The city gates are about to be breached. Why do you not advise His Majesty to temporarily retreat?" The two exchanged looks of surprise, exclaiming, "Miss Qingyao, could it be that you have not noticed until now?" Faced with their incredulous expressions, Qingyao felt a rush of embarrassment but retorted defiantly, "I was fully engaged in safeguarding His Majesty. How could I ponder such intricate matters?" Yuan Ziming had previously boasted of his superior martial prowess and unparalleled beauty, yet he lamented the stagnation of his intellect. The last remark eluded her understanding, but the first two flattered her, prompting a radiant smile at the time. Reflecting upon it now, she realized the initial praise was merely a prelude, while the final remark bore the crux of the matter. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Feng Bao, bemused, said, "Miss Qingyao, consider this. Throughout the ordeal, has there not been a significant general who has remained conspicuously absent?" "Who?" Qingyao queried, her face a canvas of confusion. "The deputy commander of the Black Riders, Dugu Xan," Lu Bin replied. Just then, a tremor shook the ground. From within the palace gates, 3,000 Black Riders surged forth like venomous serpents, striking with lightning speed. They descended upon the enemy ranks like a freshly honed blade cleaving through the iron formations. "Charge, brothers of the Black Riders! At last, it is our moment to shine." Chapter 18. Never before have I seen such a fat sheep witnessing the fierce battle from a distance. Dugu Xen shouted with fervor. The 3,000 Black Riders are the main event. As the Beihai army wore down the iron floating platform, a thunderous charge would catch the Xiongnu off guard. In a flash, the Black Riders, swift as lightning, breached the formation of the iron floating platform, creating a massive opening for their entry. As one of the 3 elite cavalry units of the Great Wei, the Black Riders, while not as formidable as the Tiger Ben cavalry or as adept in archery as the Longxiang cavalry, possessed the unmatched advantage of speed and incredible maneuverability. They often executed long-range assaults on the grasslands, catching their foes unprepared. The successive emperors of Wei had placed great emphasis on the development of the Black Riders, resulting in their status as the most numerous among the 3 cavalry units, peaking at 80,000. However, after 2 years of war, the Black Riders had become a depleting resource, their numbers drastically reduced. Dugu Xian's contingent was now the last remaining organized unit of Black Riders in the Great Wei. Yet their combat effectiveness remained formidable. Consequently, when the Black Riders launched a surprise attack, many within the iron floating platform's ranks instinctively reacted. Run. They dashed away like arrows. "Oh no, the Black Riders!" Chaos ensued among the iron floating platform. "Commander, it's the Black Riders." The sudden appearance of the Black Riders left the Xiongnu commanders astonished. As realization dawned upon them, the Emperor of Wei had clearly used the 2,000 Beihai troops as bait to lure their forces into a trap. The 3,000 Black Riders were his hidden trump card. Heavy infantry could only defend, while cavalry could mount a counterattack. Especially when the iron floating platform was exhausted from battling the Beihai troops, the 3,000 prepared elite cavalry could disrupt their rhythm in an instant. Wanyan Lushi gaped momentarily, cursing under his breath. "Damn! In the frenzy to eliminate these Wei troops, I completely forgot about Dugu Xian's 3,000 Black Riders." Wanyan Lushi furiously brandished his whip. As he watched tens of thousands of troops from the iron floating platform begin to falter under the onslaught of the Black Riders, he called out, "Great Commander, the Wei army is not to be trifled with. We have lost far too many brothers. We must retreat. At the very least, we need to request reinforcements from the Xianbei army behind us. Otherwise, we cannot win this battle." The Xiongnu cavalry commanders were increasingly disregarding orders. Wanyan Lushi, now anxious, hurriedly produced the imperial seal from his bosom and declared loudly, "This is the royal seal of the Xiongnu's great Khan. I, acting on behalf of the Xiongnu king, decree that anyone who hesitates shall be executed." At this critical juncture, even the prestige of the great commander could not quell the imminent collapse of the army. He had to invoke the authority of the Xiongnu king to subdue his restless subordinates, then continued to reassure them, "We are but one breath away from victory. Gentlemen, once we annihilate the last unit of Wei troops, we shall ride into Chongzhen and indulge in all that the Great Wei has to offer. At that time, the Empress Dowager and princesses will be your captives at your mercy." With a smirk, he added, "Once we seize Chongzhen, the first order of business will be to claim that stunning maidservant by the emperor's side." Many licked their lips in anticipation. The azure bird atop the city wall felt an inexplicable shiver run down its spine. Why were so many Huns below, gazing at it with such lecherous intent? This remark barely ignited the spirits of the gathered troops. Though the iron floating tower had lost over 10,000 to the Beikuei army, they still boasted more than 30,000. 10 against 1. The advantage remained overwhelmingly in their favor. With a resounding rumble, the iron floating tower began to adjust its formation, strategically encircling the black cavalry. The azure bird, witnessing the impending clash of armies, gleefully turned to Feng Bao and Lu Bin. So, we shall emerge victorious, yes? No wonder you both appear so unfazed. The two exchanged glances, hesitating. Well, if the commanding officer were merely an ordinary Han general, there might be a chance, but the opponent is the renowned Han General Wanyan Shi. Perhaps, just perhaps, victory remains elusive. Then why are you so cheerful? The azure bird fumed. Ahem, Miss Azure Bird, it seems we have not expressed any sentiments thus far. The only one radiating joy here appears to be you. The two shrugged helplessly. You are bullying a young lady. The azure bird glared, standing tall with her impressive stature. As her words echoed, countless arrows once again rained down. Momentarily stunned, she darted back to Yuan Ziming, wielding a red-tasseled spear that swept away all the incoming arrows. Upon turning around, she discovered her young master engrossed in a peculiar book he had procured from who knows where. His chest was filled with an array of such odd volumes. The self-cultivation of a good man, the crowd, etc. Once, she had secretly rummaged through his collection and, after perusing The Widow by Jie, she had since regarded his book collection with a mix of awe and trepidation. However, she pinched her nose and refrained from interrupting the emperor's concentration. Feng Bao, Yuan Ziming remarked, setting aside on protracted war. The old servant is at your command. Feng Bao promptly replied. Disseminate this edict throughout the capital, Yuan Ziming instructed, indicating that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Beyond Chongzhen, 100,000 Xianbei cavalry had gradually arrived at the outskirts. As one surveyed the magnificent landscapes of Chongzhen, it was now engulfed in smoke and chaos. With the Han and Wei armies locked in fierce combat, the Xianbei commander, Princess Tuoba Lan Xin, stretched languidly and remarked, The iron floating tower has been attempting to breach Chongzhen for 7 or 8 hours now. What are they doing? They still haven't captured the city? That is a full 50,000 heavily armored cavalry. This time, the Huns had exhausted their resources to spearhead the assault on Chongzhen, deploying their finest general Wanyan Shi and mobilizing all available iron floating towers. It was a full-scale national war. However, the outcome was quite unexpected. Report. A Xianbei scout galloped forth, succinctly relaying the situation at the Chongzhen front. Wanyan Shi leads 50,000 iron floating towers in an engagement with the palace gates and 2,000 heavily armored Wei infantry. The battle has raged for 6 hours. Yet the iron floating towers have been unable to breach the defenses and are currently embroiled in a fierce skirmish following a surprise attack from the Black Cavalry. The Xianbei leaders erupted into hearty laughter. Is this for real? Wanyan Shi, hailed as the foremost general of the Xiongnu, is unable to vanquish a mere 2,000 Wei troops despite commanding an army of 50,000 iron cavalry? Such news, if disseminated, would surely provoke laughter. Had I known the Xiongnu were so inept, we, the Xianbei, should have taken a lead. My princess, with but a word, we could unleash our 100,000 troops upon Chongzhen. Yet, the usually domineering Tuobalangsan wore an unusually serious expression this time. She inquired with urgency. Is it true that 2,000 heavily armored infantry held off 50,000 iron cavalry for 6 hours? Indeed, it is most assuredly true. The battlefield reveals a multitude of slain iron cavalry, with at least 10,000 Xiongnu fallen, alongside 8,000 to 9,000 horses perishing in the fray, reported the Xianbei scout. Could the Wei troops truly possess such formidable prowess? The Xianbei began to feel trepidation, haunted by the psychological scars left by the Great Wei's 9 dragons, which lingered heavily upon their minds. So much so that during discussions about the vanguard to assault Chongzhen, the competitive Xianbei warriors surprisingly suggested allowing the Xiongnu to advance first. This was not an act of generosity, but rather a manifestation of their inherent fear of this Central Plains dynasty. Tuobalangsan remarked with a playful smile. It seems this new emperor of the Great Wei possesses considerable skill. Chongzhen lies at our feet. Perhaps we should wait a while longer? An observant Xianbei general curiously asked, Princess, why is your face flushed? Only then did Tuobalangsan realize her cheeks were warm, responding with a haughty huff. It is merely a sign of vigor. Outside the palace of Chongzhen, The clash between 3,000 black cavalry and 30,000 iron cavalry had reached its conclusion. The battered Dugu Xen, along with the few remaining 100 cavalrymen, found themselves encircled by the equally weary iron cavalry, surrounded in layers. This battle had been fought with bated breath, pushing all to their limits. Regrettably, although the Wei troops displayed remarkable tenacity and terrifying combat capability, the ultimate victor remained the great Xiongnu. Among the Xiongnu ranks, a ragged beggar grinned widely. No, it should be said that the disheveled Xiongnu commander, Wanyan Lushi, cackled. Chang'an is ours, ha ha ha. They had emerged victorious. Despite incurring significant losses, with himself gravely injured, they had triumphed. He howled in exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, the vast city of Chang'an had, at some point, been inundated by a tide of people surging forth from all directions. A throng of common folk, armed with farming tools, kitchen knives, and iron implements, approached with bloodshot eyes. Transformed into a pack of wolves, roused by primal instincts upon sighting them, Wanyan Lushi shivered unexpectedly, feeling as though he had become the prey. Why did the Wei people gaze upon them with such peculiar expressions? There was no anger or hatred. Instead, they appeared to be quite jubilant, a reward of 10 taels of silver for every Xiongnu slain. The excited populace was poised to strike, for in their eyes, the Xiongnu had morphed into walking treasures. They had never encountered such plump sheep in their lifetimes. Chapter 19. The military merit aristocracy, quite explosive. The commotion outside is deafening. Who has triumphed? The court officials or the Hu people? In another part of Chang'an, at the Imperial Academy, countless Confucian scholars kneel or sit, reverently extending their arms and crossing their hands, slightly bowing in the presence of the master at the center. Zhong Bin, you are distracted. How many times must I remind you that a scholar must cultivate tranquility? The master raised his ruler, his displeasure evident. The young scholar named Zhong Bin quickly redirected his gaze from the window and respectfully replied, I humbly heed your teachings, master. However, given the turmoil in Chang'an caused by the Hu people, it seems rather inappropriate for us, learned scholars, to remain indoors discussing doctrines while the world faces turmoil. Upon hearing this, the master shook his head in resignation, saying, Zhong Bin, you are the brightest among my students, with unparalleled knowledge. Do you understand why, despite your talent, you cannot secure an official position in the court? Zhong Bin's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded, in today's court, although there are examinations, one's lineage takes precedence. With talent secondary, I hail from a humble background, not even qualifying as a commoner, thus lacking the eligibility to partake in the imperial examinations. In the Great Wei dynasty, beneath the royal family lies the aristocracy. Below the aristocracy are the various ranks of commoners. Even a lowest tier of commoners, the impoverished, either descended from former officials who fell from grace or wealthy local gentry lacking official titles to uphold their status. And Sima Zhong Bin's family sells stinky tofu. Among the scholar-farmer businessmen, we can only be considered the lowest tier. Indeed, look at me, your master. I participated in the imperial examinations and achieved the second highest degree. Yet due to my lowly lineage, after a lifetime of toil, I barely secured the position of the head of the Imperial Academy. The master chuckled ruefully, saying, in such a court, why should we toil for their sake? If the Hu people truly take control of Chang'an, they will inevitably be syncretized by our culture. At that time, when a new court rises from the ashes, disregarding the rigid criteria for talent, we, the enlightened, shall finally have the opportunity to excel. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes sparkling with fervor. But master, isn't this? Zhong Bin awkwardly interjected. A betrayal of our own people? In an instant, the surroundings fell into silence. Everyone was taken aback. Zhong Bin was actually mocking the master. You ungrateful wretch! How disrespectful! The master, enraged, puffed his cheeks and glared, rising to wield the ruler, ready to punish his arrogant pupil. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside. A messenger, adorned with 4 red flags, shot forth numerous edicts upon the eaves of houses throughout Chang'an. Your Majesty's decree, a proclamation for all subjects. Another new edict? Everyone jolted, instinctively rushing outside to witness the spectacle. The master set down his book and coldly scoffed. It's merely another order to kill the Hu. A mere pittance of silver for each life taken. I have long grown weary of such theatrics, only serving to entice the avaricious common folk. We scholars have no interest in such trifles. Yet despite his words, this venerable sage, unbeknownst to himself, had unwittingly exited the Imperial Academy. He drew forth the arrowhead, unfolded the parchment, and gazed intently. His pupils constricted sharply. "Master, what troubles you?" Sima Zhongbin sensed the unease and hastened to peer over. "In these chaotic times, as the 9 dragons sacrifice their nation, I hereby issue a decree from the Great Wei, ascending to the heavens and soothing the people below. During my concealed reign, I have heard of many extraordinary individuals among the common folk, yet due to their humble origins, they have been overlooked by the court. This misfortune of the realm prompts me to abolish all previous recruitment policies from the former dynasty, declaring that anyone who can repel the barbaric foes and protect our homeland shall be generously rewarded with titles and positions. We shall implement a merit-based system. Henceforth, any willing to join the Wei army and pledge loyalty to the nation will be granted ranks, titles, and lands based on their military achievements. Those who slay 5 foes shall be appointed as squad leaders, 20 as battalion commanders, 50 as captains, and 100 as chief officers. The highest rank attainable is that of a general in the Imperial Guard or a minister of state, with titles ranging from cavalry commanders to dukes and princes. Additional rewards will be provided. This decree, largely articulated in vernacular, was easily comprehensible. In an instant, it struck the assembly like a thunderbolt. The Great Wei was adopting a meritocratic system. No longer would lineage or parental status dictate one's fate. As long as one could vanquish enough of the enemy, attaining noble titles and ministerial positions was within reach. This was far more explosive than the previous edict against the barbarians. The sage remained silent, yet staggered back towards the academy, clutching the ruler on his desk tightly, declaring, "Regrettably, I can no longer impart knowledge to you all. I must join the Wei army." With that, he fled, heedless of the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Sima Zhongbin, equally invigorated, retrieved a 1-meter-long cleaver from beneath the table. "What are we waiting for? Let us slay the barbaric foes." Outside the palace gates, amidst the siege of hundreds of thousands of citizens from Chongzhen, the already bloodied Iron Pagoda found itself in utter disarray. Some Xiongnu warriors had entirely surrendered, laying down their arms. Conversely, the Wei soldiers showed no mercy, forcefully subduing their heads and striking down with scythes. 10 taels of silver gained. Ha ha ha. At last, I have earned the bridal price and funds for building my future home. The Wei people, known for their fierce spirit and martial prowess, unleashed a relentless assault upon the already weakened Xiongnu under the immense temptation of the decree against the barbarians. At this moment, Wanyan Lusher finally felt fear. Witnessing his Xiongnu compatriots being dragged away by the citizens of Chongzhen, he barked out, "Retreat! Withdraw! Seek aid from Xinbei! Urgently send for reinforcements!" Wanyan Lusher personally led a cavalry unit, hastily fleeing from the scene. Yet in their flight, a group of armed scholars surged forth from an unknown location, leaping into action, forcibly seizing horses and cutting down dozens. Wanyan Lusher stood in stunned disbelief. Could the combat prowess of the scholars in the Great Wei truly be this formidable? From the brightness of day to the darkness of night, and from the shadows of night to the dawn, 50,000 iron warriors have dwindled to mere thousands, following Wanyan Lusher, scurrying through the streets of Chongzhen. Yet, wherever they tread, they're beset by throngs of citizens, fierce as wolves, lunging at them. Where are the reinforcements from Xinbei? At this marching pace, they should have reached Chongzhen by now. Wanyan Lusher's voice was hoarse from calling out. He had dispatched 5 waves of messengers seeking aid. Yet, the commander of the Xinbei forces, Tuo Belangxin, remained utterly silent. This wretched woman is doing this on purpose. She seeks to claim the glory of capturing the dragon. Where are we now? Wanyan Lusher, with a face smeared with dirt, glanced apprehensively around. "Marshal, it seems we have stumbled upon the most renowned brothel in Chongzhen, Minjiafang." "A brothel?" Upon hearing this, Wanyan Lusher perked up, A gaggle of shameless courtesans could hardly possess any fighting spirit. Let us enter and partake in some refreshments to regain our strength. After a day of relentless slaughter, they had abandoned their supplies, and now both men and horses were weary and in dire need of respite. With this thought, he boldly strode inside. Yet, at the highest level of Minjiafang, a figure stood out remarkably, with one hand caressing the guzheng. A melody of high mountains and flowing water resonated, accompanied by a gentle breeze, undisturbed and tranquil, reminiscent of a recluse from the world. "Greetings, Marshal Wanyan Lushi," the figure said, tilting his head with a faint smile. Wanyan Lushi's mind raced. The man was adorned in a golden robe emblazoned with 5-clawed dragons. The dragon robe. The 10th dragon of the Great Wei, Yuan Ziming. Chapter 20. Are you lurking here in a brothel? Wanyan Lushi was struck with a pallor of dread, his face resembling that of a corpse. When misfortune strikes, even a sip of cool water may feel like a hindrance. Yet, the emperor's response was startlingly forthright. Not at all. I merely happen to be here to play a little tune and unwind. Quite the coincidence, isn't it, General Wanyan Lushi? Care for a drink? A blatant falsehood. A trap. You cannot lull me into complacency. Wanyan Lushi's countenance twisted in rage as he bellowed at Yuan Ziming. General, we have conducted a thorough search. There are no ambushes from the Wei army nearby. But his subordinates soon contradicted him. Wanyan Lushi paused, a flush of humiliation creeping over him. Yet he retorted with sardonic laughter. So, Emperor of Wei, you ventured into this brothel without a single soldier? Have you ever seen anyone come to a brothel with an army in tow? The battlefield here is unlike any other. Yuan Ziming sipped his drink, unruffled. Yet, are you aware that I command thousands? Wanyan Lushi's eyes glinted with menace. You are the last dragon of Wei, whether I capture or slay you. The entirety of the Wei forces in Chongzhen will crumble. What a twist of fate. Heaven may have caused him to suffer the loss of tens of thousands of iron war chariots. Yet it delivered the living Emperor of Wei right under his nose. Yuan Ziming turned slightly. While that may be true, you cannot kill me. In fact, I wish for you to perish here. With a clap of his hands, a flurry of dozens of elegantly clad courtesans, draped in gossamer silk skirts, appeared with remarkable agility. What ist? This was his territory, cultivated over a decade. Why fear an enemy on familiar ground? Oh, are you attempting to cultivate assassins in a brothel? Wanyan Lushi laughed derisively. Alas, there are but a few. Even just to obstruct me would pose quite the challenge. Wanyan Lushi, the foremost general of the Xiongnu and their mightiest warrior, had once faced off against several of the late Wei Emperor's best, even managing to drive back these natural-born fighters of dragon lineage. He had slain 7 of Wei's generals and 25 commanders, accumulating a formidable reputation. The Emperor Xiaowu of Wei once referred to him as the whip of the Xiongnu. Then to give a try, urged Yuan Ziming. Kill. In an instant, Wanyan Lushi executed a tremendous leap, propelling himself several meters towards Yuan Ziming. His speed and strength awe-inspiring. The Xiongnu warriors behind him could scarcely contain their applause. It was a rare sight to witness their grand marshal in action once more. Since his last encounter with the previous Emperor of Wei, he had grown increasingly selective about his foes and had not personally beheaded an opponent in quite some time. Marvelous. Bang, bang, bang. Alas, scarcely had the words left his lips when the room erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. In the blink of an eye, Wanyan Lushi's formidable form plummeted from aloft, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a substantial crater. The body bore several wounds, oozing blood profusely. What is this? Wanyan Lushi stood in shock, gazing at the gruesome sight on his chest, as if struck by lightning. Moments ago, he had leaped into the air, only to be abruptly hurled away by some mysterious force. His entire body then fell under the sway of uncontrollable chaos. The young lord had mentioned that within 100 paces, this device was swifter than a human, and within 10 paces, it was both fast and precise. Behind Yuan Ziming, the blue bird, with her hair elegantly coiled and a red tassel spear in hand, stepped forward with a proud stance, declaring, This device took our young lord 5 months of diligent research in the basement of Mingyu Pavilion to perfect. He calls it the fire gun. In an instant, the courtesans of Mingyu Pavilion simultaneously retrieved gunpowder from their surroundings, swiftly loading it into the fire guns. They unleashed a flurry of shots at the Hunnic cavalry outside, piercing through their iron armor. The Huns were thrown into disarray, their horses rearing and men scattering in panic. The blue bird intended to continue speaking, but was abruptly seized by Yuan Ziming, who playfully squeezed her slender waist and shot her a stern glance. Did I not instruct you to remain quietly behind me? What compelled you to step forward and speak? The blue bird pouted, her voice sweetly protesting. Young lord, your hand just now was quite delightful. Yuan Ziming scoffed. If you speak again, I shall send you back to the southern Liang. Must you always disrupt my moments of grandeur? Fine, I shall leave at once. The blue bird shot him a reproachful glance, her lips forming a defiant pout as she stormed off. Yuan Ziming then returned his attention to the gravely injured Wanyan Shi, stating, "This fire gun shall enable your nomadic people to sing and dance henceforth." The truth, however, what you witnessed was merely the first iteration, still in its experimental phase and quite immature. The creation of the fire gun demands stringent requirements for raw materials, forging, and gunpowder. At my current level, I can only replicate the matchlock gun. Originally, I had planned to develop the flintlock at least 2 years from now. Yet, now that I am emperor, the resources at my disposal have changed, significantly accelerating progress. Alas, Wanyan Shi, you shall not live to witness that day. With one hand gripping his longsword, he hoisted the adversary aloft, and, before the eyes of all, shattered the Hunnic general's skull with the blade, leaving it in a gruesome disarray. Thus, Wanyan Shi of the Huns met his demise. The general was dead. The revered war god of the Huns had been personally vanquished by the Emperor of Wei. In that moment, the spirit of the Huns lay shattered. Witnessing the fall of their commander, the Huns lost all will to fight, scattering in all directions. Many became captives of the Wei army, while some even surrendered voluntarily to escape the wrath of the populace eager for bounties on their heads. Unbeknownst to them, the recently announced military merit system would lead to yet another gruesome massacre of the surrendered. Outside Chongzhen, observing the impending demise of the Xiongnu, Tuobalin indeed honored the agreement made with Yuan Ziming, refraining from any military action. Even upon receiving the news of Wanyan Shi's demise, he commanded the Xianbei forces to withdraw 50 miles and establish camp. In Chongzhen, the atmosphere was jubilant. "Your Majesty, rejoice, rejoice," exclaimed Lu Bin, the commander of the Jin Wei, as he hastily ascended the city wall and knelt down. The former chancellor, Pei Ji, a grand scholar of the Longtu Pavilion and Minister of War, has arrived at the gates of Chongzhen with tens of thousands of loyal troops to provide support. I implore your Majesty to open the city gates. Feng Bao, overwhelmed with joy, wept, "Heaven has not forsaken our great Wei." Your Majesty, Lord Pei was appointed chancellor by the late emperor himself. He is the father of Empress Pei and a most loyal subject. Commander Lu, please issue an immediate order to open the city. Yes, Lu Bin responded, preparing to leave. Stop. That is not permissible. At this moment, Yuan Ziming rose, his tone stern and commanding. Anyone who opens the city gates without my consent shall face execution and the obliteration of their entire lineage. Your Majesty? The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 21. Loyalty to the Throne Rebellion. The benevolent emperor unleashed his thunderous wrath for the first time, leaving Feng Bao so astonished that he fell to his knees, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "I deserve death. I deserve death. I should not have overstepped my bounds or attempted to fathom your Majesty's intentions. At present, we cannot open the city gates," Yuan Ziming remarked, squinting. "Why is it that his army arrives precisely after we have repelled the Xiongnu, rather than at an earlier or later time? Are you all so certain that he comes to support the throne and not to incite rebellion? Longan has just endured a great battle, leaving it in disarray. With only a few hundred Black Riders, several hundred Beihui troops, and a few thousand soldiers of varying strengths remaining. If the opposing force were to enter the city with tens of thousands and suddenly strike, even the gods could not intervene. Moreover, This Peiji is a confidant of the late emperor. What if he refuses to acknowledge me as the new emperor? What then? Yuan Ziming, over the past 2 decades, had not merely indulged in entertainment, but had also gleaned numerous rumors from the streets regarding the political landscape. For instance, while the 9 dragons perished for their country, the political legacy of the 9 late emperors still lingered. Each of the 9 emperors had at least established their own political factions and interest groups. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. The political strife within the Great Wei dynasty was equally severe, no less burdensome than any dynasty in my own timeline, even reaching a point of irreconcilable conflict. Numerous former officials had instigated rebellions, overthrowing the new emperor and establishing a new ruler in their stead. Now, this Peiji's arrival was too fortuitous. After a day of battling the Xiang Ning, just as we had managed to drive them away, he unexpectedly appeared with tens of thousands of followers claiming to support the throne. It remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe. Feng Bao finally revealed a look of trepidation. This old fox, who had served 10 emperors of the Great Wei, was experiencing for the first time the unfathomable depths of the new emperor's resolve. Yet, Your Majesty, are you truly allowing Chancellor Pei to keep his army stationed outside? Although the Xiongnu have been repelled, the situation in Longyan remains precarious, surrounded by hostile forces that could strike at any moment. The Great Wei stands on the brink of peril. Lu Bin expressed his concerns. In the face of such formidable adversaries, internal discord among our own ranks would yield catastrophic consequences. Yuan Ziming gazed into the distance from the city walls and declared, "Let Peiji enter the palace alone, without bringing a single soldier." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Would the other party be so foolish as to comply? Was this not tantamount to inviting conflict? Dugu Xian, the deputy commander of the Black Riders, furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Your Majesty, Peiji has served as chancellor for 3 previous reigns, and the late emperor regarded him as a father figure. His stature is significant, and as Your Majesty's rule is still nascent, his true sentiments towards you remain unclear. If he were to refuse the summons to the palace, a clash between our forces would be inevitable." Commander Huolong of the Beihui troops added, "Your Majesty, our forces are currently too few. Should conflict arise, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage." Yuan Ziming smirked. "I did not say we would issue a formal decree. Go, Feng Bao, and summon Empress Dowager Pei from the rear palace to the Xiang Ning palace." At this, everyone suddenly realized they had nearly forgotten that they still held the card of Empress Dowager Pei. Peiji may not necessarily recognize the new emperor, but if it is the decree of his own daughter, the Empress Dowager, he would likely find solace in it. The old servant complies. Feng Baru, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, hurriedly made his way to the Xiang Ning palace. However, Yuan Ziming beckoned Lu Bin with a flick of his finger, quickly dispatched the Jinyui to lay an ambush on both sides of the Xiang Ning palace. Should Peiji harbor any treasonous intentions, eliminate him. He spoke decisively. Lu Bin shuddered involuntarily. "Your Majesty, Peiji is a venerable elder of the court, highly esteemed in both the political and public spheres." Yuan Ziming chuckled softly. Precisely why he must be eliminated. Lu Bin shivered again, recalling that this individual had previously executed even the venerable Lu Guizhong, the father of Empress Dowager Lu Yi. What was one more nobleman to be killed? Yet he hesitated, but he is the Empress Dowager's biological father. What if she intervenes? Then eliminate her as well. Yuan Ziming remarked nonchalantly. Was that perhaps a bit too harsh? Just moments ago, he had even entertained the thought of silencing Lu Bin permanently. No wonder it is said that the imperial family has always been the most ruthless. The dragon blood flowing through him was gradually transforming him into a cold-blooded political machine. Furthermore, now that external threats have subsided, it is time to restore the structure of the Great Wei dynasty. Let an announcement be made. Those esteemed officials of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers should return to Chongzhen. Otherwise, if I cannot even gather enough people for a court meeting, what use is there in being emperor? I might as well issue commands from Mingyu Fong. Indeed, the eunuchs of the Ministry of Rights are already expediting this matter. Outside Chongzhen, one of the prime ministers of the Great Wei, Peiji, was in the central military camp. A decree from the Empress Dowager had been dispatched from the palace and delivered into his hands. After expressing his gratitude, Pei Ji instructed his aides to provide the eunuch delivering the decree with a gold ingot, seeking to gather intelligence about the palace's affairs. He learned that Feng Baoru had personally gone to the palace to request the Empress Dowager, Pei Chuan, to issue the decree. The astute Pei Ji wore a knowing smile. The old minister accepts the decree. I respectfully send off the envoy. However, once the envoy departed, his smile immediately froze, his expression shifting between joy and despair. I never anticipated that while I was away in Jiangnan recruiting troops, the late emperor would suddenly pass away. The new emperor will be Yuan Ziming, that frivolous son of the imperial family. This signifies that the influence I painstakingly built in the court has vanished with the change of the throne. Yuan Ziming, huh? This individual squanders gold in the pleasure houses of the capital, leaving behind the line, "A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold," and has consistently failed the imperial examinations. Now he has absurdly become our sovereign. Pei Ji was driven nearly to madness. He had once supported several of the late emperor's successful ascensions, which had propelled his own rise. He had envisioned that once his daughter became empress, with success in his military endeavors in Jiangnan, he could return to Chongzhen and completely overthrow the other prime ministers, becoming the singular authority of the Great Wei, even equaling the dragon in power. Little did he know, the speed of the Xiongnu was too swift. The esteemed Wei Zhongwu Emperor Yuanin, the eighth dragon, was overly arrogant and reckless, ultimately surrounded by the Xiongnu forces, and within a month he had perished. Was he not merely sewing garments for others? Pei Xiang, this may not be an unfavorable circumstance for us. One of my advisors, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "The new emperor, having just ascended the throne, must urgently seek your support, Pei Xiang. Should you choose to enter Chongzhen at this moment, not only would you receive preferential treatment, but you may also ascend to even greater heights, acquiring additional titles and ranks." When the late emperor ascended, he appointed me as his chancellor in an effort to win my favor. Pei Ji picked a piece from the chessboard before him and held it in the palm of his hand, contemplating, "Yet now, even the position of chancellor can no longer satisfy my ambitions. My advisor, do you believe I possess the qualities befitting an emperor?" Chapter 22. You, a mere scholar, have slain 53 Xiongnu. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The military strategist was momentarily taken aback before cautiously replying, "Pei Xiang possesses the innate aura of a formidable hero, yet whether he bears the destiny of an emperor is beyond my discernment as a humble servant. My abilities are insufficient to ascertain such matters." "Oh," Pei Ji, indulging in his wine, chuckled heartily. "I was merely jesting. There is no need for such anxiety, my friends. Come, let us drink to our heart's content." The crowd finally eased into laughter, restoring the previous lively ambience. Several hours later, Chancellor Pei Ji entered Chongzhen. However, contrary to the imperial edict's directive to enter Chongzhen alone, he openly defied it by bringing along hundreds of loyal guards, valiant warriors, and steadfast bodyguards. This revelation left Yuan Ziming, who was in the Fengtiang Hall, visibly distressed. "Where's Pei Ji now?" "He has entered the Xiang Ning palace," Lu Bin replied gravely. "By the emperor's command, hundreds of imperial guards have been stationed in ambush near the Xiang Ning palace." "Good," Yuan Ziming nodded. "Your Majesty, shall we take action?" Lu Bin cautioned. Pei Ji's first destination upon entering Chongzhen was not to pay his respects to the emperor, but rather to visit the Empress Dowager at the Xiang Ning palace, which clearly indicated his lack of regard for the emperor. Moreover, he had brought armed men with him. His treacherous ambitions were glaringly evident. Just as Yuan Ziming was about to respond, a eunuch announced, "Scholar Sima Zhongbin from the Imperial Academy seeks an audience with your Majesty." Lu Bin was taken aback and remarked, "Your Majesty, it is said that this scholar has decapitated 53 Xiongnu, including 3 Xiongnu generals, during battle. A scholar so fierce?" Yuan Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely, he has ventured into the wrong profession. Indeed, General Dugu Xan of the Black Riders holds him in high esteem, inviting him to join the ranks with a promise of an officer's position, which he declined, expressing a desire to remain a civil servant. A scholar who can wield a sword yet wishes to remain a civil servant? Yuan Ziming laughed heartily. Bring him to the side hall of the Fengtiang Hall to meet me. In the side hall of the Fengtiang Hall, as scholar Sima Zhongbin entered, he immediately covered his mouth and nose, his brow furrowing as he took in the sight of the vast palace filled with stretchers, all occupied by wounded soldiers. The heavy scent of blood and intermittent cries of agony filled the air. You are Sima Zhongbin? A figure approached, pristine amidst the disarray, slender fingers resting upon her chin as she scrutinized him. With a smirk, she remarked, I expected a towering warrior, yet here stands a delicate, scholarly face. Is it true that you have slain over 50 Xiongnu? According to the new military merit system, that should at least earn you a 7th-rank officer's title? No? May I inquire, fair lady, if you are an angel? Where might the emperor be? Sima Zhongbin mused, perplexed, as she did not resemble a eunuch nor a palace maid. There, tending to the wounded, she gestured, revealing a man clad in dragon robes, holding a fire-heated blade and administering herbs into the mouth of an injured soldier. Then, with a knife, he sliced open the flesh of the opponent's chest, right down to the bone. My goodness! Sima Zhongbin was taken aback. Is there truly such a method of treatment? Scraping the bones to heal injuries? Astonishingly, the wounded soldier did not faint from the pain. I have extracted the poison for you. The anesthetic has yet to wear off, so you are temporarily immobile. Applying these herbs will prevent infection and fever. Yuan Ziming stated solemnly. He then addressed several court physicians nearby. Did you observe my technique just now? Your Majesty's medical prowess is indeed beyond that of even the sage of medicine. The court physicians exclaimed in awe. This is the mafesin, composed of various ingredients, including the mandrake from the western regions, serving as an anesthetic that can briefly numb a person's pain with minimal side effects. Once you have learned it, promote it throughout the army to perform surgeries on other wounded soldiers. Remember to ensure disinfection to prevent infection, Yuan Ziming advised earnestly. The esteemed physicians, renowned in their own right, were so mesmerized by the description that they frantically scribbled notes in a small booklet. Your Majesty, the young man you requested has arrived, Qingyao interjected at that moment. Yuan Ziming was taken aback and turned to look at Sima Zhongbin. Are you the scholar who has slain 3 Xiongnu generals? I am merely the humble Sima Zhongbin, paying my respects to your Majesty. Sima Zhongbin quickly knelt, stating, I possess only a modicum of martial skill. How can I compare to your Majesty, who personally vanquished the Xiongnu's greatest warrior, Wanyan Lu Shi? No matter how many barbarian dogs I may slay, I cannot measure up to even a fraction of your deeds. Qingyao stifled a laugh, remarking, scholars certainly know how to flatter with such ease. Yuan Ziming shot a sharp glance at her, prompting her to immediately fall silent. Shimos Hongbin. Rise, Yuan Ziming commanded. He wiped his hands with a silk cloth and strode toward the main hall, speaking as he walked. I hear you come from humble beginnings? You even turned down a position as a lieutenant in the Black Cavalry just to meet me? Speak, what is it that you desire? With no one around, Sima Zhongbin took a deep breath and knelt, saying, I implore your Majesty to spare Peiji. He must not be assassinated in Xiang Palace. Suddenly, with a clang, a row of Imperial guards surged forth, drawing their blades against Sima Zhongbin's neck. How does a mere scholar know of such confidential matters? Commander Lu Bin bellowed with fury. To dare eavesdrop on the Emperor's decree warrants death. Sima Zhongbin was petrified. It dawned on him that the Imperial Guard had been lurking nearby, secretly protecting the Emperor. Indeed, the depths of royalty are profound. Your Majesty, Commander, allow me to explain. I merely speculated. Sima Zhongbin stammered, swallowing hard. I surmised that Peiji, a former minister of the previous dynasty, appeared suddenly at the gates of Chongzhen with tens of thousands of troops, just as our army had recently defeated the Xiongnu's vanguard and was gravely weakened. If I were your Majesty, I would undoubtedly feel apprehensive. Furthermore, Peiji defies the imperial edict, insisting on entering Chongzhen with hundreds of armored men, and upon entering the palace, he does not bow to your Majesty, but instead seeks an audience with the Empress Dowager in Xiang Palace. This is a blatant affront to imperial authority. If I were your Majesty, seeking to eliminate the adversary, the most opportune moment would be to dispatch individuals to lie in wait at the Xiang Palace. taking advantage of their unguarded state to strike suddenly. Should the Empress Dowager interfere, I would eliminate her as well. Such words flowed forth like a barrage of artillery, leaving Liu Bin momentarily speechless. This scholar possesses an astonishing capacity for such intricate thought. His analysis is astute, devoid of mere fanciful conjecture. Yuan Ziming chuckled, gesturing dismissively. This lad, his heart is as dark as my own. He is indeed a talent. The Jinyui promptly withdrew. Yet, why then do you advise against the assassination of Pei Ji? Do you not perceive the substantial threat he poses to me? Yuan Ziming inquired casually. Sima Zhongbin stealthily retrieved a hand-drawn map from his possession, revealing the domain of the Great Wei. Your Majesty, behold the current state of affairs. To the north, the Hu people occupy half of the Great Wei's territory. To the south, a chaotic mlang of factions, each asserting local dominance, disregarding central commands. And nestled in between is Chongzhen, besieged by rebels, local tyrants, Hu people, and bandits. To speak rather bluntly, your dominion now encompasses only Chongzhen. Chapter 23. Do I possess the countenance of an emperor? In the realm of the Great Wei, the Emperor of Chongzhen finds himself in an unprecedentedly dire situation. Yuan Ziming's lips twitched. This young man certainly spared no sentiments in his words. Over the past 2 years of warfare, not only had the elite forces of the northern territories been depleted, but the local armies stationed in the south had also been largely reassigned to battle. In the absence of formidable leaders, the lesser factions began to rise up. They disregarded the imperial edicts, failed to pay their tributes and taxes punctually, and some even resorted to subterfuge, openly defying the authority of the throne. Meanwhile, the Great Wei court, besieged by the relentless pressure from northern tribes, found itself unable to address these rebellious subjects. What the common folk truly wished to convey today was that, despite Pei Ji being merely a minister, the Pei family wielded considerable power throughout the nation. Particularly, the 3 brothers of Empress Dowager Pei were akin to local lords. Sima Zhongbin spoke earnestly. Pei Luan, the eldest son of the Pei family, held the position of transport commissioner of the Huai River, thereby controlling the grain transport. The second son, Pei Yong, served as the governor of Chuzhou, commanding thousands of elite soldiers. The youngest, Pei Shuang, was the protector of the southern capital, possessing the authority to mobilize troops from several southern provinces. Should both Empress Dowager Pei and Pei Ji meet their demise, the Pei family would undoubtedly rebel. The opposing faction asserted confidently that, at that time, the Pei family would rally their loyal followers and the Great Wei would face yet another insurrection. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming felt ripples of realization in his mind. His words were not mere alarmism, but rooted in historical precedent during the northern and southern dynasties. The powerful official heir Zhu Rong met his end because the emperor, who was his son-in-law, grew weary of his frequent intrusions into the palace and ultimately had him assassinated during one such visit. The consequences were dire. Heir Zhu Rong's sons and loyal subordinates seized the moment to rebel, leading to the emperor's demise and the near obliteration of the Northern Wei. Now, bearing the same name of Great Wei and sharing the same lineage of Yuan, could they be destined for a similar fate? Such historical lessons were etched deeply in his mind. Would one truly step into the same quagmire twice? He tapped his fingers slowly on the table and suddenly chuckled. Sima Zhongbin, your insights are commendable, yet you have misjudged the situation. If I truly wish to eliminate Pei Ji, why would I not eradicate the entire Pei family in one fell swoop? Sima Zhongbin was taken aback. Liu Bin then handed over a ledger, and Yuan Ziming casually flipped through a few pages before tossing it at Sima Zhongbin's feet, remarking nonchalantly, "This is the roster of the Imperial Guards, and it contains names associated with the Pei family. You may examine it." As Sima Zhongbin opened it, he gasped in shock. The list revealed not only the concubines of Pei Shuang, but also servants and even cooks from the Pei household. This indicated that the Imperial Guards had long been monitoring the movements of the Pei family. Should they choose, they could orchestrate their untimely demise at any moment. The common folk had been naive. Now, Sima Zhongbin was entirely convinced. Yuan Ziming chuckled. Your insight into the current affairs is remarkably astute. For a mere commoner to discern so much is indeed impressive. How about joining my Imperial Guard as a deputy general? Such a politically naive individual with no connections was precisely the talent Yuan Ziming yearned for. This indicated that the person had no prior affiliations with any faction within the court, making them entirely suitable to become an ally. I am not skilled in the art of killing, the other party replied with a hint of resignation. After all, I am merely a scholar. Yet those 53 heads of Xiang Ning are still being displayed at the Jingguan. Yuan Ziming exclaimed. Very well, accompany me now to handle a matter, and we shall decide your fate upon our return. With that, Yuan Ziming ceased his musings and strolled out, hands clasped behind his back. Sima Zhongban followed, perplexed. Everything is in place, Your Majesty. Are you indeed ordering the execution of Pei Ji? No, I have changed my mind, Yuan Ziming replied with a smile. At the Xiang Ning palace, Pei Ji emerged after spending over an hour with his daughter, Pei Chuan, looking ashen. In that short time, he grasped the events that transpired from the moment his daughter went to fetch Yuan Ziming to the latter's ascension. First, there was the confiscation of the wealth of numerous noble families in the capital, followed by the execution of Empress Dowager Lu Yi's father. Then, in a stunning counterattack within the palace, Yuan Ziming had vanquished Wanyan Zongbi and his 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Subsequently, in Chongzhen, he orchestrated a colossal scheme to slaughter 50,000 heavily armored troops. Each measure he implemented, from the construction of Jingguan to the orders for the extermination of the Xiongnu, left the veteran political foxes of the court in awe. Remarkable, not only did he swiftly win the hearts of the people of Chongzhen, but he also deftly exploited the advantages of heavy infantry to counter Wanyan Losher's armored cavalry, ultimately turning the tide and annihilating the 50,000 Xiongnu heavy cavalry. Had Pei Ji been tasked with such a feat, it would have been utterly impossible for him. Though Pei Ji had never encountered Yuan Ziming personally, rumors had circulated in the capital of the latter's indulgence in the pleasures of the brothels, even bidding exorbitantly for a songstress on occasion. How could such a debauched scion possess such remarkable talents? For the first time, Pei Ji felt the oppressive aura of the new emperor. Could it be that he was a hidden dragon in the abyss? Was this the inherent advantage of the bloodline of the Great Wei's imperial dragon? Each true dragon of the Great Wei possessed unparalleled abilities. Yet in Pei Ji's eyes, his son-in-law, the Great Wei's Emperor Zhongwu, 9 dragons, lacked such capabilities. Merely a brawny brute, arrogant in his strength. Wait, this Yuan Ziming, Pei Ji muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed a flurry of imperial guards emerging from both sides of the palace gate. Before his attendants could react, the guards swiftly approached, startling Pei Ji into a fall. What do you want? I am the Chancellor of the Great Wei, the Minister of War, and the biological father of the current Empress Dowager, he exclaimed. However, as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, for under the iron-fisted rule of that emperor, what did the Empress Dowager matter? Would he not eliminate her as well? Just as Pei Ji stood frozen in terror, the situation escalated. A long and powerful hand unexpectedly assisted him to rise, draping an outer garment over his shoulders. Lord Pei, it has been quite chilly in Chong'an of late. It is ill-advised to sit on the ground, lest you catch a chill. Pei Ji was taken aback, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed the coat that had been placed upon him, emblazoned with 5 golden claws encircling a dragon, an imperial robe. Upon further scrutiny, he beheld the man who had lifted him, adorned in a pale yellow silk court robe. In the grand dynasty of Wei, only one individual was permitted to don bright yellow or pale yellow attire. Your Majesty. His lips quivered involuntarily, and his knees, which had just begun to rise, buckled once more. In shock, he hastily attempted to remove the dragon-emblazoned coat. Yuan Ziming, maintaining an air of composure, remarked with a smile, "What is there to fear? Are you afraid that I might eliminate you? Such thoughts are unfounded. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions." Pei Ji, now utterly flustered, found himself in disarray. "This must be your first encounter with me, Lord Pei. So take a good look. Do I possess the bearing of an emperor?" Chapter 24. Someone has taken Huang Chao's script. This statement left Pei Ji utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide with shock. Was this not something he had said to his subordinates in the military camp? Could it be that it had reached the ears of Yuan Ziming? Within his own ranks, there is a supporter of the emperor. For the first time, the astute Pei Ji found himself flustered. Stammering, he said, "Your Majesty, your noble presence, a manifestation of dragons and phoenixes, is an unparalleled visage of a sovereign throughout the ages." Yuan Ziming chuckled softly. "Someone has informed me that you entered the palace in armor with nefarious intentions, urging me to eliminate you here." Pei Ji gasped in horror, falling to his knees with utmost reverence. "I, Pei Ji, am deeply favored by the state. How could I possibly entertain such unwarranted thoughts? My presence with troops in the palace is merely a tribute to your majesty." In a moment of quick thinking, Pei Ji defended himself. The Sima Zhongbin behind Yuan Ziming observed in awe. The instant Pei Ji knelt, it signified that this high-ranking chancellor had, in a formal sense, acknowledged Yuan Ziming as his new emperor. "Is this for me?" Yuan Ziming feigned surprise. "Are these several hundred men a gift for me?" "Indeed, these soldiers are the finest, handpicked by me, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Currently, with Chongzhen beset by marauding forces and insufficient troops, I present them to bolster the palace's defenses." Pei Ji said with a strained voice, suppressing the pain of parting with his elite guards, whom he had trained for years. However, compared to his own life, such loss was trivial. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming remained silent, simply gazing at Pei Ji. Feeling increasingly uneasy under that scrutiny, Pei Ji quivered and continued, "In addition, I have brought 30,000 new troops, recruited from various regions in the south. Here is the command token for you to wield as you see fit." With trembling hands, he presented the token and seal for these 30,000 soldiers. Yuan Ziming immediately helped him to his feet and declared earnestly, "You and the Empress Dowager Pei are dear to me, akin to siblings. How could I ever bear to harm you? Surely, there are treacherous individuals sowing discord." "Feng Bao, Pei Ji has suffered from the cold. Please escort him to rest. He is one of my most trusted ministers, with significant responsibilities ahead." "As you command," replied the old servant, smiling as he gestured for Pei Ji to follow him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Pei Ji felt a sense of relief for having spared his life and hastily followed Feng Bao to another chamber. The art of utilizing people is beyond the grasp of common folk, Sima Zhongbin remarked with admiration. Without shedding blood, Yuan Ziming had dismantled the power of a potential usurper and acquired 30,000 troops in one swift motion. This emperor was indeed quite different from the rumors. Sima Zhongbin even began to doubt whether the past 20 years of Yuan Ziming's debauched life had all been an act. The members of the Wei royal family were astute individuals. Yuan Ziming, having acquired several hundred armored soldiers and 30,000 new recruits, was in high spirits. He promptly invited Sima Zhongbin, Liu Bin, and others to the administrative hall for a cup of warm tea. "Sima Zhongbin, do you not enjoy guessing? Why do you think I spared Pei Ji this time?" Yuan Ziming inquired with a smile. Sima Zhongbin pondered for a moment and replied, "Because your majesty requires the assistance of the civil officials to manage the aftermath of war and to restore balance to the court." His words were somewhat veiled. To put it plainly, Yuan Ziming was presently reliant on a motley crew, the Backway army, the Black Cavalry, a hastily assembled Imperial Guard, and individuals like Sima Zhongbin, who could barely be classified as a military faction. However, conquering a realm and governing it are distinctly different endeavors. With the military faction at his disposal, Yuan Ziming was merely a superficial emperor ensconced in Chongzhen, unable to issue any edicts beyond the city. The revitalization of the economy and restoration of the people's livelihoods must be managed by the civil officials. Thus, Yuan Ziming's decision not to execute Pei Ji, in essence, conveyed a significant message to the former Wei civil officials, a rather crude expression. A more refined articulation would be that the new emperor continues to value and favor the civil officials, intending to reconstruct a new bureaucratic foundation to win back the hearts of the scholarly elite throughout the realm. Furthermore, he needed the civil officials to counterbalance the military leaders, which lies at the core of imperial authority. This reluctance stemmed from his unwillingness to harm his old confidant, Empress Dowager Pei. Suddenly, from behind the screen, the soft sound of a bluebird interrupted, offering an alternative response. Yuan Ziming, taken by surprise, spluttered hot tea, and shot a fierce glare at the maidservant behind him. Silence. Speak another word, and you shall spend your life washing clothes in the imperial wardrobe. Yes, your majesty, came the response, as the bluebird playfully stuck out its tongue, its eyes still gleaming with mischief. Yuan Ziming chose to ignore it. Sima Zhongbin, I admire your talents. For the time being, you shall serve as an academician at my side. I humbly thank your majesty for your gracious favor. Sima Zhongbin exclaimed, overjoyed, naturally altering his self-reference. Bluebird, I tasked you with investigating the storerooms of Chong'an. What did you find? Yuan Ziming inquired. The bluebird replied, that old man, Pei Ji, possesses considerable wealth. Aside from bringing in 30,000 new recruits, he also has a substantial supply of tea, silk, grains, and tax silver, enough to sustain the people of Chong'an for several months. The Pei family controls the transport of goods, enabling the delivery of taxes to the capital. Excellent. Let us commence the restoration of the Wei dynasty's institutions. With the ascension to the throne, Yuan Ziming's mindset began to shift. He realized that although he did not possess the script of Huang Chao, he was even less capable than Chongzhen. When Chongzhen ascended, the Ming dynasty still had millions of square kilometers of territory and resources at his disposal. He, on the other hand, had only a dilapidated Chong'an, devoid of the privilege to squander. Therefore, he could not afford to falter. He must not lose even once. With Pei Ji's arrival in Chong'an, the situation gradually stabilized. Within a mere 10 days, wandering civil officials, military leaders, and soldiers began to flock to the capital. These individuals formed the foundation of Jiulong, and Yuan Ziming needed to meticulously assess their backgrounds. Nevertheless, one could say that a relatively comprehensive administrative cadre had finally come together, alleviating concerns about insufficient personnel for court assemblies. Yuan Ziming began to tackle some trivial matters. For instance, the matter of the era names has led to incessant disputes among the Ministry of Rites, the Grand Sacrificial Office, the Board of Ceremonies, and the Censorate. The Ministry of Rites contends that 9 era names have been changed within 2 years, leaving even the lower-level officials bewildered. They argue it would be preferable not to change them at all. However, the censors swiftly retaliated, accusing them of implying a curse upon the current emperor, suggesting his reign would be as fleeting as that of the previous 9. Some even questioned the legitimacy of the current emperor's ascendance, urging him to abdicate in favor of other royal family members. The wretchedness of bureaucratic politics. Yet, it is evident that the emperor is disinclined to engage in such trivial matters. In the imperial palace, as the unadorned azure bird slumbers beside him, turning its back in repose, he has received an urgent missive. Cui Daong, a former noble of Shan Prefecture, has allied with the Turks in their invasion, receiving the title of governor of Shan Prefecture. Following the catastrophic defeat of 50,000 Xiongnu at the Battle of Chong'an, the Turks were alarmed and retreated from Shan Prefecture. Cui Daong then seized the governor's office, proclaiming himself the supreme general and grand commander of Shan Prefecture, amassing a following of several 100,000. He declared that the Emperor of Wei is tyrannical, and that the Wei dynasty has perished, leading his forces to besiege Tongguan, now less than 100 miles from Chong'an. The title of Supreme General? Is this not the self-designation of Huang Chao? This individual is merely following Huang Chao's script, aimed squarely at himself. To exacerbate the situation, the presence of Xianbei cavalry has begun to manifest near Chong'an. Indeed, Tuoba Langson is utterly untrustworthy. Chapter 25. The Era of Jianan. Whom do you disgust? Feng Bao issued an imperial edict commanding the current commander of the Black Cavalry, General Duguxan of the Imperial Guards, to lead the Black Cavalry, the Beiwai Army, and the newly formed Imperial Guards to swiftly proceed to the vicinity of Tongguan to intercept the rebel forces. As one of the few remaining seasoned generals, Duguxan had risen in rank since the Battle of Chong'an. The new nobility system was still in its infancy. The 6 ministries were being reorganized, and the Ministry of War was in the process of standardization, making it temporarily impossible to confer titles upon him. However, tangible benefits must be granted to Yuan Ziming. According to the intelligence from the Jinui, this so-called rebel army, claiming to number in the hundreds of thousands, actually consisted of only a few thousand capable fighters, with the rest merely a rabble seeking sustenance. As long as they were confronted by a regular army of over 10,000, even if total annihilation was not achievable, at least a retreat was within reach. Yet, Yuan Ziming felt a deep sense of melancholy. The world was in turmoil, and the common people suffered, perishing from hunger. War trampled the crops, and even beneath the emperor's feet, famine began to stir, let alone in other regions. If production could not be restored promptly, such large-scale peasant uprisings would only continue to erupt in waves. To deal with the Xianbei cavalry, he ordered the Imperial Guards Huolong division to pursue and annihilate them with 1,000 cavalry. He also decided to send Hamlin scholar Sima Zhongbin to serve as a vice-commander. Understood. With so many matters at hand, Yuan Ziming lost the impulse to awaken Qingniao and instead strode directly out of the palace. Upon returning to the Hall of Governance, he encountered the memorials laid out on the imperial desk. The Ministry of Rights had proposed several new era names for himself. The first was Jianin. Jianin? How absurd! Upon reading this proposed era name, Yuan Ziming felt a surge of anger, as though he had swallowed a fly. The remaining options, Taiyan, Yuanhe, Tianyu, were equally mundane. However, the last era name caught Yuan Ziming's eye. Yongle. Was this not reminiscent of the era name of the illustrious Yongle Emperor of the Ming Dynasty? Ah, my charming ancestor. Very well, this shall be the chosen era name. Yuan Ziming, feeling somewhat satisfied, began to address the issue of reorganizing the Wei army. Currently, the military strength in Chongzhen was a chaotic mix, uneven and disjointed. Excluding Dugu, Xian, and Huolong, who were on expedition, there remained tens of thousands. But most were new recruits. Not only was reclaiming lost territory impossible, even self-defense was a daunting challenge. Thus, the immediate priority was to establish a field army capable of safeguarding the capital and upholding central authority. The following day, Yuan Ziming specially summoned high-ranking officials from the 6 ministries for an informal court meeting. Minister of War Pei Ji remarked, given the current situation, Chongzhen requires at least a formidable force of 50,000 elite soldiers to stabilize the circumstances. What you propose aligns with my own concerns. However, 50,000 is insufficient. I intend to expand our reach. Yuan Ziming revealed his true intentions. I plan to abolish the 12 guards of the previous dynasty and reform them into 3 major camps in the capital, each comprising 50,000 troops responsible for maintaining order in the capital and its surrounding areas. The 3,000 camp will consist of 3,000 heavily armored cavalry and 30,000 light cavalry, while the Divine Machine camp will be equipped with firearm soldiers. Firearms? What are those? Can they replace archers? Upon hearing this novel term, many seasoned officials appeared bewildered, whispering among themselves. Yuan Ziming chuckled to himself, saying, "The Hunnic warrior Wanyan Lushi met his demise beneath this very contraption. Can it truly be dismissed?" The room fell into an immediate hush. Wanyan Lushi, a figure so formidable that even the late Emperor of Wei held him in fear, had succumbed to a mere firearm? These elders, who had lived through the pinnacle of cold weaponry, could hardly fathom the significance of this epoch-defining invention. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Yuan Lang, a member of the royal family, blushed and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Revenue Department is currently operating on a tight budget, even with utmost calculation. We can only sustain Chongzhen for 4 months. Where do we find the funds to establish the 3 main camps in the capital?" Yuan Ziming, resting his eyes, responded, "Minister Yuan, just last month you spent over 8,000 taels in my Mingyu pavilion. Pray, do not tell me that this was from your salary? The Revenue Department appears to be quite affluent." Yuan Lang stammered, "The department indeed has a reserve fund for emergencies, but your Majesty, you seem to have forgotten your earlier decree to kill the Huns, with a hefty bounty on their heads. The silver has long been claimed by the common folk. There is nothing left. So, it is self-inflicted blame, then?" Yuan Ziming sighed, choosing not to pursue the establishment of the capital's 3 main camps any further. With not a single coin to spare, the notion was futile. At this juncture, Liu Bin from the Jinyue, sensing an opportune moment, swiftly presented a list. "Your Majesty, this is the list of individuals slated for execution this autumn. The autumn execution is a customary period within the Wei dynasty for the execution of death row inmates. Traditionally, when the annual list is submitted to the emperor, several names are crossed out to exhibit the emperor's authority. During festive occasions, even those on the execution list may be pardoned. Whether one is selected for pardon is left to fate, what the ancients referred to as the will of heaven. Yuan Ziming paused, scanning the names before inquiring, "How many offenders are slated for this autumn's execution?" "Approximately several dozen," came the reply. "What crimes have they committed?" Yuan Ziming asked. "Murders, arson, heinous acts, and treasonous conspiracies, with only a few being political offenders," Liu Bin explained. "They are all ruthless criminals, driven by greed for money over life." "How many such individuals reside in the entire prison?" Yuan Ziming's eyes gleamed with interest. Liu Bin hesitated, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, and replied cautiously, "No fewer than 500. "Take me to see them," Yuan Ziming declared, abruptly abandoning the current meeting and heading straight to the prison overseen by the Jiu's Northern Constabulary. Liu Bin was quite alarmed. "Your Majesty, those criminals are no ordinary lot. They might provoke divine wrath. Moreover, the Jiu's methods can be rather brutal." After all the talk, it became clear that Liu Bin was apprehensive about the potential exposure of the Jiu's darker dealings to the emperor. Yuan Ziming smiled and patted Liu Bin's shoulder. "I am not a sheltered prince raised within the confines of the palace. I am a seasoned man who has navigated the hardships of the common folk for over 20 years. Do you think I have not heard of the Jiu's little schemes during my time at Mingyu Pavilion? You wretched rogue, whenever you indulge in drink, you incessantly boast to the courtesans of the brothel, and I have heard every word. However, I do not intend to dwell on this matter. Listen closely. All murderers must be released at once." Upon hearing Yuan Ziming's command, Liu Bin had no choice but to comply. He freed every death row inmate in the imperial prison who still drew breath. Indeed, each one was robust and portly, possessing an innate rebellious spirit, a veritable embodiment of hypermasculinity. To prevent any harm from befalling His Majesty, Liu Bin summoned 100 imperial guards to vigilantly oversee these individuals, shackling them with heavy chains. Yet Yuan Ziming regarded them with the gleam of a treasure hunter, scrutinizing them from head to toe, grinning lecherously. "Commander Liu, where did you procure such remarkable specimens? I have taken a liking to them." Chapter 26. Establishing the Wei Martial Forces. "Do you find them appealing?" Liu Bin was utterly taken aback. Could it be that the emperor harbored an unusual preference? Moreover, he seemed to favor not delicate beauties, but rather formidable, intimidating warriors. "My intention is to have them serve the nation with loyalty. During these tumultuous times, we are in dire need of reinforcements at the front lines. And this is indeed a prime opportunity for redemption through merit," Yuan Ziming remarked with a faint smile. "In times of peace, these individuals may be a menace. Yet in chaotic times, they possess the potential to become formidable leaders. Most importantly, they are criminals, with their sins weighing upon them. They would be content with just the most basic sustenance, requiring no monetary compensation or lavish provisions. Is this not the most cost-effective source of quality soldiers?" Liu Bin comprehended the emperor's intent and nodded, saying, "I understand your Majesty's wishes. I shall issue orders to release these lawbreakers, entrusting their training to the Ministry of War." "Wait," Yuan Ziming interrupted. "When did I authorize you to release these offenders?" Liu Bin was bewildered. "Your Majesty, did you not state that they should serve the nation? If they're not released, how can they fight for the country?" With a sly grin, Yuan Ziming stepped forward, his gaze piercing. "Toss 50 blades to them." Liu Bin hesitated for a moment, then replied, "As you command." He promptly summoned several captains from a Jiu, instructing them to cast 50 embroidered spring knives at the feet of the criminals. "Gentlemen, you are all offenders who have transgressed the laws of our Great Wei, with crimes beyond pardon. Yet, at this critical juncture for the survival of our nation, for the sake of the realm and its countless souls, I have decided to grant you a chance for redemption." As the emperor, Yuan Ziming proclaimed from his lofty position, his voice resonating. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the previously dazed criminals suddenly sparkled with hope and vigor. The emperor had shown them mercy. They had a chance to live. However, The emperor's subsequent words plunged them into despair. Yet, while divine grace is vast, the law cannot be ignored. Thus, I have devised a fair method of selection for you all. Yuan Ziming articulated each word with precision. You must fight amongst yourselves, and only those who survive shall earn the right to atone for their sins and emerge from the imperial prison of Bizenfu. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in uproar. Even the Jinui were taken aback by the emperor's ruthless stance. Lubin was momentarily stunned. He had initially believed that Yuan Ziming's heart was swayed by compassion, only to realize it was merely a more brutal alternative. From this moment forth, the brave shall live, and the timid shall perish. The strong shall survive, while the weak shall fall. Yuan Ziming raised his chin, declaring that only those who endure shall be deemed worthy to become the elite of Great Wei, upholding this splendid realm. Kill. As his words resonated, the faces of the criminals, previously marked by uncertainty, abruptly changed, and they began to frantically scramble for the embroidered spring knives scattered on the ground. They turned upon their former companions with savage ferocity. Each strike was fatal. Each blade pierced flesh. Anyone who dared to show even a hint of mercy was immediately slain by their most trusted comrades. Of course, among them were a few overly clever criminals who picked up the embroidered spring knives and charged toward the nearby Jinui, clearly attempting to force their way out of Bizenfu. What awaited them was a firearm that left no room for escape. In his early years, Yuan Ziming clandestinely established a firearms manufacturing workshop and a blacksmith shop in the basement of Mingyu Workshop. A significant reason for acquiring Mingyu Workshop was the frequent visits from high-ranking officials, making the authorities hesitant to investigate. Little did he expect it would be utilized for such purposes. The mass-produced firearms not only equipped a portion of the Imperial Guards, but were also distributed among the Jinui Wei, with each soldier armed. In close quarters, their lethality surpassed that of crossbows, being faster, more accurate, and far more intimidating. As anticipated, the criminals, upon sighting the firearms, were instantly struck with terror, abandoning any thoughts of escape and instead opting to confront their fate. As the number of fallen grew, even the Jinui Wei, known as the Living Yama, found the bloodshed unbearable. "How many are left?" Yuan Ziming inquired, his face devoid of expression. "Your Majesty, fewer than half remain," Lu Bin replied, his complexion pale. The sight of corpses strewn across the ground and severed limbs was unsettling. "Continue the assault," Yuan Ziming commanded, unperturbed. After a prolonged skirmish, the numbers dwindled drastically from over 200 to merely 100. "Your Majesty, only 100 remain. If we continue, they will all perish." Lu Bin's mental fortitude was on the verge of collapse as he spoke tremulously. He had initially thought the emperor was merely seeking a perverse thrill, yet he could not have anticipated such a level of brutality. Yuan Ziming, remaining composed, closed his eyes and uttered, "Proceed." At last, when the count dwindled to 50, Yuan Ziming abruptly rose and commanded, "Cease fire." The surrounding Jinui Wei swiftly moved in to restrain the now frenzied criminals, ensuring they did not lose their reason and annihilate one another. Despite being burdened with heavy shackles, these individuals exhibited a terrifying combat prowess, nearly overwhelming the Jinui Wei in their attempts to subdue them. "Lu Bin," Yuan Ziming called out. "I'm here, Ugh." He glanced sideways, noticing Lu Bin bent over, retching, his face ashen. This lack of composure was unbecoming for a commander of the Jinui Wei. Yuan Ziming shook his head in disappointment and approached the surviving criminals, declaring, "From this moment forth, you are no longer criminals. You are soldiers of the Great Wei dynasty. Furthermore, this company of 50 shall not be assigned to any division or army, but shall take orders directly from me, serving only the imperial command in battle. I shall bestow upon you a new name, Wei Wuzu." Yuan Ziming sought to solidify imperial authority, and seizing military power was paramount. As a nascent emperor, possessing a military force entirely loyal to him was of utmost importance. After all, the imperial guards in the palace had a convoluted origin. Some were remnants of rebel forces, others were from different armies, and some even comprised newly recruited soldiers or troops from influential families, resulting in questionable loyalty. The Wei Wuzu, a brand new military force. The first army personally established by Yuan Ziming, thus made its debut on the historical stage. 2 days later, news of victory arrived from the front lines. Dugu Xin indeed achieved a remarkable victory over General Cui Daong and his formidable army of 200,000, slaying 5,000 foes and capturing 60,000. In the aftermath, Cui Daong, with his remaining 20,000 troops, retreated to Shan Prefecture and sought military assistance from the Turks. Meanwhile, Huang, commanding his forces outside, also inflicted significant damage upon the Xinbei cavalry. Notably, Deputy General Sima Zhongbin personally led 200 horsemen in pursuit of 500 Xinbei riders, successfully decapitating 389 of them. However, he soon found himself encircled by thousands of elite Xinbei cavalry. In a remarkable turn of events, Sima Zhongbin turned the tide, slaying 3 Xinbei generals and beheading 566 soldiers. My word, Yuan Ziming finally realized that this young man had strayed from the path of civil servant. Indeed, through military merit, he could swiftly ascend to prominence. However, among the captured soldiers, after excluding the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, Yuan Ziming employed a brutal method of elimination akin to that used in the imperial prison, selecting over 1,000 to be incorporated into the Wei Wu troops. To invigorate morale, Yuan Ziming resolved to personally lead the Wei Wu soldiers under the guise of a hunting expedition, pursuing the Xinbei cavalry beyond Chongzhen, simultaneously enhancing the combat prowess of his forces through practical experience. That night, in Ganlu Palace, Empress Dowager Yiling had just finished washing her face. After combing her lustrous black hair, she donned a delicate, azure silk garment and prepared to retire for the night. However, she suddenly felt a pair of strong, elongated hands, gliding over her shoulders like a water snake, gently squeezing, which brought her instant relief and comfort. Ah, how delightful! You must be the new eunuch. Where did you learn such technique? You've cured my cervical ailment. Yiling mused with a contented sigh. If the Empress Dowager enjoys it, I shall come every night to massage your shoulders. Chapter 27. I am your imperial sister-in-law. The visage of Yuan Ziming, with its veneer of mirth yet devoid of warmth. Unexpected materialized, startling, Yiling profoundly. Your Majesty, how is it that you are here? She stuttered, hastily adjusting her nearly fallen silk garment to conceal her exposed, snowy shoulder, her words tumbling forth in disarray. Your Majesty, I am but your imperial sister-in-law. Yet, despite her efforts, the silk nightgown did little to obscure the delicate allure of her skin and the intoxicating fragrance that wafted through the air. In the world of intrigue, 3 cardinal taboos prevail: betraying loyalty, selling out an elder brother, and seducing a sister-in-law. At first glance, it appeared that Yuan Ziming had transgressed all 3. He chuckled in bemusement. Do not be alarmed, Empress Yi. I am fully cognizant that you are my 8th imperial sister-in-law. I merely noted your discomfort and wished to alleviate your fatigue. Yiling's heart skipped a beat, her chest rising and falling with trepidation. Did it not say that your Majesty was to lead the newly formed Wei Wu troops on a northern expedition today? Why then do you grace my quarters at such a late hour? Cough, cough. Quite true. I was indeed preparing to depart, but before leaving, I wish to extend an invitation for you to accompany me. Yuan Ziming replied, his demeanor unflustered. Yiling was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, Why me? Among the 9 empresses, Empress Pei Charan has rendered great service, and Pei Ji serves as the chancellor, standing closer to you. Should you not seek her instead? Although Yiling possessed her own beauty and lineage, she was merely average amongst the 9 empresses. In terms of appearance, she was slightly less striking than Pei Charan, and if she had any exceptional trait, it might be her somewhat generous figure. Moreover, her family lacked the backing of high-ranking officials. Thus, Yuan Ziming's interest in her seemed misplaced. Yuan Ziming's response was refreshingly candid. There is no reason. I simply found myself thinking of you. Yiling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You jest. You have uttered such sentiments to the other imperial sisters-in-law as well. She reminisced about her first encounter with Yuan Ziming when she was merely 17, naive and oblivious to the ways of courtship, save for her passion for calligraphy. To win her favor, Yuan Ziming diligently practiced his penmanship, even inventing a new script the slender gold style, which caused quite a stir in Mingyu Square. On her 18th birthday, he gifted her his masterpiece, the completed Lantingyi Su in the slender gold style. Gazing upon the vast cosmos, one discerns the richness of myriad forms. He, a dashing young man, had crafted such an astonishing piece of literature, all while being a repeatedly unsuccessful candidate in the imperial examinations. This revelation stirred genuine affection within Yi Ling for this charming young man. Just as she contemplated offering him her most treasured first time, vanished without a trace. During that period, she, newlywed, was betrothed to Prince Yuan Xiang, the 8th prince, as his consort. However, there was no affection between them. The future Emperor Zhao of the Great Wei, plagued by chronic illness, had remained bedridden, and thus their marital union was never consummated. It was not until 10 days later that Yuan Ziming reappeared in Mingyu Square, resuming their light-hearted banter. It seems as though everything between the two had never transpired. That scoundrel. Huh. The Empress Dowager's words stung me somewhat. Yuan Ziming chuckled. Yi Ling let out a sigh of relief, yet remarked, "Enough. I have grown weary in this Ganlu palace. I shall accompany His Majesty for a breath of fresh air." Yuan Ziming was overjoyed. "The carriage is ready outside. I implore the Empress Dowager to mount the carriage, with the Wei Wu troops closely following." "Is it so swift?" Yi Ling exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared the other side was well prepared. Outside Chongzhen, despite the ravages of war leaving the populace in despair, the verdant mountains and waters remained. With boundless fields stretching as far as the eye could see, Yuan Ziming donned a suit of golden armor, leading over 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers, galloping at the forefront across the plains. Following behind was the Empress Dowager Yi Ling's royal carriage, accompanied by dozens of palace maids and eunuchs, as well as several dozen imperial guards and members of the Jianyi Wei to ensure her safety. "Your Majesty, we have spotted several Xianbei cavalry to the east," spoke Sima Zhongbin, a Hamlin scholar. He too could not fathom why the emperor had summoned him to accompany the troops for military drills, seemingly intending to place him in command over some of the Wei Wu soldiers. "Let the sons of the Wei Wu march alongside me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming felt invigorated and spurred his horse directly towards the scattered Xianbei cavalry. Before long, he saw a dozen or so Xianbei riders aimlessly roaming the outskirts of Chong'an, preying upon isolated civilians or messengers. Suddenly, they looked up and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Over 1,000 figures, a dark mass, surged towards them. The Xianbei were taken aback, hastily brandishing their whips and spurring their horses to flee. Yet it was too late. Like a whirlwind, Yuan Ziming dashed past, drawing his sword and swiftly striking one down. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The scent of blood ignited something primal within him. His eyes reddened with ferocity as he unsheathed his massive sword, cleaving another Xianbei rider and horse in two. Slay! The valiant Wei Wu soldiers surged forth like a tide. However, they merely surrounded the isolated Xianbei riders without killing them. Instead, they tormented them. For the Wei Wu soldiers, who hailed from a life of peril, this was not only a means to satisfy their darker desires, but also an opportunity to explore and learn the cavalry tactics of the Xianbei. Isn't this a hunt? Why have we seen no deer or hare, but instead commenced a slaughter of the Hu? Yi Ling observed from her carriage, somewhat incredulous. The accompanying Qing Niao smiled brightly, saying, "The Empress Dowager may not be aware, but our esteemed Emperor's notion of hunting is not of beasts, but of the Hu people." Hunting the Hu? Yi Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. For one raised in the Confucian traditions of a noble family, this was nothing short of a revelation. After a morning of hunting, they had collectively slain 12 Xianbei and captured 7 warhorses. Yuan Ziming ordered the cooking fires to be lit. It was then that Yi Ling was able to observe closely the fierce appearance of these soldiers, known as Wei Wu. They were indeed quite fearsome. The aura of menace was palpable. Even a frail woman like her dared not approach carelessly. Yet, the attire of these individuals bore a stark contrast to that of ordinary soldiers. They were clad in 3 layers of heavy armor. The outermost layer was made of fabric-covered iron, while the inner layer consisted of chainmail, weighing over 70 pounds. Instead of the traditional crossbows and longbows, they wielded firearms and gunpowder. Moreover, they possessed an oversized saber known as the Mo Dao, reputed to be capable of cleaving both armored riders and their steeds into mere fragments during battle. These armors and weapons were not products of our esteemed Wei workshops. Jiulong, having once served as empress, was well acquainted with many aspects of the Wei military. She instantly recognized that these were clearly privately crafted armaments. What astonished her further was the sight of these Wei soldiers removing their helmets to use as cooking pots. She observed as a soldier produced a type of flatbread, submerging it in boiling water, which transformed into a fragrant noodle soup. A sprinkle of salt and vinegar completed the dish, presenting an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Though it was a meal meant for soldiers, it left the esteemed empress salivating with curiosity. What is this? Why does it smell so delightful? Qing Niao rolled her eyes playfully, resting her chin on her hand, and remarked, "Your Majesty mentioned that this delicacy is called instant noodles." Chapter 28. This is not a hunt, but a journey northward. Astalnud? Upon hearing this, Yiling's interest was immediately piqued, and she eagerly approached. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." The Weiwu soldiers hurriedly knelt. "No need for formalities. Allow me to taste," she declared. Yiling produced her golden spoon, scooped a small mouthful, and as it touched her lips, her expression shifted dramatically. The texture of this noodle. How can this be? It is so fragrant. Moreover, it is imbued with flavor, and the saltiness is just right. What kind of salt are you using? Yiling's curiosity was aroused as she discovered that the salt utilized by these Wei Wu soldiers was not the coarse salt commonly used, but rather an exceptionally fine salt. It is worth noting that throughout the entire Wei dynasty, coarse salt was the norm, typically yielding a rather mediocre taste and often accompanied by an unpleasant odor when used in cooking. Due to the complicated production process and limited yield, coarse salt remained an essential military resource, rarely accessible to the common populace. Even during military campaigns, the troops primarily relied on vinegar cloth, and being able to indulge in coarse salt was considered a rare treat. Yiling tasted a bit of the fine salt with her fingers and was instantly taken aback. How is this achieved? In comparison to coarse salt, it was an entirely different realm, possessing far fewer impurities and a significantly higher level of refinement. No wonder a simple noodle could deliver such an exquisite taste. Coming from a family of salt merchants, primarily supplying coarse salt to the government, Yiling understood the monumental significance of this fine salt. It was not merely a matter of grinding coarse salt. Such a product required an exceptionally meticulous process. The finest fine salt available in the market originated from Yiling's family, yet it still paled in comparison to the fine salt in Yuan Ziming's possession. If it were to be made available in the market, it would undoubtedly be snatched up eagerly, perhaps even attracting the attention of high-ranking officials from various nations. This was also a creation of His Majesty. Qing Niao smiled broadly, saying, "In the basement of Ming Yufang, there exists a small workshop where His Majesty has always enjoyed tinkering with various novel inventions. This instant noodle, fine salt, and fire gun all stem from there." Ming Yufang, Yiling murmured to herself. The world claimed that this dashing young noble reveled in nocturnal escapades at Ming Yufang, pursuing fleeting pleasures. It seemed this was merely a fade. He was utilizing Ming Yufang as a smokescreen to secretly engage in significant endeavors. However, at that time, he was not yet the emperor, and he wasn't even aware of his princely identity. What purpose did he have in creating such contrivances? Moreover, the government had strictly forbidden private salt production. Yet now, he had ascended to the throne, rendering such trivial matters irrelevant. Is the Empress Dowager also enjoying my instant noodles? How does it taste? At that moment, a striking figure clad in bright yellow approached, none other than Yuan Ziming, who had hurriedly returned with his troops, still bearing the severed heads of several Xianbei warriors, having discarded a Xianbei woman onto the ground. "Your Majesty!" The Wei Wu soldiers prostrated in unison. Qing Niao remained steadfast, yet upon feeling a piercing gaze sweep over her impressive figure, she shrugged and gradually knelt. "Your Majesty!" Yiling offered a slight bow and glanced at the woman of Xianbei descent, who appeared to be a granddaughter of a noble, perhaps playfully wandering away from her estate. Yuan Ziming chuckled lightly and said, Lu Bin, this is entrusted to you and your imperial guards. Treat her well. Let us not tarnish the reputation of our esteemed nation. Understood. Lu Bin, the commander of the imperial guards, comprehended the directive with a mere glance, and in an instant, several guards advanced to escort the struggling Xianbei woman away. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ziming plopped down beside Yiling, positioning himself closer than her own maid. Yiling's face flushed crimson, her heart racing, and she hastily redirected the conversation. Your Majesty, the Xianbei cavalry near Chongzhen has been repeatedly subdued by our Great Wei army these days. It seems that the eradication of the barbarian threat is imminent. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming burst into hearty laughter, sprinkling a pinch of fine salt over a skewer of roasted meat before offering it to her. What the Empress Dowager may not realize is that these Xianbei cavalrymen are merely scouts. It's even debatable whether they are true Xianbei, as many of the troops consist of various barbarian tribes that have submitted to them. For the Xianbei, they are dispensable. Their purpose here is solely to harass, monitor, and gather intelligence on Chongzhen. At most, they represent but a mere toe of the Xianbei. Yiling nodded, partially understanding, and took a small bite of the skewer. Instantly, her body quivered. This is absolutely delectable. The addition of a touch of fine salt significantly enhances the flavor of the fresh meat. Your Majesty, how do you prepare this fine salt? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Refined, extracted, Yuan Ziming replied without hesitation. Yiling's expression turned awkward. What do you mean by refined? Yuan Ziming, opting not to elaborate, simply smiled and said, It is akin to a woman shedding her garments. You might think she is completely bare, yet she's still wrapped in layer upon layer. Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words. Yiling interrupted, her cheeks flushed. It was inappropriate for a sovereign to speak so intimately with his sister-in-law in front of so many onlookers. What would become of the royal dignity? Just a jest. Yuan Ziming laughed heartily, clasping his hands behind his back as he mounted his horse. The entire army continued its march northward. As the Wei Wu troops advanced north, they encountered an increasing number of Xianbei cavalry. At times, they would even stumble upon hundreds of barbarian riders, moving in swarms like a hive of bees. Yiling, alarmet, called for Yuan Ziming. Your Majesty, we have traveled nearly 200 miles from Chongzhen. We are approaching the territory of the barbarians. This may be unsafe. Yuan Ziming, with a bemused expression, replied, In fact, we have traveled even further. Here is. Your Majesty, Shaanxi is less than 100 miles from here. At this moment, Sima Zhongben rode up to report. Shaanxi. Upon hearing this location, Yiling's pupils widened in shock. Was this not the place that had recently been embroiled in rebellion? The bandit Cui Daong had gathered a multitude of thieves in Shaanxi, posing a threat to the region and casting covetous eyes on Chongzhen. Very well, assemble the Wei Wu troops, Yuan Ziming commanded, his words deliberate. Yiling, Paniking, Iklaimet. Your Majesty, do you intend to attack Shaanxi? But Cui Daong commands over 100,000 thieves. You have merely brought over 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers. Wasn't it promised that we would embark on a hunting expedition? How has this turned into a journey to Shan Prefecture? Yiling felt a profound helplessness akin to that of a naive maiden deceived. Had she known it was a den of thieves, she would have resolutely refused to accompany Yuan Ziming. Your Majesty, if I am determined to launch an offensive against Shan Prefecture, the court's literati would bicker for months without pause. Time is of the essence in warfare. Once their discussions conclude and troops are mobilized, it will be too late to strike at Shan Prefecture. Yuan Ziming smiled faintly and remarked, Thus I must venture out of the palace under the pretext of a hunting expedition. As for a method to circumvent the interference of the civil officials, I have yet to devise one. However, as long as they do not appear beneath my very eyes, I can act freely. This is madness, Your Majesty. You possess but 1,000 men. Yiling's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although the rebel forces led by Cui Daong were decisively defeated by our soldiers, a starving camel is larger than a horse. Shan Prefecture still boasts at least tens of thousands of battle-ready troops. Therefore, we must act swiftly. The swifter, the better. Yuan Ziming's gaze turned icy and piercing. He issued orders to the entire army. Before nightfall, we shall arrive at the gates of Shan Prefecture. Each soldier must carry 1 war horse and 2 pack horses. Should their steeds perish, they must change mounts. If we do not arrive before nightfall, the entire unit shall face execution. Yes, the 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers roared in unison. Yiling fainted for shock. My lady. Chapter 29. The Raid on Shan Prefecture. Decapitation operation in the midst of a heavy snowfall. The city of Shan Prefecture was overrun by a large group of destitute soldiers, aimlessly wandering in search of sustenance. The military had long since run out of provisions. That scoundrel Cui Daong had promised that once they captured Chong'an, he would open the granaries to feed the hundreds of thousands of starving souls. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had vowed. He was soundly beaten near Chong'an, fleeing back to Shan Prefecture like a stray dog, accompanied by his thousands of brothers, who had now gone 2 days without food, having devoured even the rats of Shan Prefecture. The leader of the group, Zhang De, could no longer contain his disdain, spitting in frustration. It was truly despicable. Were it not for the title of General of the Vanguard bestowed upon him by Cui Daong, he would have long since fled with his men. To make matters worse, there were still monitoring officers sent by Cui Daong, inopportunely beating the soldiers. What are you shouting about? General Cui treated you well during his glory days, providing you with rich feasts. We are merely enduring a temporary hardship. Have you grown wings to defy him? How dare you insult the general? Zhang De stepped forward, his eyes blazing with anger. Who told you to strike my men? The monitoring officer, taken aback, sneered. General Zhang, do not forget that everything you possess now is given by the general. You cannot turn your elbow outward. Curse everything. Zhang De roared, unable to contain his rage, and struck the officer fiercely across the face with his whip. I have earned my military achievements through my own abilities, yet I am overshadowed by the mere lackey of Cui Daong, who casually claims the title of monitoring officer. What kind of gratitude is this? You Zhang De, a wretched butcher, how dare you strike me? The monitoring officer screamed hysterically, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, a cacophony of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. What was happening? Which general's troops were approaching? Everyone was momentarily stunned. The heavy snowfall obscured their vision, revealing only shadowy figures with robust builds. Zhang Da's pupils constricted in alarm. No, these are not our people. They are well-trained, infused with murderous intent. This cannot possibly be them. Before his words could fully escape, countless arrows rained down from all directions, striking the monitoring officer from his horse. Row after row of rebel soldiers fell, barely having time to react. The atmosphere was suffocating. Kill! The Wei soldiers descended upon them like reapers from the heavens, brandishing their sabers with breathtaking speed. In mere moments, half of the cavalry before them lay dead. There was no resistance. It was an unilaterally executed massacre. It was the officers. It was the Wei army. Zhang De was struck with panic as he spotted the Wei military banner not far away. Shan Prefecture lay so far from Chong'an. How could the officers possibly arrive in such a short span of time? Although Zhang De had never served in the army, he understood the complexities involved in mobilizing troops. It required a series of intricate processes involving court discussions, requisitioning supplies, and troop deployments, which would take at least 10 days to half a month. Watching as his men were mercilessly slaughtered by the unexpectedly aggressive Wei army, Zhang De felt a surge of desperation. He bellowed, "Everyone do not panic. Follow me in a battle. Those bastards from the Wei army will pay dearly." With that, he clamped his legs around the horse's belly, drew forth his wolf-toothed club, and charged into the fray. Entangling himself with the Wei warriors, Lord Zhang, tall and robust, appeared even more imposing atop his steed. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, he valiantly dispatched 5 Wei soldiers. Regrettably, the soldiers behind him faltered, crumbling before the relentless onslaught of the Wei troops, leaving behind a multitude of lifeless bodies as they scattered like birds startled from their perch. Only Zhang remained, beset by several Wei warriors who pinned him to the ground, breaking 2 or 3 of his ribs, yet he still fought desperately for survival. At that moment, the sound of a steady and powerful stride approached from the front. The Wei warriors, their expressions shifting with alarm, delivered a heavy kick to Zhang before retreating in an orderly fashion, kneeling on one knee. If you possess the courage, face me one-on-one. What merit is there in a group assault? None among you can match my strength. Zhang, bloodied and bruised, spat out a mouthful of blood and defiantly roared. Yet, silence enveloped him, with no one responding to his challenge. A valiant warrior indeed, what is your name? A voice resonated, both authoritative and refined, like thunder striking the earth. Zhang, startled, looked up. There, he beheld the flag above. Besides the standard of the Wei army, there fluttered the dragon banner. It danced in the biting wind and swirling snowflakes. The imperial standard. In an instant, Zhang felt his limbs grow cold, uncertain whether to kneel or remain rooted in place. Decades of being a commoner instilled in him an ingrained reverence for the emperor. Your Majesty, my troops have nearly eradicated the roaming rebel forces within Shan Prefecture, having beheaded 200, reported Sima Zhongbin as he approached. Excellent. This time differs from the slaughter of the Hu people. Do not covet mere heads, do not disturb the populace, nor commit indiscriminate killings. If they flee, let them go. Yuan Ziming replied calmly. My sole objective is to locate Cui Daong and bring his head to the public, nothing more. These individuals are less soldiers and more farmers seeking sustenance. Once the chief instigator Cui Daong is eliminated, they will lose their backbone and disband instantly. Indeed, Yuan Ziming then turned his gaze back to Zhang. Trembling, Zhang introduced himself. I am but a commoner, Zhang De, a butcher from Shan Prefecture. Your Majesty, this scoundrel has slain 5 of us. The Wei soldiers exclaimed in fury. Yuan Ziming, astonished, inquired, You claim he single-handedly withstood your assault and killed 5 Wei soldiers? Such talent exists among the rebels? With a slight smirk, Yuan Ziming remarked, If he is indeed a commoner from Shan Prefecture, why would he ally himself with a shameless villain like Cui Daong? Zhang shrugged. The court has waged war externally, designating Shan Prefecture as a military stronghold. Over the past 2 years, we have endured countless battles against the Hu, tormenting the local populace to the brink of despair with exorbitant taxes and levies. We can no longer survive. It just so happens that Cui Daong's family possesses grain. Yuan Ziming's pupils widened in shock. The words of his adversary jolted him awake. Throughout history, so-called peasant uprisings were rarely about altering dynasties. They were merely desperate bids for survival. If at this moment you possess an abundance of resources, exude a magnetic leadership charm, and have a talent for painting grand visions, you could rally an army of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. I understand, for these years, in order to resist the Hu people, the hardships imposed upon the common folk have been prolonged far too long. I, on behalf of the 9 preceding emperors, extend my sincerest apologies to you all. Yuan Ziming spoke earnestly. Zhang was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struck by a sudden revelation, scarcely able to believe it. The emperor is apologizing to him, a rebellious commoner? This, even the most benevolent monarchs recorded throughout history have never taken such a step to apologize to the people. Zhang, you are indeed capable. According to Wei law, rebellion warrants extermination of your clan. Thus, you are a condemned man. Yuan Ziming remarked with a slight smirk. Yet, my Wei Wu soldiers happen to be composed entirely of condemned individuals. I ask you, are you willing to join the Wei Wu soldiers and slay the Hu people to atone for your sins? The commoner is willing. The commoner knows that our hunger is primarily attributed to the Hu people. Such a charismatic emperor stirred within Zhang a desire to prostrate himself at his feet. Moreover, recalling the atrocities committed by the Hu people in Shan Prefecture over the past 2 years, including the brutal pillaging and the violation of Zhang's sister, his fury flared. However, the current strength of the Hu people has empowered Cui Daong, who, in truth, relies on the Hu's might to secure his position in Shan Prefecture. He scarcely dares to confront them with blade in hand. But now, having joined the imperial forces, the deep-seated enmity ignites within him, filling him with a thirst for vengeance. Very well. Wei Wu soldier Zhang, where's Cui Daong now? Yuan Ziming inquired with a steely demeanor. To the north of the city, at the former office of the Shan Prefecture governor. There are thousands of personal guards stationed there. Zhang decisively betrayed his former superior, but soon, as if awakening from a dream, he realized, Your Majesty, to the north of the city, besides Shui Dayong's army. There are many Hu soldiers as well. If they intervene, the situation could drastically change. Chapter 30. The Wei Army, majestic, advancing without retreat. How many are there? Which faction of the Hu people? Yuan Ziming's expression immediately turned grave. Initially, he believed that the battered city of Shan Prefecture was left with only the defeated troops of Chui Daong, desperately clinging to life. Yet to his astonishment, there were actually Turks present. The number of Turks is uncertain, but based on my estimation, it is no less than 5,000, Zhang remarked. At least 5,000 Turks? The faces of the Wei warriors behind him changed dramatically. Among the various Hu tribes, the Turks are notoriously cunning and ruthless, highly skilled in manipulation for profit. They are considered a particularly formidable presence among the Hu people. Your Majesty, if it truly is 5,000 Turks, it could indeed prove troublesome. We currently possess only 1,200 Wei soldiers, Sima Zhongbin stated, his brow furrowed. Engaging the ragtag militia of the displaced is manageable with a smaller force, but 5,000 Turks is an entirely different matter. I implore your Majesty to retreat from the front lines, to subdue action with stillness. Sima Zhongbin was acutely aware that the opportunity for battle was fleeting, yet the emperor was present. Should anything happen to the sovereign of the Great Wei dynasty, his own head would be at stake. If we retreat, not only will it significantly increase the difficulty of capturing Shan Prefecture in the future, but the news reaching Chongzhen would surely incite those civil officials. Yuan Ziming self-deprecatingly chuckled. Can you guess how they will react? Your Majesty, Sima Zhongbin, pale-faced, hastily interrupted, dreading the utterance of any scandalous or heretical remarks. A newly crowned emperor, having painstakingly built a modicum of authority through the victory in the defense of Chongzhen, could barely keep the old court factions of Jiulong in check. However, should failure ensue, the emperor's audacious venture northward to attack Shan Prefecture under the guise of hunting would be revealed, and the civil officials would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike, encroaching upon power. History has taught Yuan Ziming that entrusting authority to the civil officials would spell doom for the nation. Advancing may lead to a dead end. Yet retreat is assuredly a path to ruin. Yuan Ziming turned to the Wei soldiers who had followed him and raised his arm in a rallying cry. I shall fight to the death. There are only Wei soldiers who perish in battle, not those who retreat. The 1,000-strong Wei soldiers, inspired by the emperor's fervor, erupted into spirited shouts. The Wei army, majestic, advancing without retreat. In the imperial palace, Empress Dowager Yiling opened her eyes, awakening. The Empress Dowager has awakened? Qing Yao nearby hurriedly presented the prepared medicinal infusion. This is a concoction personally prepared by His Majesty, produced by Mingyu Workshop called cooling tea, intended to alleviate your condition. Golding de. Yiling took a tentative sip, finding it refreshing and sweet. It seems this emperor has a knack for concocting intriguing remedies. No wonder so many women are fond of him. With that thought, she instinctively parted her lips to inquire, Where are we? Have we returned to Chongzhen? Qing Yao smiled gently. We are north of Shan Prefecture, engaging in battle with the rebel forces. Huh? Yiling fainted once more. The Wei soldiers surged forth with great momentum towards the northern city. They unexpectedly encountered the personal guards of Chui Daong, and a fierce street battle erupted between the two sides. Chui Daong's personal guards numbered in the thousands, donned in the ordinary armor utilized by the Wei army, clearly scavenged from the corpses on the battlefield. In terms of combat prowess, they surpassed the average bandit forces, yet when faced with the Wei Wuzhu, they were akin to a condemned criminal in terms of fighting capability. These men were still inexperienced. Upon confrontation, they faltered, with the first few hundred rebels collapsing. The remaining insurgents were akin to headless flies, teetering on the brink of disintegration. However, as Chui Daong's well-fed and well-cared-for guards, they proved dependable in a critical moment. Quickly regrouping under the supervision of the officers at the rear, launching a counterattack like a surging tide. Fire! At the command, in the narrow alley, the Wei Wuzhu brandished their firearms, loaded with gunpowder, and ignited them. Bang! 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 The air erupted. The volley pierced through the opposing rebels, causing them to stagger and fall. What was happening? Why did I feel as though my body was exploding? My hand. I can't find my hand. The lightly armored insurgents, caught at such close range, were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the firearms. They were shot through. Not far away, the appearance of the dragon banner became the final straw that broke the camel's back. It was a dragon flag. The Emperor of Great Wei had arrived. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spine, causing them to flee without a backward glance. This epitomized the weight of an emperor personally leading his troops into battle. During the reign of Emperor Jiulong of the Northern Song, the Liao army advanced southward, pressing towards the capital of the Northern Song. The then-Chancellor Chongzhen advocated for the emperor to lead the charge, yet the timid Emperor Jiulong only ventured to a location not far from the front lines, stubbornly refusing to advance further. However, this very act invigorated the morale of the Song troops at the front, enabling them to hold back the Liao forces momentarily. Of course, it took exceptional psychological fortitude for an emperor, accustomed to luxury, to risk venturing to the front lines, while the civilian officials would undoubtedly employ every means to obstruct him. Throughout history, only the most extraordinary emperors possessed the courage and political acumen to personally lead their armies into battle. Except for a rare few. The so-called door-knocking emperors aside, observing the chaos among the fleeing soldiers, the supervising officer, pale with rage, exclaimed, "A bunch of useless fools. You are jeopardizing the general's reputation. Is this how you repay him? No retreat. Retreat further, and I will execute you." Despite desperately eliminating a few of the ringleaders, he could not suppress the tide of defeat. The self-proclaimed great general was but a title, yet the Emperor of Great Wei was a genuine dragon. The sense of intimidation was incomparable. In the end, the supervising officer was overwhelmed by the panicking soldiers and was trampled to death. In the office of the governor of Shan Prefecture, a voice shouted, "General, the imperial troops have breached our defenses." In the dim light, Chui Daong, clutching for beautiful concubines and disheveled from sleep, was startled into immediate alarm upon hearing the news. He sprang from his bed, hastily gathering the gold and silver he had prepared earlier, but after a moment, realization dawned. Wait a moment. We were just defeated by the imperial troops near Chongzhen a few days ago. How could they possibly advance into Shan Prefecture so swiftly? General, it is absolutely true. The personal guard, pale as a ghost, exclaimed, surrounded, the banners of the officials are everywhere. There is the dragon standard. They are about to breach our defenses. How could it be that my forces in Shan Prefecture, numbering in the tens of thousands, could be so easily overwhelmed? It is a disgrace. General Kuidayong, in a fit of rage, lamented the waste of provisions. He had scarcely enjoyed the fruits of his usurpation in Shan Prefecture for a few days, and now the officials were at his doorstep. "General, we must flee. If we do not leave soon, the soldiers will storm in upon us. These troops are far more fearsome than the last we encountered. They are merciless executioners." As he spoke, the personal guard had already brought forth the enemy's steeds. General Kui, initially contemplating escape, suddenly froze. "Did you just say you saw the dragon standard? That means the Emperor of Wei has personally led the charge?" "Indeed," replied the guard, momentarily taken aback. "Damn it, I should not flee." Chui Daong felt an inexplicable surge of courage and proclaimed defiantly, "Nobility and commoners alike are nothing but men. I refuse to be intimidated by the so-called true dragon of the Great Wei. I, Chui Daong, will face the true dragon in battle. But General, our troops have been scattered by the Wei army. How can we confront them head-on?" The personal guard said, exasperated. Their lord was undeniably a discontented youth of the age, believing that the present Wei dynasty should not be governed by the royal dragon clan. He yearned to defy fate and seize power for himself. "Let us find the nearby Turks." Chui Daong decisively abandoned his woman and, accompanied by a few loyal guards, hastily made his way to the encampment of the Turkic forces. There, a contingent of 15,000 Turks awaited. Chapter 31. The Divine Martial Emperor of Wei. His skull used as a drinking vessel. The Turkic commander stationed here, Ashina Chongqing, belonged to the royal lineage of the Turks. Today, the Turks had captured dozens of Han women from the city of Shan Prefecture, and they were gathered around a bonfire, indulging in their desires with wild abandon. Some were herding the previous Wei army captives, forcing them to perform the sheep-leading ceremony, their laughter echoing in the air. Upon his arrival, Cui Daong witnessed this barbaric scene and could only manage a bitter smile. Truly, the Turks are unparalleled heroes. Kui Daong, why do you not remain in your governor's residence, ruling as a local sovereign, and instead come here? Ashina Chongqing bit down fiercely on a leg of lamb, grinning wickedly. General Ashina Chongqing, please, heavenly soldiers, save me. Cui Daong's knees buckled as he knelt, exclaiming, the Wei army. The Wei army has breached our defenses. What? The Wei army? In an instant, the reveling Turks were startled to their feet, their previously carefree expressions now clouded with apprehension. How many are there? Ashina Chongqing spat contemptuously. Cui Daong trembled as he replied, to have defeated my 30,000 troops, the Wei army must consist of at least 10,000. 10,000? Ashina Chongqing scoffed. Your forces were just defeated by the Wei army days ago. How could over 10,000 Wei soldiers possibly launch a surprise attack on Shan Prefecture so quickly and without prior notice? General, scouts report that the Wei army advancing on Shan Prefecture consists of only about 1,000 men, said one Turk, bowing slightly. 1,000 men? Cui Daong was taken aback. Ashina Chongqing, furious, kicked the messenger, then struck him with his whip. Are you utterly useless? Just days ago, hundreds of thousands were bested by merely 10,000 Wei troops. And now, on your own territory, with 30,000 troops stationed, you let a mere 1,000 Wei soldiers make you cry for help? Cui Daong, still in disbelief, stammered. 1,000? Just 1,000 soldiers? How could it be so few? Is it so difficult to comprehend? Ashina Chongqing toyed with the wine cup in his hand. Do you know what this vessel is made from? The other man stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, trembling as he replied, this cup is made from a human skull, and it is made from the skull of your divine, martial Emperor of Wei. Ashina Chongqing cackled with glee. Cui Daong's face turned ashen, and after a long pause, he forced a smile. General, your might is undeniable. That foolish Emperor of Wei, akin to a mere chicken or dog, how could he possibly be your opponent? To use his skull as a drinking vessel is still an elevation of his status. Nonsense. Ashina Chongqing kicked Cui Daong again, causing him to spit blood. General, a few of Cui Daong's personal guards, enraged by the sight, tightened their grips on their weapons. Stand down. Everyone stand down. Cui Daong desperately interjected. Ashina Chongqing sneered. In the Grand Wei dynasty, there are no foolish emperors, although they are detestable adversaries. One must acknowledge that those men are true sovereigns of the Huaxia, the heroes of the age. You, Cui Daong, a mere dog of the Turks, have no right to critique them. This skull belongs to the three dragons, the divine martial Emperor Yuan Rui of Wei. This individual, in the art of warfare, often employs unexpected tactics, leaving many in a state of perplexity. In the inaugural year of the Great Wei's Longxing, the divine martial Emperor Yuan Rui commanded an army of 70,000 Wei soldiers and 50,000 vassal troops from Xinbei, engaging in battle against a coalition of 200,000 Huns and Turks at the Wild Fox Ridge. Utilizing a bed crossbow, the divine martial emperor dealt a crushing blow to the Hun-Turk coalition, claiming the heads of 40,000 foes and capturing tens of thousands more. Had it not been for the subsequent insurrection of the three Xinbei tribes, who had long been subservient to him, seizing the opportunity to rebel and incinerate the Wei military's granaries, the Wei forces would not have found themselves besieged on all fronts. To shield the main contingent from retreat, the divine martial emperor led a personal guard of several thousand to hold the rear, only to be besieged by the Turks. Outmatched, he fought valiantly, slaying 70 Turks before taking his own life. In death, his body was dismembered by the enraged Turks, with his skull fashioned into a drinking vessel. Yet, this did not signify any disdain the Turks held for the divine martial Emperor Yuan Rui. On the contrary, the terror instilled in the Turks by the Wei army was etched into their very genes. Thus, upon hearing of the Wei soldiers' approach. The once arrogant Turks would display signs of sheer panic. "I have erred. Pray, General, hasten to my aid," they would plead. Indeed, the new Emperor of the Great Wei has also arrived. Cui Daong, grasping the leg of the opposing leader, adopted a servile demeanor, yet his flattering gaze concealed profound disdain. "Filthy barbarians! Were it not for my need to employ their strength for a counteroffensive, I would not debase myself in such a manner." He harbored ambitions of one day issuing decrees to eliminate these nomads entirely. So, the 10th dragon of Wei has also arrived? Ashina Chongqing revealed a sinister smile, igniting his desires. "Cui Daong, I pose this question. If I assist you in slaying the Emperor of Wei, enabling you to ascend as the ruler of the Central Plains, how do you intend to repay the Turks?" Taken aback, Cui Daong felt a rush of exhilaration, his face flushing with fervor as he vowed, "I am willing to submit to the Turks, cede the 16 prefectures of Yinyun, and honor the Turkic Khan as my imperial father, while I serve as the puppet emperor." The Turks were momentarily taken aback. Such a humble declaration exceeded their expectations. They had merely sought the cession of the 16 prefectures of Yinyun, never anticipating such an extensive offer, even the notion of a puppet emperor. The Wei were known for their staunch defiance, preferring death to surrender. Thus, encountering such a spineless Wei individual was a novel experience for them. Ashina Chongqing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Remember your words today, puppet emperor. Turks, let us proceed to entertain ourselves with the Wei soldiers in the city of Shanzhou." Yes, the Turkic warriors promptly mounted their steeds, brimming with vigor and pride. In the city of Shanzhou, within the magistrate's office, the Wei martial soldiers were the first to breach the premises, only to find it occupied by a few trembling courtesans. While Cui Daong had already fled, eliminate the remnants of Cui Daong to the east, then withdraw from the magistrate's office. Kulmundi Zunda, leading a contingent of Wei martial soldiers, the first to infiltrate the magistrate's quarters due to their familiarity with the terrain. Most of the insurgents surrendered at the first sight of the Wei forces, while a handful of the obstinate were dealt with swiftly, wasting no time. Just as they were conducting their sweep, a deafening chorus of battle cries erupted from the north. A formidable contingent of well-equipped Turkic cavalry suddenly burst into the magistrate's office, their combat prowess starkly contrasting with that of the previous rebels. A torrential downpour of arrows ensued, claiming the lives of dozens of Wei soldiers on the spot. Following this, they drew their sabers, delivering fatal blows to the still-breathing Wei troops. It was the Turkic warriors. The Wei soldiers were taken aback, for the Hu people instilled fear in the Wei army, just as the Wei army harbored trepidation towards the Hu. Both sides were driven by a relentless thirst for bloodshed. The Turkic warriors dismounted, forming ranks as lines of mounted archers unleashed their arrows, forcing the Wei soldiers to retreat. Subsequently, heavily armored infantry advanced for close combat. Truly, these frontline Hu soldiers were even more ferocious than the Huns. Yet, the Wei troops were not to be underestimated. After a brief setback, they abandoned their original positions and swiftly regrouped. Shield bearers hurried to reinforce, blocking the initial wave of arrows. The Wei soldiers quickly established a defensive formation. Firearms at the ready. Chapter 32. The truth within the range of firearms, the oncoming Turkic cavalry, oblivious to the peril that awaited them, charged recklessly forward. In the narrow alley, they were 200 paces away from the Wei troops. Load the gunpowder. At 100 paces, prepare to fire. Within 50 paces, fire. In an instant, the Turkic cavalry were met with a piercing explosion, causing them to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. At such close range, even a firearm lacking precision would wreak havoc, let alone in the constricted confines of the alley where the Turkic warriors could not evade the onslaught. Bang! 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 The first wave of gunners withdrew, and the second wave took their place, firing once more. Now, the Turkic cavalry had become living targets, being unceremoniously shot down and emitting cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. The Wei army had resorted to sorcery. Panic ensued among the Turkic forces. Witnessing this, Zhang De exclaimed in astonishment. Had this weapon appeared sooner, perhaps the barbarians would never have set foot in Shan Prefecture. Soon, The massacre concluded as swiftly as it began. Over 100 Turkic cavalrymen lay slain in the alley. The truth resided within the range of firearms. However, more Turkic riders surged forth from the opposite side. Given the unfavorable narrow space for cavalry combat, many dismounted and charged forward in their armor. Just how many Turkic warriors remained? The Wei soldiers began to feel a sense of dread. The Turkic forces emerged from all directions, as if they were an inexhaustible tide. Yet, the gunpowder for the firearms was limited. No, no! Xiang Ning, struck as if by lightning, turned and fled frantically, racing towards the position of the dragon banner. He fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have miscalculated. The Turkic forces number not merely 5,000, but at least 3 times that. 3 times? That would amount to 15,000. Lu Bin, the commander of the Jiulong, beside Yuan Ziming, was taken aback and immediately erupted in anger. Xiang Ning, I suspect you are deliberately providing false intelligence to lead our forces into the enemy's encirclement. I do not. If your Majesty does not believe me, I am willing to take my own life as an act of contrition. Xiang Ning, in a frenzy, drew his sword to prove his innocence. What good would that do? There are 15,000 barbarians. Lu Bin's eyes bulged with rage, wishing to crush his foe beneath his boot, then turned to Yuan Ziming. Your Majesty, the intelligence is erroneous. The Turkic forces have surely deduced our vulnerabilities and will endeavor to encircle the dragon banner. Please, mount your steed and break free while the encirclement has yet to form. 15,000 Turkic warriors against 1,000 Wei soldiers stood no chance. Even if all the gunpowder were expended, they could only hope to slay 1/3 of the Turkic forces. Sima Zhongbin hastily rode over. Your Majesty, we are surrounded by Turkic warriors. They seem to be heading this way. No matter where these barbarians hail from, they shall never forget the glory of capturing a dragon. The Empress Dowager is still behind us. If surrounded, both your Majesty and the Empress Dowager are in imminent peril. For the sake of the nation, I implore your Majesty to break through first. Sima Zhongbin solemnly knelt down and said. Yuan Ziming remained noncommittal, merely instructing Feng Bao to retrieve a military map of Shan Prefecture. His brows knitted together in deep concern. At that moment, the Jiulong captured a solitary Turkic man, and upon interrogation, it was revealed that this Turkic army comprised 15,000 men, including 8,000 cavalry. The leading general was named Ashina Chengqing, a prince of the Turks. Hearing this name, Feng Bao suddenly grew agitated. Ashina Chengqing. This fellow is the very culprit who desecrated the corpse of the illustrious Emperor Wu of Wei. Emperor Wu? Was that not my third imperial brother? The illustrious Emperor Wu Yuan Rui, the most militarily gifted among the 3 dragons. Alas, he was betrayed by the Xinbei. Otherwise, he might well have thwarted the iron cavalry of the Hu. Feng Bao's face flushed as he recounted how Emperor Wu was besieged and slain by the Turks, and how the then General Ashina Chengqing ordered his body to be dismembered, even turning his skull into a drinking vessel. Crash! Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming's wine cup was instantly crushed in his grip, scattering into a fine powder upon the ground. Thus, this man, along with his Turkic army, are the mortal enemies of our Great Wei? Yuan Ziming's gaze sharpened. Sima Zhongbin thought it ill-fated. Indeed, the emperor allowed a cold laugh. I have no desire to flee. I wish to reclaim my 3rd brother's skull, to bring it back to Chongzhen, to grant him a dignified burial. A nation's worthy subject must not be subjected to humiliation. Moreover, he is the Grand Emperor of Wei. To be so dishonored by the Hu is an affront that Yuan Ziming cannot swallow. It is an insult to the Wei dynasty and its people. Your Majesty, we possess only 1,000 men. Lu Bin advised, pale-faced. Xiang Ning, Yuan Ziming suddenly exclaimed. The kneeling Xiang Ning jolted upright, responding, Your servant is here. The remnants of Cui Dayong's army are still scattered across Shan Prefecture, are they not? How many in total? Yuan Ziming inquired. Approximately 20 to 30,000, but they are rebel forces having just suffered a severe blow from the officials. Though they may not dare to confront our troops again, they are likely to harbor resentment. Zunda replied. I see. Yuan Ziming smiled faintly. Yet this smile alerted Sima Zhongbin to the fact that the emperor was about to set something in motion, something significant. On another side, in the Phoenix chariot, the fainted Yiling gradually regained consciousness. "Empress Dowager, you are awake?" Qing Niao exclaimed with joy. Hastily summoning a palace, made to bring a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. "I check your pulse. You are quite weak. Drink some chicken soup to replenish your strength." "Wait, we are in Shan Prefecture. What has transpired? How goes the battle between the Heavenly Army and the rebels?" Yiling murmured, cradling her heavy head. "The Heavenly Army is formidable, having dealt a decisive blow to the rebel forces, and has now captured the governor's residence." Qing Yao beamed brightly. "What? We won?" Yiling was momentarily taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. They actually won. To think 1,000 men could seize Shan Prefecture. It seems I have underestimated the military prowess of the new emperor. But now, why do I still hear the sounds of fierce combat outside? Yiling's joy was short-lived as Dai Mate gently furrowed her brows. Ah, now that the rebels have been subdued, they are busily engaged in combat with the Turks. A faint smile graced the corners of Qing Yao's lips, revealing delicate dimples. The mention of the Turks and the Hu people caused Yiling's lips to turn a deep shade of blue, her delicate body jolting as if struck by lightning. And she promptly fainted again. The Empress Dowager has succumbed once more. This occurred amidst the relentless onslaught of the Turks. The Wei Wu soldiers, suffering from a severe shortage of manpower, found their defenses increasingly constricted. Ashina Qingqing, listening to the Turks' absurdly high casualty rate, maintained an expression of calm. It is only natural. Engaging in battle against the Emperor of Great Wei, higher casualties are to be expected. I've grown accustomed to it. The soldiers surrounding the emperor must be the most elite of the Great Wei military. Nevertheless, he had 15,000 men. He would take his time, advancing steadily. Eventually, he would eliminate 1,000 Wei soldiers, cornering them into a dire situation. I am nothing like the impetuous Huns. We Turks are clever and composed. Ashina Chongqing brimmed with confidence, aware that no Wei reinforcements were in sight. At this rate, within 2 hours, I shall personally capture the Emperor of Wei. This time, I intend to adorn my armor with his skull. The Dragon Banner. Feng Bao, write the Decree of Grace. Chapter 33. The Eternal Masterstroke. The grant of favor in the midst of battle. The air was thick with dust and the stench of blood. Behold the Dragon Banner. Behold the Dragon Banner. After more than 2 hours of fierce combat, Ashina Qingqing felt a surge of exhilaration as he caught sight of the magnificent yellow figure in the distance. That was the Emperor of Wei. How the tides of fortune have turned. A year and a half prior, their Turkic forces had been routed by the formidable Emperor of Wei, fleeing in disarray. In those days, any Turk on the steppe would tremble at the mere mention of the Wei army, too terrified to face them directly. A saying circulated among the Turks: "Lose the Yinji mountain, and my women lose their color. Lose the Chilean mountain, and my livestock shall not thrive." Yet now the Turks have risen. Even the future emperor of the Central Plains is but a puppet in their hands. Reflecting on this, Ashina Chongqing could not suppress a sneer, casting a sidelong glance at Cui Daong, who was equally flushed with excitement, rallying his tattered troops to charge towards the Dragon Banner. Though the Wei Army's firearms were formidable, their numbers were limited, unable to contend with the throngs of rebels and Turkic warriors surging from all sides. "Kill them, brothers," Cui Daong urged, leading the charge. Eager to confront the Emperor of Wei and prove that even an ordinary man could rival the legendary Dragon Clan and ascend as the true sovereign. However, at that moment, chaos erupted from behind. The wails of the Turks filled the air. From all directions came the deafening roars of battle, pressing in upon them. Ashina Qingqing was taken aback, shouting, "What is happening? General, our rear is under attack." A Turkic commander reported urgently. "The rear? By the Wei army? Where do they come from?" Ashina Qingqing's features contorted in disbelief. "Do not spout nonsense. There's not a single Wei soldier within 100 miles. How could reinforcements possibly arrive?" He threatened, "Speak again, and I shall have you shot and fed to the dogs." "General, the assailants are not from the Wei army." The soldier replied, his face ashen. "They are Wei men, those rebellious commoners of the Wei state." "What?" Ashina Qingqing felt as though struck by lightning. incredulous. How can this be? These people were hunted down by the Wei court, sworn enemies to the last. Why would they attack us to rescue the Emperor of Wei? He then seized Cui Daon by the collar, bellowing, "Aren't they your people? What is happening? Speak." Kui Dayong, equally astounded, stammered, "Impossible. This cannot be. I know these rebels well. They are cowards, a ragtag bunch. How would they dare oppose the Turkic royal army? Then who is it that has ambushed us?" Ashina Qingqing glared, eyes wide with fury. Not far away, Fenghuan Yiling lay in slumber, her delicate face a porcelain-like vision of beauty, with a complexion as fair and rosy as a blooming flower. It was hard to imagine that this was the woman revered as the mother of the nation, her skin no different from that of an innocent maiden. Yuan Ziming sat quietly across from his companion, clearing his throat softly. "Empress Yi, how long do you intend to feign slumber?" At this moment, Yiling gradually opened her beautiful eyes. Noticing the absence of others, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she retorted, "You dare to deceive me, Yuan Ziming. You are utterly despicable." Yuan Ziming chuckled and replied, "Such an astute empress like you should have already deduced why. Among the 9 empresses, I chose to bring only you, the 8th empress." Yiling rolled her eyes and said, "You are interested in my family's wealth." Yuan Ziming was taken aback, laughing heartily. It turned out that she was fully aware of everything. How foolish he had been to think he needed to be subtle. Each of the 9 empresses hailed from illustrious families, yet Yiling, as the 8th empress, belonged to the Yi family, which, though not particularly esteemed in political circles, was undeniably affluent. The Yi family was a dynasty of salt merchants and officials, with interests spanning salt, tea, grain, and silk, essentials for the common people. In essence, the Yi family held a monopoly in these areas, their wealth rivaling that of nations. Moreover, they could influence national policies and the livelihoods of the populace, making them a thorn in the side of any ruler throughout history. Regrettably, the shrewd merchants of the Yi family, through strategic alliances with the royal family, even allowing their daughters to ascend as empresses, had cleverly evaded the fate of being pillaged and annihilated. Yiling then mockingly remarked, "Your Majesty has brought me here to showcase the prowess of the army you personally trained, hoping the Yi family will invest in you." Yuan Ziming replied earnestly, "Indeed. But do you not think you are taking quite a gamble?" Yiling raised her brows in indignation. "You dare to conceal from everyone and launch a surprise attack on Shan Prefecture with just 1,200 Wei Wu soldiers, and to engage in battle with 10,000 Turks in the city." In truth, she had feigned sleep for much of the time, having understood their current predicament through the conversations between Qing Niao and the others. "Does the Empress doubt my ability to prevail?" Yuan Ziming challenged her gaze. "I do doubt it. I have been under the reign of the Great Wei's Emperor Zhao Lai, the 8th dragon, and possess some knowledge of the situation with the Hu people. 15,000 well-trained Turks against over 1,000 soldiers descended from death row, armed with firearms, still yields no chance of victory." Yiling responded without hesitation. "Then, if the Empress is so clear-headed, why not make haste to escape? The Hu people are about to invade," Yuan Ziming retorted. Yiling found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, she recalled that the sounds of the Hu's assault seemed to be growing fainter. Instinctively, she opened the window, but her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Not far away, the Hu people appeared to be embroiled in some internal strife, preoccupied with their own troubles. Meanwhile, the Wei Wu soldiers had shifted from a defensive posture to an aggressive formation. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Turks were under attack from the rebel forces of Shan Prefecture, and chaos ensued as both sides clashed fiercely. How could those rebellious thieves engage so ferociously with the Hu people? Yiling exclaimed in astonishment. Yuan Ziming squinted as he handed a decree to the other party. "I have ordered this sacred edict to be transcribed into hundreds of copies, which will be shot forth like arrows into the rebel forces across Shan Prefecture." "The grant of favor?" Yiling exclaimed in astonishment. "The barbarian invaders have trespassed upon the borders of our Great Wei, with the 9 dragons sacrificing themselves for the nation, and the common folk suffering in despair. I solemnly swear by the heavens and the ancestral spirits from this day forth." Any who are willing to take up arms against the barbarian dogs shall be absolved of all past transgressions, their sins forgiven. Only Wei's own Chui Deong, who has acted in defiance and treachery, desecrating our ancestral temples, betraying our people, and compromising our sovereignty, shall I not pardon. For I fear incurring the wrath of our ancestors in the heavens. Furthermore, I proclaim to all military personnel and citizens, regardless of their status as soldiers, farmers, or merchants, that those who slay the barbarian invaders shall be rewarded according to the military merit system, to demonstrate the grace of the imperial decree. Should anyone defy this, I am willing to meet my demise, pierced by 1,000 arrows or struck by the wrath of the heavens, allowing the traitors to rend my corpse. The grant of favor. Upon reading the decree, Jiulong was left utterly speechless. What a splendid grant of favor, transforming foes into allies, unifying the front against external threats. Truly, it is the greatest stratagem of all time. Observing the chaos unfolding outside in the Turkish camp, alongside the astonishing combativeness of the rebels, Jiulong was struck with awe. These individuals had risen in rebellion merely to secure their daily bread, driven to desperation. In truth, they harbored deep-seated hatred for the barbarians. They had no choice but to act for their survival. Yet now, with the Emperor's decree of favor, they were informed that by slaying the barbarians, not only would their acts of rebellion be forgiven, but they could also attain ranks and lands under the newly instituted military meritocracy and, at the very least, enjoy the emperor's provisions. What assurance could they have that this was true? The emperor even swore an oath upon himself, pledging his imperial dignity as collateral. Such conditions were irresistibly alluring. In an instant, these directionless civilians of Wei betrayed their formidable General Chui Deong, flocking to the embrace of the court, united in their pursuit of the true culprits of their misfortune, the Turks. Outside the carriage, a hell's cape of human suffering. Inside, a sanctuary of peace. Your Majesty, Yuan Ziming finally got to the point. It is time we discuss what favorable terms you can offer me. Chapter 34, Bargaining. What do you desire? After a moment of silence, Jiulong ceased her pretense and inquired. Silver, grain, and silk, Yuan Ziming replied, his gaze piercing. I intend to expand the military. Even if we cannot establish a force of 200,000 in the capital, we must at least bolster the Wei Wu troops to 30,000. Chongzhen has owed salaries to officials for several months, and soldiers have gone unpaid for over 3 months, with hundreds of thousands in Chongzhen to feed. At the very least, we require 8 million taels of silver, 150,000 stones of grain, and 1 million bolts of silk. Jiulong was taken aback. Yuan Ziming, you might as well resort to robbery. Even if I could agree, the Yi family would never consent. Such a vast sum of silver, grain, and silk cannot be gathered in an instant. You would deplete the entire Yi family. Yuan Ziming chuckled nonchalantly. Your Majesty, as a family of merchants, you ought to understand that investment yields returns. This capital will not be given in vain. Otherwise, I could simply command the Jinyui to seize your Yi family's assets, which would yield over 10 million taels of silver. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Why go through all this trouble to involve you? What he coveted was the Yi family's enduring ability to generate wealth. They were a veritable treasure trove. Jiulong regarded Yuan Ziming with keen interest. I wonder, Your Majesty, what leverage you possess to exchange for such copious amounts of grain and silver. Imperial authority is the greatest leverage, Yuan Ziming replied with a subtle smile. The Yi family has thrived through generations of commerce. Yet, among the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes, merchants are regarded as the lowest. Even if the Yi family is exceedingly wealthy, they remain looked down upon by the gentry. Am I not correct? Jiulong's expression shifted. The Yi family was indeed affluent, and successive rulers of the Great Wei had regarded them with caution, often suppressing them politically. Yet your family's highest official position is merely that of a local governor, is it not? Yuan Ziming remained composed. I can provide your Yi family with an opportunity to enter the court. Several of your kinsmen may serve as officials in Chongzhen. The Yi family will have the chance to stand equal with other noble families of the Great Wei. Upon hearing this, Jiulong felt a surge of excitement. The Yi family's wealth was undeniable, Yet their lack of official status relegated them to the periphery of the aristocracy, let alone the ranks of the noble families. If Yuan Ziming were genuinely willing to grant the Yi family such an opportunity, the material possessions could indeed be sacrificed. Contemplating this, Yi Ling spoke with newfound determination. Your demands are excessive. The Yi family cannot provide all that at once. At most, we can offer 2 million taels of cash, 300,000 stones of grain, and 200,000 bolts of silk. This is the extent of our current inventory. The remainder will require negotiations, but we can ensure delivery to the capital within a few months. Suddenly, Yi Ling added, Your Majesty, my father is of advanced age and has only attained the position of a Grand Master of the household. Let him be promoted to Silver Blue Grand Master of the household and bestowed the title of Count of Tongyi. Yuan Ziming replied readily. The Silver Blue Grand Master of the household is an honorary title of the third rank, while the Count of Tongyi is a legitimate peerage. Yi Ling finally revealed a satisfied smile, bowing and saying, I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Your highness is too kind. Yuan Ziming hastily helped her up, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her graceful curves, unable to suppress a gulp. The eighth prince truly is fortunate. Alas, she is frail and ailing, unable to enjoy such fortune. The woman of the Great Wei's Zhao Lai Emperor still retains her charm. The great battle raged for a full half-day. The entire Shan prefecture was strewn with corpses. Everywhere lay the bodies of the Turkic people, notably, all headless. Almost all the citizens of Shan prefecture and the rebels joined the fray against the Hu invaders, surrounding the Turkic forces from all sides. Ashina Chongqing fought desperately to break through the encirclement, only to be captured on the spot by the ambushed Imperial Guard. Your Majesty, based on preliminary estimates, in this battle, our forces have eliminated 7,000 Turkic foes, and as for prisoners, well, there are none. Sima Zhongbin said, his heart pounding with fear. The might of the decree of favor was truly formidable. A mere document could turn foes into friends, inciting all the rebels to rise up and slay the Hu. The proud Sima Zhongbin felt for the first time that he could not fathom the emperor's intentions. Each of his majesty's moves seemed utterly unexpected. With such wisdom, his majesty must have surpassed the previous 9 dragons, he mused. The current emperor, a hidden dragon among the populace, had spent years indulging in the arts. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons remained within the palace, receiving a superior education from the royal family, embarking on campaigns at a tender age, accumulating military achievements, experience, and resolve far beyond the ordinary. Yet it proved that Yuan Ziming, a man of the people, had unwittingly surpassed his 9 royal brothers. Cui Daong was brought forward by the Wei Wu soldiers, his body marred by numerous wounds, evidently having endured a fierce struggle for survival. Why does the old emperor grant clemency to other rebels, but not to me? Cui Daong seethed upon seeing Yuan Ziming, filled with uncontainable rage. He was indignant that others had opportunities to achieve merit while he did not. It was unfair. The result was a brutal beating from the Wei Wu soldiers. Yuan Ziming could hardly be bothered with him. Take him to the capital for punishment, a slow execution in the marketplace. Yes, the Wei Wu soldiers responded, escorting him away. Next came Ashina Chongqing, bruised and battered, his knees shattered by the Imperial Guard, collapsing to the ground, yet his hawk-like gaze remained fixed fiercely upon Yuan Ziming. Your Majesty, shall I gouge out this Udog's eyes? Lu Bin shouted in anger upon witnessing this. No need, Yuan Ziming replied. Was it you who fashioned the skull of my Great Wei's divine martial emperor into a drinking vessel? You too had your chance. Ashina Chongqing replied with a sinister smile. Impudent. The Imperial Guard and Wei Wu soldiers erupted in fury, rushing forward to slap his face repeatedly, knocking out all his molars, blood splattering everywhere. Kill him. Divide his corpse in 2, one half to serve as a foundation buried beneath the walls of Shan Prefecture, the other half to be brought back to Chong'an for the ancestral temple's rites. Yuan Ziming said expressionlessly, After the rites, it shall be fashioned into my dragon relic basin. Dragon relic? What on earth is that? Ashina Chongqing was left dumbfounded. The courtiers around burst into laughter. In an instant, the other party suddenly comprehended something, their expression shifting dramatically as they erupted in a furious tirade. Do you dare to treat me like refuse? I will slay you, you two-legged sheep. Without a doubt. Another full-blown outburst ensued. Your Majesty, the remains of the late emperor were discovered from that wretched creature. At this moment, Feng Bao tremulously presented a vessel made of bones. Already in tears. Is this my third imperial brother's remains? Yuan Ziming gazed intently at the skeletal vessel, determined to bring it back for a proper burial. The Great Wei's divine martial emperor, Yuan Rui, my third imperial brother. I shall avenge you. After the battle, although Chongzhen had been reduced to ruins, a ghost town with 9 out of 10 households abandoned, it had once again become part of Wei territory, seamlessly connecting with Chong'an, no longer a solitary city, which was of great significance. However, the Wei martial soldiers had dwindled from 1,200 to fewer than 500. The casualties among the Wei forces exceeded tens of thousands. Yuan Ziming honored his promise, declaring that the soldiers who died in service to the country would be recognized by the court, receiving compensation and various allowances. The survivors would be brought back and incorporated into the ranks of the Wei martial soldiers, with future rewards based on military merit. The following day, snow fell over Chong'an. News of the events in Chongzhen had reached the halls of the Great Wei through a messenger. In the Pei residence, Pei Ji stood by a brazier, his expression a mixture of admiration and concern. What a formidable emperor, far superior to my son-in-law. Yet such overt displays of power, could it lead to a fate akin to that of the 9 dragons, passing away prematurely in a sudden demise? Just then, the old steward of the Pei household rushed in, his face grave. Master, a message has just arrived. His Majesty was attacked on his way back, and his fate is uncertain. What? Upon hearing this, Pei Ji was struck with terror, immediately demanding to know, where did this happen? Who was the assailant? What is the situation? Master, I believe this is not the time for such inquiries. Someone has requested your presence at the palace. The old steward trembled. Who? With the emperor in peril, who has the audacity to summon me to the palace? Which consort or eunuch dares to command me? Pei Ji erupted in fury. It is the birth mother of the 9 dragons, the Empress Dowager. Chapter 35. The ambitious Empress Dowager of the 9 dragons wasn't the Empress Dowager, the mother of the 9 dragons, always at the Xiang temple, engaging in Buddhist practices. Pei Ji was taken aback. The Empress Dowager Wang Dan, a scion of the illustrious Lang Yuan clan, wielded immense power during her reign as empress. Following the death of the late emperor, her son, Emperor Xiaowu, ascended the throne. The Empress Dowager sought to assume control behind the curtains, leading to a severe political conflict with her own son. Ultimately, Emperor Xiaowu announced a military siege around the Empress Dowager's palace and tasked Pei Ji, then the governor of Jingzhou, with persuading her to observe mourning for the late emperor. Thus, the Empress Dowager took refuge at Xiang Temple and vanished from the public eye for many years. In subsequent reigns, the new emperors, wishing to honor their mother, issued multiple orders to expand Xiang Temple and bestowed generous rewards. However, adhering to Emperor Xiaowu's edict, the Empress Dowager was not permitted to return to the world of politics. The complexities of royal kinship are indeed profound. Now, with the current emperor's fate uncertain, the sudden reemergence of the Empress Dowager could herald a significant upheaval in Chong'an. After much contemplation, Pei Ji resolved to visit Xiang Temple and meet the Empress Dowager. Xiang Temple, the largest monastery in Chong'an, sprawled over vast acres, resembling a realm of freedom. What sent a shiver down Pei Ji's spine was the presence of armed monk soldiers patrolling the path, seemingly endless. This indicated that, over the years, the Empress Dowager had cultivated a formidable force within the temple. Upon entering a pagoda, he was greeted by a dignified matron, exuding an air of authority even without raising her voice, clad in a monk's robe and holding a string of Bodhi beads. Her silver hair did little to obscure the aristocratic aura surrounding her. She was Wang Dan, the Empress Dowager of the Great Wei. Old Minister Pei Ji, I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Pei Ji exclaimed, kneeling in trepidation. Pei Darren, no, you should now be addressed as Prime Minister Pei. For with each of my sons passing, your rank has ascended, Wang Dan replied with a gentle smile, her face lined with age. Years of piety had softened her once haughty demeanor into one of compassion. Yet, when she spoke, Her voice retained the original tone of the alluring empress. Bei Yi, perspiring profusely, remarked, "The 9 late emperors have ascended to the heavens, blessing our great way. However, the sovereign sacrifice is a reflection of our ministers' incompetence. I bear the blame for this, and should our great way endure, I am willing to shave my head and serve as a monk, accompanying the Empress Dowager daily." "Enough, Prime Minister Pei. This is my Xian temple, devoid of outsiders. There is no need for the courtly pretense," Wang Dan interjected coolly. "All 9 of my sons are deceased, and now, the child you picked up from the commoners, Pei Chuan, has also perished. Prime Minister, should we not consider new candidates for the imperial throne?" Her words left Pei Ji astounded. He had not anticipated such bluntness. Moreover, he was further astonished that a recluse from Xian Temple could so swiftly acquire news of the new emperor. It was as if everything lay within her grasp. "Pei Xiang, while I may lead a life of simplicity and detachment within this Buddhist temple, do not forget that my family, the Wang clan of Langya, still wields significant influence in Chongzhen. I am well aware of any movements in the court and beyond." It is at this moment that Wang Dan reveals her ambition. Previously, constrained by the presence of the 9 dragons and her own blood, she could not bring herself to act against them. However, now an unexpected illegitimate child has emerged, a bastard son of the late emperor himself. He has usurped the throne that rightfully belongs to my son. It is time to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Wang Dan smiled with a sense of relief and said, "Pei Xiang, I intend to support a new royal lineage to ascend the throne and govern behind the scenes. Would you be willing to assist me?" Pei Ji was taken aback. "Your Majesty, the Son of Heaven has merely been attacked. It has not yet been confirmed whether he is indeed dead." "He is certainly dead," Wang Dan sneered. "The assailants were the Xianbei lurking near Chongzhen. Do you think there is any chance of survival when surrounded by barbarians?" Pei Ji's mind raced. Even he did not know that the Xianbei were behind this. Yet why was the Empress Dowager so certain? He dared not ponder further, for fear of dire consequences. He could only feign ignorance and replied, "Your Majesty, the 9 dragons perished without leaving any heirs. This is precisely why your cooperation is essential, Pei Xiang. Your daughter is the Empress of the 9th dragon. If she were to be with child at this moment, carrying the seed of a dragon." Wang Dan's words were laced with madness. If there were no dragon seed, they would simply create one by force. Pei Ji was instantly dumbfounded. This was an affront to heaven. "Pei Xiang, your political future and that of your family lie before you. Otherwise, when news of the emperor's death reaches Chongzhen and the throne is left vacant, do you think you can continue in your role as chancellor?" Wang Dan pressed closer, methodically laying a psychological trap. Pei Ji, drenched in sweat, remained silent. This was far too perilous. If it succeeded, he would merely continue as chancellor. If it failed, his entire family would be condemned. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dan's patience waned. With a cold huff, she remarked, "Entering Xian Temple is easy, but leaving is not so simple. Pei Xiang, you are a clever man. Think carefully." This was a blatant threat. Pei Ji's face turned ashen. Having heard of her plan to usurp the throne, if he did not comply, he could very well find himself silenced by this Empress Dowager. How dreadful! Regret gnawed at Pei Ji. Had he heeded the steward's advice and avoided Xian Temple, he would not be facing this treacherous predicament now. Yet, just as he wavered, a booming voice echoed from a distance, akin to a bell tolling, piercing through the tension like a sword. "His Majesty has returned to the capital." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wang Dan's playful smile instantly turned to stone, replaced by a look of sheer shock, her prayer beads shattering in her grasp, scattering across the floor. This was impossible. Wang Dan blurted out. Xian Temple fell into a profound silence. Pei Ji, having gathered his composure, exuded vitality as he addressed, "I beg your pardon, esteemed Empress Dowager. With His Majesty returning to the capital, I must go to pay my respects. Today's events I shall consider as if I have not heard a word. I know nothing. Farewell." With that, he did not await a response, turning on his heel and departing with resolute determination. The monk's soldiers dared not impede his path. Such was his audacity. Wang Dan remained rooted in place, gritting his teeth, his features contorted in disbelief. This cannot be. The Xianbei, those barbaric hounds, had evidently colluded. Those not of our kin harbor divergent intentions. At that moment, from the shadows behind Wang Dan, a mysterious voice emerged, the who are ultimately outsiders. Henceforth, such matters must be entrusted to our own. What am I to do? Wang Dan snarled. Go meet the emperor. Pei Ji is a man of wisdom. He will not speak recklessly. Do not forget, by lineage, you are the mother of the current emperor. In the dim light, the resolute visage of Dugu Xian, aged yet exuding a commanding presence, was illuminated. His Majesty returns to the capital. His Majesty returns to the capital. The proclamation reverberated throughout Chongzhen like the tolling of a great bell. The dragon banner indeed made its timely appearance at the city gates. A vast contingent of Wei Wu soldiers cleared the way. Pei Ji and the civil and military officials, arriving late, finally reached the gates to welcome the imperial entourage. We, your subjects, bow before your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the Great Wei. I apologize for not notifying you all in advance, my dear ministers. Your efforts are appreciated. From the dragon banner, Yuan Ziming stepped forth, radiant and entirely unperturbed by the earlier assault. Your Majesty. 8 Empresses Dowager also emerged from the palace to greet him, offering a slight bow. Sister-in-law, this is third brother. The dragon remains of our esteemed god warrior Emperor Yuan Rui, Yuan Ziming announced, as Feng Bao presented a skull-shaped wine vessel wrapped in a bright yellow cloth. Your Majesty. The other party immediately broke into tears, collapsing to the ground. Yuan Ziming, too, knelt and wept in solidarity. Once the theatrics had reached their peak, Yuan Ziming rose, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. At that moment, he noticed the sudden presence of an elderly woman with phoenix eyes and graceful brows, adorned with a golden hairpin and donning a robe embroidered with 8 colorful phoenixes. However, the accompanying belt was the emperor's exclusive bright yellow 5-clawed golden dragon jade belt. Was this not an act of usurpation? As Yuan Ziming's expression shifted, Pei Charan quickly interjected in a hushed tone. This is the nominal Empress Dowager, Wang Dan, the biological mother of the 9 dragons. That jade belt was bestowed by the late emperor. Moreover, the Empress Dowager may don the emperor's customary attire, utilizing the bright yellow as a privilege. Enlightenment dawned on Yuan Ziming, who squinted and remarked, I see now. I bow before the Empress Dowager. Yuan Ziming clasped his hands in respect, adhering to protocol, as she was his stepmother, thus entitled to be addressed as Empress Dowager. However, with several empresses present, he could only respectfully refer to her as the Grand Empress Dowager. Your Majesty is overly courteous. I have long resided in Qian Temple, devoted to fasting and prayer, and have ceased to concern myself with worldly affairs. I have long grown indifferent to such formalities. This attire was hastily retrieved from the depths of my wardrobe. A gentle smile graced Wang Dan's face, her eyes warm with kindness. At this moment, Yuan Ziming discovered that Chongzhen seemed to be hosting a grand Buddhist gathering, with monks chanting scriptures everywhere. What is this? It is I, Wang Dan replied with a disingenuous smile, who, upon hearing of Your Majesty's triumphant return, commanded the Qian Temple in Chongzhen to hold a Buddhist assembly to pray for Your Majesty and for the Great Wei. Yuan Ziming nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. Wang Dan inwardly scoffed, realizing how gullible the emperor truly was, easily swayed by mere words. Yet, unexpectedly, the emperor interjected, Isn't the Qian Temple quite affluent? Chapter 36. The 10 Princes' Levity, unfit to rule the world. This inquiry caught Wang Dan off guard. He stammered, Yes. There is indeed a certain degree of scarcity. The scale of this chanting ceremony must involve no fewer than 10,000 monks. To sustain such a multitude, the land and grain required are no trifling matter. Yuan Ziming's mind was racing with calculations. Feng Bao smiled slightly and remarked, Your Majesty may be unaware, but since the founding of the Great Wei dynasty, under the reigns of our esteemed Taizu, Gaozu, and Taizong, the nation has embraced Buddhism, offering much favor to Buddhist studies. Across the land, numerous pagodas and temples have been constructed, and the monks along with their temple estates are exempt from taxation. Is that so? Yuan Ziming pondered. He was aware of the Great Wei's reverence for Buddhism, Yet the fact that monks and temples were entirely free from tax obligations, sustaining themselves independently, surprised him greatly. However, simultaneously, a brilliant idea began to ripple through his mind. Perhaps the funds necessary for establishing the 3 major camps in the capital had found a feasible source. The Empress Dowager had specifically come to greet me, and it is indeed a tiring endeavor. Attendants, escort the Empress Dowager Wang back to the Xian Temple, Sima Zhongbin. You shall be the one to see her off. Yuan Ziming's explicit choice of Sima Zhongbin was unmistakable. Dear Sister Yiling, you have caused me considerable worry. There are rumors circulating that the emperor has been assassinated, and I was nearly concerned for your safety as well. Pei Chern approached, grasping Yiling's hand, inquiring with genuine concern, So, what exactly transpired? Yiling gave a mischievous smile and replied, Sister Pei, are you truly concerned for me? Or are you more curious about His Majesty? Pei Chern, flustered, blushed, and forced a smile. I am concerned. Yes, concerned. Yiling continued. Since our return from Shan Prefecture to Chongzhen, we indeed encountered a troop of Xianbei soldiers, numbering in the thousands. The Weiwu army was severely weakened and unable to fight. We nearly did not return. And how did you come back? His Majesty had previously captured a Xianbei woman, who turned out to be a princess of the Murong clan. The group of Xianbei cavalry we encountered belonged to the Murong Xianbei. Thus, His Majesty proposed a trade. He would return the princess to them in exchange for their retreat, along with a gift of 1,000 war horses. As Yiling recounted the tale vividly, Pei Chern gasped in astonishment. It was resolved so simply, and you gained 1,000 war horses in the process. The Xianbei primarily consisted of 3 tribes, the Tuoba, the Murong, and the Duan, collectively known as the 3 Xianbei. They had once submitted to the Great Wei dynasty, but rebelled during the reign of the divine martial emperor, becoming one of the 4 great northern invaders. On another note, Yuan Ziming reflected gratefully on the earlier information provided by Tuoba Lao Shi, who had informed him of the Murong Xianbei princess's proximity to Chongzhen. Otherwise, he would not have captured this valuable hostage. As he commanded the returning army to enter the city, he was struck by the sight of Empress Dowager Lu Yi approaching him. Yuan Ziming clasped his hands and said, Great Empress Dowager, did I not issue a decree for you all to return to your respective palaces to rest? He thought to himself, this madwoman better not call herself Yuan Lang in public again, or my reputation will be in tatters. Lu Yi remained non-committal, merely leaning closer, her delicate fingers brushing against Yuan Ziming's face. Your Majesty's recent venture was perilous, causing me great concern. Why did you bring along that faint-hearted woman, Yiling, and not me? Yuan Ziming felt a twinge of embarrassment, struggling to devise a suitable response to this formidable woman when Lu Yi suddenly whispered in his ear, Beware of the Empress Dowager. Startled, Yuan Ziming was about to inquire further when Lu Yi burst into laughter. Oh, I was just teasing you. It's getting late. I must return to the palace. Among the captives you have taken, are there any handsome men? If so, please send a few to me as companions. With that, she sauntered away, leaving Yuan Ziming in a daze. Lu Bin, present, summon the Imperial Guards and have them deliver all intelligence regarding Empress Dowager Wang Dan to my southern study. Yuan Ziming had relocated his office from the Hall of Governance to another palace, designating it as the southern study. He appointed a cadre of young officials to serve there, signifying a clear intention to counterbalance the civil officials and establish a new central authority. Understood. It is indeed time to hold the evening court. I shall formally address matters of state concerning the Great Wei dynasty. At Qian Temple, the emperor's performance today was remarkable. He had returned the remains of the late emperor, not only consolidating public sentiment, but also significantly bolstering his authority, thereby reducing resistance within the court. Empress Dowager Wang Dan, within the pagoda, was engaged in incense burning and tea preparation, assisted on either side by 2 handsome monks. Occasionally, she would coyly lean towards one of the striking monks. The Guxin, with a scruffy beard, chuckled, Empress Dowager, I have said before, this emperor is no ordinary man. He is not inferior to any of your sons. One must experience it to know whether he is extraordinary. Wang Dan replied dismissively, a sinister smile playing on her lips. You have previously distinguished yourself by safeguarding Chong'an and quelling the nearby rebellion. Your contributions are commendable. I shall ensure influential figures in the court advocate for you to become the new commander of the Imperial Guards. As long as the guards remain under our control, what does it matter who the emperor is? He is merely our puppet. However, de Guxin spoke gravely. Empress Dowager, His Majesty seems intent on forming another army outside the Imperial Guards, composed entirely of prisoners and war captives, loyal solely to him, equipped with firearms and full armor. What? Wang Dan abruptly broke free from the monk's support, her eyes wide with alarm. You mean, he is cultivating his own military force? Indeed, de Guxin replied anxiously. He is yet unaware of my allegiance to you. But once the truth is revealed, repression may soon follow. Yuan Ziming. I shall not allow him to have his way. Let him know that the Great Wei dynasty is not solely at his command. Wang Dan snip Herfingers, summoning a palace maid, and whispered to her conspiratorially. Evening court. In the midst of the Chong'an court's astonishment over Yuan Ziming's abrupt transition from hunting to a surprise assault on Shan Prefecture, he unexpectedly convened a court assembly. With the intention of leveraging his recent triumph, he sought to establish significant state policies, proclaiming that he thrived on the advantage of information disparity. In this campaign, the restoration of Shan Prefecture would require a robust force of 7,000 men, all of whom he intended to integrate into the Weiwu army. While the ministers exchanged confused glances, Yuan Ziming continued, stating that the Weiwu army would expand to 30,000, initially recruiting from criminals incarcerated in the Ministry of Justice, followed by refugees and prisoners of war, and finally, the elite from various military factions. A semblance of understanding dawned upon the assembly, and murmurs arose. Yet no one dared to voice dissent. Seizing the moment, Yuan Ziming pressed on. Securing Shan Prefecture is tantamount to reclaiming the gateway to Guangzhou. Hence I plan to mobilize our forces imminently. No, immediately, to station troops in Shan Prefecture and subsequently retake Tongguan, Puzhou, Shangzhou, and other cities in Guangzhou, restoring the Great Wei's dominion over the entire region. His words flowed like a torrent, for he intended to strike forth, determined that Chong'an should no longer be the front line, nor could he reign as an emperor confined to a single territory. At this juncture, the officials began to react. War was imminent. Several civil officials trembled, on the verge of rising to voice their concerns, when Yuan Ziming preemptively declared, "That is all I have to say. The court is dismissed." The ministers were left in stunned silence. It seemed the emperor had no intention of consulting them. At best, he merely sought to inform them. Yet, with the emperor returning victorious with the army, even the civil officials were reluctant to offend him at such a critical moment. Thus, none dared to step forward, tacitly accepting his decree. However, just as Yuan Ziming believed he had achieved his aims, a eunuch hurriedly approached, whispering urgently to Feng Bao. Upon hearing the words, Feng Bao's expression turned ashen, and he quickly moved to stand before Yuan Ziming, speaking in hushed tones. "Your Majesty, 25 officials from the censorate are kneeling at woman, protesting vehemently." Protesting? What could they possibly be protesting? Yuan Ziming was taken aback. Feng Bao, pale as death, replied, "Such treasonous words, I dare not utter." Yuan Ziming's brow furrowed in concern. Outside the Feng Tian Hall, a cacophony of frantic roars echoed. The 8th prince, referring to Yuan Ziming, is frivolous and unworthy to rule the world. Chapter 37. The coalition of professional critics assaults the dragon. The young princes are frivolous, unworthy to rule the realm. The sovereign disregards the counsel of his ministers. This is a grave transgression. The sovereign discards ancestral rights and laws. This constitutes a second offense. The sovereign exploits the populace for wealth. This is a third sin. The sovereign's lineage is illegitimate. This is a fourth crime. The sovereign indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. This is a fifth sin. These 10 heinous offenses are beyond enumeration. We beseech your Majesty to abdicate, journey south, and relocate the capital. Over 20 censors knelt before the Meridian Gate, vociferously proclaiming their grievances. It must be said, they are indeed skilled in their craft, their incisive rhetoric striking at the very core of the matter. The court erupted in an uproar. What audacity! Just as the emperor returned triumphantly, the censors began a coordinated assault on Yuan Ziming's character. They even cited a list of 10 sins, including the disrespect towards the empress. Was this not a slap to the dragon's face? Liu Bin led dozens of imperial guards, seething with rage as he declared, "Drag them all out. 20 strokes of a cane. Make it count. Yes, my lord. Shall we add padding? Add padding? Do it properly." The imperial guard's punishment comes in two forms: a careful strike or a thorough beating. The thorough beating often leaves the victim battered yet alive, perhaps merely leaving them with grotesque wounds while preserving their life. Conversely, a careful strike delivers internal force with each blow, although there may appear to be no visible injuries. The victim's internal organs may be irrevocably damaged. This implies that they may not die, but they will suffer greatly. The addition of padding is a different philosophy. Those who can afford it might bribe the executioner to place a layer of cotton underneath, mitigating their suffering. Without the emperor's decree, Liu Bin certainly dared not execute them. Yet a severe lesson was deemed necessary. Dozens of imperial guards began to drag the censors away, who passionately proclaimed, "If the emperor disregards the counsel of his subjects, the Great Wei shall surely meet its demise. Millions of lives, the resplendent mountains and rivers, all shall perish at the emperor's hands. Future generations will remember the fallen sovereign, and your name shall be among them." The officials exchanged glances. A profound silence enveloped them, yet they all unconsciously turned their gazes towards Emperor Yuan Ziming himself. Surprisingly, Yuan Ziming was not incensed. Rather, he appeared somewhat astonished. These censors were accustomed to attacking officials of the court, yet they had never dared to direct their ire towards him. What has transpired today? There must be some intrigue at play. Listening to the imperial guards carry out their punishment, the censors' wails echoed throughout. Feng Bao seized the moment to whisper, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Our censors have always been audacious, for the founding emperor left a decree not to execute those who submit memorials, leading our censors to act without fear, emboldened to speak their minds. Not executing censors? No wonder," Yuan Ziming mused inwardly. Supported by ancestral decree, these individuals indeed act with impunity. Issue a decree to disperse the court. For the moment, Yuan Ziming wished to avoid confrontation with the censors and chose to set it aside. He had far more pressing matters to attend to: securing wealth. Engaging in verbal duels with professional critics yields no profit. If there is no monetary gain, why expend effort with no reward? The Southern Study. The newly appointed official of the Southern Study, Sima Zhongbin, returned from the Qian Temple, appearing travel-worn, and said, "Your Majesty, during my escort of the Empress Dowager back to Qian Temple, can you guess what I saw? An array of magnificent temples and pagodas, where even the floors are laid with gold bricks. Aside from the gilded Buddha, the resident monks number no less than 100,000, with tenant farmers exceeding 10,000, among whom are thousands of martial monks, known as monk soldiers, robust and well-armed, akin to a formidable army." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming's expression grew more solemn. It seems that Qian Temple is indeed the wealthiest in Chongzhen, capable of sustaining tens of thousands, even producing a fighting force that cannot be underestimated. Such a grand temple as Qian Temple also exists in Chongzhen, alongside the great Xiangwu Temple, Yong'an Temple, and Huang'an Temple, among others. A colossal treasury that has amassed immense wealth since the establishment of the Wei dynasty. The current greatest dilemma lies in the lack of funds and food, compounded by the turmoil of war across various regions, obstructing grain transportation and local taxes failing to reach Chong'an in a timely manner. In fact, in recent months, Chong'an has received only a meager sum, barely equivalent to the annual income of a few counties. Yuan Ziming's brows furrowed. The money, grain, and silk brought by Yi Ling could alleviate the pressing crisis, even assisting in the expansion of the Wei Wu troops. However, to engage in warfare remains a challenge. The problem is that if control over Guangzhou is not swiftly restored, the Xiongnu, Xinbei, Turks, and Rouran will continue to assault Chong'an, necessitating the establishment of a buffer zone to temporarily safeguard the capital's security. If the temples were willing to contribute some funds, Yuan Ziming pondered. Upon hearing this, Feng Bao could not help but interject. "Your Majesty, I advise against entertaining thoughts of those bald monks. Several past emperors have summoned the heads of various temples, imploring them with earnest words, and they only managed to scrape together a few tens of thousands of taels of silver and a few thousand jin of grain. Despite their reasoning, none of the 9 previous emperors were able to contend with those bald-headed monks. Every time the matter of national righteousness was broached, they would invoke the teachings of the Buddha and the ancestral edicts. Even the Dragon of 9 could not subdue those temples. With the Buddha and the ancestors as 2 looming mountains, even a true dragon must retreat. Yuan Ziming could not help but scoff. They treat me as if I were Sun Wukong, ready to be bound by a tightening spell. The crowd looked on in confusion. Your Majesty, who is Sun Wukong? How could the Son of Heaven, a true dragon, compare himself to a monkey? The commander of the Jinyui, Liu Bin, seeks an audience with your Majesty. At that moment, Liu Bin arrived. Yuan Ziming waved his hand, and Sima Zhongbin immediately fell silent, understanding that some matters could be discussed while others could not. What are the censors? Yuan Ziming inquired with a smile. They were all beaten and expelled, but it seems they did not return home. Rather, they went to Mingyu Fong. Liu Bin replied courteously. Yuan Ziming was taken aback, then burst into laughter. It appears that the so-called officials are nothing more than that. Insulting others is their job, while seeking pleasure from courtesans is their true life. He began to understand why the Donglin party of the late Ming had accelerated the downfall of the Ming dynasty. The teachings of the sages are meant to be read, not to be put into practice. They are utterly useless. May I inquire about the actions of the Empress Dowager at the Xi'an Temple? Have any findings been revealed? Yuan Ziming directly addressed the matter. Liu Bin, with a respectful gesture, responded. According to covert investigations by the Jinyui, despite the Empress Dowager's years of vegetarianism and devotion at the Xi'an Temple, she has never detached herself from the court. Her family, the Wang clan of Langya, along with her former officials, continue to hold significant positions within the court. For instance, the recently returned Grand Censor Wang Lang, who oversees the censorate, is indeed the nephew of Wang Dan. I suspected as much. Today, this incident involving the censors is certainly not without cause. The Empress Dowager intends to assert her authority. Yuan Ziming tapped his fingers thoughtfully and urged him to elaborate. Liu Bin then detailed Wang Dan's background. Though she is the mother of the 9 dragons, she has long sought to control her son, and after being suppressed, she has endeavored to cultivate power within the court, particularly over military affairs. In other words, she has allies within the army of Chongzhen. Yuan Ziming's hand paused, his gaze turning icy. Suddenly, a eunuch announced, the general of the Imperial Guards, Dugafixin, requests an audience with your Majesty. Yuan Ziming was taken aback, his expression darkening. The general of the Imperial Guards? Is that not one of the highest positions overseeing the Imperial Guards? I have never conferred that title upon Dugu Xian. Chapter 38. The Sly Appointment of Officials. The Empress Dowager's frantic provocation in an instant, the entire southern study was engulfed in a chilling atmosphere, suffused with the oppressive aura of Long Wei, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. It was still the unflappable Yuan Ziming who, witnessing the imminent collapse akin to Mount Tai, finally erupted in anger. Even in the face of the Hu people's assault at the palace gates, he had maintained his composure and grace. But now, the true dragon was enraged. For this was an affront to heaven. Moments later, Feng Bao, mustering his courage, ventured, Your Majesty, it may be, the slyly appointed officials. Normally, appointments within the court necessitate the approval of the Ministry of Personnel, marked with yellow paper and red ink, followed by the sanction of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, adorned with the Ministry's Great Seal and the Imperial Seal. However, in extraordinary cases, appointments can bypass these formalities, being directly conferred through a decree known as the slyly appointed officials. Though the slyly appointed officials are often scorned for lacking the conventional procedures, their authority is no less than that of formally appointed officials. In the Great Wei dynasty, the power to appoint such officials rests solely with the sovereign. In the current era of the Great Wei, only one person possesses the authority to confer appointments: Empress Dowager Wang Dan. During the reign of Emperor Taiwu, Second Dragon, A decree was issued granting the Empress Dowager the power to appoint certain officials, albeit low-ranking ones, as a reward for those who served her. However, subsequent emperors, in a bid to exemplify filial piety, expanded this power ceaselessly. By the time of the current emperor, the Empress Dowager had acquired the authority to appoint officials of the third rank and below, including the third rank itself. Shrewd. During the reign of the Nine Dragons, she had never exercised this power, allowing the Nine Dragons to lower their guard, perceiving it merely as a form of grace and an expression of guilt towards their mother. Yet now, the claws of the mother tiger could no longer be restrained. Yuan Ziming, seated upon the throne, took a deep breath before swiftly regaining his composure, his expression betraying no emotion. Summoned Duke Dugu Xin, clad in armor. Duke Dugu Xin arrived with fervor, kneeling on one knee. Old Minister Dugu Xin greets your majesty. The old general, having been conferred the title of Grand Marshal of the Left Golden Eagle Guard by the Empress Dowager, radiated an imposing presence, even instilling a sense of dread in the emperor himself. Yuan Ziming scrutinized him with a smirk, tinged with sarcasm. Zugu Xin, Undantet, Ziplit, the thunder and the rain are all blessings from heaven. Both the Empress Dowager and your majesty are like my reborn parents. No matter how I toil, I find it difficult to repay even a fraction of their kindness. What a loyal lapdog of the Empress Dowager, unapologetic and audacious enough to challenge me. Indeed, having a powerful ally transforms one's demeanor. Yuan Ziming, filled with rage yet smiling, asked, "What brings Duke Dugu to this court?" The old minister replied solemnly, "I have heard that your majesty intends to form the Wei Wu army, independent of the Imperial Guard, with priority given to the replenishment of steeds and armor, along with an ample supply of firearms. I believe this is unwise. Currently, the Imperial Guard in Chongzhen comprises 50,000 troops, with the lower ranks being veterans of the Black Riders. With my repeated drills, their combat capability has been partially restored, and soon we may envision the grand restoration of our Great Wei's illustrious ambitions. There is no need to add unnecessary elements. Gathering a motley crew of prisoners of war, death row inmates, and ruffians to serve our Great Wei, as it tarnishes the honor of our heavenly troops. Such actions could easily provoke discontent among the Imperial Guards, potentially inciting rebellion. The loyal minister represents the wishes of the 50,000 Imperial Guards. I beseech your majesty to retract your decree." Upon hearing these words, Feng Bao, who had been keeping his head down, could not help but glance at Dugu Xin. Lu Bin, standing beside him, straightened his posture, his previously apprehensive gaze now tinged with astonishment. The astute Sima Zhongbin shot a fierce glare at his counterpart, thinking, what a reckless statement. Although Dugu Xin is a military general, he is seasoned from the tumultuous Nine Dragons era and possesses considerable emotional intelligence in the political arena. Yet, he dares to openly threaten the emperor using the Imperial Guards as leverage. Ultimately, he believes he has control over the military, backed by the power of the Empress Dowager and the civil officials, thereby seeking to comprehensively suppress this young ruler. Yuan Ziming has been on the throne for less than half a month. The time is far too brief. He has not had the opportunity to cultivate his own faction or loyal supporters within the court, rendering him weak and incapable of contending against the old ministers of the Nine Dragons. Had it been a member of the Nine Dragons, even with a brief reign, their accumulated connections and influence from their princely days would have allowed them to wield substantial power in the court. Yuan Ziming's downfall lies in this very aspect. His disadvantage is tremendous. In the face of Dugu Xin's blatant provocation, the close aides around him could not help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down their spines. Lu Bin hesitated, contemplating whether to step forward and reprimand the general. But seeing the old fox Feng Bao feigning ignorance with his eyes closed, he hesitated to act, fearing that a hasty remark would offend both the emperor and the Empress Dowager, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Dugu Xin's assertions held a semblance of validity. Yuan Ziming suddenly chuckled, tapping his fingers, and replied, "That may not be impossible. However, before we proceed, I would like to request the old general to step back to the entrance of the southern study." Dugu Xin was taken aback. utterly perplexed by the emperor's seemingly nonsensical request. Yet, recognizing that his words today had indeed crossed a line, he reluctantly acquiesced and began to retreat step by step. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, once the emperor's Wei Wu troops take shape, where will his imperial guard stand? Your Majesty, I must clarify. Just as Dugu Xn was about to elaborate, he suddenly found himself at the entrance of the southern study, where a heavily armored guard executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Dugu Xn grimaced in pain, taking a moment to regain his composure before erupting in fury. Scoundrel! I am the Grand General of the Left and Right Jinwu Guards, commander of the 50,000 Imperial Guards. Who dares to ambush me? The assailant was a rugged man with a scarred face and a powerful build, clad in light armor, his eyes blazing with intensity. He sneered, I hail from Shan Prefecture, a butcher by trade, and currently serve as the commander of the Wei Wu Cavalry Brigade. You're a Wei Wu soldier? Dugu Xian's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. According to the military meritocracy, one could be promoted to the rank of brigade commander after accumulating 200 enemy kills or achieving 20 kills in a single battle. This meant the man before him had likely slain 20 Hu warriors in one encounter. What does it signify to kill 20 Hu bandit leaders at once? Dugu Xian, who leads the Black Riders in ambushes against the Hu, would not dare claim he could single-handedly slay 20 robust Hu men in a single strike. The venerable General Dugu. Is this the unruly rabble you speak of, consisting of prisoners, war captives, and ruffians? There are still several thousand soldiers like Zhang De among my Wei Wu troops. Yuan Ziming then approached, adopting a measured pace, and smiled. It is precisely with such a ragtag assembly that I, with a mere 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers, captured Shan Prefecture and decisively vanquished 15,000 Turkic warriors. General Dugu was momentarily taken aback. If you believe your Imperial Guards are sufficient to ensure the safety of the capital, how about a wager? Yuan Ziming articulated clearly, in 10 days, outside Chongzhen, 5,000 Wei Wu soldiers will face your 50,000 Imperial Guards. If you prevail, I shall dissolve the Wei Wu designation and fully integrate them into the Imperial forces. Should you lose, the opponent chuckled, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 39. The designation of the 9 Dragon Temple names. I demand justice, though many shall perish. Yuan Ziming, still lost in thought, let out a hearty laugh towards the heavens, disregarding the astonished Dugu Xn, and turned to leave. Zhang De let out a cold snort, casting a sidelong glance at the commander of the Imperial Guards before striding away. This infuriated Dugu Xn, who fumed, puffing his cheeks in indignation. How dare a mere 8th-rank traveling general cast glances at a 3rd-rank general of the left Imperial Guards? Had it not been for the presence of the Southern Study, I would have ensured that scoundrel faced military law today. A bunch of simple-minded brutes, relying solely on brute force. Commanding troops and strategizing are 2 entirely different matters. A mere foot soldier devoid of intellect shall remain a foot soldier for life. Not to mention the 50,000 Imperial Guards. Even with just 5,000, I am confident I could crush these ruffians. Dugu Xian returned. His Majesty wishes to retire to the palace for rest, said Lu Bin, the commander of the Jinui, with a complex expression. Dugu Xian sighed ruefully. Brother Lu, perhaps you could persuade His Majesty. Pitting 5,000 Wei soldiers against our 50,000 Imperial Guards is but a pipe dream, is it not? Dugu Xian wished to maintain an amicable relationship with the Emperor, not wanting to overstep. If the Wei soldiers were to falter, it would reflect poorly on the Emperor's dignity as well. Yet, Lu Bin unexpectedly responded with formality. Old General, tread carefully with your words. Throughout history, there has never been a guaranteed victory in battle. If there were, why will we still fight? The outcome remains uncertain. Dugu Xian was taken aback, sensing a growing distance from his old comrade. Brother Lu, we serve the same court. We ought to support one another. Why must you be so guarded with me? I command the Imperial Guards. You lead the Jinui. If we join forces, who in the entire Wei dynasty could dare to challenge us? Lu Bin's expression shifted dramatically, taking a step back to distance himself. Old General, we are both subjects of His Majesty. Everything we possess is granted by the Imperial House. I recognize only the Emperor, not any notions of brotherhood. It was evident that since Dugu Xian had aligned himself with the Empress Dowager, Lu Bin's attitude towards him had drastically changed, necessitating a swift severance. Brother Lu, Dugu Xian hesitated. Lu Bin quickly clasped his hands, stating, I have official duties to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he hurriedly departed. Dugu Xian let out a long sigh. That old fox. Does he truly believe that the reckless youth can contend with the mother of the 9 dragons? By the time it comes to that, he may well find himself regretting it. Meanwhile, not far off, Lu Bin, having not ventured far, halted his steps, silently sneering. Dugu Xian, how foolish you are after so many years in the political arena. Do you not understand that the capabilities of the Imperial Dragon can easily subdue an old witch? I simply wish to avoid a fate similar to yours, at the hands of the barbarian tribes. In the palace chambers, Your Majesty. This is a document sent by Empress Dowager Pei regarding the proposed temple names for the 9 former emperors. Feng Bao presented a folded letter. The demise of the 9 dragons had been abrupt, resulting in a hastily assigned posthumous title. However, the temple name, which involves a formal assessment of one's merits and faults, had yet to be finalized due to time constraints. After the victory in the defense of Chongzhen, as officials from the Ministry of Rites gradually returned, Yuan Ziming, however, heeded Sima Zhongbin's advice and refrained from entrusting this matter to the ministry. Scholars often nitpicked, magnifying the so-called blemishes of emperors during their lifetimes and tarnishing their legacies in historical texts. Yuan Ziming did not wish for his 9 royal brothers to have their loyalty to the country in life and receive an unjust evaluation in death. Thus, he assigned the task to Pei Charan. Yuan Ziming opened the memorial. Your humble servant, Empress Dowager Zhongwu, Pei Charan, respectfully petitions for the imperial approval of the posthumous titles for the 9 emperors. The first dragon, Emperor Xiaowu of the Great Wei, Yuan He. The emperor was wise and decisive, exhibiting unparalleled valor, drawing upon the resources of several generations to invigorate military campaigns, thus extending his dominion and navigating perilous terrains. His posthumous title is Lai Zong. The second dragon, Emperor Taiwu of the Great Wei, Yuan Wei. The emperor faced calamities from various tribes, skillfully managing affairs in times of danger to secure peace, and his might resonated across the seas. His posthumous title is Wu Zong. The third dragon, Emperor Shenwu of the Great Wei, Yuan Rui. The emperor was endowed with extraordinary intelligence and exceptional martial talent. His posthumous title is Zhizong. The fourth dragon, Emperor Xuanwu of the Great Wei, Yuan Hong. He quelled chaos and brought virtue to the people, achieving great deeds throughout the realm. His posthumous title is Su Zong. The fifth dragon, Emperor Tian of the Great Wei, Yuan Yu. The emperor esteemed Buddhism and upheld righteousness and law. His posthumous title is Xian Zong. The sixth dragon, Emperor Sujing of the Great Wei, Yuan Jing. He bore the demeanor of the founding ancestor, embodying martial virtue and literary refinement. His posthumous title is Rui Zong. The seventh dragon, Emperor Zhuangming of the Great Wei, Yuan Shuang. The emperor was graceful and eloquent, well-versed in Zen philosophy. His posthumous title is Ying Zong. The eighth dragon, Emperor Zhao Lai of the Great Wei, Yuan Xiang. The emperor was reserved and fond of military affairs. His posthumous title is Zhong Zong. The ninth dragon, Emperor Zhongwu of the Great Wei, Yuanin. The emperor was resolute and valiant, countering threats from various tribes and safeguarding the nation's stability. His posthumous title is Shizong. For some reason, upon seeing the series of imperial names, Yuan Ziming felt a sharp pain in her eyes for the first time, and, upon touching them, realized she was shedding tears. Some live without worth, while others, even in death, are immortalized in history. Those who are remembered in the annals of time are undoubtedly the luminaries of their era. The posthumous titles for the 9 emperors were generally acceptable, yet it is said that ancestors merit accolades and descendants possess virtue. However, in later generations, practically every sovereign receives a posthumous title, and there exists a subtle hierarchy among them. Yuan Ziming furrowed her brow. Did Pei Charan harbor any personal vendetta against the seventh dragon, Emperor Zhuangming, Yuan Shuang, to bestow upon him the title Ying Zong? It seemed somewhat detrimental. Moreover, Pei Charan had conferred the prestigious title Shizong upon her late husband, Emperor Zhongwu Yuanin. Such an exalted title seemed excessively high, clearly unfair to other former emperors. This scheming woman appeared pure on the surface, yet was adept at intertwining her personal interests. These two posthumous titles should be submitted to the Ministry of Rites for revision. Yuan Ziming circled them with a vermilion brush and thoughtfully remarked, "Indeed." The Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs promptly reviewed and forwarded the document to the Hall of State Affairs. The Hall of State Affairs is where the 6 ministries convene, and its chancellor holds the titles of assistant chancellor and co-chancellor, collectively referred to as the group of chancellors, among whom Pei Ji is one. This would be the final matter for the night. Once resolved, it will be time to commence the emperor's nocturnal revelries. Coincidentally, the Qingyao was absent today, and the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs had delivered a new batch of dancers, said to be fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. How could I bear to let them languish in solitude within the palace? After convincing himself, Yuan Ziming summoned Feng Bao, instructing her to bring in a handful of attendants for the night. However, upon pushing open the door to his chamber, he was taken aback to find an unexpected gathering of enchanting courtesans from Mingyu Pavilion, led by an irksome visage. "Qingyao, what are you doing seated on my bed?" Yuan Ziming exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Why not? Am I not the one who shares this dragon bed with your majesty every night?" Qingyao playfully replied, sticking out her tongue. "But tonight is not the dragon bed you are sleeping on. It is me." "Preposterous. Get out." Yuan Ziming, distressed by the disruption of his anticipated evening, scolded her vehemently. "Do not be hasty, your majesty. I have not come empty-handed. I bring you a grand gift." Qingyao clapped her hands, and the dancers from Mingyu Pavilion tossed several bound, disheveled men into the room. Yuan Ziming focused his gaze, recognizing them with a smirk. These are the very officials who enumerated the emperor's 10 grave offenses earlier today at the Meridian Gate." Qingyao, her long, slender legs gracefully swaying, delicately caressed the golden silk of the dragon bed with her exquisite fingers, a smile illuminating her face. "Moreover, I have uncovered a monumental secret from them." Chapter 40. The Execution of the Paramour. Wang Dan's defenses breached. What secrets lie within? Yuan Ziming suddenly jolted, adopting a serious demeanor. "Guess what?" Qingyao playfully stuck out her tongue, surprisingly jesting with the emperor. Yuan Ziming promptly seized her. "Do you believe I could send you back to the southern Liang right now?" "Please no. Is it not enough that I said it?" Qingyao's delicate face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly exclaimed, "These officials, dressed as gentlemen, rush to Mingyu Pavilion to indulge themselves as soon as court is adjourned, boasting that the current emperor is cowardly. They have listed 10 grave offenses, yet they have only received 20 lashes." She continued, "I happened to overhear this, and incensed, considered calling the thugs from Mingyu Pavilion to teach them a lesson." Yuan Ziming could not help but interject. Insulting them is one thing, but why call them gentlemen in appearance and beasts at heart? The civil officials wear robes embroidered with birds, while the military officials don garments adorned with beasts. Are they not indeed just that? Qingyao giggled. Yuan Ziming paused, pondering. There seems to be some truth in that. Please do continue. However, at that moment, a small interruption occurred. Qingyao remarked. They were intoxicated and inadvertently revealed a shocking secret. It turns out that the old witch, Wang Dan, pretends to be ascetic and claims to have renounced worldly affairs. Yet secretly, she is keeping paramours at the Qian temple. Moreover, there's several of them, each reportedly more handsome, taller, and more charming than you. Yuan Ziming's lips twitched. I also have many songstresses, with legs longer and skin fairer than yours. Wait, what did you say? Wang Dan? Paramours? The Empress Dowager is harboring male lovers at Qian temple. Indeed, to avoid detection, she even shaves their heads to disguise them as monks. Everyone at Qian temple is aware of this, and quite a few among her faction have also heard the rumors. Qingyao exclaimed animatedly. Yuan Ziming was momentarily stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. He gleefully ran barefoot through the palace. Feng Bao, summon Zhangde and gather the Wei Wu troops. Immediately, Your Majesty, it is already the dead of night, and there is an early court session tomorrow. Feng Bao replied, astonished. Precisely why I want to add some excitement for tomorrow's court. In the deep of night, at Qian Temple, the Empress Dowager received news relayed from the Wang family. Reports indicated that various uprisings of refugees had erupted across Guangzhou, with the largest groups of beggar armies establishing strongholds in the eastern and western regions, mingling with the barbarian forces. The patriarch suggested sending gold and provisions to these beggar leaders, ensuring no harm befalls them. Should circumstances change, these forces could be utilized, while simultaneously preventing conflicts with the Wang family's power, thereby diminishing their influence. A strikingly handsome monk with sword-like brows and piercing eyes donned a thin red robe, adorned his face with makeup, and embraced Wang Dan. She blissfully closed her eyes, inhaling the unique virility of the youth, and remarked, "There is nothing amiss. Send word back that all is well in Chong'an. The young emperor is firmly within my grasp. The Wang family need not worry. Furthermore, hasten the selection of a capable young woman of virtue from the family to enter the palace. In my Wang family, it is time to welcome another queen bearing the surname Wang." "Indeed, the Grand Empress Dowager," replied the handsome monk. "Do not call me Grand Empress Dowager anymore. It makes me feel aged. Just call me Sister Dan." "Yes, Sister Dan." The handsome monk's expression twisted for a fleeting moment. Yet he quickly adorned his face with a bright smile, concealing any hint of disdain. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was forcefully flung open. Startled, Wang Dan, who had been crouching before the handsome monk, trembled and sprang to her feet, seething with anger. "Who dares enter without my decree? Such a blatant disregard for decorum. Seize them and have the monk's soldiers administer 50 strokes." In the dead of night, intruding upon my affairs, Wang Dan, despite her typically amiable disposition, found herself unable to rein in her fury. However, the intruder was none other than her most cherished male companion, clad in a dark, thin garment, his face streaked with tears as he collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Grand Empress Dowager, save me, save me." Thud, thud, thud. Outside, a hurried and synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed. The Wei Wu soldiers surged in like ferocious tigers, descending from the mountain, unstoppable as they stormed into the temple. Each one brandished a torch, towering and fearsome. "How dare you disturb the Grand Empress Dowager's tranquility? You wretched creature!" A rugged man, leading the charge, seized the companion as one would a mere chick, drawing forth a curved blade from his waist. Before Wang Dan's very eyes, he severed the companion's head from his body. In an instant, the head fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Wang Dan, horrified, screamed in terror, her spirit shattered. "Ah, Xiaolong, what do you intend to do? This is Qian Temple, a sanctuary for my service to the Buddha. How dare you barge in here and commit murder? I shall seek justice. Even if I must appeal to the emperor, I will ensure your entire clan is punished. By imperial decree, it has come to light that Qian Temple harbors lecherous monks who, under the guise of Buddhism, engage in immoral acts, violating the sacred precepts and desecrating the Buddha. His Majesty is furious upon hearing this." The rugged man coldly replied, "I am Zhang De, commander of the Wei Wu soldiers. We have come to apprehend the immoral monks. I ask for your forgiveness, Grand Empress Dowager." "Nonsense. Qian Temple is the largest Buddhist temple in Chong'an, a place of virtue. How could it possibly harbor lecherous monks? With merely a decree, you presume to murder under my very nose?" The man, infuriated, retorted, "I am the mother of 9 dragons, having birthed 9 great emperors of Wei. I am a revered elder of the imperial family, and that mere child of the palace has no right to act against me. My sons are all the predecessors of Emperor Yuan Ziming, let alone I, the esteemed Grand Empress Dowager, whose lineage supersedes that of the emperor. 5 officials from the imperial censorate have testified that within a certain pagoda in Qian Temple, numerous male companions were found, and in the dead of night, they summoned courtesans from outside for their amusement. Can this be false?" Zhang De chuckled sinisterly. "The evidence is irrefutable. Would the Grand Empress Dowager care to witness it?" "What? Courtesans?" Wang Dan was struck as if by lightning, her face drained of color. These male companions, to whom she had strictly instructed loyalty, had secretly summoned courtesans in the dead of night. How fortunate to be captured by the Wei Wu soldiers. It appears that beside the Empress Dowager, there is also a lecherous monk, remarked Zhang with profound significance. The handsome monk beside Wang Dan was now utterly terrified, weeping uncontrollably. Empress Dowager, save me. I do not wish to die. Yet, Wang Dan remained indifferent, allowing him to be dragged away for execution. At this juncture, she was bereft of the power to protect them. In this vast world, no matter how mighty the Empress Dowager, she could not surpass the weight of propriety and law. She had employed ancestral rites to suppress Yuan Ziming, only to find herself now being coerced by him through the same laws, a most bitter defeat indeed. Just as Wang Dan simmered with indignation, a Wei Wu soldier reported, "Commander, in the rear storage of Qian Temple, we discovered a plethora of food, gold, silver, silk, and lascivious garments." Huh! It seems that the Buddhist precepts are of no concern to Qian Temple at all, Zhang scoffed coldly. At this moment, Sima Zhongbin entered with an air of solemnity, hands clasped behind his back. "Your Majesty's decree." The Wei Wu soldiers knelt in reverence. Even Wang Dan had no choice but to reluctantly kneel. "Long live the Emperor!" They intoned in unison. Sima Zhongbin proclaimed, "I am at peace. By the grace of heaven," the Emperor's decree states, "I revere the Buddha. Thus I honor the Buddhist temples." According to the ancestral statutes of the Great Wei dynasty, Buddhist temples are exempt from taxes, and monks are free from corvée labor. Their tenant farmers need not be registered as common citizens. The temples, having enjoyed the emperor's grace, ought to strictly observe the precepts of Buddhism. However, it is with great disappointment that I find the current state of the temples to be one of indulgence and greed, depleting the wealth of the people, leading to chaos in the realm and suffering among the populace. Heaven possesses the virtue of compassion. I ought to show leniency. Yet I cannot forget my 9 royal brothers who perished for the nation, the soldiers and commoners who fell in battle. Their bones have yet to grow cold. Henceforth, all properties and inhabitants of Qian Temple are to be confiscated. Should there be any resistance, they shall be mercilessly suppressed. Chapter 41. The Raiding of Xi'an Temple. A shock to Chongzhen, the Xi'an Temple has been raided. This declaration fell upon the gathered crowd like a bolt from the blue. Xi'an Temple, the most illustrious Buddhist monastery in Chongzhen and the very heart of the Great Wei dynasty's religious devotion, had produced numerous revered masters over the ages. Every emperor held it in high esteem, and even the late Emperor Long had shown it considerable favor. It was also the sanctuary where the Empress Dowager had taken refuge to pursue her spiritual journey. How could such a thing happen? Summon the officials. Sima Zhongbin raised his chin and declared with solemnity, "The Xi'an Temple has been raided." It was only then that Zhanda rose, bellowing, "What are you all waiting for? Get to work." The Wei Wu soldiers surged into the temple like a pack of ravenous wolves, scouring every corner for treasures. They unearthed chests brimming with gold, silver, jewels, ancient artifacts, paintings, as well as grain and livestock. The wealth of Xi'an Temple was staggering. As the emperor's envoy, Sima Zhongbin could only watch in horror. The riches contained within that single temple could likely sustain thousands of families in Chongzhen. Just imagine the immense wealth accumulated by the multitude of Buddhist temples across the land. How ironic it was that those who had vowed to live by strict monastic codes enjoyed a life of abundance far beyond that of the common folk. "Stop! You cannot do this." The Empress Dowager Wang Dan, visibly agitated, attempted to intervene. Having overseen the temple's affairs for many years, the thought of losing her hard-earned labor was unbearable. Yet the Wei Wu soldiers paid her no heed, disregarding her cries as they continued their pillaging of the temple's riches. At that moment, a battalion of martial monks arrived, approaching with formidable strides. Who dares to disturb the sacred ground of the Buddha? Such transgressions are punishable by death. They bellowed, their faces stern. Wang Dan felt a surge of hope and commanded with authority, "These soldiers intend to plunder the entire Xi'an Temple. You must act swiftly to subdue them." As the martial monks heard the mention of soldiers, a flicker of fear crossed their faces. Although they had long been accustomed to their dominance within the temple, the sight of the Imperial Army instilled trepidation. "What are you all dawdling for? You consume my resources, yet fail to wield your skills when needed? Hurry! Wang Dan's frustration boiled over. She was the Empress Dowager, and she would bear the brunt of any consequence. Are you afraid of merely killing a few soldiers? Are you so cowardly? Encouraged by her words, the martial monks seized their weapons and charged forward. In the next moment, amidst the darkness, countless firearms erupted, mowing down the monks in rows. Zhang De, his expression impassive, declared, "By the decree of the Son of Heaven, any who resist shall be slain. Not a single one shall be spared." With that command, the Wei Wu soldiers formed ranks and charged forth. Unlike the seasoned warriors who thrived in the heat of battle, the martial monks, lacking combat experience, were instantly thrown into disarray at the sight of such a murderous advance. What had initially seemed a balanced confrontation was quickly unraveling. In an astonishingly brief period, the situation devolved into a one-sided massacre. Qian Temple, a sacred site of Buddhism, now lay strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Wang Dan found herself utterly forsaken, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain, helplessly witnessing the systematic looting of all she had painstakingly accumulated by the soldiers of Wei Wu. In her desperation, she declared with fury, "Let us proceed to the palace. I demand an audience with the emperor to ascertain his true intentions." In the dead of night, at the emperor's sleeping quarters, Wang Dan braved the biting wind for the better part of half an hour, her teeth chattering from the cold. "Your Majesty, should we not return to the carriage for warmth?" timidly suggested a few palace maids nearby. Incensed, Wang Dan lashed out, striking one maid with her hand, exclaiming, "You insolent wretches! I have been too generous in your sustenance, and now you dare to presume authority over your mistress?" The maids, trembling and shedding tears, prostrated themselves in fear. At that moment, a figure emerged before the entrance of the sleeping quarters. It was Feng Bao, the emperor's personal eunuch and the head of the Imperial Eunuch Office. "Your Majesty, the emperor is currently resting and cannot see you," Feng Bao said with a disarming smile. "His Majesty has instructed that if your visit pertains to state affairs, you may come at dawn to meet him and consult with the officials. If it is a personal matter, there are no personal matters in the imperial household, hence he cannot grant you an audience." Upon hearing this, Wang Dan felt her anger surge uncontrollably, and she exclaimed, "I am his royal mother. How dare he show me such disrespect? Is he not afraid of violating the principles of propriety and filial piety?" Feng Bao, maintaining his composure, replied, "His Majesty anticipated such a response from you. However, if we are to discuss propriety and filial duty, as the mother of the nation, I ask you to reflect upon your conduct at Qian Temple. Ahem. Can you truly say you uphold the dignity of the former emperors? Do you honor the family traditions of the Wang clan? It would not be surprising if the common folk were to label you a Wan woman." Wang Dan felt her blood boil, nearly choking on her fury. You insolent slave, dare to insult me, as a wanton." Feng Bao bowed respectfully, stating, "I bid you farewell, Your Majesty," before turning to leave with an air of dignified indifference. Overcome with emotion, Wang Dan collapsed to the ground, and the palace maids rushed to assist her. As she wept openly, "This is an affront to heaven." Upon returning to Qian Temple, Wang Dan discovered that the inhabitants had already been dispersed. According to His Majesty's decree, we have confiscated 33,000 taels of gold, 770,000 taels of silver, and a total of 6 million taels in silver notes, along with 25,000 mu of arable land and 150,000 pickles of grain. The number of residences and pagodas is countless, and all have been reported to the Ministry of Revenue. Sima Zhongbun stated amiably at the entrance of Qian Temple, "We have forcibly returned 9,000 monks to secular life for productive labor, and all tenant farmers have been registered with the ministry's population records. Moreover, as the temple is no longer deemed suitable for your spiritual retreat, His Majesty will select a precious temple for your new residence." "Ah, so this is a summons for me to depart, is it?" Wang Dan scoffed dutifully, her demeanor resolute as she faced Sima Zhongbun's imperial edict, too enraged to even feign submission. She had been thoroughly provoked. Sima Zhongbun, choosing not to engage further, silently withdrew. The great gates of Qian Temple bore seals, marking the finality of their fate. After a while, the streets of Chong'an were suddenly marked by the presence of the Black Riders. Deguksen hastily led his contingent to the entrance of Qian Temple. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and esteemed ministers, I apologize for my tardiness." Deguksen urgently dismounted and knelt on one knee, speaking in a grave tone. The operation to raid the premises had been entirely entrusted to the Wei Wu troops. Initially, Deguksen, who was in charge of the Imperial Guards, had received no prior indication of the plans. It was not until the order to raid Qian Temple was issued that Deguksen awoke from his stupor, neglecting sleep to rush there in the dead of night. Upon seeing his own men, Wang Dan's countenance darkened to its utmost extent. "Deguksen, I command you to lead your Black Riders into Qian Temple and eliminate every last one of the Wei Wu troops inside." At these words, Deguksen and the commanders of the Black Riders were instantly struck with disbelief, rendered motionless. "Deguksen, will you assist me?" Wang Dan roared in fury. "Your Majesty, if I command the Imperial Guards to enter Qian Temple at this moment, it would be tantamount to rebellion." Deguksen remained silent for a moment before replying. "Rebellion or not, you have 50,000 Imperial Guards. It is still not too late to act." Wang Dan grasped his wrist tightly, insisting, "Mobilize the troops, storm the palace, depose Yuan Ziming, and establish a new emperor." Chapter 42. The Imperial Tomb Army enters the city. The mention of the deposed emperor struck like thunder, leaving Deguksen momentarily stunned, his scalp tingling, uncertain of how to respond. Historically, victors ascend to nobility while the vanquished are relegated to obscurity. What choice did he have? Wang Dan's gaze was piercing. The Empress Dowager, the elder statesman, Deguksen, was drenched in cold sweat. His allegiance to the old dowager was merely a means to ascend the ranks, to soar within the expansive realm of the Wei court. Yet, the prospect of storming the palace to overthrow the emperor felt overwhelmingly audacious. He had no desire to risk the lives and fortunes of his entire clan. "Enough of this nonsense. Do not forget, without me, you would merely be a minor commander of the Black Cavalry. How would you have attained your current status? Commanding an army of 50,000? If I fall, do you believe the emperor would spare you? We are already bound together in this venture." Wang Dan immediately resorted to threats and persuasion. Deguksen felt his resolve crumbling. Was rebellion akin to a mere banquet? Such levity was maddening. "General," at that moment, a commander from the Black Cavalry approached. "A contingent from the Jinui has just arrived at your residence, led personally by Commander Lu Bin." "What?" The emperor intended to strike first, using his family as leverage against him. Yet Wang Dan seized his arm, his tone icy. "Fool, what is a few wives and children in the grand scheme of heaven and earth? Once you attain a marquisate, what will you lack? Slay Yuan Ziming, install a new emperor, and you shall be a minister of the dragon. At the very least, you could be granted a marquisate, or even the title of duke. Do you truly fear that your Degu clan cannot rival the noble families of Chong'an?" Deguksen swallowed hard, feeling a flicker of temptation. He glanced sideways at his brothers from the Imperial Guard. With command over 50,000 elite troops, the fate of the entire Wei dynasty seemed to rest within his grasp. However, a sudden clamor interrupted his reverie. Not far away, within the city gates, a formidable contingent of heavily armored infantry had swiftly sealed off all key passages in Chong'an. Where did this army come from? Wang Dan was momentarily taken aback. The Imperial Tomb Army. Deguksen's expression shifted, brimming with apprehension. The troops tasked with guarding the imperial tombs are composed entirely of the northern border forces, rotated every 3 years. As per the founder's edict, better to lose Chong'an than to abandon the imperial tombs. Even amidst chaos, this army cannot be mobilized. Then why have they been summoned into Chong'an under the cover of night? Wang Dan gasped, a sense of disappointment flooding over him as the sudden blockade by the Imperial Tomb Army altered the circumstances. Coupled with Yuan Ziming's Wei Wuju troops, even if Deguksen mobilized the Imperial Guard, controlling Chong'an swiftly was far from guaranteed. Deguksen's expression turned grave. Impossible. The emperor has just ascended the throne and should be unaware of the Imperial Tomb Army's existence, unless it is the dowagers from the inner palace. Meanwhile, within the emperor's chambers, With the heavy snow finally subsiding, Yuan Ziming eagerly perused the records of his confiscated assets. The Qian Temple truly proved to be a lucrative treasure. If we were to seize 2 or 3 Buddhist temples in Chongzhen, the funding for establishing the 3 great camps in the capital would be secured, Yuan Ziming exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. It seems I shall taste the fruits of wealth for once. Your Majesty has considered the implications of meddling with Qian Temple. Have you contemplated whether it might incite chaos in Chongzhen? At that moment, a gentle yet resigned feminine voice floated from behind him. Yuan Ziming paused, turning to glance over his shoulder. There stood a graceful figure at the entrance, her exquisite visage casting a sidelong glance at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with unspoken words. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Upon recognizing Pei Chuan, Yuan Ziming's heart leaped in joy. The tall woman, holding an oiled paper umbrella, shed her outer garment to reveal an immaculate gauzy dress, calmly kneeling to pay her respects. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Empress Dowager Zhongwu, I have reviewed the memorial you submitted. The temple title you proposed is indeed fitting and has been forwarded to the Ministry of Rites for implementation. Yuan Ziming assisted her in rising, but Pei Chuan suddenly tilted her head back, regarding him with a sharp glance. Your Majesty, your audacity knows no bounds. You dare to entertain thoughts of Qian Temple? What? The Empress Dowager has taken in paramours at Qian Temple, undermining the sanctity of the Buddhist precepts. I am merely passing a decree for confiscation. It is already an act of leniency. Yuan Ziming remarked with a wry smile. Your Majesty, if it were not for my urgent mobilization of the royal army to Chong'an tonight, I dare say your palace would already be besieged by treacherous ministers. Pei Chuan's expression was icy. Besieged? Yuan Ziming was taken aback. Are you unaware that nearly every citizen of our Great Wei is a devout Buddhist, particularly those affiliated with well-known temples like Qian? Pei Chuan continued, stating that such an act as confiscating Qian Temple would not only provoke the wrath of that old, witch Wang Dan, but could also alienate the populace at large. Is it truly so that seizing Qian Temple would offend the entirety of the realm? Yuan Ziming furrowed his brow. I have consulted the household department's records. There are merely over 10 million households in Great Wei. Assuming an average of 5 members per household, the population is only about 50 million. Yet, astonishingly, there are over 100,000 households under the Buddhist faith. This implies that more than 1/10 of the population engages in non-labor activities. These individuals contribute nothing to the state in taxes or military service. Moreover, the state is exceedingly benevolent towards Buddhism, allocating funds annually for rituals, the construction of pagodas, and the writing of scriptures, effectively financing their existence. I refuse to believe that every single individual among these 100,000 households is a devoted follower of the Buddha. I fear many are merely opportunistic idlers seeking to evade taxes and live off the faith. When the state encounters difficulties, do they retreat into the mountains and forests, under the guise of praying for the nation? What sort of citizens are these of Great Wei? The rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility. An emperor can sacrifice his life to protect the borders. Can a mere idler masquerading as a monk remain detached from duty? My ambitions extend beyond merely Qian Temple. I seek to transform the entire realm. For the first time, Yuan Ziming spoke with such gravity, although acquiring some funds remained important. So, your Majesty harbors such grand aspirations. I must confess, I have been rather short-sighted. Pei Chuan felt a twinge of shame. However, she insisted that His Majesty must approach the matter concerning the Buddhist temple with caution to prevent any civil unrest that could jeopardize the state. I understand, and I am grateful for your reminder. Ninth Imperial Sister, Yuan Ziming acknowledged with a nod. Then I shall take my leave, Pei Chuan said politely, bowing before turning away, presenting her back to Yuan Ziming. Yuan Ziming gazed at her silhouette and unexpectedly spoke. It is still dark outside. Perhaps Ninth Imperial Sister would consider staying in my chamber? Pei Chuan halted in her tracks, turning her head with fury igniting in her beautiful eyes. Flushed with indignation and tension, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, please exercise self-restraint and adhere to propriety. I am the Empress of the late Emperor Zhongwu. your imperial sister. Such actions would be utterly contrary to moral principles. As she spoke, her shimmering gaze flickered towards the several eunuchs behind Yuan Ziming, her eyes blinking as if to convey a silent warning. Chapter 43. Accompanying Empress Zhongwu to the morning court as a tyrant. The Empress Dowager misunderstood my intentions. I did not mean that at all. It is merely that the time for the morning court is approaching, and I wish for Empress Zhongwu to join me in governance. Today's audience concerns the national policies affecting the fate of our kingdom, and I desire to have trusted allies by my side, Yuan Ziming implored earnestly, his eyes reflecting a deep yearning. Only then did Pei Chuan feel a sense of relief, her expression a medley of emotions as she rubbed her temples. But, according to the late emperor's edict, the harem must not interfere in state affairs. Yuan Ziming chuckled softly. It is governance, not interference, and lies well within permissible bounds. Is that so? Just as the other parties still hesitated, Yuan Ziming raised his hand, and several eunuchs immediately understood the unspoken command, swiftly departing with a sense of urgency. The room fell silent. Yuan Ziming placed his hand gently on Pei Chuan's fragrant shoulder. Are you weary, Empress? Allow your uncle to massage your shoulders. Last time, your sister-in-law, you was quite pleased with me an hour later, in the Feng Tian Hall of the Great Wei dynasty. Civil and military officials gathered in droves. The atmosphere was abuzz with fervent discussions. The shocking news of the raid on Xiang Temple had already spread through various channels, reaching officials of all ranks in the capital. Everyone was taken aback, lamenting the breakdown of propriety. The Empress Dowager had dared to harbor favorites in Xiang Temple. Even more astonishing was the emperor's decree to raid the temple, a scandal unprecedented in a nation so devoutly Buddhist. The emperor has arrived. Feng Bao's sharp voice rang out. The assembly fell silent, and one by one, they knelt. Long live the emperor. Is everyone present? The Emperor Yuan Ziming inquired with a beaming smile. To everyone's astonishment, Empress Zhongwu Pei Chuan stood right behind him, exuding an aura of vitality that left many officials taken aback. Had the emperor begun to ally with the powers of the harem? This signaled a significant shift within the court. The former allies of Emperor Zhongwu exchanged complex glances, evidently plotting something. Bring them forth, Yuan Ziming commanded. Several nearly lifeless censors were brought forth by the Jinyui, recounting Wang Dan's scandal in detail. The officials listened with rapt attention. Royal gossip was always delectable. However, upon concluding, an eerie silence fell over the assembly, for this hinted at the potential eruption of a royal civil strife. Suddenly, Yuan Ziming erupted in fury. Audacious censors! While you have sought fame and reputation by recklessly attacking me in the past, how dare you now slander my Empress Mother and tarnish the royal family? The Empress Dowager is the mother of the 9 dragons. How could she commit such heinous acts that would provoke the wrath of both man and God? Take them away and execute them. Yes. Without hesitation, the Jinyui covered the censors' mouths and dragged them away. The officials were left in a state of shock, akin to expecting one thing only to be met with a starkly different reality. The raid on Xiang Temple and the execution of Wang Dan's favorites suggested that the emperor intended to strike against the Empress Dowager's influence. Why then did he suddenly choose to uphold her dignity? Yuan Ziming solemnly declared. The actions taken at Qian Temple were conducted in accordance with the laws of our Great Wei and the regulations of the Buddhist faith. I have always revered and honored Buddhism, harboring no intention of disrespecting it. I have issued orders to pacify all Buddhist temples and esteemed monks within the realm, ensuring that such incidents shall not occur again. Pachurin, previously filled with trepidation, was momentarily rendered speechless. It became evident that Yuan Ziming had never intended to annihilate Wang Dan and the Buddhist community. With tears streaming down his face, Yuan Ziming continued, just earlier, the Empress Dowager visited my chamber, weeping as she recounted that before Emperor Zhongwu's demise, he confided in her, saying, "My brother shall be like Yao and Shun. I shall not betray the hopes of the 9 dragons." Pachurin was taken aback. Did she truly say that? Was it not the late emperor who mentioned it? It dawned on her that Yuan Ziming had summoned her merely to play a role in his theatrical performance. To arrive so early to partake in this charade while deliberately invoking her and the late emperor's names. How shameless of him! Pechorin's expression darkened. Indeed, the offspring of the dragon are all unique. Yet this one stands out as the most absurd. Your Majesty is indeed wise. What more could the officials say? But to flatter their sovereign? At that moment, Yuan Ziming ceased his tears and halted his performance, abruptly declaring, however, "It is with great regret that today I cannot embody the wise ruler. For the sake of our great way, I must assume the role of a tyrant." His words struck like a sharp blade, awakening the drowsy officials below, sending shivers down their spines. "Where is Wang Lang, the vice-censor of the censorate?" Yuan Ziming inquired from his elevated position. "I am here," replied a middle-aged man in a purple official robe, his complexion pale as he knelt in supplication. "Your censor has slandered the Empress Dowager at Mingyu Square, a provocation against the royal family. As the vice-censor, your crimes are unforgivable. I hereby dismiss Wang Lang from his position, strip him of his title, and demote him to Sima of Huangzhou." Yuan Ziming continued with unyielding resolve to cleanse the court. "One must act decisively. There shall be no respite granted to our enemies. Your grace is greatly appreciated." Wang Lang's face bore the despondence of one mourning a lost loved one, left with no choice but to accept his fate. The emperor's leniency in not pursuing the matter with the Empress Dowager was a mercy. Otherwise, it would have been far more than merely a demotion. The Wang clan would suffer grievous repercussions. Yuan Ziming then addressed Dugu Xian. "I am here," Dugu Xian responded, stepping forward, visibly anxious. Cursing inwardly, he realized that despite all precautions, he had still attracted the emperor's ire. "As the commander of the Imperial Guards, why did you not properly patrol the capital, but instead lead the Black Riders to Qian Temple? I did not summon you there. Could it be that you harbored ulterior motives?" Yuan Ziming's gaze pierced with intensity. Dugu Xian, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "I merely happened to pass by and, upon witnessing the disturbance at Qian Temple, was compelled by curiosity to investigate. Lacking evidence against him and given that he had not taken any action, as long as he maintained that he was merely a passerby, there was little the emperor could do." Yuan Ziming resumed his throne, resting his chin upon his hand, and remarked with a smile, "It appears that General Dugu, in his advancing years, may be losing his keen sight. Managing 50,000 Imperial Guard alone must surely be quite a burden." Dugu Xian felt a sudden chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. Indeed, Yuan Ziming proclaimed, "Where is General Huolong of the Imperial Guards?" Present, Huolong, who had previously distinguished himself in the great battles against the Xiongnu, stepped forward. "Assist the venerable General Dugu Xian in overseeing those 50,000 Imperial Guards. I appoint you as the inspector of the Imperial Guards, and you must diligently support the old general in commanding the troops that protect the capital. Should you falter in your duties, I shall administer a severe reprimand," Yuan Ziming said with a mischievous tilt of his head. The rough-and-tumble Huolong, lacking in scholarly refinement, could only nod vigorously in agreement. However, this maneuver was enough to make Dugu Xian's face fall, as if he had just swallowed a fly. He had contemplated 1,000 potential accusations the emperor might level against him, even preparing counterarguments in advance, only to find himself ridiculed for his old age. This brazen act of stripping him of his military authority was utterly humiliating. If the emperor could be so shameless, what else could he say, other than feeling his heart bleed? Yet, this was merely an appetizer. For what Yuan Ziming was about to say next would truly be the main event, sending ripples across the assembly. "Let us deliberate. Shall we proceed with a northern campaign to reclaim our homeland, or shall we abandon Chongzhen? Forsake the central plains and northern territories, relocate to Jiangnan, and live in seclusion?" Chapter 44. Is the court filled with peace advocates? I shall also wage war. Upon hearing these words, the officials instantly became alert. Their lingering fears over the past few days stemmed from this very situation. The Great Wei dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. The so-called capital, beneath the sovereign's feet, offered not a shred of security. Not only did the Hu people invade with alarming frequency, but even the nearby vagrant armies posed a severe threat to the safety of Chongzhen. These dignitaries, Accustomed to lives of luxury and ease, found it intolerable. They yearned to sprout wings and flee to the south for a more carefree existence. As for the common folk of the Central Plains and the northern regions, who cared about the fate of these lowly peasants, one minister proposed, perhaps we should negotiate for peace and govern separately with the Hu along the river. An elderly grand scholar from the Hamlin Academy approached, trembling. Yuan Ziming's lips twitched. A splendid suggestion, but let us ensure that those who propose such ideas are sent to serve as the princess in marriage. The official, taken aback, exclaimed, I merely misspoke. I did not intend to suggest such a thing. Another minister, from the Ministry of Personnel, proposed, let the Southerners remain in the south, and the Northerners in the north. Yuan Ziming, seizing the imperial seal, contemplated hurling it at the speaker, but ultimately set it down, smiling serenely. What is your name? Do not fear. My temperament is quite stable. The official was rendered speechless by fear, observing the bewildered expressions of the assembled ministers, especially the leading chancellors. Yuan Ziming noted that aside from Pei Ji, who still held some merit, the rest were relics of the past. One senile, one deaf, one preoccupied with the beauty of the palace maidens, and another, absurdly, half-paralyzed yet present at court. They were mere remnants of their former glory, clinging to their positions without contributing anything of value. With a new emperor comes a new courtier. Half of the capable ministers from the Jiulong era had perished in battle, while the other half had been exiled to the south due to their defeats, leaving the court devoid of capable leaders. Let us conduct an anonymous vote to express everyone's true sentiments, Yuan Ziming resolved after much contemplation. Following a brief voting period, Feng Bao presented the results to Yuan Ziming. The young emperor steadied himself and read aloud, 77 votes in favor of the northern expedition, while the opposition. Yuan Ziming nearly choked on the figures. Over 200 votes against. The entire central authority of the Great Wei dynasty, the heart of the realm, was filled with traitors and peace advocates. Enough of this. Let it perish, just kidding. Yuan Ziming was no antiquated figure. He quickly devised a plan. Opposition votes, 25. Neutral votes, 253. With a commanding and resonant voice, the meticulously manipulated results came to light. The officials displayed expressions of astonishment, casting complex glances at their colleagues. Old Zhou, you were the most vocal about migration to the south. Who would have thought you would now pander to those in power, swaying like a reed in the wind? Old Deng, one who knows faces but not hearts, you cowardly creature, have ultimately chosen to march north. Where did all these neutral votes come from? Why does everyone around me claim they voted against it? Yet the results reveal a tide of neutrality. It is as if they are all cunning individuals, each harboring malicious intent hidden beneath a facade of tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, the puppeteer watches from the stage, amused by their antics. The Empress Dowager, Pei Chuan, stifles a laugh, fully aware of the scheming mind of this debauched emperor, having already discerned his tricks. Such deceptive tactics, once employed to woo women, can also be wielded in the court. On the other side, the bluebird can hardly contain a roll of her eyes. Are these old men truly so foolish? This ploy was easily recognized even by the simplest courtesan in Mingyu Pavilion. Yuan Ziming, stroking his jade belt, proclaimed with gravity, since most of my ministers advocate for the northern expedition, I hereby declare that for the next 2 months, we shall not consider relocating the capital, but shall steadfastly defend Chongzhen. The immediate priority is to eliminate the threats surrounding Chongzhen. Pei Ji, as Minister of War, what threats currently loom near the capital? Pei Ji trembled as he replied, Your Majesty, there are countless threats, not merely a few. Please highlight the most pressing ones. Yuan Ziming instructed. First, the 100,000 Xinbei troops led by Tuo Balanjin have long occupied the northern expanse of Chongzhen. Whether we confront them in war or peace remains uncertain, but should they advance southward, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. Second, the rampant band of Chihua soldiers in Guangzhou, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, has effectively besieged the entire vicinity of Chongzhen, rendering the transportation of taxes and artisans from nearby counties impossible, thus cutting off vital supplies to the capital. Third, while more soldiers and civilians flood into Chongzhen, the granaries remain stagnant, particularly after the formation of the Imperial Army and the expansion of the Wei Wu troops, we have already begun to deplete our reserves. If we continue to consume our stores at this rate, I shudder to think what sustenance remains for our Great Wei dynasty. Fourth, remnants of the 9 dragons still languish abroad, causing unrest among the populace, who assert that Great Wei has lost its virtue and, consequently, its mandate from heaven. If these 4 critical matters are not resolved promptly, Your Majesty, Chongzhen will ultimately be isolated from the world. Upon hearing this, the Grand Hall fell into a profound silence. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ziming responded, I understand. Issue a decree appointing Huolong as General of Pacification and Sima Zhongbin as Guerrilla General, commanding them to lead 8,000 Wei Wu troops from Chongzhen to eradicate the Chihua soldiers in Guangzhou. Sima Zhongbin was left in shock. But I'm a civil official, a scholar of profound learning. Why must the tasks of a military commander always fall to me? I have no inclination for violence. Yet Yuan Ziming harbored great ambition. His intent was to bolster the 8,000 Wei Wu troops under the guise of quelling the Chihua soldiers. As for Tuoba Lanjin, Yuan Ziming fell into deep thought. At that moment, a commander of the Imperial Guard burst in. General. Before the formidable general of the Imperial Guard knelt before Duguexin, he declared, Father Commander, I bring urgent military news. The countenance of the officials instantaneously shifted, their expressions reflecting alarm. Qing Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Feng Bao narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Lubin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. And Sima Zhongbin seemed ready to ignite with fury. Pei Charin sprang to her feet, her brows furrowing in indignation, questioning the absence of the emperor amidst the presence of a great general. Yuan Ziming, upon hearing this, maintained his serene smile, though a subtle lowering of his head revealed a glint of icy disdain in his gaze. He now understood the scorching weight of the dragon throne and recognized the tribulations faced by his 9 imperial brothers. Rascal! Duguexin abruptly raised his hand and struck the general, asserting, there are no father and son in the court, only sovereign and subjects. Even if you are my adopted son, you must not disrupt the decorum. Apologize to His Majesty at once. Duguexin felt a sense of triumph, though he feigned trepidation, adding, Your Majesty, this is my adopted son, a commander of the Black Riders, skilled in battle, yet singular-minded and prone to folly. I beseech Your Majesty for leniency. With such an adopted son, what concern could the old general have over the vanquishing of the Hu people? Yuan Ziming replied with a fa-ade of insincerity, feigning indifference. Indifference, you say? Had it been in the past, I would have cleaved your head open before engaging in discourse. He thought bitterly. Érudisson, hasten and report the military situation to His Majesty. Zubu Sin Command Stanley. The general of the Imperial Guard prostrated himself on the ground, stating, I report to Your Majesty. The Xinbei Princess Tuoba Lanjin has dispatched envoys bearing gifts, declaring it to be a tribute for the Emperor of Wei. Tribute? How fortuitous it is that their arrival coincides with our needs. Yuan Ziming reclined, gazing at the ceiling of the hall bemused. What is it? A woman's garment, and, additionally, a princess of Wei. Chapter 45. The Humiliated Princess of Wei. The Establishment of Pseudo-Qi. Women's clothing? The Princess of Wei? Upon hearing this, the court erupted into chaos. What was Tuoba Lanjin thinking by presenting these 2 items? Was it a provocation or something else? Yet, what surprised Yuan Ziming was the mention of the Princess of Wei. How could a Princess of Wei end up in the hands of the Xinbei? Although he had little knowledge of the royal family of Wei, he knew they resided primarily in Chongzhen. Surely they would not be captured by the barbarians. Pei Charin, noticing the emperor's confusion, approached and whispered, during the reign of Jiulong. The emperor personally led a campaign, taking several members of the royal family with him. The purpose of bringing the royal family along was twofold. Firstly, the emperor did not trust his subordinates and hoped to use the royal family to balance the military's power. Secondly, the emperor himself harbored distrust towards the royal family, keeping them close to prevent any potential unrest in the rear. Thus, this Princess of Wei was indeed captured. Yuan Ziming furrowed his brows and commanded, bring her in. After a moment, a vividly red garment and a disheveled, dirt-streaked young woman, albeit with a strikingly beautiful face, were brought forth. The woman was filthy, yet traces of her noble lineage were evident. Upon seeing Yuan Ziming, she immediately knelt and wept bitterly. "Your Majesty, I have finally returned to see you. Is that Princess Chongping? Was she not the most favored daughter of the late emperor? During the reign of the divine martial emperor, she had accompanied the emperor on his campaign, and after the emperor was ambushed by the Xinbei, her whereabouts became unknown. Many venerable officials felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this." Pei Charan reminded, "Your Majesty, in terms of bloodline, this princess is your half-sister." "My sister?" Yuan Ziming raised an eyebrow and quickly descended the steps to assist her. Although they had never met, an innate sense of kinship compelled him to offer comfort to this sister who had just escaped the clutches of the barbarians. However, Princess Chongping suddenly furrowed her brows and cried out, "It hurts. I am in pain." Yuan Ziming then noticed the numerous bruises covering her arms, thighs, and neck. Instantly, he became agitated, coldly demanding, "What happened? Did the barbarians mistreat you?" His words struck a sensitive nerve. Princess Chongping, Yuan Lu, immediately prostrated herself, weeping uncontrollably. "The barbarians are beasts." "Beasts?" Beside her, Feng Bao's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily advised, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best to let the princess rest and question her another day." "No, I wish to know now what the barbarians did to the princess." Yuan Ziming's gaze sharpened, his seriousness palpable. The officials trembled in response. Princess Chongping, choking back sobs, revealed, "The barbarians, they violated and humiliated me many times. They beat me, forced me to wear the clothing of their slaves, bullied and tormented me daily, and made me perform their degrading rituals. Yet, even so, their dissatisfaction lingered. They treated me as a mere gift, one that had grown tiresome to this individual, only to be passed on to another." Upon hearing these words, many of the elder statesmen were moved to tears, and a wave of sorrow enveloped the court. It was only then that Yuan Ziming seized his hand, for he had allowed the other party to speak, not for his own ears, but for those of the capitulators present in the court. "Send Princess Chongping to rest," Yuan Ziming instructed Feng Bao, adding, "If a single word regarding the princess escapes from anyone in the palace, they shall be executed on the spot." The weight of such a decree, emanating from the emperor's lips, carried a profound significance. Feng Bao shuddered, bowing in acquiescence. At this moment, Yuan Ziming surveyed the assembly. "Do you understand what it signifies when Tuoba Lanjin sends a woman as garments to me? She mocks me, ridicules all of you esteemed officials, suggesting that even a mere woman surpasses you. Your Majesty, the Xinbei envoy outside grows impatient, demanding entry to the hall," reported a eunuch. Instantly, the ire of the officials surged. What insolence! In the land of the Shang, they dare to behave so audaciously. The Xinbei have gone too far. They presume us Wei to be weak of spirit. Gradually, the atmosphere thickened with indignation. Even Dugu Xan, who had been targeted by the emperor, clenched his fists in anger. Yuan Ziming chuckled coldly. "Let him enter, then, and let us see what ivory he can produce from that dog's mouth." He understood Tuoba Lanjin well. She was a wild card, capable of any outrageous act. Such adversaries are often unpredictable. Before long, a robust Xinbei man swaggered into the hall, accompanied surprisingly by a Han gentleman. The unexpected sight took many aback. Without so much as glancing at the high-ranking officials present, the Xinbei man nodded slightly to Emperor Yuan Ziming. "I have seen the Emperor of Wei. My princess sends her regards." The atmosphere grew instantly frigid, particularly for Lu Bin, the commander of the Jinui, whose face was a mask of frost, his grip on his blade tightening ominously. With a mere glance from the emperor, he could spring forth and dispatch this audacious Xinbei envoy. Yuan Ziming, adjusting his posture, maintained his composure. "Convey my greetings to her. Now, what message does your princess bear?" The Xinbei man cackled. It would be better for him to speak. He gestured to the Han gentleman who had accompanied him. The latter trembled and knelt. "I am Lu, the newly appointed Sanchi Shurlang of the Great Qi dynasty, here to extend greetings from our emperor to the esteemed Emperor of Wei. We hope to establish diplomatic relations and foster enduring friendships between our nations." The Great Qi dynasty? The declaration elicited astonishment among the assembly. What manner of kingdom is this great Qi? Lu quickly elaborated. Our emperor, Zhang Bangchong, was once the chancellor under the Great Wei's Emperor Xiao alone. Following the demise of Emperor Xiao, he altered his banner and allied with the Xianbei to safeguard our realm and its people. By heavenly grace, our sovereign, virtuous and beloved by the populace, has been conferred the title of Emperor of the Great Qi by the Xianbei Emperor. He ascended the throne yesterday in Yongzhou, adopting the era name of Shenwu. Upon hearing these words, it was akin to a tremendous explosion, stirring up a tumult. Is this not an act of treason? Zhang Bangchong, previously merely a grain officer responsible for supplying the filial Emperor Wu, dares to claim the title of emperor in the north. This signifies that officials of the Great Wei, under the aegis of the Xianbei, have established a puppet state, arrogantly proclaiming themselves as emperors. It also implies a complete repudiation of the legitimacy of the Great Wei dynasty, fundamentally undermining the foundations of a feudal regime. Even the rebellious Cui Daong only dared to call himself the Grand General of the Rising Sky. Yet now, out of thin air, a state of great Qi has emerged. The gravity of this situation far surpasses any prior provocation. The Xianbei, in fits of laughter, proclaimed, "What our princess means is that all previously occupied territories, such as Gaoping, Weizhou, Jingzhou, and Tianshui, should be ceded to the Qi state. And the Emperor of Wei must acknowledge this. As long as you agree, the Xianbei will immediately withdraw their troops. The peace that you, the esteemed gentlemen of the Great Wei, so ardently desire will soon be realized." As soon as the words fell, a boot flew through the air, striking the Xianbei envoy squarely on the forehead. "Who hit me?" The Xianbei staggered, caught off guard, clutching his bleeding forehead, glaring in fury. "Who the hell struck me? Do you Great Wei wish to see your nation perish?" But immediately, the enraged civil and military officials surged forth like untamed steeds, brandishing their ceremonial scepters, and vehemently struck at the Xianbei envoy. "The hell with you." Chapter 46, the Yongle expedition to the north begins. How dare you? Do you truly believe our Great Wei fears your barbaric dogs? For over 130 years since the founding of our nation, not only my forefathers, Emperors Taizu, Gaozu, and Taizong, but even during the reign of the Nine Dragons, we have kept your barbaric hordes gasping for breath. Warfare is a matter of utmost importance for the state and must be approached with great caution. However, to be prudent in battle does not equate to fearing it. Those who offend our Huaxia, even if distant, shall face retribution. Witness my swift strike. A gathering of genteel officials, surprisingly engaged in a brawl with the robust Xianbei envoy, was an unforeseen spectacle. The other party, having regarded our Great Wei as a nation of propriety, could hardly anticipate such a blatant disregard for martial decorum. Resorting to a collective assault, Lulu beside me was left dumbfounded, stammering, "In warfare, one does not harm envoys. One does not harm envoys." Yet Yuan Ziming remained unmoved, allowing the civil and military officials to pummel the Xianbei for a considerable time. Finally, he remarked, "We are all educated in the teachings of the sages. How can we act with such indiscretion? Release the Xianbei envoy at once." Only then did the officials, filled with rage, reluctantly disperse. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered the Xianbei had already succumbed, bloodied and battered beyond recognition, a sight too ghastly to behold. Yuan Ziming stood in shock. These seemingly genteel officials displayed a ferocity not inferior to that of soldiers in a brawl. "Bring forth the envoy. He is unrecognizable, and it would be difficult to explain to the Xianbei," he commanded, ordering the clearing of the battlefield. "Your Majesty, I implore you to fight to the death. Let us immediately march northward, first to eradicate the false Qi, then to consume the Xianbei, reclaiming the remains of the Nine Dragons and restoring our homeland," exclaimed Bai Yi, the Minister of War, his fists stained with the blood of the Xianbei, seething with anger. His shrewdness had been provoked by the audacity of the Xianbei. As the origin of the Pei family, Yongzhou had now been usurped as the capital of the false Qi, a blow to the entire family that would be immeasurable. I petitioned for the northern expedition, I petitioned for the northern expedition. To the north. To the north. The previously timid officials of Great Wei, ignited by righteous indignation, fervently requested to march. It was a rare moment of unity within the court of Great Wei, and Yuan Ziming was taken aback. Tuo Balanhua's actions had inadvertently aided his cause. What madness was that woman contemplating? Was she aiding the enemy? Yuan Ziming laughed heartily, and those nearby, particularly the ominous Qing Niao, sensed an ill omen. Every time he contemplated bloodshed, he would laugh this way. Indeed, Yuan Ziming turned to Lu at his feet. You are an official and envoy of the false Qi? Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am merely a messenger. Lu lamented, on the verge of tears. I know. Do not fret, Yuan Ziming replied with a radiant smile. However, I wish to use your head to pacify the hearts of my Great Wei. Before the words could settle, Yuan Ziming swiftly drew his sword, striking down with a decisive blow, the envoy's head rolling to the ground. By imperial decree, mobilize 50,000 troops from the Chongzhen garrison, 6,000 Wei Wu soldiers, 5,000 imperial tomb guards, and additionally requisition 30,000 laborers and 30,000 auxiliary troops to immediately march north to Yongzhou under my direct command. The northern expedition of the Yongle era has officially commenced. The proclamation of this campaign was swiftly posted. The imperial forces are mobilizing with remarkable speed, as within 3 days, over 100,000 troops will depart from Chongzhen, advancing towards Yongzhou. Their initial objective is to annihilate the pseudo-Qi established by the Xianbei, followed by a decisive confrontation with the Hu. Upon the announcement, the streets of Chongzhen erupted with fervent excitement. The current sovereign is indeed wise. He has instituted a system of military honors, offering opportunities for commoners like us, who lack noble lineage and powerful patrons, to achieve greatness. Indeed, my neighbor's 5 children all went forth to combat the invading Xiang Ning. Now, one has risen to the rank of officer in the Imperial Guard, another serves in the 6 ministries. One has acquired land with 100 taels of silver and ascended to the status of a minor landowner, while 2 others fell in battle. Their families receiving 20 years of pensions, ensuring their wives and children are well cared for, with future opportunities for preferential treatment in their careers. The other emperors of the Wei dynasty have never been so benevolent to us common folk. The populace buzzed with enthusiasm. Warfare may not be a favorable endeavor, yet it represents the sole opportunity for the impoverished to rise. Without striving, one remains destitute for life. By striving, there exists a glimmer of hope to ascend to greatness. Thus, why not fight? An elderly vegetable vendor traversed the bustling market, passing through a narrow alley when he suddenly felt the prickling sensation of being watched. Alarmed, he swiftly turned, discovering what appeared to be a lurking wolf in the shadows. Who goes there? He shouted in fear, in broad daylight, beneath the emperor's gaze. Which rogue dares to cause trouble? He called out repeatedly, but received no response. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, patting his forehead. It must be my old, weary eyes playing tricks on me, always suspicious. Just as he turned to leave, pushing his cart, a pair of hands emerged from the darkness, seizing him by the neck and twisting forcefully. In an instant, he collapsed, motionless, almost exposed. You fool, if you make another sound, I shall be the first to end you. From the alley emerged 20 or so Turkic warriors, distinct from the typical ones. Each possessed a formidable physique and keen gaze, clad in specially crafted armor, equipped with daggers, bows, crossbows, and poisoned darts. Each bore a brand of a wolf totem on their necks. They were the elite forces of the Turkic Empire, the Wolf Guards. The selection criteria for the Wolf Guards are exceedingly stringent. From every 100 Turkic soldiers, only one may become a candidate for the Wolf Guard. Of the 10,000 candidates, after 5 years of rigorous training, less than 10% ultimately qualify to become the wolves of the Turkic. The Wolf Guards are the trump card of the Turkic, infiltrating enemy strongholds first in battle, beheading key generals and officials, incinerating granaries and arsenals, and sabotaging enemy logistics. Thanks to the Wolf Guards, the Turkic inflicted significant damage upon the Wei forces, once leaving the Great Wei in disarray. Today, 100 Turkic Wolf Guards have been dispatched to infiltrate Chongzhen. Their sole mission is revenge. The previous Emperor of Wei breached Shan Prefecture, executed the royal Ashina Chongqing, and fashioned his skull into a chamber pot, trampling upon the dignity of our Turkic people. The Khan is furious. To uphold the honor of our great Turkic Empire, we have dispatched our wolf guards to sever the head of the Emperor of Wei, seeking vengeance for our grievances. The leader of the wolf guards raised his right hand towards the sun. With the great protection of the eternal sky, warriors of the steppe, you shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, decapitating the Emperor of Wei to honor our fallen heroes. Slay. In the backyard of Mingyu Pavilion. Your Majesty, Emperor Zhongwu and Emperor Xiaolai have arrived, Fengbao announced. Yuan Ziming stood tall in the expansive courtyard, noticing the 9th Imperial Sister, Pei Charan, and the 8th Imperial Sister, Yi Ling, adorned in resplendent makeup, gracefully approaching him like ethereal figures emerging from a painting, exuding an array of charm and allure. Chapter 47. Was Your Majesty once called Adam Smith? How could the two imperial sisters, born of noble lineage, find themselves in such a humble establishment? Yuan Ziming smiled faintly and bowed. In truth, he had never noticed before how strikingly beautiful these two women were. Perhaps, after becoming wives, their entire demeanor transformed. The expressions of the two empresses varied significantly. Pei Charan cleared her throat delicately, while Yi Ling raised her enchanting eyes and shot a look at the other. Your Majesty, you just declared your intention to combat the barbarians, yet you have arrived here to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel. This seems rather inappropriate, Yi Ling stated bluntly, offering no regard for the emperor's dignity. Pei Charan, however, approached the matter with more tact, gently coughing, ahem. Your Majesty has rallied the troops for the northern expedition, invigorating the realm. However, the sages have imparted wisdom that a ruler ought to honor their ancestors and nurture their kin, promote agriculture, and cultivate culture through rites and music. This is the foundation of heaven, earth, and humanity. Being a woman of a prominent family, she articulated her reasoning with clarity and conviction. Dear 9th Imperial Sister, cease your incessant reading of those ancient texts. Excessive study may not be beneficial for your intellect. Instead, consider perusing my works, Yuan Ziming said with a smirk, presenting a book titled The Charming Princess Secretly in Love with a Scavenger. Both empresses widened their eyes in shock. Ah, I seem to have made a mistake. Yuan Ziming quickly retrieved the book and replaced it with The Wealth of Nations. This is a work I have written and transcribed. Perhaps you may find it an interesting contrast to the teachings of the sages. The methods for enriching the nation and strengthening the military extend beyond mere ethics and morality. Did His Majesty once bear the name Adam Smith? And is there a surname yet? That sounds like a name of the barbarians. Yi Ling Inwidit. Flipping through the pages with curiosity, Yuan Ziming replied, a pen name. The two women nodded in agreement, finding it quite an unusual pseudonym. Moreover, my visit to Mingyu Fong is not merely for the sake of entertainment. Yuan Ziming shifted the topic. Behind him, a considerable number of Wei Wu soldiers emerged from a storeroom in the rear of Mingyu Fong, pushing several four-wheeled carts. These carts seemed laden with something substantial, tightly wrapped in red cloth. Yet, faintly, one could detect the scent of gunpowder. As Pei Charan raised her brows, Yi Ling suddenly remarked, gunpowder? She recalled smelling that same odor when she accompanied Yuan Ziming to Shanzhou. However, could there truly be such massive artillery? The objects on the cart appeared exceedingly heavy, requiring 4 burly Wei Wu soldiers to push a single cart. Concerning matters of state, it is best that you refrain from inquiring further, Imperial Sisters, Yuan Ziming stated nonchalantly. However, this remark caused both women's expressions to grow solemn as they nodded slightly, acknowledging, we understand. When engaging with the emperor, it is prudent to maintain a sense of decorum. They held a deep respect for imperial authority, especially when it pertained to confidential matters. This is merely the first wave, designated for Huolong and Sima Zhongbin to quell the Chihua army. There will be a second and third wave to equip the northern expeditionary forces. Yuan Ziming explained with a smile. Huolong and Sima Zhongbin's 8,000 Wei soldiers have already set forth to clear the path in Guangzhou, creating a relatively secure external environment for the capital, Chongzhen. It is unacceptable to allow the enemy to assault the imperial city repeatedly. The two men grasped the situation with varying degrees of understanding. Suddenly, Pei Charan interjected, "Your Majesty, with over 100,000 troops heading north. The daily demand for provisions is astronomical. Today, Minister of Revenue Yuan Lang approached me, expressing that if the grain storage in Chongzhen continues to be consumed at this rate, it will be depleted within 2 months. Moreover, the transport grain is erratic and unstable. Is the Empress concerned about a famine in Chongzhen?" Yuan Ziming raised an eyebrow, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This was, in fact, the true purpose of my visit to Minjiafang. He led the two women to a vast, open field, revealing a surprising sight. A large expanse of wheat seedlings thriving in the winter of Chongzhen. How can crops possibly grow in winter? The two empresses gasped in astonishment. Though they had led sheltered lives, they possessed a basic understanding of agriculture. In the frigid north of Wei, sowing occurs in spring and harvesting in autumn, yielding but one crop per year. Crops would perish in the winter cold, making survival impossible. In truth, there are various types of grains. This wheat is known as winter wheat. Compared to the earlier spring wheat, it is more resilient to cold, entering dormancy during winter and being insulated by the snow, which effectively shields it from heat loss. Yuan Ziming contemplated elaborating on the principles of physics and chemistry, only to find the two court ladies staring blankly, reminiscent of students dozing off in a private school. He decided to forego further explanations, stating, "The backyard of Minjiafang encompasses several thousand mu of land, once belonging to the estate of the Pinghui Duke. Additionally, there are 50,000 mu of imperial farmland, all planted with this winter wheat. I have come to observe its growth. Barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall harvest it next summer. This transformation will enable Chongzhen's grain cultivation to shift from 1 harvest a year to 2 or even 3, potentially doubling the yield. If this practice spreads to neighboring provinces, the increase could be even greater. So, Your Majesty's visit pertains to agricultural matters." The two women felt a sense of shame. Despite their lack of understanding of the scientific concepts, they were profoundly impressed. If winter wheat succeeds, an explosive increase in grain production would herald a revolutionary change for the entire nation. Improved logistics for the military would allow for the enlistment of more soldiers, potentially averting further starvation among the populace and troops. In the 2 years of war, many Wei soldiers perished not at the hands of the Hu, but from freezing and hunger, and the plight of the common people was dire, with their seed stocks exhausted. Yuan Ziming chuckled. "What alternative is there? I fear that after my departure, Chongzhen may face famine, and you, dear empresses, might starve." He then graciously took the two on a tour of the backyard of Minjiafang. The greenhouse, vegetable greenhouses, the seed cultivation base, the fine salt workshop, the compressed biscuit workshop. These are merely the initial layers. The second and third layers are all forbidden zones. Even the Empress Dowager is not permitted to observe them. Encountering these modern workshops for the first time, the two empresses were taken aback. Yiling Dai furrowed her brows and spoke to Pei Charan in a hushed tone. "Sister Pei, I find myself perplexed. These workshops must have been constructed before His Majesty ascended the throne, correct? What purpose could he have had in establishing so many workshops prior to becoming emperor? This hardly seems like a way to pass the time. It feels more akin to plotting rebellion, does it not?" Pei Charan blurted out. Yiling was momentarily startled by the bluntness of her response and found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Lu Bin, the commander of the Jinyui, suddenly appeared, moving with urgency. Upon seeing the two empresses, he immediately bowed and saluted. "I am Lu Bin, here to pay my respects to Empress Dowager Zhongwu and Empress Dowager Zhaolai. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave." The two women understood each other's unspoken thoughts and, suppressing their confusion, bowed before slowly departing. "Yuan Ziming Vima, Feng Bao. See the two empresses off for me." "Yes," Feng Bao replied, hastily moving to escort them. The Turks have dispatched over 100 men to secretly infiltrate Chongzhen, and they even killed an elderly farmer, only to be discovered by the brothers of the Jinyui. Lu Bin stated solemnly, "I have already had someone secretly capture a lone Turk and, after some interrogation, discovered that their intent in infiltrating the capital was to assassinate Your Majesty." "The Turks? Yuan Ziming expressed initial surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Over the years, many have attempted to assassinate the 9 dragons, yet none have succeeded. This indicates that the Jinyui are not to be underestimated. There's no need for him to excessively worry about his own life being claimed by an assassin. Moreover, he was not without the means to confront over 100 Turks. The blood of the true dragon is not to be trifled with. When do they plan to strike? Yuan Ziming inquired thoughtfully. Lu Bin replied, "The day after tomorrow, during your Majesty's rally for the Northern Expedition in Chongzhen. They will attempt to blend into the crowd and seek an opportunity to assassinate you. Then we must order the Jinyui to apprehend them and thwart this assassination before it can come to fruition," Yuan Ziming declared. Yes, Lu Bin was about to leave to carry out the order when Yuan Ziming suddenly called out, "Wait, I have changed my mind. Do not kill them. They may yet prove useful." Chapter 48. The grand performance is about to begin. Lu Bin was utterly astonished. He was acutely aware that they had come to assassinate the emperor, yet Yuan Ziming surprisingly insisted on keeping them alive. The emperor's heart, though profound as the ocean, had now descended into a chasm. Yes, keep them. These individuals may prove invaluable. Yuan Ziming's eyes sparkled with a gleam of ambition as he muttered to himself. Nightfall enveloped the emperor's palace. In the dragon bed, the freshly bathed Qing Niao shed her garments, donning only a delicate undergarment that accentuated her devilish yet harmonious figure. "Your Majesty, do you wish to sit while you sleep or lie down?" Qing Niao observed the emperor, who was still fervently scribbling at his desk, and could not suppress a chuckle. Yuan Ziming, having just put down his brush, replied with calm assurance, "I wish to sleep standing." Qing Niao, taken aback, blushed and retorted, "No, absolutely not." With a smile, Yuan Ziming handed her a letter, instructing, "I command you to deliver this missive to the Southern Liang." Southern Liang, a powerful nation in the south, stands in contrast to the Northern Wei. However, in terms of national and military strength, Southern Liang is far inferior to the Wei dynasty, having maintained peace through trade with Wei for many years. Nonetheless, their prosperity is undeniable. Southern Liang's thriving foreign trade not only exports millions of silk bolts to Wei each year, but also sells porcelain, tea, silk, and beautiful women overseas, amassing great wealth. Shrouded in mystery, it is said that Southern Liang is governed by a coalition of 8 chancellors, with the enigmatic Empress of Southern Liang presiding over them. Yet, the Empress rarely makes public appearances. The chancellors handle most state affairs. Almost no one, apart from the 8 chancellors and a select few officials, has ever laid eyes on the Empress, making her a symbol of intrigue for the realm. "Why have you summoned me to contact Southern Liang?" Qing Niao inquired, puzzled. "Because you are of Southern Liang lineage, and your involvement will greatly facilitate the matter," Yuan Ziming replied with a sly smile, his gaze lingering on Qing Niao's flawless and exquisite visage. He harbored a secret about her, one he could not reveal. 3 days passed, and sporadic battle reports trickled in from the front lines. For instance, several warlords in the south had begun infighting, each reporting grievances to Chongzhen, while in other regions, peasant uprisings erupted. The Wei Wu troops clashed with a band of mercenaries, resulting in the beheading of 3,000 men and the capture of tens of thousands. However, these were merely trifling incidents, for the forthcoming Northern Expedition was poised to take center stage. Days later, the Northern Expedition oath ceremony commenced. Over 100,000 gathered in the vast plaza of Chongzhen, with many citizens joining to witness the spectacle. Rumors circulated that the Emperor of Wei would personally attend the event, paying homage to the spirits of the 9 dragons in the sky, pledging to eradicate the barbarian rebels and quell the rebellions in all corners. Among the crowd, disguised as ordinary citizens, the Turkic wolf guards remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings with heightened alertness. Today, the Emperor of Wei would make a personal appearance at the Northern Expedition oath ceremony, celebrating with the people. This presented the perfect opportunity for our assassination plot. At that time, ensure you clearly identify the vehicle the Emperor rides in. Any carriage adorned with the dragon flag undoubtedly belongs to the sovereign. The leader of the Wolf Guards meticulously outlined various matters, whispering, "Esteemed colleagues, should our endeavors today succeed, we shall become renowned across the realm. Indeed, For the great Turkic Empire, long live. The wolf guards silently thumped their left chests in unison. Meanwhile, Wang Dan, who had not been seen for several days, re-emerged, adorned with heavy makeup. Since the previous incident at Qian Temple, she had discarded her pretense of monastic life and relocated to her own palace. Leveraging her connections within the court, she managed to elevate her previously disgraced nephew, Wang Lang, to the position of keeper of the western capital, overseeing all logistical resources in Chongzhen. More significantly, two descendants of the Lang Yuan clan, one a governor and the other a commissioner, had returned to the capital yesterday, filling crucial vacancies in the 6 ministries. This signified her restoration of formidable influence within the court. At this moment, Empress Dowager Dugu, accompanied by dozens of imperial guards, arrived to greet Wang Dan. General Dugu, I have come today specifically to bid you and His Majesty farewell. Wang Dan, radiating with vitality, replied, the Ministry of Personnel is already processing your elevation to Marquis. Once you return to the capital, a joint memorial can be submitted alongside a few words from me, and even the Emperor would dare not refuse. Zhu Wuxin, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, thank you, Empress Dowager. He could not help but reflect on the fact that the Great Wei was a realm governed by both imperial authority and noble families. Despite the setbacks faced by the Empress Dowager, her status within the royal family, combined with the Wang clan's centuries-long foundation in the provinces, rendered her untouchable by the emperor. Soon, a confidant of the Wang family would infiltrate the central administration, as several current chancellors were aging and preparing to petition the emperor for retirement. At that juncture, a power vacuum would undoubtedly allow the Wang family to seize the opportunity. Your Majesty, we pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. At this moment, Emperor Yuan Ziming approached, surrounded by courtiers. Upon seeing Wang Dan, his expression shifted slightly, and he bowed respectfully. Wang Dan smiled gently. Does Your Majesty not welcome me to bid farewell? I would not dare, Yuan Ziming replied, lowering his gaze. For the first time, he referred to himself as your son, expressing a sense of humility. Wang Dan perceived this as an attempt to evade her prominence. Yet her intentions today extended beyond mere pleasantries. She sought to avenge the grievances inflicted upon her by the recent events at Qian Temple. I have renounced my monastic vows for 2 years. My legs are unsteady, and walking is difficult. Might Your Majesty graciously permit me to ride in your carriage today? Ride in my carriage? Yuan Ziming was taken aback, glancing at the luxurious yellow donkey cart adorned with a dragon standard. The choice of a donkey cart over a horse-drawn carriage was not only due to the scarcity of horses during wartime, but also because the donkey cart provided a more stable and comfortable ride, akin to the luxury of an SUV. What? Is it that I am unworthy to ride? Wang Dan retorted sharply. Yuan Ziming clenched his teeth, hesitating for a moment. Before replying, Of course you may ride. However, this royal carriage is designated for the emperor. Would it not violate the protocols for the Empress Dowager to use it? Protocols? Wang Dan scoffed, declaring, I, who have borne 9 emperors for the Great Wei, would never be remiss in matters of propriety. These rites are the traditions of our ancestors. Am I not the ancestor of Your Majesty? Indeed, you are. The prince conceded, reluctantly yielding. With that, Wang Dan raised her chin with an air of haughty superiority and proclaimed, General Dugu, you shall accompany me, along with several young members of the Wang family. As you wish, Dugu Xian replied, bowing respectfully. In his heart, he pondered the shrewdness of the Empress Dowager. By presenting herself at the oath-taking ceremony in the emperor's grand carriage, she would undoubtedly stir the entire capital of Chongzhen. At that moment, her prominence would eclipse that of the emperor, leaving the impression that Yuan Ziming was merely a puppet in her hands. What a cunning move! Yet, the elder was leveraging her age, and the emperor had no choice but to acquiesce. Observing this, Dugu Xian felt a twinge of sympathy for Yuan Ziming and couldn't help but glance back at the emperor. To his surprise, Yuan Ziming did not appear particularly enraged or sorrowful. Instead, the corners of his mouth were subtly curling upward, his eyes sparkling with an exhilarating light. He slowly raised his gaze, fixing it upon the imperial carriage where Wang Dan sat. A splendid performance was about to commence. Chapter 49. the divine war chariot of Chong'an in the vast expanse of Chong'an Square, amidst the grand procession of the emperor's entourage. Officials and commoners alike prostrated themselves in reverence. In the realm of Dawei, the emperor was regarded as a semi-divine figure, especially with the royal lineage known as the Dragon Clan, revered among the people as celestial beings. Long live the emperor! As the chorus of adulation resounded, a startling revelation unfolded beneath the dragon banner. Within the majestic chariot, seated not was the emperor, but an elderly noblewoman. How could our emperor have been replaced by a woman? Is this a case of a cat impersonating a prince? The ministers and officials were taken aback. How could the empress dowager occupy the dragon chariot, a privilege reserved solely for the emperor? Was this not a reversal of the cosmic order, suggesting that she held greater authority than the emperor himself? Master Pei, do you think we should intervene or remain silent? The senior officials exchanged anxious glances, seeking guidance from Pei Ji. The dowager's actions amidst the public could incite widespread dissent among the populace. Pei Ji inwardly lamented, pondering why they sought his counsel. As a mere chancellor, what power did he possess to offend? Should he confront the dowager, who commanded the imperial guards and the Wang clan of Langya, or the decisive emperor? After a lengthy pause, he coughed lightly and remarked, "Since Her Majesty herself seems unperturbed, perhaps we, as her subjects, should refrain from meddling." Thus, they acquiesced, choosing to look the other way. Wang Dan surveyed the throngs around her and chuckled. "Everyone, please rise." Yet, whether it was the kneeling officials or the prostrated commoners, her words fell on deaf ears. Having been deceived once, would they be fooled again? Wang Dan, taken aback, adopted a stern demeanor. "I command you to rise." But no one heeded her. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "What do these court officials and citizens of Chong'an mean by this? Do they dare to disregard me? Your Majesty, they may be awaiting the emperor's arrival." Dugu Xin Ken Li In Dezet. Wang Dan's countenance darkened. "I am a mother of the 9 dragons. Even the emperor of Dawei must show the utmost respect and call me Mother Empress. How dare these commoners treat me with such disdain? Are they seeking death?" In a frenzy, she commanded Dugu Xian to order the imperial guards to compel the people to rise, threatening death to any who resisted. Dugu Xin stood in shock. Was this woman truly the mother of the 9 dragons? How could the 9 illustrious predecessors fail to inherit her deranged temperament? Not far away, the Turkic wolf guards had stealthily approached, their eyes fixed on the emperor's chariot beneath the dragon banner. The emperor's chariot has indeed emerged. The leader of the wolf guards exclaimed excitedly, preparing to strike and assassinate the emperor. Behind them, a group of Chong'an citizens, donning conical hats and feigning leisure while sipping tea, discreetly caressed the concealed blades beneath their tables, awaiting the signal that the Turkic forces were ready to act. "Your Majesty, today marks the oath-taking ceremony for the Northern Expedition, a momentous occasion for Dawei. To engage in reckless slaughter would undoubtedly undermine the morale of both the military and the people." Dugu Xian continued his earnest plea. However, several members of the royal family expressed their indignation. "General Dugu, how can you utter such words? The Empress Dowager has given birth to 9 emperors for the Great Wei. Her merits are unparalleled. Could she possibly be inferior to that fortunate fool, Yuan Ziming, who ascended to the throne by mere chance?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Xian felt as though the heavens had collapsed. In the past, when Yuan Ziming was still a dandy, he maintained a decent relationship with the royal youth, but it was merely a bond of mutual indulgence and camaraderie. Deep down, the royal family had always looked down upon this wastrel. Yet now, the dandy they once mingled with had transformed into the supreme ruler. How could they possibly accept this? Stirred by such provocations, Wang Dan could no longer contain her fury and shouted, "Dugu Xian, do you wish to resign? If you no longer desire this position, I can find another to take your place as the commander of the Imperial Guard." The old minister dared not respond and quickly offered his apologies. "Then hurry up and take care of it," Wang Dan exclaimed, her head emerging from the cart, seething with rage, a group of insolent commoners. Utterly unreasonable. Boom! As her words resounded, a thunderous crash suddenly erupted. Dozens of dark figures descended from the sky, landing directly atop her cart. Kill! Swish! A volley of hidden arrows was unleashed. The guard surrounding Wang Dan fell to the ground in unison. Assassins! Assassins! The crowd erupted in chaos. The Turkic warriors swiftly leaped down, brandishing their curved blades, effortlessly reaping the lives of nearby Imperial guards. Wang Dan was startled by the phantom-like Turkic wolf guards. "Protect me! Protect me!" she cried out in desperation. Dugu Exin, taking an arrow's flight, kicked one of the Turkic wolf guards away and shouted, "Protect the Empress Dowager! Protect the Empress Dowager!" Yet, the royal youths closest to Wang Dan, instead of safeguarding her, scrambled into the cart to evade danger, nearly kicking Wang Dan out in the process. "Dog Emperor, your Turkic grandfather is here." After dispatching a dozen guards under the dragon banner, the wolf guards immediately slashed open the cart. But upon closer inspection, they found only a trembling old woman and several well-fed wastrels. Where was the Emperor of the Great Wei? Could it be that this lecherous old woman was the emperor? The Turkic warriors were taken aback. Had the emperors of the Central Plains fallen to such a state? Regardless, they resolved that it was better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. With a command from the Wolf Guard leader, the slaughter commenced. Several royal youths were dragged out and met their end by a flurry of blades. A group of the Empress Dowager's loyal attendants and Imperial Guard leaders, devoted to her, were also besieged by the well-prepared Turkic wolf guards, suffering heavy casualties. Zhu Wuxin, consumed by anxiety, swiftly unsheathed his sword, dispatching the wolf guards that had entangled him, before leaping onto the donkey cart. "Drive!" Dugu Xn roared as he initiated a dramatic 360-degree drift in the cart, fleeing for his life. Behind him were the relentless Turkic wolf guards, their explosive speed akin to that of leopards, allowing them to catch up to Dugu Xn's donkey cart in an instant. In an instant, Dugu Xn transformed into a master of the chariot, engaging in a fierce back and forth with the pursuing Turkic wolf guards, a struggle that seemed indeterminate. Within the vehicle, the terrified screams of the Empress Dowager intermittently pierced the air, a cacophony of confusion and distress. The officials and citizens of Chongzhen could only watch from the sidelines, their hearts racing with trepidation and astonishment. Strangely enough, as the scene unfolded, a hint of absurdity began to emerge. "Is it time yet, Your Majesty?" Lubin inquired of Yuan Ziming from a short distance away. Yuan Ziming, idly toying with his fingers and flexing his joints, mused, "After all, this is the realm beneath the Emperor's feet. Should the barbarians succeed in slaying the mother of the 9 dragons, it would undoubtedly sow discord among the populace. Let us proceed to close the net." At that very moment, the previously dazed commoners suddenly regained clarity in their gazes, tearing away their humble garments to reveal the striking attire of the flying fish. They swiftly brandished their embroidered spring knives, charging forth to commence their audacious counteroffensive. Chapter 50. A name pleased in the dimly lit sky. A flurry of arrows whistled through the air. The Turkic wolf guards, engaged in fierce combat, were suddenly besieged by a multitude of the Jinyui. Countless arrows rained down from every direction, claiming the lives of several wolf guards in an instant. They were engulfed in a tidal wave of chaos. Were these common folk, all Jinyui? The sight left Dugu Xian astounded. Those seemingly ordinary citizens had been masquerading as Jinyui all along. This revelation suggested that the Jinyui had anticipated the Turkic wolf guards' ambush from the very beginning. A chilling thought took root in his mind. It was impossible. This could not be. Cold sweat trickled down Dugu Xian's brow. The Jinyui, who had lain in wait, had managed to subdue the Turkic wolf guards. Yet, unexpectedly, another contingent of Turkic wolf guards emerged from behind. They retaliated fiercely. The Jinyui, caught off guard, suffered heavy casualties, and the battle intensified once more. Did these adversaries have a hidden backup? Dugu Xian, what is happening? At that moment, Wang Dan, trembling with fear, questioned. Dugu Xian's face turned ashen as he replied, "Your Majesty, we have fallen into a trap." "A trap? What do you mean?" The startled Wang Dan struggled to comprehend the situation. Just then, a battalion of Wei Wuju, fully armed, arrived in haste. The clash between the wolf guards and the Jinyui drew to a close, marked by a multitude of fallen bodies. A score of Turkic wolf guards stood resolute amidst the falling rain, their eyes bloodshot. They were the elite of the Turkic people, unyielding even in the face of the Jinyui's onslaught, which emboldened them to infiltrate Chongzhen of the Great Wei. Prepare, Xiang Ning commanded, his expression impassive. A dozen Wei Wuzhu raised their fire guns, aiming at the adversaries. The fire guns had previously caused significant losses to the Turkic cavalry during the Battle of Shan Prefecture. However, intelligence indicated that this flintlock was cumbersome to operate, requiring a lengthy reloading process and possessing limited accuracy. The Wolf Guard leader chuckled darkly, noting, moreover, should it rain, the gunpowder will be rendered useless. As he surveyed the gentle drizzle, he felt a sense of invulnerability. Kill! The Turkic Wolf Guards surged forward with lightning speed, believing that their swiftness would render the Jinyui's fire guns ineffectual, akin to mere scrap metal. Yet, amidst the rapid sounds of gunfire, 20-odd Turkic Wolf Guards collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at the wounds upon their bodies, astonished that the intelligence had been so misleading. They had sprinted faster than a leopard, yet still could not outrun the speed of the bullets. The second-generation flintlock used in Shan Prefecture had long been obsolete. The Wei Wuzhu now wielded the second generation of fire guns, the flintlock rifle. It required no cumbersome loading, was quicker in precision, and was less affected by the weather. Xiang Ning smirked. Originally, we intended to deploy these when assaulting Yongzhou, but since you Turkic folk are so eager for death, we shall test their might on you ahead of time. With that, the Wei Wuzhu unleashed another round of gunfire. The once dominant Turkic Wolf Guard lay utterly defeated, blood oozing from every orifice, their body convulsing in its final throes. Regrettably, amidst their meticulous plans, the leader of the Wolf Guard managed to escape. Despite sustaining a gunshot wound, he persevered, propelling himself away from the range of the Wei Wu troops. Yet, no matter how far he fled, evading the grasp of the Jinyui was an impossibility. Barely 500 meters into his escape, he was abruptly confronted and subdued by a contingent of Jinyui. Lu Bin, the commander of the Jinyui, swaggered over, placing a foot upon the downed foe's head, and mockingly inquired, "What now? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? The Turkic Wolf Guard, so full of bravado? Do you not comprehend that from the instant you entered, you were already in our sights? You think Chongzhen is a realm you can enter and exit at will?" The Turkic Wolf Guard's visage twisted into a grotesque mask of agony, dark blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Alarmingly, he had bitten down on a poisoned shard hidden within his tongue. The astute Jinyui quickly recognized the peril, hastily prying open his mouth. Lu Bin, witnessing his quarry's impending demise, grew frantic and seized the man's head. "Who is your mastermind? Speak. Is it Dugu Xian? Or perhaps the Empress Dowager Wang Dan? Reveal it, and I assure you, your life will be spared, and you shall be promoted." He was acutely aware that the Empress Dowager could not possibly be involved. Otherwise, Dugu Xian would not have transformed into a deity of the chariots. Nevertheless, should he seize this opportunity to bring down Dugu Xian or someone close to the Empress Dowager, it would constitute a monumental achievement in the eyes of the emperor. Advancing in rank from his current command would surely lead to titles of count or marquis. Yet, the captive merely scoffed, remaining obstinately silent. "Give me a name. Just a name," Lu Bin implored, desperation creeping into his tone. At that moment, an incongruous cough echoed from behind. Lu Bin, infuriated, barked, "Who dares to interrupt my affairs? Seeking death, are we?" Turning, he was taken aback to find his old acquaintance, Dugu Xian. Instantly, he inhaled sharply, tempering his fury, and donned a congenial smile. "General Dugu, it is you. Your efforts in safeguarding the Empress Dowager from the Turkic assassins are commendable, and surely the emperor will reward you handsomely." Zhu Wuxin, having overheard the previous remarks, merely smirked and replied, "I seek not glory, but merely to avoid misfortune. That alone is merit enough. Fortuitously, I arrived to witness your interrogation of this barbarian, or who knows what my head might have rolled. How could that be, Brother Dugu? We have shared a bond of trust over many years. I would never engage in such duplicitous acts." Lu Bin hastily reassured him. "And how fares the Empress Dowager?" "She is resting within the imperial carriage, still shaken from the ordeal." Dugu Xian sighed in resignation. Yet, the losses they had suffered were insurmountable. 8 young scions of the Wang family lay slain, alongside Wang Dan's trusted confidants, including the Deputy Minister of Revenue, the Undersecretary of Justice, the Vice Minister of the Supreme Court, and several other high-ranking officials. All had met untimely ends. Even Dugu Xian's most trusted within the Imperial Guard had been decimated amidst this turmoil. They have all positioned themselves as the backbone of the Imperial Guard. Without these mid-ranking officers, their control over the 50,000 troops would significantly wane. His Majesty, could it be that he has intentionally allowed the Turks to infiltrate? Duke Weixin sighed deeply. If this were true, he would indeed have to contemplate a change of allegiance. It is a battle he cannot win. At that moment, Feng Bao approached Wang Dan's royal carriage, announcing, "Your Majesty requests your presence." The Empress Dowager Wang Dan, who was sipping a calming tea, was so startled by this news that she nearly dropped her cup. Her aged face trembled as she replied, "Tell His Majesty that I have been frightened and shall not attend. I will no longer ride in the imperial carriage for the rest of my life." The Empress Dowager, shaken, learned that His Majesty had already issued orders to apprehend the Jingzhou Yin, responsible for the security of the capital, and Wang Lang, the western capital's garrison commander, to be handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Feng Bao, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked that it was quite convenient, as one was Wang Dan's nephew and the other a former loyal minister, allowing for their removal without any difficulty. Upon hearing this, Wang Dan grew even more fearful. Momentarily speechless, before stammering, "Feng Gonggong, I am grateful for His Majesty's grace, but I am unwell today and shall not go. Perhaps another day," she added. "I will return to my palace to rest." Empress Dowager, Feng Bao replied with a slight smile, "There is an edict. You must attend." Wang Dan quivered, gazing at Feng Bao's feigned geniality, and reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall go." The royal carriage then proceeded leisurely to the square, where they found Yuan Ziming, clad in imperial robes, ascending the altar of heaven for a sacrificial rite. Below, officials and commoners alike prostrated in reverence. Upon seeing Wang Dan approach, he cast a cold, emotionless glance in her direction. Understanding his intent, Wang Dan shook off the maid's support and knelt obediently. Yuan Ziming then proclaimed loudly, "Bring forth the 9 Dragons tablet." The Grand Zhongjing, responsible for ancestral rites, led a group of ceremonial officials to present the tablet. In the 12th month of the first year of Yonglai, in reverence to the spirits of the 9 dragons in heaven, implore the divine to aid us in restoring the kingdom and quelling the chaos among the Hu. Should we succeed, it will be a blessing for the state. Should we fail, I am willing to be the 10th dragon to perish for my country. Yuan Ziming gazed intently at the tablets of the 9 dragons. Emperor Xiaowu of Wei, 1st dragon. Emperor Taiwu of Wei, 2nd dragon. Emperor Xinwu of Wei, 3rd dragon. Emperor Xuanwu of Wei, 4th dragon. Emperor Tian of Wei, 5th dragon. Emperor Sujing of Wei, 6th dragon. Emperor Zhuangming of Wei, 7th dragon. Emperor Zhao Lai of Wei, 8th dragon. Emperor Zhongwu of Wei, 9th dragon. He beseeched his 9 imperial brothers for their blessings, then knelt down and struck his head against the ground in reverence. Looking up towards the sky, he proclaimed with solemnity, "As long as the sun, moon, and mountains endure, we await the northern expedition." Over 100,000 troops of Wei departed from Chongzhen, heading straight for Yongzhou. That night, heavy snow blanketed the city of Yongzhou, the false capital of Qi. On the battlements, Emperor Zhang Bangchong of the Great Qi gazed into the distance, with a vast expanse of the Wei army stretched for thousands of miles. The Great Wei had truly launched a northern expedition. His face drained of color. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. Nearby, the Grand Chancellor of Great Qi, Qin Hui, caught a whiff and frowned, exclaiming, "Which soldier dares to relieve himself on the battlements? Such a strong stench is utterly disgraceful." Chapter 51. Who is the 7th Empress Dowager, Yu Shuang? The Prime Minister, Qin, screamed nearby, displaying a reckless demeanor. Zhang Bangchong's lips twitched slightly as he emitted a cold snort, masking his discomfort with an air of nonchalance. He continued, "Now that the Wei army is at our gates, what do you all propose we do?" His chief general, Yuan Xian, once a 5th-rank valiant general of Wei, hailed from a prestigious family in Yongzhou, commanding tens of thousands of elite troops. He was also one of the main forces of the pseudo-Qi. Thus, Yuan Xian held considerable influence before Zhang Bangchong, merely nodding as he said, "My lord, although the Wei army comes fiercely, we both know their main force has long since departed. These soldiers are but a hastily assembled new army. Our own forces amount to 200,000, with 30,000 battle-ready troops among us. If we defend the city, given the Wei army's current scarcity of supplies, they will surely retreat within half a month." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bangchong was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is splendid. General Yuan, I appoint you as the vanguard commander, leading your 30,000 troops to launch a surprise attack while the Wei army is still unsteady. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall gladly share the realm with you." At this, Yuan Xian scoffed. "Nonsense. Does this throne truly belong to you, Zhang Bangchong? Once the Wei army retreats, you will bribe the Xianbei and eliminate them, claiming the title of the Great Qi Emperor for yourself. The throne is reserved for the powerful. How could I acknowledge such a gluttonous fool as my leader? By what right do you presume to stand equal with the Emperor of Wei? At the very least, it should be someone of my noble lineage." Meanwhile, Zhang Bangchong felt quite pleased and turned to his brother, saying, "I have heard that your daughters are still unmarried, and they are as beautiful as flowers. I wish to see them. Bring them to my chambers tonight." His brother was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, those are your nieces. Those who give birth are of no concern, nor those who are born. The remainder is inconsequential." Zhang Bangchong laughed heartily. It was a rare opportunity to indulge in the pleasures of emperorship. How could he not revel in it? 2 hours later, the one who perished was Yuan Xian. It seemed he had been frightened to death. Zhang inspected the body of the vanguard commander of the Qi army to confirm his identity. These pseudo-troops were surprisingly easy to defeat, with the formation of the Beiwei army and the fire gun phalanx as the main force. Within less than an hour, thousands had fallen, triggering a collapse among 30,000 men. This Yuan Xian seemed to possess some command ability, albeit limited. He was thus overwhelmed by the Wei martial soldiers. However, the rear commander, Du Guixin, observed in sheer terror. The troops of Yuan Xian, though not as formidable as regular soldiers, were still far superior to ordinary pseudo-troops. How could they be so easily defeated? In such a brief span, the combat effectiveness of the Wei martial soldiers had undergone a qualitative change. Were these prisoner soldiers truly that formidable? "Your Majesty, battle report." Zhang had intended to claim credit, thinking he might at least secure the rank of a captain. Yet, he discovered the tent of General Long was filled with the sounds of curses and chaos, quite uproarious. "Will you allow me to go or not?" A brusque female voice echoed within. Zhang De, momentarily taken aback, stealthily crept into the dragon tent. Inside stood a striking figure, adorned in a form-fitting silver light armor, complemented by an expensive military soft armor underneath. A crimson tasseled spear shimmered under the sunlight's reflection. Upon closer inspection, Zhang De was momentarily entranced. With skin as smooth as jade, a slender waist, and elegantly styled hair in a distinctive bun, her delicate and radiant features gave her an ethereal presence, leading Zhang De to momentarily believe she was a celestial being descended to earth. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a widow before?" The breathtaking woman turned her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise upon noticing him. Realizing the situation, Zhang De fell to his knees, proclaiming, "I, Wei Wuju's military commander Zhang De, pay my respects to Her Majesty. 7th Empress, you may direct your ire at me, but please do not take it out on my soldiers." Yuan Ziming, seated upon the dragon throne, sighed as he rubbed his temples. The stunning woman immediately welled up with tears and knelt. "Yuan Lang, please have Her Majesty address you as Your Majesty." Yuan Ziming interrupted before my subordinates. "Such familiarity is inappropriate. This 7th Empress, Yu Shuang, was the widow of the illustrious Emperor Yuan Shuang of the Great Wei, known for his unremarkable demeanor among the 9 dragons. Like his royal brothers, he possessed striking looks and a profound love for Buddhism, often frequenting temples and nearly taking monastic vows. After enduring a beating from his brothers, he was dragged from the temple and subsequently married Yu Shuang, the daughter of the commander of the Tiger Cavalry, and they had a daughter together. Following the death of the 6th dragon, Yuan Shuang underwent a transformation. diligently reorganizing the Tiger Cavalry and Dragon Cavalry, fortifying the defenses of Hebei, and repelling hundreds of thousands of Hu invaders within months. He vowed to reclaim the territory within 10 years, to seal the wolf's nest, and offer sacrifices in Longsheng. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand. During an inspection of the troops, he accidentally consumed cattle and sheep infected with plague, leading to his untimely demise. After his death, the army of over 100,000 erupted into infighting, allowing the Hu to exploit the chaos and dismantle the Hebei defenses. As for Yu Shuang, she hailed from the esteemed Yu family of military lineage, her grandfather and great-grandfather both loyal ministers to the dragon. Raised in such an environment, her competitive spirit was deeply ingrained, and it was rumored that she had subjected Emperor Yuan Shuang to domestic violence throughout their marriage. I have assembled 3,000 red tassel troops, all composed of widows of fallen soldiers, ready to devote themselves as vanguards for the royal army, leading the charge. Yu Shuang declared resolutely, "I shall avenge the fallen emperor." Yuan Ziming chuckled wryly. "Empress Xiang, I understand your heartfelt intentions, but the Northern Expeditionary Army has its own valiant soldiers. I wish to leave a legacy for my deceased brother and the fallen warriors. We cannot allow every last one of them to perish." The 7th Empress's unilateral decision to secretly bring forth several thousand female soldiers to Yuan Ziming was already a source of considerable concern for him. "Women can bear half the sky. Your Majesty, do not underestimate my people." Yu Shuang continued to insist. Yuan Ziming, feeling helpless, could only turn to Zhang De and inquire, "Do you seek an audience with me regarding matters of state?" The latter was momentarily taken aback, responding affirmatively. Seizing the opportunity to make his escape, Yuan Ziming swiftly departed, exclaiming, "I must go and see." The news of Yu Wenxian's 30,000 troops being vanquished by the Wei Wu army, achieving a triumphant first battle, was indeed a cause for concern, even disturbing the slumber of the nearby Dugu Hexen, much to the emperor's satisfaction. Yet, as he journeyed, the desolate landscape stretched endlessly before him, dotted with countless tombs, instilling a deep sense of unease within him. Was a famine in Guangzhou truly this dire? If even Chongzhen was afflicted by hunger, one could only imagine the plight in other regions, likely 1,000-fold worse. Rumors spoke of the existence of armies of displaced citizens and beggars in Guangzhou, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. How were these individuals managing to survive? Driven by curiosity, Yuan Ziming inquired of Feng Bao, who hesitated and faltered, unwilling to speak. Thus he turned to Lu Bin. The commander of the Jinyui, Lu Bin, appeared pallid as he uttered the grim truth. They resort to cannibalism. Chapter 52. The Grand Historian's Disdain. The issuance of blank appointments. The phrase, "to devour humans," resonates vividly, evoking a profound sense of imagery and intensity. Yuan Ziming inhaled sharply, acutely aware that the historical accounts of famine-induced cannibalism were not mere fabrications. Are they dead or alive? He mused, his facial muscles twitching with unease. Unable to bear the tension, the accompanying grand historian intervened to alleviate the discomfort among the ministers. "Your Majesty, under ordinary circumstances, the populace resorts to consuming the deceased, but amidst the chaotic circumstances of the beggar army and the displaced, desperation can drive individuals to unspeakable acts." As a professional historian, his words were already remarkably tactful. The Central Plains were currently afflicted by severe drought. Following such conditions, locust plagues would inevitably follow. At that juncture, even a meager handful of locusts could serve as a lifeline for countless souls, while the value of rice and meat would also soar. Women were deemed unworthy of envy, as the darkness of the times rendered them vulnerable. The realm was in turmoil, and order had disintegrated. Yuan Ziming lamented that, in comparison, Chongzhen truly represented a sanctuary amidst chaos. The issue was not merely scarcity, but inequity. The influx of displaced individuals and beggars toward Chongzhen was a stark reflection of the fact that at least there was still sustenance to be found there. Had Yuan Ziming not borne the title of emperor, he might have emulated Huang Chao in a ruthless purge of the nobility in Chongzhen. Alas, fate had amusingly entwined him with these people as their leader, the one who held sway. Surely, He could not relinquish his own life so carelessly. Your Majesty, the armies of Huolong and Sima Zhongbin are presently nearby, subduing the beggar troops and clearing the path for our northern expedition. They seek an audience with your Majesty. Reported Feng Bao. Let them in. Yuan Ziming waved his sleeve dismissively. Noticing the grand historian diligently recording notes nearby, he approached with a playful smile. Oh, esteemed historian, might I inquire how you chronicled my interactions with my royal sisters-in-law? Were they characterized by sisterly respect and brotherly deference? The historian replied, his expression impassive. I record the truth as it unfolds. What a stilted response. Clearing his throat, Yuan Ziming continued. May I take a glance at your writings? Perhaps to offer some guidance on your historiographical skills? The grand historian shot him a sidelong glance and inscribed, on the 17th day of the 12th month of the first year of Yongle. The emperor sought to curry favor with the historian, attempting to alter the annals of history. The grand historian remained steadfast and unyielding. Yuan Ziming's face flushed with embarrassment, a heat rising upon his cheeks. The attendant, Qing Yao, was utterly amused, erupting in laughter. Your Majesty, please refrain from further embarrassing yourself. The newly appointed palace guards struggled to maintain their composure, their eyes betraying their astonishment. This attendant, Qing Yao, dared to jest with the emperor? Her audacity surpassed even that of the empress dowagers. After all, even the venerable Feng Bao would never dare to jest so freely with Yuan Ziming. It seemed that those who serve alongside the emperor would do well to learn from Sister Qing Yao. Your Majesty, at this moment, Huolong and Sima Zhongbin had prostrated themselves before the emperor. Your efforts in quelling the bandits are commendable. You have labored greatly. Please be seated. Yuan Ziming instructed the eunuchs to bring forth 2 golden Nanmu chairs for the pair. What is the status of the campaign? He inquired directly. With the grace of His Majesty and the protection of the 9 dragons, our army has recently managed to recruit a staggering 90,000 from the beggar troops, taking control of Tongguan and Weizhou. Refugee leaders across various regions have surrendered eagerly, welcoming the royal forces. These individuals were originally common folk of the Wei state. Some sought to fend off invasions from the nomads, while others merely wished to secure a meal. Deep down, they were reluctant to oppose the court. It is not surprising that after the reputation of Sima Zhongbin's Wei Wu troops was established, hundreds of armed groups of refugees would come forth to surrender. However, a pressing issue arose. Sima Zhongbin furrowed his brow. There are too many people, and our military provisions are insufficient. Yuan Ziming articulated succinctly. Both nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, these refugees bring their families along, often consisting of wives and children, causing the ranks to swell excessively, while our food supplies are severely strained. If they were to directly petition the court, the relevant departments would undoubtedly evade responsibility, considering that the grain in Chongzhen is not abundant and cannot be allocated to the refugees. Scraping together a meager amount would merely be a drop in the ocean. Thus, after deliberation, they decided to approach the emperor himself. Yuan Ziming had already anticipated this. Feng Bao, grant them the provisions. Feng Bao nodded and clapped his hands, summoning several eunuchs who presented over 100 blank appointment letters to them. This is the letter of amnesty, Yuan Ziming remarked with a faint smile. These blank commissions grant you both the authority to act at your discretion. They bestow ranks upon the surrendered refugee troops, allowing them to develop independently in the occupied territories, resist the nomads, and procure their own supplies to sustain themselves. Both men shuddered unexpectedly. This signified that, within the vast Guangzhou region, a potent wave of anti-nomad sentiment would erupt. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. If hundreds of resistance forces suddenly emerged in the rear of the nomads, what spectacle that would be! It was a truly audacious move by the emperor. Feng Bao was equally astonished, contemplating that had the 9 dragons employed this strategy earlier, mobilizing the grassroots populace, the nation might not have faced such dire straits. Suddenly, Qing Yao enlightenedly exclaimed, I understand now. This is what your Majesty previously referred to. The theory from on protracted war. Predictably, an awkward silence ensued. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain whether to respond to Qing Yao's audacious remark. Yuan Ziming covered Qingyao's cherry lips and hoisted her onto his shoulder, warning the grand historian with a glance that this segment was not to be recorded. Then calmly smiled. No worries, you all carry on. However, if we were to seize the nomads' provisions, it might not entirely resolve our food shortages, right? The forthright Huolong furrowed his brow, noting that the nomads thrive on barley and other coarse grains, their diet vastly different from that of the Han people. What they consume may not agree with us. Thank you for your great kindness. At this moment, the astute Sima Zhongbin had already grasped Yuan Ziming's intent. He swiftly interrupted Huolong, pulling him down to bow in gratitude. Yuan Ziming nodded and replied, Very well. You may return. I await your good news. Then Zhang commanded, Bring forth the captured pseudo-Qi general. I wish to interrogate him regarding the current state of Yongzhou City. Outside the Dragon Banner, Huolong broke free from Sima Zhongbin's grasp, impatiently exclaiming, Sima Zhongbin, what do you mean by this? Are you overstepping your bounds? A mere deputy general daring to overshadow my authority as the commanding general. Do you wish to curry favor? My dear brother, the emperor has made his intentions clear. Do you still not comprehend? Sima Zhongbin felt a sense of helplessness. What did it imply? The emperor's allowance for the refugee army to develop freely was not inherently wrong. Yet perpetually preying upon the Hu people was hardly a viable strategy. Were the Hus so easily plundered? Huolong retorted angrily. Sima Zhongbin glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot before speaking candidly. There are matters that the emperor cannot voice directly, yet he has signaled his intentions. Do you believe that in the vast expanse of Guangzhou, or even the extensive northern territories, there exists solely the Hu and the court? Those landlords' fortresses and estates lie at the periphery of both realms, possessing retainers, servants, and lands, thriving independently, seemingly the emperors of their own free kingdoms. These individuals are the domains of noble families, beyond the court's control. However, the refugee army can indeed exert influence over them. Chapter 53. Undermining the aristocracy. Correspondence with the Xiongnu emperor, are you suggesting we seize the grain from the landowners? Huolong inquired without hesitation. Sima Zhongbin swiftly covered the mouth of this foolish ally, exclaiming, General, tread carefully. His Majesty has never uttered such words, nor have I. Remember this. He was not inclined to become a scapegoat, facing the wrath of the 9 clans. A jolt of realization struck Huolong, and at last, his mind began to grasp the gravity of the matter. It was imperative to avoid discussing the nobility overtly. Everyone was aware that the Great Wei coexisted with the aristocratic families in governance, granting these clans significant influence in the court. Even Yuan Ziming, previously residing among the common folk, was part of one of these noble families, allowing him to act with impunity against various powerful factions within the capital. Yet, what if it were a throng of starving refugees and destitute soldiers? When one is barely able to fill their belly, who cares about the nobility? They would simply take what they needed, and if anyone dared to resist, they would systematically eradicate them according to their lineage. The emperor intended to harness the might of the destitute to quietly obliterate another decaying force within the court, an endeavor that would achieve 2 objectives with one stroke. Meanwhile, within the tent of General Long, the battered deputy commander Yuan Xian, barely clinging to life, was hoisted up by his comrades and stammered, Why does the Imperial Guard resort to torture? Could you not employ more sophisticated tactics, such as the allure of a beautiful woman? I never claimed I would not surrender. Lu Bin retaliated with a fierce kick. You treacherous scoundrel, do you think you deserve leniency? Perhaps I should douse you with a bucket of urine to wake you up. Speak. I shall speak. I shall speak. The man, having suffered a broken rib and coughed up blood, trembled as he divulged. The city of Yongzhou boasts an army of 200,000, but in truth, they are merely a makeshift rabble. Apart from the 30,000 of the Yuan family, the only capable force is the 40,000 under the puppet Emperor Zhang Bangchong, who has spent lavishly to form a cavalry of 8,000 elite riders, primarily armored horsemen, with a few equipped with full armor. This is why he can pose as a puppet emperor, for among the various false armies, his strength is the most formidable. Are there any Xiongnu forces stationed outside Yongzhou? Yuan Ziming inquired. He was unconcerned about the combat capabilities of the false Qi army. After all, they were but pretenders, incapable of matching the might of a regular army. However, one must be wary of the true power behind them. The Xiongnu forces were the most formidable threat. There are 50,000 Xianbei and 40,000 Xiongnu encamped outside Yongzhou, but they seldom enter the city, preferring to negotiate with Zhang Bangchong. The man replied truthfully. Yuan Ziming turned to General Duguexin. General Dugu, if I command you to lead the Imperial Guard against Yongzhou, how long will it take to capture it? Duguexin pondered momentarily. Being a cautious strategist, he replied, if the Xiongnu do not intervene, I require 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I shall take Yongzhou. And what are the casualties? Yuan Ziming pressed further. Considering the combat capacity of the false Qi forces, we should expect at least 20,000 casualties to ensure success. Duguexin hesitated. This is under the assumption that the Xiongnu and Xianbei do not interfere with the situation in Yongzhou. Should they choose to engage, our forces may falter. Such is the harsh reality. 50,000 newly trained elite troops could hardly contend with the 90,000 barbarian warriors. Yet, even when faced with Zhang Bangchong's foe army, with its formidable 8,000 elite cavalry, they could inflict significant casualties upon the Wei forces. Yuan Ziming furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with this forecast. He turned to Zhang De and inquired, if the Wei Wu soldiers were to launch an attack, how long would it take? Zhang De hesitated for a moment before holding up a single finger. One day, Du Guexion's expression changed drastically. That was impossible. It would take merely 1 hour. Zunda Shuzhizhid. Thanks to the remarkable achievements of the Wei Wu soldiers. He had been promoted to the rank of 7th grade officer and had been granted the privilege of serving near the emperor. Preposterous. Absolutely impossible. Exclaimed several of Du Guexion's elite commanders, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. The Wei Wu leaders scoffed. If you cannot manage, practice more. If it's truly impossible, why not simply try? They seemed to mock. Do you genuinely think we fear you? These men were loyal subordinates of Du Guexion, proud and unyielding, unable to tolerate the provocations from the Wei Wu soldiers. As tensions escalated, Yuan Ziming swiftly intervened, stating, regardless of who engages in battle, the casualties will be significant. My point is that warfare extends beyond the battlefield. Only then did the assembly quiet down, all eyes fixed on Yuan Ziming. Lu Bin seized the opportunity to say, in fact, Your Majesty has been aware for 3 days of the distribution of the Xianbei and Xiongnu armies outside Yongzhou City and intends to use diplomatic means to disrupt them. Your Majesty, perhaps you should seek out your acquaintances among the Xianbei to rally their forces. The previously silent Qing Niao suddenly flashed a sly grin and jested. Isn't Tuoba Lan your former lover? Why not reach out to her? Yuan Ziming, caught off guard by the surprised gazes of those around him, felt his composure slipping and hastily clarified. In my youth, I was fond of hospitality and enjoyed befriending heroes from all corners, including the Xianbei. However, he quickly shifted his tone, but this time I shall not seek the Xianbei. Instead, I shall turn to the Xiongnu. At these words, the generals were left utterly perplexed. The Xianbei have a better relationship with the emperor. Why seek out the Xiongnu, who have just suffered defeat in Chongzhen, losing 50,000 ironclad warriors? Would the Xiongnu even entertain your overtures? It's akin to dropping mud in one's trousers. It is not just dirt, but something far worse. In the Xiongnu Empire, at its capital, the upper capital, the great Khan, Wanyan Wuchimai, was luxuriating in a hot spring, reveling in this rare moment of leisure. Report, Your Majesty. Urgent news from the south. A letter from the Emperor of the Central Plains. Wanyan Liang, a noble of the Xiongnu, approached with unsteady steps. Meanwhile, Wanyan Wuchimai, savoring the tranquility, waved his hand dismissively. The Emperor of the Central Plains? Recall how many Xiongnu children were slain by the dragons of Jiulong. And the 10th dragon of Wei just decimated my Wanyan Lushi and Wanyan Zongbi. The dragons of the Central Plains are indeed formidable. Norus, let me finish my soak first. Wanyan Liang, you have traveled far to deliver this news. You have my gratitude. Bring him 20 bolts of silk as a reward. Wanyan Wuchi might casually mention a matter. To his surprise, the Xiongnu ministers, led by Wanyan Liang, instantly displayed fierce expressions and declared, Your Majesty, according to ancestral law, the national treasury cannot be opened during peacetime. This is a violation of the law. They commanded, bring forth the family code of the Wanyan clan. In an instant, Wanyan Wuchimai's mind was engulfed in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the elder Xiongnu ministers produced a dragon-beating staff bestowed by the founding emperor, seizing Wanyan Wuchimai and delivering 20 severe strikes to his posterior. Subsequently, they helped the chastened sovereign rise, while a group of elder ministers knelt and proclaimed, "We're guilty of death. We're guilty of death." With a rear already sore, Wanyan Wuchimai sat upon the dragon throne, his features contorting in anguish. You, he lamented, finding himself in a worse predicament than the emperor of the Central Plains. Yet, despite his frustrations, the Xiongnu, being a confederation of nomadic tribes rather than a centralized dynasty like the Central Plains, had no choice but to dutifully adhere to ancestral customs. Bring forth the imperial edict from the Great Wei Emperor for reading. Chapter 54. The ruthless general rewards his army. The pseudo-army performs exceptionally. A Han official clad in Hunnic first scrutinized the surroundings before solemnly proclaiming, "The Emperor of Wei, the illustrious Long Yuan, has dispatched a missive to the Hunnic Chanyu Wukamai. By the will of heaven, I decree. I have learned that although the Huns reside in the distant, frigid lands beyond the frontier, they are keenly inclined towards transformation and hold a deep admiration for the civilization of the Central Plains. They have traveled thousands of miles to pay tribute to my celestial court. In recognition of their sincere submission, I commend them and extend my benevolence." "Enough of this," Wukamai exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Tributes and vassalage, even without understanding the culture of the Central Plains. I can discern that they regard us Huns as mere subjects of their Wei dynasty. How preposterous! Benevolence? I have vanquished their Wei forces 10 times over. Your Majesty, the diplomatic correspondence of the Han often begins with pleasantries," one of his subordinates remarked timidly. "Skip the trivialities and get to the crux," Wukamai retorted coldly. Reflecting on the past, the annihilation of 50,000 iron pagodas in Chongzhen and the fall of 2 of our esteemed generals. "Skip all the insults," Wukamai thundered, incensed by the reminder of their losses. The subordinate, cowed, conceded. "Then there remains but one statement. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. The defeat at Chongzhen has seen 100,000 Xianbei cavalry remain idle. Does your Majesty not perceive this?" Upon hearing this, the Hunnic minister's expressions shifted dramatically. Wukamai's countenance darkened as he declared, "The Wei are my mortal enemies, irreconcilable foes, especially after Chongzhen's defeat, which cost us 50,000 iron pagodas and severely wounded the spirit of our great Huns, leaving us unable to mount another offensive. Yet the Xianbei, our erstwhile allies, stood idly by. How infuriating! In truth, Wukamai had been deeply troubled by this matter. Your Majesty, the Wei army has reached Yongzhou. We have 40,000 Hunnic troops here, and the Xianbei have 50,000. The Xianbei commander proposes that we join forces. Together, we can annihilate the last remnant of Wei's elite." One Hunnic minister suggested, "Join forces? With those lowly scoundrels?" Wukamai replied, his mood fluctuating. "This time, I have made my decision. We shall not ally with the Xianbei. We Huns are noble denizens of the northern steppes. We are not of the same ilk as these despicable barbarians from Liaodong. Do not presume to dictate my actions. Shall we then allow the Wei army to seize Yongzhou?" Another minister questioned. "The Emperor of Wei is personally leading this campaign, and they aim to march northward, targeting us." I'm not a fool. The Emperor of Wei sends this letter to incite discord between us and the Xianbei, hoping to reap the benefits. Wukamai sneered ominously. "Let the Xianbei contend with the Wei forces. Our Hunnic troops need only to bide their time, observe from afar, and when the two sides are mutually exhausted, we shall seize Yongzhou and eliminate them all without exception. I have heard tales of the southern lands of the Wei dynasty, particularly Yangzhou, where the autumn osmanthus blooms and lotus flowers stretch for miles. I truly wish to journey southward and behold the grandeur of the Han lands." With this, Wukamai's expression transformed into one of yearning. For 2 years, the Xiongnu have suffered a 30% decline in population due to this war with immense casualties. If they do not acquire the fertile lands of the Wei dynasty as compensation, it is feared that the ruler may not endure much longer. The ruler is wise. Strengthen our great Xiongnu. May the heavens grant us protection. The ministers of the Xiongnu praised fervently. Meanwhile, in Yongzhou, amidst the deployment of large siege engines such as ladders and battering rams, countless Wei soldiers launched a fierce melee assault, charging towards the city walls of Yongzhou. In an instant, carnage ensued. The battle had persisted for over 3 hours. Arrows rained upon the battlements, and the ground below was littered with the corpses of Wei soldiers. A veritable sea of blood and bodies. The Qi army atop the walls, despite their varying levels of combat prowess, showed no signs of breaking. Holding firm, due to their numerical superiority, General Dugu Exin, commanding this battle, was present at the front lines, rallying his troops to charge into the fray. Advance, slay the generals, breach the ranks, seize the banners. The soldiers of the Wei fought with reckless abandon, determined to launch their attacks. It's over, it's over. Dugu Exin was drenched in cold sweat. To save face for the Imperial Guard, he had boasted before the battle that within 3 hours, without interference from the Hu people, he could lead 50,000 Imperial Guards to capture Yongzhou. But now, the agreed time had surpassed 3 hours. The 50,000 Imperial Guards, though spirited, had yet to breach the city after a prolonged siege. The death toll had already exceeded 5,000. The city gates remained steadfast. Dugu Exin was like an ant on a hot pan, restless and agitated. Didn't they say Zhang Bangshang's soldiers were nothing but a bunch of drunken layabouts? How could they possess such tenacity in battle? What kind of nonsense intelligence did the Jinui provide? Dugu Exin cursed in frustration. His deputy, drenched in sweat, replied, "General, it is said that Zhang Bangshang has exhausted his wealth, distributing his treasury to the defending soldiers, even sending out his concubines and daughters to reward the troops, which is why the Qi army fights so desperately." Dugu Exin was taken aback. What a ruthless man, willing to part with his wife and daughter. No wonder the Qi army is defending the city with such fervor. What to do now? Surely we cannot expect the emperor to offer his 9 imperial sisters to appease the troops, unless the Dugu clan wishes to vanish from existence. General Dugu. At that moment, Feng Bao, the chief eunuch of the Bureau of Rights, arrived at the military camp, clad in a great coat and accompanied by a retinue of imperial guards. Master Feng, Dugu Exin felt a pang of anxiety and hurried to greet him. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please report to the emperor that the imperial guards are fighting valiantly, and the enemy is on the brink of collapse. We just need one final push. Retreat." Feng Bao's expression was devoid of emotion, uttering those 2 words as if to freeze the very air, leaving all present feeling as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. "Master," Dugu Exin was stunned, pleading, "just give me a little more time." The emperor's decree, Feng Bao stated flatly. The commanders of the imperial guards present hastily knelt. "Long live the emperor." Feng Bao stepped back, hands crossed in reverence, responding solemnly, "I am at peace. The emperor's decree is clear, Dugu Exin. Do you intend to see my 50,000 imperial guards completely defeated before you relent? In the absence of the Hu people in battle, what would you do if the Xianbei or Huns truly advance upon us?" Such words rendered Dugu Exin speechless. The combat prowess of the false Qi exceeded all estimations. This is an undeniable truth. It is also a fact that he overestimated the 50,000 elite troops at his command. In truth, even if granted an additional 3 hours, Dugu Exin would lack the confidence to ascertain whether he could take the 20,000 troops of the false Qi in Yongzhou, immediately have the elite troops retreat to regroup, and replace them with my Wei Wu soldiers. Let you seasoned veterans open your eyes wide and witness how a battle is truly fought. Feng Bao declared sternly. He then smiled warmly and assisted Dugu Exin to his feet, saying, "The imperial decree has been proclaimed, General Dugu. Take your troops and rest well. Rest assured, your merits in the siege will still be accounted for." Amidst this exchange, a tremendous rumble echoed from outside the camp. Dugu Exin recognized it as the reinforcements from the Wei Wu soldiers. However, he was puzzled by the magnitude of the commotion. Upon stepping outside the camp, he beheld the Wei Wu soldiers pushing numerous carts, dark figures brushing past him. One cart, draped in red cloth, was being pushed with great difficulty by 4 burly men. Upon reaching their designated spot, they finally unveiled the red cloth. It was a large-caliber, muzzle-loading, smoothbore cannon. The red-clad cannon. Chapter 55. The God of War. Merely a threshold to meet me boom. At the sound of a command, the impregnable city of Yongzhou erupted with a series of explosions, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. The soldiers of the Qi army atop the city walls were instantly obliterated. What is happening? The bewildered Qi soldiers stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. For the first time, they beheld the colossal artillery, a behemoth looming before them. Yet, alas, before they could comprehend the sight, another volley of heavy artillery was unleashed, creating a gaping hole in the city walls of Yongzhou. The city has fallen. The Wei Wu troops, witnessing this, erupted into ecstatic roars, rushing forward like a swarm. The Qi soldiers, evidently paralyzed by the ferocious crimson artillery, found their fighting spirit drastically diminished. Failing to respond to the breach, they allowed the Wei forces to surge in like ravenous wolves. Having besieged Yongzhou for several hours with no progress, the city was rendered helpless against the might of the crimson artillery. General Dugu Xian was left in a state of shock, utterly astounded. This artillery, he had thought that firearms were already formidable enough. Yet here lay such a devastating weapon. No wonder the Wei Wu troops boasted they could capture Yongzhou in an hour. That was a conservative estimate. In fact, the city's fall was merely a fleeting moment away. General Dugu, His Majesty's decree commands you to lead the Imperial Guard into Yongzhou at once. At that moment, Feng Bao arrived with orders. Kill them. Zhu Wuxin, awakened from his stupor, realized he could not miss the opportunity for military glory. He immediately led the Imperial Guard and auxiliary troops, hastening into Yongzhou. Within the city, the Qi army still numbered no less than 100,000. Yet, against the Wei forces that dismantled them with ease, they possessed no capacity for retaliation. Especially as Dugu Xian personally led his seasoned cavalry, coupled with elite horsemen. It did not take long for them to shatter the 8,000 elite cavalry that Zhang Bangchong had deemed his lifeline. In open battle, they were no match for the Wei forces. In urban combat, it was even more dire. In less than half an hour, Dugu Xian's army reached the palace where Zhang Bangchong had ascended to the throne. The Qi Imperial Guards had scattered like frightened birds, either perishing or surrendering. Clad in his dragon robe, Zhang Bangchong, burdened by the weight of numerous chests of gold and jewels, along with his family in tow, found his escape severely hampered. Thus, he was pursued and captured by the Wei cavalry. "Do not kill me! Do not kill me!" Zhang Bangchong cried out in terror. "I am the Emperor of the Great Qi. Spare my life, and I shall offer you as much gold and jewels as you desire." Gold and jewels? Do they compare to the worth of your head? The Wei commanders gazed at him greedily. In their eyes, he had transformed into a living trophy of military achievement. Zhang Bangchong was brought before the Grand Hall. Dugu Xian regarded him coldly, sneering, "Zhang Bangchong, you were merely a lowly grain officer under the command of Emperor Xiao Liezong, a dragon, and yet you dared to covet divine artifacts? To impersonate the true dragon son of heaven? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Zhang Bangchong, terrified, found his lower garments drenched as he incessantly bowed his head, pleading for mercy. "Father General, our scouts report that the Xianbei army remains inactive, showing no signs of mobilization. The Xiongnu army had fallen into silence." Dugu Xian's eldest son, Dugu, approached to report. Oh, Dugu Xian was filled with unexpected joy. It seemed that heaven was truly aiding him. It appeared that even the Hu people had discarded this incompetent fool, treating him as a pawn, as long as the Xianbei and Xiongnu did not interfere. Zhang Bangchong's false Qi was no match for his imperial army. This monumental achievement should rightfully belong to him. Capturing Zhang Bangchong alive would surely place him on par with the elite Wei Wu troops. "General, we found the imperial seal on this fellow's carriage." A subordinate of Dugu Xian reported excitedly, trembling as he presented the seal. Upon inspection, Dugu Xian's eyes widened. "This is the imperial seal of Emperor Xianxiao Wu?" Since the death of Emperor Xian Wu on the battlefield, it had gone missing, and it was astonishing to find it in the hands of such a traitor. Zhang Bangchong, originally begging for mercy, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. He bowed and said, "The imperial seal of the late emperor has been recovered and returned to your hands, General. This is a sign of divine will, indicating that the fate of the Great Wei is doomed, and it is time for a change in leadership. Why not heed the will of the people, declare yourself emperor, and revive the imperial legacy?" This declaration stunned not only Dugu Xen, but also the assembled commanders of the imperial army. Rebel against the court? Meanwhile, on a hill outside Yongzhou City, time seemed to stand still, with the spring in full bloom, devoid of winter's harsh chill. This place, known as Fengbo Pavilion, was once favored by the scholars of Yongzhou for leisurely excursions and philosophical discussions. At this moment, Yuan Ziming had shed his dragon robe and armor, traveling in a simple cart, clad in white, one hand strumming a guqin while the other set up a barbecue grill to roast freshly caught wild rabbit. He skillfully sliced the meat, skewered it, brushed it with lard, and sprinkled it with a touch of fine salt. Oh, the flavor was divine. "My lord, it seems the Wei Wu troops have deployed the red-robed artillery," remarked a companion, a bird-like figure, intently observing the distant battle. "Indeed, the fighting has begun. They should be able to capture Zhang Bangchong now," Yuan Ziming replied, handing a skewer to his companion, who was devouring it with gusto. A mere Yongzhou city, with Dugu Xian, the Wei Wu troops, the Xianbei, the Xiongnu, and Zhang Bangchong's false qi. What a chaotic melee. The companion, with furrowed brows, retorted, "Isn't it you who has brought all these factions together? And to think you would come here to play the guqin and barbecue in the midst of battle. My lord, I truly cannot fathom your thoughts." Yuan Ziming squinted, playfully flicking the companion's fair forehead. "Ah, that hurts." The companion glared in annoyance. "How can you expect me to be your master?" Yuan Ziming laughed heartily. Such delicious rabbit meat. Just then, an unexpected guest suddenly rode into their view on a magnificent steed, clad in a pot-collared iron armor, adorned with a few feathers atop his head, and bearing a long, gray beard. He exuded an air of authority without uttering a word. His shoulders were embellished with fox and marten furs, presenting a regal demeanor befitting a northern ruler. In that instant, Qing Yao was taken aback by the unexpected presence of this cavalry general, his body instinctively bristling with unease. "I am Murong Chue, a member of the Xianbei people," he introduced himself. The other party offered a faint smile, gazing down at Yuan Ziming. "May I inquire, young sir, from whence comes this peculiar manner of consuming rabbit meat? It seems to me that in the Central Plains, be it among the noble families or the common folk, such a practice is unheard of." Murong Che, the king of the Murong Xianbei, much like the legendary Xianbei warrior of his own time, was celebrated as the foremost general of the Xianbei in this realm. He embarked on military campaigns at the tender age of 13, achieved a significant victory against the Yuan clan at 15, and vanquished the Jie tribe by 18. By the time he reached 60, he had allied with the renowned Hun's general, Wanyan Lushi, to confront the Great Wei's 9 dragons. Unlike Wanyan Lushi, who faced repeated defeats, he often found himself engaged in fierce battles against the 9 dragons, earning the admiration of the Great Wei's Taiwu emperor, who regarded him as one of the most formidable barbarians, akin to a crouching dragon or slumbering serpent. The title of war god. That is merely the threshold to meet my presence. Chapter 56. The imperial seal creates division. The Wei army is in peril. The Xianbei Empire is, in fact, composed of the 3 most powerful Xianbei tribes, the Tuoba, the Murong, and the Duan clans. And the kings of these 3 tribes collectively bear the title of Xianbei king. Tuoba Lanshan is the princess of the Tuoba tribe, while Murong Chue is the king of the Murong tribe. In terms of rank, he surpasses Tuoba Lanshan by a level. The Xianbei cavalry that Yuan Ziming encountered on his journey back to the capital originated from the Murong Xianbei. Similarly, the Xianbei troops stationed outside Yongzhou City are also entirely composed of Murong Xianbei cavalry. Is this old man truly a Xianbei king? Qing Yao was astonished, her jaw nearly dislocating in disbelief. Murong Chue, however, was unperturbed. He seated himself comfortably, unfastened the dagger at his waist, and chuckled. I happened to be hunting nearby and caught a whiff of this delectable rabbit meat from afar. I have the audacity to request a taste, and in return, I'm willing to offer you this fine gold dagger. Yuan Ziming smiled slightly and replied, Is it merely a morsel of meat? Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? If this esteemed hero desires it, I shall gladly offer it. With that, he presented a skewer of roasted rabbit meat. Huang Chao accepted it and savored it with great delight. His eyes widened in astonishment. How fragrant! Did you season it with salt? I have never tasted such exquisite salt before, Qingyao observed with astonishment. This Xianbei king seemed quite different from the Hu people she had encountered earlier. He exuded an aura of heroism and was exceedingly polite. He resembled a cultured general rather than a savage Xianbei. My king. Several accompanying Xianbei men furrowed their brows and remarked, In this desolate wilderness, with the ongoing battle at Yongzhou City, how could two well-dressed individuals be roasting wild rabbits? They must undoubtedly be spies from the Wei. Silence. Huang Chao rebuked sternly. How many times must I say it? We cannot afford to label everyone as Wei spies. If we Xianbei wish to maintain our dominion over the Central Plains, we must cultivate good relations with the Han people. We must not emulate the Huns and Turks, who indiscriminately massacre cities. They are savages, and such conduct cannot endure. Apologies, gentlemen, my subordinates are rather uncouth, and their words may be harsh. Please do not take offense. Huang Chao added with a feigned solemnity. Qingyao's face turned pale with fear, and she dared not speak. However, Yuan Ziming burst into laughter and said, No matter, old hero. Since you are the king of the Xianbei, and given that Yongzhou City is currently under siege by the Wei army, are you not concerned that the puppet you support may perish? Upon hearing this, Huang Chao settled into a cross-legged position, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and replied, My dear sir, why employ a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? The mere Wei army does not necessitate my personal intervention. At these words, Yuan Ziming's expression subtly shifted. Goodness! The foremost warrior of the Xianbei holds such disdain for his own troops. Does he? What does this imply? Qingyao could not help but interject. Zhang Bangchong is merely a diversion for us. From the very beginning, we had no expectation that his ragtag group could hold Yongzhou, nor did we plan to assist him in resisting the Wei army's assault. Huang Chao declared confidently, his role is solely to incite chaos among the Wei forces. You are indeed the true son of heaven. Dugu knelt first, prompting a cohort of Dugu Xian's loyalists to prostrate themselves on the ground, urging the great general to heed the mandate of heaven and ascend to the throne, ruling as emperor. Dugu xin se gao den sai de la digan. Alternating between hues of blue and white. Nonsense. What are you saying? My Dugu family has served the imperial court for generations, loyal subjects of the Great Wei. Are you suggesting I rebel? This would plunge me into treachery and betrayal. The moment Zhang Bangchong revealed the imperial seal, chaos erupted. The black-armored veterans led by Dugu were poised to support Dugu Xian's claim to the throne. After all, with the imperial seal in hand, and an army of over 40,000 elite troops alongside numerous auxiliary soldiers, not to mention the captured Sudochi soldiers, they boasted a formidable force of over 100,000, sufficient to establish a reign. The emergence of the imperial seal ignited the underlying tensions, inciting the already fragmented Wei army into a web of intrigue and conflict. Among those present, besides Dugu Xian, were several commanders of the elite troops and auxiliary forces who were not aligned with him, their expressions shifting dramatically, caught in a dilemma. General Dugu, we are fed by the Yuan family. We cannot betray them. General Dugu, if you intend to declare yourself emperor, my 3,000 men will immediately rise against you. There are also 6,000 Wei Wu troops outside. If you commit an act of treason today, countless lives will be lost in Yongzhou. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with discord, voices clashing vehemently. Dugu Xian found himself in a quandary. His confidants urged him to seize the throne, while his subordinates opposed it. Whose counsel should he heed? The crux of the matter was that if word of this incident leaked, whether he declared himself emperor or not, Yuan Ziming would surely learn of it. Should the emperor become aware, Even if he did not rebel, he would face severe retribution as a warning to others. As for rebellion, setting aside the formidable army at his command, how many would genuinely follow his lead? Even among the elite troops under his command, the number willing to support him would scarcely exceed half. Moreover, those 6,000 Wei Wu troops were no trifling matter. Zhang Bangchong, upon seeing the instigator of his predicament, Dugu Xin was filled with rage, drawing his sword to strike him down. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The Wei troops were filled with piercing screams. The Xianbei have arrived. Dugu Xion's mind erupted in chaos, goosebumps prickling his skin as he dashed outside. To his astonishment, he beheld a well-ordered, swiftly advancing cavalry of the Xianbei not far away. How could this be? Scouts had reported calm within the Xianbei camp, with no signs of troop movements. How had they suddenly appeared here? Were they divine warriors? Dugu Xian bellowed, "Assemble the troops, prepare for battle." Yet at that moment, the already fractured command structure of the elite troops collapsed entirely. Numerous commanders disregarded his orders and fled in the opposite direction. Naturally, why would they risk their lives for him when he was contemplating rebellion? The fleeing Wei soldiers spurred a chain reaction, causing large numbers of Wei troops to disintegrate and scatter in panic. Upon hearing Dugu Xion's orders, only a little over 100 cavalrymen responded, but they were soon overwhelmed and scattered by the retreating forces. The nearby Xianbei cavalry seized the opportunity to launch an assault, encircling and overwhelming the most elite black cavalry of Dugu Xian. At that moment, amidst the carnage, Dugu Xian finally glimpsed the true face of his adversary. It was not the main force of the Xianbei. The Xianbei cavalry numbered only a few hundred, led by a formidable old general. His hair and beard tousled in the wind. "I am Murong De of the Murong Xianbei, the brother of the current Xianbei king, Murong Che. Remember, I am the harbinger of death for you Wei dogs." The adversary let out a boisterous laugh, wielding a massive saber that severed Dugu Xion's right arm with a single stroke. 500 Xianbei cavalry vanquished tens of thousands of Wei soldiers. Such is the might of the renowned Murong Xianbei. At the Fengbo Pavilion, Murong Chue, in the throes of enjoyment, laughed heartily, his face wrinkled with glee. After the demise of the great Wei's Jiulong, the Wei army has become nothing more than a pack of rodents. To deal with a character like Dugu Xian, there is no need for my personal intervention. TSK. To think the 10th dragon of Great Wei dares to hide in the rear, this true dragon has evidently transformed into a mere worm. Yuan Ziming silently observed all of this, remaining speechless. At that moment, Murong Chue inquired, "By the way, having feasted on the young master's rabbit meat, may I ask what the young master's name is?" Chapter 57. The Unarmored Sovereign at the Dragon's Lair, the Hero's Burial Ground. I am Yuan Ziming. A faint smile graced Yuan Ziming's lips as he stated, "I am of the Wei royal lineage, known as the 10th Dragon of Wei." Upon hearing this, Murong Chue's smile abruptly faltered. "You are the 10th Dragon of Wei. Surely, this cannot be true. Ha ha ha, you are quite the jester." Murong, the king of the Xianbei, could scarcely fathom encountering the Emperor of Wei roasting wild rabbits atop the mountain. He had perused the annals of Han history and had never come across such a scene. Was he the first? Surely, fate could not be so cruel, and if true, this would be a tale to be mocked for a millennium. "I am," Yuan Ziming replied, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. "You are not," Murong Chue retorted with a dismissive wave. "I am. You are not." In a flash, Murong Chue sprang forth, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged towards his opponent with lightning speed. The affable smile transformed into a fierce snarl, his bloodshot eyes resembling those of a predatory tiger. The gentle scholar was merely a Fa-Ade. Danger unveiled the true nature of the Hu people. This was the king of the Xianbei, the warrior god of the Hu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yuan Ziming deftly sidestepped, executing a backflip, his legs coiling with power before delivering a forceful kick to Murong Chue's chest. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Murong Chue staggered back several steps, incredulity etched on his face as he clutched his bloodied chest. He believed himself the mightiest king of the Xianbei, at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, He had been repelled by the foot of a Han emperor. The 9 dragons of Wei were all heroes of their age, and while the king had engaged with them, only the first dragon, the filial martial emperor, the second dragon, the peaceful martial emperor, and the third dragon, the divine martial emperor, could withstand his attacks for 100 exchanges. But you are even more formidable than your 9 royal brothers. His address had seamlessly shifted to this king, a fluid transition of identity. Murong Chue's gaze fell upon Yuan Ziming, who had unexpectedly shed his white robe, revealing a body sculpted with muscles akin to a devil's physique. Was this the bloodline pressure of the true dragon of Wei? Murong Chue had always believed his royal lineage to be superior, yet before the Emperor Dragon of Wei, he felt like an ant gazing up at a colossal elephant. I refuse to submit. Nobility and rank are not defined by blood. Those dragons are merely the myths of your Han people. He raged, his voice a howl of despair. Your historical texts and the words of the sages merely echo 4 simple characters. Strive for the throne. If those of the Yuan lineage can ascend, why can't those of the Murong lineage? In a fit of hysteria, Murong Chue's muscles bulged, tearing through his armor. He was prepared to unleash his wrath, intent on leaving no survivor in this place. However, in the next instant, a flurry of crossbow bolts erupted from the shadows, striking down his accompanying Xianbei warriors. The Imperial Guards surged forth like a tidal wave. An ambush! Murong Chue was seized with terror. As he attempted to turn, he was immediately restrained by 7 or 8 Imperial Guards, who held him firmly in place. Yuan Ziming, was this trap set for me all along? The Xianbei king, Murong Chue, found himself in a dire predicament, his expression a mask of ferocity. Yuan Ziming silently accepted the dragon robe from Lu Bin, donned it, and took his place upon the dragon chair brought forth by the Jinyui. He sipped lightly from a cup of Biluakan tea and remarked, "You have orchestrated your schemes in Yongzhou, compelling the Wei army into the fray. Yet, I have intentionally forsaken Yongzhou to immerse myself in the conflict, defying fate itself. For, compared to Yongzhou, my desire is solely for you. What is the so-called false qi to me? What is Zhang Bangchong? He would not mobilize his forces for a handful of traitors. His true aim lies in the annihilation of the Xianbei and Xiongnu legions outside the walls of Yongzhou. Do you comprehend why I awaited you in this very location?" The whereabouts of Murong Chue have certainly not eluded the watchful eyes of the Jinyui. I have long been aware of them. Thus, at the very moment Murong Chue ventured out for the hunt, I prepared roasted hares along his inevitable path to entice this noble of the Xianbei. This place, embraced by mountains and waters, with towering peaks, is renowned for its feng shui, aptly named the Overlord Disarms, and it is indeed the heart of the Longmai of Guangzhou. Hence, throughout history, the land of Yongzhou has been a fertile ground for imperial vitality. With piercing gaze, Yuan Ziming declared, "Thus I knew you would come here. For your ambition is not mere plunder, but to usurp and take my place. Indeed, this dragon vein shall serve as your grave. No need for thanks. It is a free gift of your dragon's den. However, the condition remains. You must bring forth your 50,000 Xianbei cavalry in exchange." At these words, Murong Chue's countenance shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "You must be dreaming." In an instant, he broke free from the grasp of 8 Jinyui, striking one down with a single blow, seizing a blade, and dispatching 3 more before swiftly turning to flee, his speed astonishing. After all, he was the king of the Murong Xianbei, not to be underestimated. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when a striking leg collided with his face, propelling him several meters away, landing in a disarrayed heap, pallid and gasping. "My ribs are broken. I cannot move." A strikingly graceful figure emerged abruptly. Yuan Ziming's eyes widened in astonishment. "Imperial sister-in-law, how did you follow me here?" The 7th Imperial sister-in-law, Yu Shuang, stepped forth from the shadows, her breathtaking visage exuding an icy elegance. "Old rogue, it was you who orchestrated the spread of the plague, leading to the untimely demise of my husband, Emperor Zhuangming. Was it not?" Murong Chue stared, dumbfounded. "You are the queen of the 7th dragon? No wonder he was so frail. With such a beautiful and formidable queen by his side, it is a wonder he did not perish in his youth. How dare you cast aspersions upon me? Yu Shuang fumed. Indeed, she often, in her ire, caused her husband, the emperor, to suffer grievous injuries, but it was out of profound love. How could he possibly believe she was the cause of the seventh dragon's downfall? In a moment of fury, Yu Shuang drew forth a whip adorned with thorns, intending to strike Murong Chue to death. Yet, she was immediately restrained by Yuan Ziming, who encircled her waist, seventh imperial sister-in-law. This individual must not be killed, for he holds great value. In that instant, Yuan Ziming felt the chilling aura emanating from this woman a bone-deep cold. In their past alliance, he had often donned armor, even keeping his shoes on as a precaution. However, time had passed, and given her ascension to imperial sister-in-law, he had momentarily forgotten this grave oversight. Ah, seventh empress, if you eliminate him, we will no longer have hostages from the Xinbei Legion. My Wei army is currently trapped within the city in a perilous situation. I believe that if my elder brother in the afterlife were aware, he would not desire this of you. Yuan Ziming hastily clarified. For now, I shall spare your wretched life. Yu Shuang then relented, raising her hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Murong Chue, sending a mouthful of teeth flying. The imperial guard stood frozen in shock, trembling uncontrollably. The famed Xinbei war god, who could not be restrained, seemed as fragile as paper before the seventh empress, easily manipulated. Is this truly the might of the greatest female warrior of Wei? Seventh empress, may I take him away? Yuan Ziming forced a smile, treading carefully. I am but a frail woman, ignorant of state affairs, and will leave your decision to you, your majesty. In a sudden display of emotion, Yu Shuang wiped away her tears, appearing woefully pitiful, like a delicate bird seeking comfort. Chapter 58. Luring the tiger from its mountain. Bombarding the Xinbei military camp, observing the anxious gaze of his counterpart, Yuan Ziming felt a shiver run down his spine, skillfully avoiding direct eye contact. Lu Bin, please escort the 7th imperial consort. Oh, 7th brother, with such a frail physique, why choose this vigorous woman? As a member of the royal family, how can you be so enamored? It could be argued that it was not entirely unfounded. The Yu family held considerable prestige within the military. Yu Shuang's father was a valiant general who perished in battle, honored posthumously with the title of Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness by the court of the Great Wei. This maneuver was also aimed at consolidating military power at the time. Me, Lu Bin, the most skilled martial artist among the imperial guards, felt a sense of dread. Before him stood Yu Shuang, capable of vanquishing Murong Chue in an instant. One misstep could lead to her executing a lethal scissor kick, sending him to meet his ancestors. Yuan Ziming's gaze sharpened, exerting pressure on Lu Bin. Reluctantly, Lu Bin gathered his inner strength and, accompanied by several imperial guards, courteously stated, "Please, Her Majesty the Dowager Empress, proceed." With her temper now subdued, Yu Shuang appeared considerably more amiable, not troubling them further as she gracefully stepped away. Striking with precision, she could also embody the essence of a refined lady. Truly, she was a paragon of noble lineage. Great Wei Emperor, release me at once. The city of Yongzhou lies exposed to the gaze of my Xinbei army. Should I remain absent for too long, my brother Murong will suspect foul play and will be poised to retaliate, risking the annihilation of your hundreds of thousands of troops at any moment. As soon as Yu Shuang departed, Murong Chue immediately resumed his previous haughty demeanor, glaring down with indignation. I have never feared even the Great Wei's 9 dragons. You, child, think that such trivial tricks can ensnare me and alter the course of events? How laughable! Do you believe that 50,000 Xinbei troops are mere decorations? Or the 40,000 Huns? You cannot contend with 50,000 Xinbei soldiers. Yet even if you devoted all your strength against my forces, would those 40,000 Huns simply stand by and do nothing? During the Battle of Chongzhen, your Great Wei slaughtered 50,000 iron floating towers, establishing a deep-seated blood feud with the Huns that they will never forget. His tirade continued unabated. However, Yuan Ziming swiftly seized Qingyao, embracing her slender waist and bringing her down with ease. Young master, no, your majesty, what are your intentions? In broad daylight, Qingyao's complexion paled, bewildered by the turn of events. You're being scolded by Murong Chue, and yet you retaliate against me? What kind of nonsense is this? The palace guards were taken aback, hastily covering their eyes and turning away. How could they witness or hear such things? Were they not afraid of the emperor's wrath? Yet, could it also imply that the emperor did not regard them as outsiders? Ultimately, Yuan Ziming merely removed Qing Yao's embroidered shoe and stuffed it into Murong Chue's mouth. Silence. Rest assured, Qing Yao is free of foot ailments. Murong Chue, you do not believe I can unravel this predicament? Today, I shall demonstrate how it is done. Yuan Ziming stated nonchalantly. Qing Yao launched the fireworks. The azure bird, understanding the unspoken sentiment, cast a sorrowful glare at Yuan Ziming before producing her homemade firework launcher and releasing it into the sky. With a resounding bang, brilliant fireworks illuminated the heavens. At that moment, outside the Xianbei army camp, a multitude of red cannons had taken their positions. The reason for attributing the credit for attacking Yongzhou City to Dugu Xian and the Imperial Guards was that Yuan Ziming's 6,000 Wei Wu troops had far more pressing matters to attend to. Light the fuse, fire the cannons. With a single command, dozens of red cannons unleashed a barrage of shells. Countless projectiles rained down upon the Xianbei encampment, engulfing in flames, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Many Xianbei soldiers, engaged in drills within the camp, remained oblivious to the impending doom until they were mercilessly shredded by the falling shells. In an instant, the formation of the 50,000 Xianbei troops was thrown into disarray. What is happening? Are we under attack by those Wei dogs? Murong De, within Yongzhou City, soon heard the thunderous sounds of cannons from the Xianbei camp. Alarmed, he abandoned his advantageous position and hastily led the Xianbei cavalry to provide urgent assistance. If this truly was a ploy to lure them away from the mountain, then it had successfully deceived everyone. They were willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of Imperial Guards to annihilate their elite force of 50,000 Xianbei warriors. Father. At that moment, Dugu Yi found his father, Dugu Exin, who was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The former vice commander of the Black Cavalry had fought valiantly against Murong De and the Xianbei cavalry, managing to kill 9 Xianbei riders, but was now battered and bruised. My child, Dugu Exin, his eyes bloodshot and his voice feeble, murmured, "Come closer. Let your father have a good look at you." Father, it's all right. You are a mighty general of Wei, a harbinger of fortune, and you shall surely turn this calamity into safety. His eldest son, Dugu Yi, believing his father was on the verge of passing down final words, wept profusely, pressing his face closer. Dugu Exin, caressing his son's face, lamented, "You began following me at the tender age of 15, embarking on numerous campaigns. It has not been an easy journey. Today, however, I must regretfully let you down." Father, what do you mean? Dugu was bewildered when suddenly a small knife plunged into his neck, severing his carotid artery, and blood gushed forth. Father, Dugu stood in shock as if struck by lightning. You wretched creature, if it were not for you, I would not be facing this defeat. Subjected to humiliation by the barbarians, nearly losing my honor. Should this incident reach the court, someone must bear responsibility, and it shall be you who must perish. The once critically wounded Dugu Exin instantly became devoid of familial affection. Inciting rebellion and the catastrophic defeat of the Imperial Guards were offenses severe enough to condemn him for eternity. He could only make his own son bear the burden. Come here. Why has the Xianbei army retreated? After killing his own son, Dugu Exin's mood turned violent, his displeasure evident. General, it seems the Wei Wu troops are bombarding the Xianbei camp, reported an officer of the Imperial Guards. Dugu Exin, upon hearing this, fell to the ground, utterly despondent, exclaiming, "So it was, we were the bait. Ha ha ha, how absurd, how utterly ridiculous. What imperial seals, what thrones, what military achievements. This is evidently a trap set by the emperor for me." Dugu Exin, on the verge of tears, gazed upon the lifeless body of his son. A frenzied and morbid thought surged within him. Yuan Ziming, you have caused me to lose my son in my twilight years. I shall not let this matter rest. In the Xianbei camp, upon witnessing the obliterated barracks, the Xianbei commander, Murong De, brother of the Xianbei, King Murong Chue, was rendered speechless. This artillery must surely be some form of sorcery. What devastating power it possesses. What the casualties. It is known that thousands of our brothers have perished in the blasts, while countless others remain unaccounted for, their bodies so disfigured that they are unrecognizable, making it impossible to tally the losses. A Xianbei officer, prostrate on the ground, wept inconsolably. In a fit of rage, Murong Da commanded, "Relay the order to the entire army. Every man who can still draw breath, join me in an assault on the Wei artillery positions. I shall annihilate these Wei dogs and feast upon their flesh." Understood. In a matter of moments, the Xianbei camp was reassembled. 30,000 elite cavalrymen gallantly surged forth from their encampment, charging towards the distant red artillery positions of the Wei army. Chapter 59. When in poverty, tactical maneuvers. When in wealth, firepower dominates brothers. Capture and slay the 10th dragon of Wei. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as a formidable force of Xianbei cavalry surged forth like an unstoppable swarm of bees. Renowned for their prowess in close-quarter combat, the Xianbei riders stood in stark contrast to the Huns, who merely engaged in harassment and reconnaissance. Thus, for the past 2 years, the Xianbei had been tasked with spearheading the frontal assaults against the main forces of the Wei army. Time and again, they had faced off against elite units, such as the Tiger Bend Cavalry, Black Riders, and Longxian Cavalry, with their commander, Murong Da, having engaged in hundreds of encounters with both Wei infantry and cavalry. His wealth of combat experience was unparalleled, even when subjected to the bombardment of red-coated artillery. The Xianbei Legion maintained its fighting spirit, swiftly regrouping to launch counterattacks. However, this time, fortune seemed to have faltered. Just as the Xianbei cavalry was about to breach the enemy's artillery positions, a hoof unexpectedly struck an iron object buried in the ground. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending several Xianbei riders hurtling through the air, their bodies splayed in disarray. Almost immediately, other cavalry formations also fell victim to a series of detonations, leaving Murong dazed and nearly unseated from his mount. What transpired? It is gunpowder. There is gunpowder buried beneath us. The Xianbei cavalry turned pale with fear. Murong Da, struck by a sudden realization, seethed with rage. We have fallen into an ambush. How dare they scheme against me? Wei dogs, I shall devour you whole. Marshal, what shall we do now? The Xianbei generals were in a state of panic. Retreating might lead them to tread upon that cursed gunpowder. Yet advancing left them unaware of the traps that lay ahead. They found themselves ensnared in a deadly predicament, caught in the web of a cunning Wei trap, with no means of retreat or escape. Charge forward. Murong Da, being the brother of the Xianbei king, made a decisive call, regardless of the casualties. We must obliterate the enemy's artillery positions. I shall lead you into battle. If I fall, step over my corpse to continue the fight. This is an order. Those who disobey shall be executed. Marshal, the Xianbei cavalry were moved to tears. The charisma of the Murong family was potent, serving as the greatest catalyst for the Xianbei riders, causing them to forget their fear of the gunpowder. Onward to battle, the Xianbei cavalry, finally regaining their resolve, charged forth heedless of the casualties. They were now less than 500 meters from the enemy's artillery positions. If they could traverse that distance, they would be able to destroy 50 of the Wei's red-coated cannons. Murong's eyes blazed with fury. He yearned to reach the enemy and tear them apart. Yet, at that moment, calamity struck. Countless Xianbei riders screamed in agony as they fell from their mounts, trampled by the chaos that ensued. Behold, 6,000 Wei soldiers armed with new flintlock rifles emerged unexpectedly from beneath the artillery positions, forming several firing squares. A relentless volley was unleashed, followed by another round of fire without any respite. Rows upon rows of Xianbei cavalry fell lifeless to the ground. More Wei troops? Murong's mind buzzed as if the heavens were collapsing around him. Everyone, remain calm. Maintain the formation. Do not falter. If we lose our composure, we shall become lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of the Wei dogs. However, the Xianbei army ahead suddenly found their offensive crumbling, chaos erupting all around. Even Murong Da could not halt the trend of retreat. Tens of thousands of Xianbei cavalry, caught in this narrow space, With gunpowder concealed behind them and firearms firing from the front, the scene resembled a hell on earth. Several Xianbei generals hastily gathered around Murongda. "Marshal, what should we do?" Murongda weakly cast his gaze toward the sky. "It is beyond hope. What a pity! If only my brother Murongchue were here. We would not fear the Wei army. These dogs of Wei are no match for us, mere clay chickens and tile dogs. Brother Wang, where are you? Hurry back and save us." On Fengbo Pavilion, Murongchue, having been stuffed with a shoe, stared wide-eyed, a look of astonishment and fear spilling forth. Yuan Ziming extracted the small shoe and tossed it back to Qingyao. "I do not want it." Qingyao, furious, shoved the shoe back into Murongchue's mouth. "Murongchue? That's enough." Yuan Ziming rolled his eyes and retrieved the embroidered shoe once more. "Murong Wang, do you know what I most wish to say at this moment?" Yuan Ziming asked with a sardonic smile. "I know, it is a phrase you often shouted before, Your Majesty," Qingyao interjected, enunciating carefully when impoverished tactics intertwine, when affluent, firepower saturates. After a moment of silence, Murongchue suddenly surged to his feet, seizing the sword from a nearby court attendant, kicking the man aside, and then placing the blade against Yuan Ziming's neck. "Quickly issue the order. Command the Wei army to lift the siege on my Xianbei forces. Your Majesty, audacious, I shall kill you." The court attendants and the imperial guards gasped in shock, hastily drawing their swords to encircle him. Yuan Ziming, unperturbed, said, "Back off. I shall retreat, your mother." Murongchue tightened his grip on the hilt, his voice fierce yet trembling. "Do you wish to test the sharpness of my sword?" Yuan Ziming scoffed. "My sword is not without its edge." In a flash, he snatched the sword from Murongchue and reversed it, now pointing it at Murongchue's neck. The latter was taken aback, incredulous. Such swift swordplay! It rivals that of the previous Empress Dowager. Murongchue, the Xianbei god of war, had been bested twice in a row by these two youths, and so swiftly at that. This instinctively led him to feel disheartened, self-mockingly stating, "I once thought the 9 dragons of Dewei epitomized your people's zenith, yet I did not anticipate that the heights of mountains surpass one another. However, Dewei's emperor, do not rejoice too soon. Do not forget that the Xiongnu army lurking near the Xianbei Legion has been watching with keen interest. Your main forces are entirely drawn to the Xianbei, and in the end, it will only benefit the Xiongnu." Murongchue laughed heartily, declaring, "Ultimately, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that it itself is the prey." "Xiongnu?" Yuan Ziming suddenly grinned cunningly. "You reminded me. Qingyao, how are the gifts prepared?" "Already arranged." Qingyao replied mysteriously, "Your Majesty, do you think what you're doing is too cruel? Will the King of Hell not allow me to reincarnate as a human in the afterlife?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. It seems you would struggle even with a mere beast, destined only to reincarnate as a worm." Yuan Ziming's lips twitched, casting a sidelong glance at the other. "If you can speak, then speak more. If you cannot, it is better to remain silent. Have you not read that book on the origin of species? How can you still be so steeped in superstition? I do not believe in that. It claims that humans evolved from monkeys. How could that be? Could a monkey possibly give rise to someone as adorable as me? And Your Majesty, are you not also a descendant of dragons? That book Journey to the West seems more credible. It states that monkeys emerge from stones." Murongchue watched in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the conversation between the master and servant. However, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a faint phoenix birthmark on the woman's neck, and his expression changed drastically. This woman possesses an undeniable imperial aura. Chapter 60. 2 dragons in the court, yet they do not meet. What are you staring at? Do you fancy yourself a young bull courting tender grass? The green bird cast a sidelong glance, coldly glaring at Murongchue. How naive! This young lady is impervious to both sweet and harsh words. The emperor's bullying does not faze me. Why should I fear you, an old man? 2 dragons in the court? Murongchue was taken aback. In his youth, he had studied in Chongzhen and was well versed in the culture of the Central Plains. According to the traditions of the Great Wei, 2 dragons should not meet. The emperor and the crown prince rarely appeared together except during significant events. Even when the crown prince gave birth to the imperial grandson, according to ceremonial law. The child could only enter the palace to meet the emperor at the age of 3. Yet this woman, Murong Chue, felt a ripple of incredulity as he gazed at Yuan Ziming, his eyes brimming with disbelief. A dragon, treating another dragon as a mere maid? And further, indulging in such frivolities? Could such an act, detrimental to the nation's fortune, truly occur? Impossible. Yuan Ziming carried an aura of dragon energy that was formidable, and this green bird had served the Great Wei Emperor for many years. It was likely she had absorbed some of that dragon energy. Murong Chue pondered, and this was the only plausible explanation. However, what gift could they possibly be preparing for the Xiongnu? What could surpass the might of 40,000 Xiongnu troops? Not far away, within the Xiongnu encampment, the commander Wanyan Zonghan surveyed the slaughter of the Xianbei cavalry by the red-clad artillery and muskets, a malicious grin spreading across his face. These Xianbei, who prided themselves on being descendants of the Yellow Emperor, looked down upon us, Xiongnu, and turned a blind eye during the Battle of Chongzhen. Now look at them. How delightful it is to witness their comeuppance. Commander, the Xianbei and Wei troops are currently engaged in a bitter struggle. It is our time to shine, exclaimed the Xiongnu Deputy General Helian Bobu, brimming with excitement. Wanyan Zonghan shot him a glance, bemused by the audacity of their people. The Xiongnu have grown increasingly brazen. Is this the result of warfare? Do I need a reminder? The sovereign has already sent word, instructing us to wait for an opportunity to strike, ideally eliminating both the Xianbei and the Wei. Wanyan Zonghan stated earnestly, presently, the main force of the Wei Imperial Guards is trapped in Yongzhou, unable to assist. Another contingent of Wei troops is locked in battle with the Xianbei. The moment is ripe. Gather all 40,000 Xiongnu warriors at once. Today, we shall accomplish something monumental. Helian Bobu responded with fervor. The 40,000 Xiongnu cavalry consisted primarily of light cavalry, many of whom were hastily assembled herdsmen. Since the annihilation of 50,000 ironclad troops in Chongzhen, the Xiongnu had suffered greatly, their numbers severely diminished, forcing the recruitment of rear-area herdsmen into the military. Against either the Wei or Xianbei armies, this force had slim chances of victory. However, if they were to seize the opportunity unawares, it would indeed be more than sufficient. Moreover, Wanyan Zonghan was among the top commanders of the Xiongnu, known for his prudent and cautious tactics in warfare. Although not particularly renowned, and certainly not comparable to Wanyan Lushi or Wanyan Zongbi, whenever he took action, the Xiongnu army could retreat unscathed even if they did not win the battle. This was the reason for Wanyan Wuqi's high regard for him. The routes for ambushing the Wei army were primarily two, one through the Wild Fox Ridge and the other through the Tsana Slope. The terrain of Wild Fox Ridge was expansive, advantageous for our forces to launch a surprise attack, whereas Tsana Slope was characterized by towering mountains, unfavorable for cavalry operations. Helian Bobu suggested, Commander, I propose we take the Wild Fox Ridge to strike the Wei army swiftly. This way, both the Xianbei and Wei will become our prey. No, Wanyan Zonghan countered. Although Wild Fox Ridge facilitates our ambush, should the Wei army set a trap, we would suffer significant losses. In contrast, Tsana Slope presents a precarious terrain that easily conceals our movements, rendering it impossible for the Wei to fortify their defenses. It is the most prudent strategy. Wanyan Zonghan desired absolute certainty. Even with a high degree of confidence, risks remained. For him, each Xiongnu life lost represented a significant demographic depletion for the Xiongnu Empire. Helian Bobu, fully aware of his commander's disposition, refrained from dissent. Soon, news arrived. The Xianbei army was in disarray, their king Murong Chue was missing, and Commander Murong had resolved to fight to the death, rallying the Xianbei for a final charge, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. Wanyan Zonghan was overjoyed. The moment to deploy his forces had arrived. It was at this very instant. 40,000 Xiongnu cavalry charged forth, a dark wave surging over mountains and valleys, drawing near to Tsana Slope. Commander, beyond this point lies a vast plain. We can swiftly penetrate the Wei army's position. Helian Bobu exclaimed, brimming with battle fervor. The Xiongnu cavalry, invigorated, urged their steeds onward, letting forth jubilant neighs. Kill! Wanyan Zonghan inhaled deeply. The time for battle had come. The blood debt of the Great Wei Emperor Yuan Ziming from the defeat in Chongzhen is due for repayment. Kill. The Xiongnu cavalry hastily traversed Sanha slope. However, as they crested the final mountain, an enormous object loomed before them, abruptly appearing in their field of vision. What is this? Be cautious. Wanyan Zonghan's senses heightened immediately. Helian Bobu focused intently and furrowed his brow. Commander, it is not an ambush. It appears to be bones? Skeletons? Skeletons? Wanyan Zonghan was bewildered. How could there be so many bones in Sanha slope? There had been no recent battles in this area. He promptly led his troops closer to investigate. What he discovered sent chills down his spine. There stood a small hill constructed from human skulls. Countless heads shocked Wanyan Zonghan. But then his pupils dilated in horror. Atop this hill of heads were two familiar visages, those of the fallen Wanyan Zongbi and Wanyan Lushi. This was a foreboding premonition surged within Wanyan Zonghan. Within the Xiongnu ranks, a sudden lament arose. Is that not my second brother? That head belongs to my own sibling. The heads of my 3 elder brothers could not possibly be here. Those are the severed heads of the 50,000 Xiongnu who perished in Chongzhen. In an instant, Wanyan Zongbi felt as though he had been struck by a thunderous blow, his mind spiraling into chaos. For within his line of sight was the one person he had longed for, the sole offspring he had sent to join the formidable iron floating tower, solely to bestow upon him a gilded future. Yet his son had met his demise in Chongzhen, a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. Overcome with anguish, Wanyan Zongbi abruptly dismounted and rushed towards the pile of corpses, cradling his son's head in his hands, his cries echoing in despair. My son, you have suffered so tragically. Among the Xiongnu present were many who had lost kin in battle. Witnessing their leaders lament, they too dismounted, rushing into the heap in search of their own loved ones' heads. Tears streamed down their faces, engulfing them in sorrow. The 40,000 Xiongnu cavalrymen were suddenly enveloped in lamentation, resembling a funeral procession draped in white mourning attire. The deputy commander, Helian Bobo, was struck with alarm. This is a scheme, by the way. They have deliberately lured our forces. He implored, Marshal, please regain your senses. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Wanyan Zonghan, attempting to pull him away. But in the next moment, Wanyan Zonghan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening, and he instantly collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 61. The Great Victory in Yongzhou, bestowing the title of first-class red-crested crane appraiser. How ruthless. After leaving behind 2 words, Wanyan Zonghan departed from this world. The tens of thousands of Xiongnu troops, losing their backbone, crumbled in an instant. They were so near to the Wei army's position, yet they fell at that very moment. By the time the Xiongnu army realized what had transpired, the opportunity had slipped away, for the Wei forces in Yongzhou had already arrived to provide reinforcements. Over 4,000 Xiongnu soldiers were slain and 30,000 surrendered, while the deputy General Helian Bobo led 7,000 remnants in a hasty retreat. On the Fengbo pavilion, upon learning this news, Murong Chue remained silent for a long while. He then turned to Yuan Ziming and exclaimed, Your Majesty of the Wei, do you still possess any humanity? Hearing a Hu man question his humanity brought Yuan Ziming unexpected amusement. Qingyao promptly removed one of her embroidered shoes, not to stuff it in the other's mouth, but rather to hurl it at Murong Chue's face. Stop hitting me. Please, no more. Murong Chue cried out in agony, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Your Majesty. At that moment, Feng Bao rushed in, frowning as he spoke. The Imperial Guards, in their haste to claim military merit, acted without permission, killing our commander and slaughtering the Xiongnu troops. A melee erupted between our forces and the captives, leading to the massacre of all surrendering Xiongnu, and a stampede occurred among our troops vying for trophies, resulting in the death of at least several hundred. Upon hearing this, Murong Chue fainted from fright. How terrifying this band of soldiers is. Yuan Ziming was left speechless. Under the military merit and nobility system, the heads of the Hu people hold considerable value. It was not unusual for everyone to vie for military accolades. However, the massacre of 30,000 captives truly reshaped his worldview. The intrinsic warrior spirit of the Han people has never waned. Your Majesty, our fierce battle with the Xianbei army has also concluded, with 8,000 heads taken and 3,000 captured. The commander Murong has fled northward, having escaped too swiftly for our cavalry to pursue at present. Feng Bao added, Enough, enough. As our first encounter with the Xianbei, it is sufficient to instill awe throughout Huaxia. Yuan Ziming expressed dissatisfaction. Murong was a renowned general of the Xianbei, and their army surpassed the Xiongnu in overall strength. Annihilating over 10,000 was already an unexpected delight. More importantly, the Xianbei king was now in his grasp. This was the greatest gain. Soon, the dragon banner arrived at the ravaged Yongzhou city. Yuan Ziming was the first to dismount, and before him lay a scene of carnage. Dugu Xn, leading the imperial guards, greeted him. Long live our emperor. This is the imperial seal of Emperor Xiaowu, taken from the rebel Zhang Bangchong. It has now returned to its rightful owner. Dugu Xn knelt on one knee. Yuan Ziming, maintaining his composure, inquired, Where is Zhang Bangchong? This rebel was far too arrogant, inciting discord between your majesty and the ministers. So, I personally executed this traitor. Zubu sin unats. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those accompanying Yuan Ziming shifted dramatically. Zhang Bangchong was the false emperor of Qi. Did Dugu Xn truly execute him? Was this not a matter of silencing a witness? Oh, my loyal minister, your dedication is commendable. Yuan Ziming chuckled, but I have heard that your subordinates also wish to stage a coup and drape you in the yellow robe. At that time, the presence of numerous imperial troops had already reached Yuan Ziming's ears. I absolutely do not harbor such intentions. Zubu sin the atga vementin. It was all the doing of my rebellious son, Dugu E. To punish him, I have already severed his head and presented it to your majesty as an apology. Even your own son is not spared. The onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback by Dugu Xn's ruthlessness, as he made his own flesh and blood a scapegoat, devoid of any witnesses to refute his claims. Yuan Ziming pondered this turn of events. This old man underestimated his opponent. He had initially intended to use this opportunity to eradicate the Dugu clan, knowing that the Empress Dowager would not dare object. Rebellion was, after all, the only crime that could not be pardoned. Yet, here came a masterstroke that struck at the very root of the issue. How should he reward such cunning? Yuan Ziming contemplated, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his gaze piercing. Very well. Some of the imperial generals by your side have indeed distinguished themselves in this battle in Yongzhou. I shall not be stingy. Feng Bao, draft the decree. Confer upon the 17 imperial generals under Dugu Xn the title of First-Class Crane-Top Red Appraisers. Feng Bao, understanding the command, smiled and replied, As your majesty commands. Soon after, the imperial guard arrived, bearing the crane-top red, approaching Dugu Xn's remaining loyalists. No, I do not wish to die. Your majesty, spare us. We shall not dare again. We understand our mistake. The imperial generals trembled in fear, yet they were forcibly restrained by the tall and imposing imperial guards, who proceeded to administer the crane-top red into their very cores. His majesty's grace is boundless. Please savor the royal finest crane-top red, and yet you do not express your gratitude? Commander Lu Bin Mokit, a cruel smile upon his face as he looked at the ashen-faced Dugu Xn. The latter trembled with rage, but dared not utter a word, avoiding the pleading glances of his subordinates. These were once his trusted allies. Would they all be executed like this? For Dugu Xn, it was a heart-wrenching tragedy. Yet, given the current predicament, even he could barely ensure his own safety, let alone voice any protest. Thus, the 17 imperial generals met their tragic end, significantly diminishing Dugu Xn's influence over the imperial troops. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziming established a memorial hall in Yongzhou to honor the fallen soldiers of the Wei army and granted amnesty to the surrendered soldiers of the Fo Qi. Some of the capable soldiers were incorporated into the Wei Wu army and the imperial troops, while the elderly, weak, and infirm were settled in Yongzhou, serving as local militia. As for Zhang Bangchong and his retinue of concubines, Yuan Ziming instructed officers of the 7th rank and above to select from the spoils of war according to their merits. with hidden benefits that must not be disclosed. Those who violated this decree would be excluded from future selections. He certainly did not wish to face the ire of the imperial consorts and civil officials. In the year of Yongle, December. Soon, January of the second year of Yongle arrived. After lingering in Yongzhou for over a month, Yuan Ziming restructured the defense line in Guangzhou, establishing Yongzhou as a vital stronghold for the northern expedition, amassing an army of 150,000. However, there was a temporary shortage of provisions. Fortunately, Huolong and Sima Zhongbin had dispatched a large quantity of grain and silk from their conquests to Yongzhou, leaving the grand historian by the emperor's side utterly bewildered. Aren't we supposed to be fighting against the Hu people with the mercenary forces we have recruited? However, this grain and silk seemed to originate from the landlord's granary. Yuan Ziming, shifting the topic, remarked, "What is yours and mine? Beneath the heavens, all land belongs to the sovereign. Is not their property also mine? What is mine is yours. Why fuss over such trivialities?" The grand historian paused momentarily, pondered deeply, and then inscribed, "On the 15th day of the first month in the second year of Yongle." The emperor trifled with the historian. Yuan Ziming rolled his eyes, dismissing the other, and wandered off. At that moment, Feng Bao suddenly knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, word has reached us of the great victory in Yongzhou. The prominent families of the Wei dynasty, who had temporarily settled in Luoyang, have decided to return to the capital." Feng Bao, anxious, added, "These families wield considerable influence in the court. Should they return, Your Majesty, the political landscape of the Wei court may become even more intricate." "Understood," Yuan Ziming replied nonchalantly. The world is but a grand stage, and he had long since reconciled himself to the chaos. Let be chaotic. When the day comes that he truly feels anger, he would question the lineage and status of these families. What worth do they hold against an army? He would sweep them away in one fell swoop. Seeing the emperor's indifference, Feng Bao sighed and reluctantly revealed a more explosive piece of news. "Your Majesty, this also signifies that you are soon to have an empress." Chapter 62. Does the Empress Dowager not hold any authority? In the same moment, in the city of Luoyang, within the estate of the Chui family, a gathering of noble youths reveled in merriment, their spirits lifted by the consumption of wuxia powder, leading to vivid hallucinations and uninhibited behavior. The emperor himself had personally led a campaign, achieving a great victory in Yongzhou, marking the first genuine reclamation of lost territories from the Hu people since the demise of the Nine Dragons. Xian, hailing from the esteemed Xie clan of Chenlu, offered a subtle smile. In the realm of the Great Wei, the noble families were divided into northern and southern factions. The northern elite, represented by the Qinghe Chui, Fanyang Lu, and Longxili families, formed the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations, while the southern elite, led by the Langyuang and Chenluxia families, constituted the 4 great clans. Together, these lineages and the imperial family constructed a dual power structure that governed the realm. Consequently, throughout history, empresses had to originate from the most distinguished noble families to solidify ties with these clans and reinforce the imperial lineage. Even the most unconventional and revered figures among the 9 dragons of Wei were not exempt from this necessity. Indeed, our patriarch has declared that the entire family shall return to Chongzhen tomorrow, for Luoyang simply pales in comparison to the splendor of the capital. It is an abode to which we cannot accustom ourselves. Lamented Lu Yang of the Fanyang Lu family. How we have endured over a year of displacement since the incursions of the Hu. As the host, Cui Hao observed that Wang Dao of the Langyuang clan had remained silent, not even touching the wine laid before him. "Young Master Wang, why do you abstain from the drink?" Cui Hao arched an eyebrow. Surely it must be the company of beautiful maidens that has left the esteemed heir of the Wang family displeased. The maidens beside Wang Dao trembled at the insinuation, hastily urging him, "Please, young master, partake in the wine." Yet Wang Dao remained unmoved. With a scoff, Cui Hao commanded, "Bring forth a blade." In an instant, several guards surged forward, silencing the serving maiden with a swift stroke of the sword. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the maiden, Wang Dao grew even more aloof. Rising to declare, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Without a backward glance, he departed. A chorus of noble youth scoffed that Wang Dao, so proud and disdainful, perpetually looks down upon us. Such arrogance. It is said that the Empress Dowager has recommended him for the position of Minister of Justice, alongside that of Hamlin Scholar, allowing him constant proximity to the emperor. With such favor, it is no wonder he carries himself with such hubris. Kui, ao muzed. Before bursting into laughter, in this realm of the Great Wei, it is still we noble families who hold sway. The emperor is but a marionette in our hands. What is there to fear? When the 9 dragons were among us, did they not revere us as deities? The assembly erupted in a mixture of laughter and incredulity. Yuan Ziming, once merely among their ranks, had now ascended to greatness, invoking both astonishment and intense envy. Why was it he who attained such heights? Yet, this sentiment remained a secret, buried deep within their hearts, understood but unspoken. As the evening wore on and the cups were refilled, Chui Hao gradually steered the conversation towards the matter at hand. Gentlemen, we shall be returning to Chongzhen tomorrow. My uncle has specifically asked me to urge each of you to discuss this with your elders at home. The new emperor's queen must be one of our own clan. This is non-negotiable. What does it mean? Yuan Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that these noble families will coerce me into marrying one of their women as empress? Feng Bao smiled wryly and replied, Your Majesty, during your time as the Hidden Dragon, you were also a noble heir of the Pingwood Duke, a member of the aristocratic circle. You should be more aware of certain matters than this old servant. Provide me with a list of the prominent noble families and their members. Yuan Ziming furrowed his brows and commanded. Little did he know, Feng Bao had already prepared it. Upon seeing the list, Yuan Ziming nearly fainted. The Qinghe Chui clan, led by the head Chui Jing, holds the hereditary title of the Wang of Wuping, the crown prince's grand tutor title, having served as minister for 3 dynasties. General of Cavalry and Grand General of Cavalry, the family boasts 118 noble members, with the outstanding young talent Chui Hao, conferred the title of General of the Nation by the court. Then there's the Fanyang Lu clan, another grand tutor to the crown prince, the Wang of Bayan, General of Chariots and Cavalry, Minister of Works, and Grand General. Even Lu Bin is a relative of the Fanyang Lu clan. Mai Jinyui is also under the control of these noble families. Even more absurd is that this younger generation steps into the limelight at the peak of their youth. Born with various titles, such as General of the Fang Army, Attendant of the Cavalry, General of the Nation, and Grand Commander of Yangzhou. This is purely due to their noble lineage. They need not lift a finger to secure high-ranking positions and substantial wealth. How darkly corrupt. Yuan Ziming recalled when he enjoyed performances in taverns. These individuals were once his good companions. He never imagined they were born into such significant titles, ready to enter the court at any moment, holding ranks no lower than the 5th grade. No wonder scholars like Sima Zhongbin have not found their footing in the Great Wei. It is utterly terrifying. Yuan Ziming murmured to himself, and as the military meritocracy threatens their privileges, upon returning to the capital, they will likely devise ways to obstruct my reforms. Your Majesty, this old servant believes that the pressing matter at hand should be the issue of your future empress. Feng Bao said awkwardly. These individuals will undoubtedly prioritize sending various talented maidens into the palace for your selection. That should be simple, even if they send in the most beautiful ones. I shall not accept them. Yuan Ziming dismissed. Feng Bao responded somberly. Your Majesty, this matter is not solely for you to decide. I shall rise early. Yuan Ziming could not help but curse. I am the son of heaven. Does my choice of an empress not count? Since ancient times, matters of marriage have been dictated by parental orders and matchmaking. Even as royalty, there are no exceptions. The empress must naturally be selected by the 9 dowagers and the empress dowager herself. So indeed, your say holds little weight. Fang Bao Juke Dit Dai Fun, wearing the expression of one observing a clown. Yuan Ziming's face darkened. The Great Wei must not revert to the previous dark era of unchecked noble power. If I were to marry a noble woman as empress, the nobility, leveraging their connections through marriage, would only grow stronger. No, I must consult my elder sister-in-law. After much contemplation, he decided to seek out his 7th sister-in-law, Yu Shuang, who remained in Yongzhou. After a brief inquiry, The enigmatic Empress Dowager Zhuang broke into a smile, playfully twirling her slender finger adorned with scallions. It seems that even the illustrious Emperor Yongle of the Great Wei, who orchestrated the resounding victory in Yongzhou and slaughtered 30,000 Xiongnu captives, harbors a fear of the trivialities of marriage proposals. Yuan Ziming, slightly awkward, replied, "It is not fear, dear sister-in-law. I have already stated that my sole ambition is to restore the majestic lands of the Great Wei. I have no inclination toward romantic entanglements. I could not bear to leave another's daughter in solitude. What if, by some chance, I were to inadvertently tarnish the imperial legacy? What would become of that?" Yu Shuang could not suppress her amusement and remarked, "In truth, I have devised a solution for you. Pray do tell." Yuan Ziming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Shuang declared, "Marry me and make me your empress." Chapter 63. Upon returning to the capital, the emperor begins to consume elixirs. "Marry me." Yu Shuang's gaze was piercing. Yuan Ziming was taken aback, instinctively leaning back, only to remember there was no support behind him. He chose instead to recline on the ground, swallowing hard. "You are my imperial sister-in-law, the widow of the late emperor. In the tradition of the Great Wei, it is permissible for a brother to marry his brother's widow." Yu Shuang spoke eloquently. "This is precedence in our history. The concubine of the former Emperor Taizong was later taken as empress by Emperor Gaozong. Truly, as a woman of noble birth, even from a martial lineage, she was well versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, articulating profound principles with remarkable clarity. Yet, the thought of his prematurely deceased elder brother sent a chill down Yuan Ziming's spine. His seventh brother had at least lived into his 30s before passing. He certainly did not wish to meet his end at the tender age of 25. Seventh sister-in-law, perhaps I should consider marrying one of those noble women instead. Yuan Ziming deflected. "You find me distasteful." Upon hearing this, a deadly aura enveloped Yu Shuang's exquisite visage. Yuan Ziming sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily replied, "I do not find you distasteful. It's just that I fear for your reputation. I care for you, sister-in-law." Upon hearing the words "care for," Yu Shuang's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. "At least you possess a shred of conscience. It is not in vain that your elder brother often inquired about you during his reign." Zhuang Mingdi inquired about me? He was aware that I and my sister-in-law once. Yuan Ziming was taken aback. Of course he knew. "Do you think your seventh brother ascended to the throne without any capability?" Yu Shuang replied with a wry smile. "The late emperor merely remarked, 'My brother possesses the virtues of our founding emperor.'" Yuan Ziming. That is quite an insult. Worried that lingering too long might result in an actual marriage to his sister-in-law, he quickly sought an excuse to extricate himself. Upon returning to his royal tent, he discovered Qing Niao sprawled across his bed, sleeping in disarray, her clothing askew and drooling. Yuan Ziming's expression darkened instantly as he lifted her. "You do not intend to eat, drink, or relieve yourself upon my bed, do you?" Qing Niao, still half asleep, murmured, "Your Majesty, I wish you peace." "I am not at peace," Yuan Ziming replied irritably, setting her down. "Do you not realize that those noble families hiding in Luoyang and Jiangnan will soon return to Chongzhen? Arranged marriages?" Qing Niao narrowed her eyes, speaking without hesitation. "How do you know?" Yuan Ziming asked, astonished. "Having been by your side for so many years, I am well aware of the nature of the noble families. You are a young emperor, just beginning to see some revitalization, and still single. Can the noble families resist the opportunity to place a queen at your side? Furthermore, after your ascension, you first confiscated the properties of several prominent families in Chongzhen, then instituted a meritocratic system that awarded positions and titles to those of no lineage. The noble families must surely sense the impending danger and thus feel an urgent need to form an alliance through marriage with you." Qing Niao spoke rapidly. Yuan Ziming frowned and pinched her cheek. "Has your mind been refreshed today? When did you become so astute?" The azure bird, feeling indignant, broke free from the other's grasp. "Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? Since you ascended the throne, I have always been by your side, and I'm fully aware of the thoughts of those ministers beneath us. It all makes sense now. You resort to plundering others' wisdom. So tell me, what should I do?" Yuan Ziming squinted, gazing at the azure bird with intrigue. The azure bird felt a flutter in her heart and replied impulsively, "Then marry. The noble women from esteemed families are all exceptionally talented and beautiful. I am certain your majesty would fancy them." Yuan Ziming responded, "But I do not wish to forsake an entire forest for a single tree, especially you and the esteemed ladies of Mingyu Pavilion." The azure bird rolled her eyes. "Enough. Without the right skills, do not attempt porcelain work. I'm not aware of your capabilities." Yuan Ziming, caught off guard, was not angered. "If I desire a lady from a noble family, it must be that I can establish a woman of higher status than those from esteemed families. But where can such a woman be found? Across the land, aside from my imperial sister-in-law. Do you think there is anyone else?" The azure bird replied, "Of course, it is the Empress of the Southern Liang, or could it be myself?" Yuan Ziming found himself both amused and exasperated. However, the Empress of Southern Liang resided in her realm, and apart from the 8 prime ministers of Southern Liang, almost no one had seen her true visage. "Your Majesty, what state are we in now? Aside from Chongzhen, there are only Yongzhou, Shan Prefecture, and some lost territories left, with those bureaucrats and noble families who can only squabble amongst themselves. What do we have to offer to marry her as your empress? Such a dream is utterly fanciful." The azure bird believed it was entirely impossible. Yuan Ziming did not respond, but handed her a letter. "Send this to Southern Liang." The azure bird was taken aback. "Why must I be the one to deliver it? Do you not have subordinates from Southern Liang?" Yuan Ziming shrugged, swiftly encircling her waist and pressing her down. "You speak too much. I have decided to punish you. Disarm." 15 minutes later, the azure bird, resembling a languid kitten, tiptoed slowly towards the exit. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziming donned his garments, gazing into the distance, already contemplating his next move. In the second month of the Yongle era, the imperial entourage returned to the capital, accompanied by 50,000 newly recruited armored soldiers and 30,000 Wei Wu troops. Parading captured Hu individuals through the streets to showcase in the capital, creating quite a sensation. On that day, hundreds of thousands of citizens from Chongzhen flocked to witness the event. It was reported that the Chong tribes, who had been encamped near Chongzhen upon hearing the news, sent over 1,000 families to pledge their allegiance. They were incorporated into the Wei Wu troops as cavalry. Following the great victory in Yongzhou, the once rampant theories of national ruin were dispelled, and the interrupted grain transport began to resume in several areas, slightly alleviating the logistical pressures on the capital. At this moment, within Yong'an Palace, a group of noblemen were kneeling in the hall to pay their respects to the Dowager Empress. Wang Dun, Sipingthi, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What do you say? Since the emperor returned to the palace, he has neglected state affairs. What has he been doing these past few days?" The noblemen exchanged glances and replied, "He has summoned Taoists and practitioners of the arcane arts. There are rumors in the palace that he intends to concoct elixirs and explore the secrets of longevity. Your Majesty has not convened a court assembly, and we, the aged and weary, find it rather unbecoming to present our own virtuous daughters before you. The selection of a queen remains in a state of uncertainty. Since the last ambush by the Turks, Wang Dan has become timid as a mouse, choosing to remain confined within the palace, venturing neither through the main gate nor the secondary entrance." Upon hearing this, she could only respond with a derisive chuckle, remarking, "Seeking the old masters for alchemy? Our sovereign is merely 25 years old and already covets immortality. Such eagerness is rather excessive. Historically, emperors fond of elixirs have not enjoyed long lifespans." Wang Dan felt a twinge of schadenfreude. If Yuan Ziming indeed harbored such greed for eternal life, it would not be long before he met his demise. Meanwhile, Wang Dao, who had returned to Chong'an from Luoyang, maintained a stoic expression and remarked, "Great Empress Dowager, this matter is likely not so simple. Oh, my esteemed nephew Wang Dao, do enlighten us regarding the emperor's intentions." Some of the esteemed families, displeased at a mere youth daring to interject, responded with veiled scorn. Wang Dao, with an air of superiority, lifted his chin, his fingers tracing the rim of his teacup. On the table, he inscribed 2 characters in the tea, "Extinguish" and "Buddha." Chapter 64. In the palace, servants. Outside, veterans of 10 dynasties. Upon the mere mention of these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire assembly. The current emperor, wise and discerning as any dragon among men, was still quite young. How could he possibly pursue the path of eternal life? Huang Chao articulated his analysis. His true intent was to eradicate Buddhism in favor of Taoism. The vast number of Buddhist temples within the Great Wei territory, each possessing wealth rivaling that of nations, presented a tantalizing opportunity. Should all these temples be confiscated, not only would they acquire substantial lands and riches, but they could also liberate hundreds of thousands of able-bodied men to return to their rural roots, significantly bolstering national strength. Yet, since the establishment of the Great Wei, Buddhism had been held in high esteem. From the previous emperor to the commoners, the faith was widely embraced. To rashly initiate a campaign against Buddhism would undoubtedly incite social upheaval. Thus, under the guise of alchemical pursuits, the plan unfolded. At this juncture, the audience could no longer contain their amusement, erupting into hearty laughter. Young Master Huang Chao, they say you are the pride of the Huang family, a prodigy among the youth. You speak of court affairs with such conviction. Yet could it be that your imagination has run a bit wild? To eradicate Buddhism? The emperor nearly incited a rebellion over the confiscation of a single temple, and you dare to covet the lands of the monasteries? Such youthful naivety. You still have much to learn. Wang Dan, wearing a benevolent smile, added, no harm done. Dower is merely young and inexperienced. With further training, he shall surely achieve greatness. Laughter filled the air. However, Huang Dao's expression abruptly shifted to one of disdain. He coldly declared, a mere commoner should not conspire with me. And with that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a cadre of disgruntled nobles who muttered, what an arrogant fellow. This child, overconfident in his talents, is unfit for significant responsibility. Outside the palace, Huang Dao's servants swiftly brought forth the sedan chair. Let us proceed to the Bureau of Rights. Huang Chao stated impassively. The Bureau of Rights? Isn't that the domain of the palace eunuchs? One of the Huang family's servants gasped, whispering urgently, young master, the Bureau of Rights is under the emperor's close confidence, and our family has never been on good terms with them. Precisely because of that, we must go to the Bureau of Rights. Those nobles are nothing but foolish swine. I would rather align myself directly with the emperor, Huang Chao retorted with a scoff. It is time for a change, to alter the prevailing atmosphere of noble supremacy in this realm. How can the Great Wei be entrusted to this band of gluttonous idlers? His words struck the servants like a bolt from the blue, leaving them pale with fear. To propose the downfall of the noble clans? Such a statement was utterly bewildering, leaving them a loss. Yet, as mere servants, they had no choice but to obey. The group soon arrived at the Bureau of Rights, only to be halted by the guard stationed there. Halt! Who goes there? The Huang family, Huang Chao, here to pay respects to Lord Feng Bao. Huang Chao announced as he stepped from the sedan chair, bowing slightly. What is the quickest route to an audience with the emperor? Certainly, the path through the esteemed veteran Lord Feng Bao was the most expedient. Huang Chao of the Langya Huang clan? How rare, you noble families, usually so lofty and disdainful towards us eunuchs, now willingly venture into our domain. Several eunuchs emerged, mocking with cold derision. Director Huang, with an amiable smile, requested, might I trouble a few of you to relay the news? Upon uttering this, one eunuch discreetly slipped a 500-tael silver note into his hand. Immediately, their expressions transformed into smiles, declaring, well said. Please, Huang Gonggong, wait a moment while we consult our ancestor. After the incense had burned for a while, a designated individual finally entered to escort Director Huang alone into the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Inside the office, the usually humble eunuch Feng appeared transformed, with disheveled hair and exposed chest, surrounded by 4 or 5 alluring young maidens, reveling in indulgence. If displeased, he would kick over the basin of foot water, glaring at the beautiful maidservants. Are you seeking death? Can't you check the water temperature? How can one wash in such cold? The maidservants quickly bowed. This servant is at fault. I shall change the water immediately. With a sinister smile, Feng Bao replied, there's no need for such trouble. Why not warm my feet with your body instead? Feng Gonggong, Director Huang interjected abruptly. Feng's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he retorted, if it were before His Majesty. You might address me as Feng Gonggong without consequence, but this is the office of ceremonial affairs. Pray tell, Wang Gongzi, how should you address me? Ancestor. The eunuchs flattered in unison. Director Wang's lips twitched. After all, these were power brokers who had served 10 emperors of the Great Wei, well versed in the intricacies of authority, maintaining one demeanor in public and another in private. Greetings, ancestor. Director Wang took a deep breath, demonstrating his adaptability, and stated, I possess strategies for governing the nation that I wish to present to His Majesty. I am willing to assist in eliminating the power of the noble families, fulfilling the ambition of national rejuvenation. With that, he produced a note worth 10,000 taels from his pocket, proclaiming, This is a token of my sincerity for the ancestors' team money. Feng Baoyin appeared somewhat astonished as he dismissed the enchanting maidens. You hail from the illustrious Wang clan of Langya, having achieved the rank of Yunkawai at such a young age due to your family's influence. It is said that the court intends to appoint you as the Vice Minister of Justice and a Hamlin Scholar. Why then do you seek to navigate through my channels to confront your own family? The Wang family had been prominent in a great way, boasting 4 generations and 3 officials. Wang, as an exemplary representative of the Wang clan, was unexpectedly taking such a bold step. With a subtle smile, Wang replied succinctly, Because I refuse to be associated with a group of inept individuals. I would prefer to rise from humble beginnings and etch my name in the annals of history rather than being labeled a debauched scion relying on family connections. To put it more bluntly, with the support of the Empress Dowager, I would only be destined for a third-rank official's fate. For I have offended too many within the noble families of Great Wei to ascend any higher. Thus, I would rather exchange the lives of those individuals for the position of Chancellor. His words struck like a volley of arrows, piercing directly to the heart of the matter, devoid of the subtlety typical of aristocratic youth. Feng Baoyin, taken aback, gazed at him for a long moment before cackling, quite intriguing. Very well, it shall be 200,000 taels. I shall grant you an opportunity. You demand 200,000 taels? How audacious! Director Wang's eyes bulged in disbelief. Was this not akin to being robbed? No matter how wealthy he may be, it is inconceivable for someone to be casually robbed of 200,000 taels of silver. Do you believe it is easy to see His Majesty nowadays? Here is the Emperor's daily record for the past few days. Take a look. Fang Bao Gon Li Segop. Tossing a volume titled The Emperor's Daily Record at Wang Dao, who bent down to retrieve it. The first day, clear skies, the Emperor suspended court, indulging in alchemy. The second day, clear skies, the Emperor unwell, engaged in alchemy. The third day, overcast, the Emperor exempted from court, immersed in alchemy. The fourth day, for 7 consecutive days, it was all alchemy, 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 not to mention the civil and military officials. Even Feng Bao himself had not seen the Emperor. The only ones accompanying the Emperor, apart from a few unsavory Taoist priests, were that maid named Qing Yao. To see the Emperor now is quite a costly affair. Should you delay your visit for a few more days, the price will increase significantly. Feng Bao squinted, beckoning with his fingers. Wang Dao gasped but suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. 200,000 taels, I shall provide. However, I must caution you, Feng Gonggong. This money I give you may not necessarily bode well for you. What? Are we not the Emperor's closest attendants, unable to afford your 200,000 taels? Feng Bao derisively laughed, accepting the 200,000 taels in banknotes from Wang Dao. Soon after, he led Wang Dao into the palace. Their destination, a Taoist temple near the Emperor's chambers, heavily guarded by the Jinyui. Upon seeing Feng Bao, the guards immediately parted to create a path. Wang Dao could not help but marvel at the palace's stringent security. Was the Emperor's alchemical practice truly so clandestine? Surely, the Emperor could not be genuinely practicing alchemy. Could he? Your Majesty! In the blink of an eye, they reached the end and knelt before the vast entrance of the temple. After calling out thrice, there was finally a response. Ha ha! It worked! It finally worked! Penicillin! At last, I have successfully refined it. A ragged, disheveled beggar dashed out from the temple, brimming with excitement. Feng Bao squinted. How is the beggar adorned with the bright yellow imperial jade belt? What is this, Feng Gonggong? Do you not recognize me? The beggar grinned unexpectedly. Your Majesty. Feng Bao was taken aback, hastily bowing. Old servant fails to recognize Mount Tai. Old servant, to his surprise. Wang Du interjected. Ming Ye. Ming Ye. It's been ages. I've missed you dearly. I am your loyal servant, Dao. With that, he sprang forward and embraced Yuan Ziming. Minggu, you truly have become the emperor. Haven to you? Back in Ming Yufeng, when we were known as the two great talents of the brothel, you always recited that line about daring to mock Huang Chao, questioning the nobility of kings and dukes. Who would have thought? You were mocking yourself instead. Chapter 65. Willing to be a loyal subject, as if I were present. Is that you, Director, eh? How did you return alongside us? Yuan Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. The emperor's entourage was equally taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Feng Bao, Dun Bao, stared at the 20,000 taels of silver notes he held, feeling an unusual warmth as they seemed to burn in his grasp. Could it be that Director Wang is a close friend of His Majesty? Unbelievable. One a fervent scholar from a prestigious family, the other a dandy who squandered his days among the common folk. How could they possibly have such a connection? Brother Ming, at long last I see you. After you ascended the throne, it has been exceedingly difficult to meet you. Director Wang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Now, keep your distance from me. When was the last time you trimmed your nose hair? It nearly brushed against my face. Yuan Ziming said with a look of playful disdain. Back in Mingyu Lane, both he and this fellow had been kindred spirits, both youthful rebels, one proclaiming the desire to overthrow the court, the other vowing to eradicate aristocratic families. They quickly became confidants. The difference lay in Yuan Ziming's perennial failures in the imperial examinations, while Director Wang consistently ranked among the top 3, yet chose to forego his titles. Indeed, he was the true scion of heaven. Brother Ming, no, your Minister Wang, I pay my respects to your Majesty. After a moment of excitement, Director Wang regained his composure, realizing the distinction between ruler and subject, and promptly knelt in deference. Ah, we are brothers. Why must we adhere so strictly to formalities? Yuan Ziming chuckled, taking Wang's hand and leading him into the Taoist temple. Come, let me show you something remarkable. He gestured toward a petri dish containing a liquid, explaining, this is penicillin extracted from moldy fruits and vegetables. It can effectively inhibit infections and inflammation in wounds. If implemented in the army, it would significantly reduce soldier mortality rates. He then pointed to several Taoists working at a porcelain furnace. They are experimenting with sand to create glass, a rare and valuable resource that will prove immensely useful in the future. Director Wang was astonished. Your Majesty, there are rumors circulating that you have been concocting elixirs at the Taoist temple within the palace these past few days. That is merely a ruse to mislead the public. Yuan Ziming replied with a subtle smile. Do not be fooled into thinking that Taoists are solely alchemists. Alchemy is merely their most inconspicuous side endeavor, exaggerated by generations of emperors. These individuals possess profound knowledge across various fields, including alchemy, gunpowder, astronomy, and medicine. They are far more learned than those pedantic scholars and bald monks who only recite scriptures. Moreover, Taoists emphasize self-cultivation and personal ethics. They do not genuinely pursue immortality. It is the deluded nobility that grants opportunities to inept charlatans, tarnishing the reputation of Taoism. Seated cross-legged, Yuan Ziming declared, more importantly, Taoism originates from our great China. It is a native discipline that can harmonize with the essence of Huaxia civilization. I aspire to elevate and support Taoism in the Wei dynasty to rectify the hearts of men and illuminate propriety. Ahem, and perhaps to generate some revenue. Only the last statement bore sincerity. The dominance of Buddhist temples, with their 480 monasteries, must be altered. Yuan Ziming urgently needed to procure substantial military funds from these temples to expand his forces. In the grand realm of the Great Wei, where aspirations often clash with the weight of fear, let me, your sovereign, take action on what others dare not. Ultimately, it is but a matter of infamy in this age, yet a legacy that shall endure through the ages. King Dao, ever the loyal subordinate of Yuan Ziming, felt compelled to respond without hesitation. I am willing to be the solitary minister, fulfilling your majesty's desires, and I shall bear the blame. The term solitary minister denotes one who stands alone against the tide of opposition, facing immense pressure and adversity. Yuan Ziming, moved by such loyalty, remarked, "Old Wang, I knew I did not misjudge you back then. Rest assured, I promise you a state funeral upon your demise." To which Wang Dao replied, "Your Majesty, I must confess, I had rather hoped for the position of Prime Minister. Ahem. Let us set that discussion aside for another occasion. In any case, I bestow upon you the royal command and insignia, as though I were personally present. You shall have full authority in this matter. The Ministry of Rights and the Imperial Guards will cooperate entirely with your endeavors. My treasury will rely entirely upon your stewardship." With a sense of satisfaction after outlining grand ambitions to his former aide, Yuan Ziming took Wang Dao for a leisurely stroll in the Imperial Garden. "Your Majesty, I have just received word from the Imperial Guards. Due to your absence from court for 7 days, the civil officials have convened in brothels, planning to collectively confront you at the temple entrance tomorrow." At this moment, a figure known as Qing Miao approached, casually munching on seeds. Lubin inquired whether we should apprehend them and imprison them in the imperial dungeon to spare you any embarrassment tomorrow. Upon seeing Wang Dao, she expressed surprise. "Is that not old Wang? Have you returned to Chongzhen? Shouldn't you settle your debts at Mingyu Lane? Long time no see, Miss Qing Miao. I assure you, I will settle them this time." Wang Dao chuckled awkwardly nearby. "Do not take action. The current strength of the Great Wei still relies on these civil officials." Yuan Ziming furrowed his brow. "I knew I could not evade these officials, but if they are merely civil servants, I can manage. However, I fear those noble families will soon begin to propose candidates for the Empress. What was once thought to be a delay through alchemical pursuits appears to be a mere illusion. Alas, the 9 imperial sisters-in-law and the Dowager Empress are all from noble families, ensuring their loyalty will not lie with me. By the heavens, I find myself cornered. Unless—" The emperor fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he halted Wang Dao. "Old Wang, how might one incite a group of women to quickly disdain a man?" Wang Dao was taken aback. "Cannot?" Yuan Ziming's expression darkened. "I recall your family has a tradition of compiling genealogies." Wang Dao cleared his throat, his cheeks reddening. "Then it must be. He is too capable." "Indeed." Yuan Ziming felt a surge of inspiration, exclaiming joyfully, "How did I not think of this? Ha ha ha. We have a plan." He began to stroll barefoot through the palace. Wang Dao summoned the Ministry of Rights, draft an edict. From the Ministry of Rights, Feng Bao approached stealthily, grinning. "Young Master Wang. Minister Wang. Does His Majesty have any instructions?" Wang Dao smiled warmly within the palace. "You may address me as Minister Wang without issue, but outside, what shall you call me?" "Your Highness." Feng Baoli immediately donned a new demeanor, returning the 20,000 taels of silver in full, along with an additional 20,000 taels in silver notes. He humbly remarked that it was due to his previous ignorance, and henceforth they would be colleagues, urging that he was at their service for any commands. Director Wang promptly produced a golden medallion inscribed with the words, "As if I were present." The imperial edict commanded that all reputable young women recommended by the noble families be summoned to the emperor's chamber to be gathered that very night without delay or omission. Those who defied this order would face the annihilation of their entire clan. Feng Baoli was taken aback. "All of them? That must be at least several hundred." He mused that even if the emperor had a hearty appetite, indulging in the affections of so many noble maidens at once would surely be overwhelming. As anticipated, upon the issuance of the decree, the capital was thrown into a frenzy. Chapter 66. The sun rises but once. The aristocracy's retaliation in the imperial chambers of the night. The emperor indulged in the company of 500 noble maidens, reportedly employing a plethora of extravagant methods. Revelries of grand banquets and lavish feasts characterized his reign, embodying the traits of a decadent monarch, one destined for downfall. Such conduct, in any era, would be deemed scandalous, yet, inexplicably, it had seeped into the public consciousness. Whispers circulated regarding the daughters of the esteemed Chui family from Qinghe, who, in their pursuit of favor, forsook decorum and resorted to excessive flattery. Rumors abounded about the Wang lady of Langya, who in a desperate bid to elicit a smile from the sovereign, indulged in forbidden potions, subsequently behaving with a frivolity unbecoming of her stature. Countless tales emerged, and soon the faces of the aristocracy were stained with humiliation, as the truth was far more sordid than the rumors suggested. Upon summoning the 500 noble maidens, the emperor's first decree was to set them to grind grain, compelling these sheltered scions of high birth to toil in the fields. This was no act of courtly indulgence. Rather, they were treated as mere livestock. After enduring this indignity, the maidens returned to their families in tears, lamenting that they had not even been granted an audience with the emperor, their disgrace now a matter of public knowledge, casting shadows over their prospects for marriage. In a twist of irony, the position of empress hung in the balance, with no one daring to mention it. Yuan Ziming presided over morning court, reveling inwardly at the sight of the sullen aristocrats, their silence a testament to their predicament. If he were to disregard reputation, how would they respond? The desire to appoint an empress weighed heavily on him, yet he pondered whether any of these noble maidens, now tainted by scandal, were fit to ascend to such a position. The answer was a resounding no. A suggestion was made to defer the matter of the empress, echoed by the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Justice, the Hamlin scholar, and the cavalry officer, Wang Dao, who rallied others to voice their agreement. The aristocrats, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly, recognized the emperor's ploys, but were left with no choice but to endure this humiliation. Soon, they withdrew in frustration. However, this did not signify their capitulation. Merely 5 days later, Yuan Ziming received 2 urgent reports. The first came from the civil officials, who sought to impeach the Qihu army for pillaging the fortresses of the aristocracy under the pretext of raising military funds, unjustly seizing their grain. They called for the execution of Huolong and Sima Zhongbin, leaders of the Qihu army. Clearly, the aristocracy could not tolerate such brazen affronts to their interests and began to mobilize their influence within the court to retaliate. Yuan Ziming was compelled to summon Wang Dao, the rebellious scion of the aristocracy, to devise a strategy. The consensus reached was to demote Huolong to the position of pacification envoy and appoint him as general of Pingbei, assigning him to oversee the construction of fortifications near Yongzhou with a contingent of the Qihu army. This was, in essence, a demotion veiled as a promotion, granting him greater power. As for Sima Zhongbin, Yuan Ziming decided to recall him to the capital, placing him as the chief censor, allowing him to engage in the realm of official discourse, where he could test his mettle against the verbose civil officials. Yet, the second urgent report proved to be rather troublesome. Your Majesty, as per my arrangements, in the first half of the second year of Yongle, we shall construct numerous Taoist temples in Chongzhen and its surrounding cities, thereby bolstering the influence of Taoism, with the hope of reversing the current dominance of the Buddhist monasteries. Wang Dao spoke with a serious demeanor in the southern study. Yuan Ziming, deep in thought, nodded slightly, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized a memorial that had been presented to him. Your Majesty, you have been gazing at this memorial for half an hour now. What troubles you? Wang Dao inquired after concluding his report. It wouldn't hurt to show you, Yuan Ziming replied, tossing the memorial to Wang Dao. Upon reading it, Wang Dao gasped in astonishment. The opening line read, "Greetings, my dear nephew. I am your uncle, the Prince of Yong of the Great Wei." The Prince of Yong? The one stationed in Luoyang? Wang Dao exclaimed in disbelief. The Prince of Yong was initially just a distant branch of the royal family, a hereditary duke who had risen through lineage. During the tumultuous times of the Nine Dragons, a decree had allowed the Prince of Yong, residing in Luoyang, to ascend to the status of a prince and serve as the guardian of the eastern capital, ostensibly to stabilize the region. However, in truth, this guardianship held no real power. It was merely a facade to exert influence. Later, due to the upheaval, the aristocratic families migrated en masse to Luoyang, seizing upon the elderly and inept Prince of Yong as a prime puppet candidate. Thus, under the manipulations of these noble families, this ineffectual prince transformed into the commander of the military forces in Hunan and Hebei, the magistrate of Luoyang, and the grand general of the state, gaining control over the heart of the Great Wei. With his newfound authority, the Prince of Yong grew increasingly arrogant, audaciously withholding provisions critical to the transport routes leading to Chongzhen, amassing military strength. During the reign of Emperor Zhongwu of the Nine Dragons, a decree was issued for him to lead the Luoyang forces to aid Chongzhen, yet he remained unresponsive. Yuan Ziming had intended to address the situation with the Guangzhou conflicts before dealing with this presumptuous prince. However, just days prior, the old lord had unexpectedly submitted a petition, not only referring to Emperor Yuan Ziming as dear nephew, but also assuming the mantle of a regent, claiming authority over all territories east of the Yellow River. How audacious! Your Majesty, the Prince of Yong is currently in Luoyang. Should I lead the Imperial Guard to hasten their day and night to apprehend him or perhaps assassinate him on the spot? Commander Lu Bin suggested. Yuan Ziming shook his head. He has already taken on the airs of a royal uncle. Should we eliminate him now, it would incite turmoil within the royal family. Lu Bin, you may withdraw. Yes. Lu Bin complied, retreating. At this moment, Yuan Ziming's countenance darkened. It is likely those noble families have instigated this. I suspect that in tomorrow's court session, they will conspire to elevate this Prince of Yong to the position of regent. One emperor and one regent cannot coexist. Who truly holds the reins in the Great Wei? Yuan Ziming finally realized the significant influence the noble families wielded, feeling disgusted. Is this not a direct retaliation against me? Even now, with the nation on the brink of collapse, they continue their internal strife. Zhangda, Yuan Ziming called out sternly. Present, Zhangda, who had recently been promoted to cavalry officer, stepped forth from the shadows, startling Wang Dao immensely. How many secret passageways are concealed within the southern study? And how many individuals do they harbor? On the morrow, I shall bring forth 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers, all clad in armor. Yuan Ziming, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked that the Jinyui had been significantly infiltrated by the powerful families, rendering them untrustworthy. I have full confidence only in the Wei Wu soldiers, composed entirely of individuals of humble status, with little to no association with the aristocracy. I command you to heed my orders tomorrow. I intend to take lives and establish authority. You wish to compel my hand, do you? Very well. This time, I shall act first and report later, without consulting the 9 imperial sisters or the supervisory office in Jinyui, directly leading a fray of chaos. On the following day during the morning court, as Yuan Ziming stormed in, accompanied by a contingent of Wei Wu soldiers, he discovered Pei Ji, the Minister of War, standing at the palace gates, his face ashen. Minister Pei, why are you here before dawn? Should you not be awaiting the morning court at the Feng Tian Hall? Your Majesty, the Yong Wang, the other stammered. Yuan Ziming paused, offering a courteous smile. I am aware that you wish to discuss the Yong Wang matter. I, too, aim to resolve this issue during today's escort. Let us address it then. That cannot be. It must be spoken of now, the other asserted resolutely, kneeling before him. Your Majesty, I have just received urgent military intelligence. The Turks have invaded the Hulao Pass, advancing southward to attack Luoyang. The Yong Wang, underestimating the enemy, led his forces into battle and suffered a catastrophic defeat. The defending troops of Luoyang and Hulao Pass, totaling 30,000, have been completely annihilated. The Yong Wang's whereabouts remain unknown, and Luoyang is in peril. Your Majesty, should Luoyang fall, it will sever the grain transport routes. The Great Wei dynasty shall be doomed. Chapter 67. The free fighting competition in the Imperial Court. Is Luoyang about to fall? As this news reached the Imperial Court, the morning assembly, once shrouded in ulterior motives, erupted into chaos akin to a bustling marketplace, stirring a considerable uproar. The Prince of Yong, having established his presence in Luoyang years prior and possessing a certain reputation in the Central Plains, would it be conceivable for him to abandon Luoyang so easily? Such a notion is absurd. The prince is but a hollow figure, an empty shell, who does not recognize his true nature. What is the current situation in Luoyang, especially at Hulao Pass? Should Luoyang falter, it would jeopardize the grain transport, and the esteemed officials in Chongzhen would soon face starvation. Who could have foreseen this? Even the news of the Prince of Yong's petition to assume the role of regent only arrived in Chongzhen yesterday, and now the situation has changed so swiftly Each person chimed in, their fear palpable. The once formidable aristocracy appeared utterly flustered. The Prince of Yong is but a pawn in their game. Should he fall, they not only lose a significant ally, but should Luoyang truly encounter misfortune, a famine could soon plague Chong'an, endangering their lavish lifestyles. The grain reserves in Chong'an are already perilously low. Otherwise, they would not have sought sustenance from Luoyang. Once the eastern capital is lost, it would effectively sever the lifeblood of the Wei dynasty, the implications of which are self-evident. When Yuan Ziming arrived at the Fendiang Hall, public opinion had reached a boiling point. Your Majesty, Luoyang is the heart of the realm, a crucial territory of the Central Plains. Should it be lost, it would be no less catastrophic than the fall of Chong'an. One minister proposed that General Du Xan of the Imperial Guards lead an elite force of 100,000 to hastily reinforce Luoyang and secure the lands of Hunan, ensuring they remain under the aegis of the Wei dynasty. The civil officials and aristocracy surprisingly found common ground on this matter. Yuan Ziming scoffed, observing that a group so accustomed to infighting only unites in the face of calamity. He had originally pondered strategies for dealing with the Prince of Yong. Yet here was the opportunity to abandon Luoyang. However, one thing was crystal clear to Yuan Ziming. Luoyang must not fall. The consequences would be dire, comparable to the loss of Chong'an. Thus, he cast a glance at Sima Zhongban, who had returned to the court. The latter immediately clasped his hands and offered, I believe the Prince of Yong's incompetence and the peril in Luoyang necessitate that your Majesty personally lead the army to swiftly secure the Central Plains against the Turks. A personal campaign by the Emperor would simultaneously reclaim the Prince's authority, two birds with one stone. However, upon hearing the Emperor's potential departure, the civil officials and aristocrats were immediately seized by panic, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it cannot be. The sovereign must bear the weight of the divine mandate, residing within the heart of the realm. Should you rashly leave Chong'an, any unforeseen incident could bring calamity upon the Great Wei dynasty. The emperor must not depart, with northern nomads and insurgents in Guangzhou surging forth. If your Majesty were to leave, we fear chaos would ensue in the capital. Immediate and resolute opposition arose. The censors of the censorate expressed their fervent desire to publicly protest. The reasoning was simple. Chong'an is not secure, and it is solely due to the emperor's presence that the realm is tenuously held together, barely filling the numerous gaps in the beleaguered Guangzhou. However, should the emperor depart, the temporarily subdued nomads and the ambitious mercenaries, who knows what reckless deeds they might undertake. It has been reported that several landlords' estates have already been plundered by these mercenaries, with many lives lost. Yuan Ziming had never anticipated that his departure would encounter such formidable opposition, with nearly all officials and generals rallying against him. Feng Bao coldly interjected, Since the great victory in Yongzhou, Dugu Xian has been feigning illness at home and has abstained from court. Now, with everyone recommending him for reinforcements in Luoyang, do we not fear a repeat of the past, when he was bestowed the yellow robe? How many sons does he have left to sacrifice this time? The eunuchs, representing the Directorate of Ceremonial, sought to insert their influence. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Wei Wu army and the Imperial Guards also voiced their dissent. After the Battle of Yongzhou, our forces have suffered considerable losses, comprised largely of seasoned veterans. The ranks are now filled with new recruits. Should we engage the Turks, we would hold no advantage. The aristocracy suggested, if all else fails, let us appease the Turks with silver, safeguarding Luoyang first, and then plan our counterattack later. Within the court of the Great Wei, factions of aristocrats, scholars, military leaders, and eunuchs commenced a tumultuous debate, interspersed with various nationalistic sentiments and displays of martial prowess. This morning assembly extended into the afternoon, yet the exchange remained fiercely contentious, with Yuan Ziming dozing off upon the dragon throne. It was not until Qing Yao presented a steaming bowl of clear noodle soup that the emperor was roused from his slumber. Where did this come from? Yuan Ziming exclaimed, drooling at the sight. Having gone a whole day without sustenance, could he possibly resist? Of course. It was prepared by the imperial kitchen, while your personal eunuch Feng Bao was still embroiled in an argument below. leaving the august emperor deprived of even a simple bowl of noodle soup. Qingyao found the situation amusing. Yet soon after, she found herself unceremoniously taken onto the emperor's lap. He slurped up the noodles from her bowl in one swift motion, leaving it empty, and commented, "Next time, add a bit of sesame oil and scallions. I do not favor it too bland." After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "You stole my noodles." Qingyao, taken aback, replied, "But they are all yours. How would you not eat from my bowl?" Yuan Ziming grinned mischievously. Qingyao fell silent. However, Yuan Ziming's expression shifted as his stomach rumbled like the yellow river breaching its banks. "Huh!" Qingyao burst into laughter. "I anticipated you would pilfer my noodles. Thus, I added a little digestive stimulant." Yuan Ziming, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, declared, "You shall pay for this." Qingyao, with a playful tongue-out grin, teased, "Would you dare?" "Your Majesty, after thorough discussions with the esteemed officials, it has been unanimously agreed that Minister Pei Ji shall lead an elite force of 50,000 to reach Hulao Pass and Luoyang, confronting the Turks, maintaining a stance of restraint without immediate aggression." At that moment, a somewhat bruised Feng Bao approached with a resigned smile. After a day of deliberation, a consensus was finally reached to have Pei Ji, a figure respected by all factions, take command and head to Luoyang to address the urgent crisis. "I understand," Yuan Ziming acknowledged solemnly, giving his consent. "Speed is of the essence. We shall swear in our troops tomorrow." Following this, the court was adjourned. Yuan Ziming seized the blue bird in a fit of fury and unceremoniously tossed her onto the dragon bed in his chamber. To his surprise, she merely sprang up like a carp and gazed at him with keen interest. "My lord, are you intending to unleash the frustrations you've endured from those officials upon me?" Yuan Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept across his lips. "What makes you think so? They have bypassed you, acting unilaterally and appointing Pei Ji as commander. Is this not a blatant affront to your imperial authority? You could easily have vetoed it. Otherwise, those civil officials might genuinely believe that our esteemed Emperor of Wei is a soft target." The blue bird let out a delicate huff, playfully scrutinizing Yuan Ziming. At that moment, Wang Dao, Zhang De, and Sima Zhongbin suddenly entered the chamber. "Your Majesty, as per your instructions, 10,000 Wei Wu troops have been covertly assembled, circumventing the procedures of the Ministry of War and the Privy Council. The fire guns and red-coated cannons have also begun their transport. The logistics team is in urgent mobilization. We can depart tonight." Upon hearing this, the blue bird's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, unable to grasp the situation. Feng Bao approached with a slight smile, saying, "Miss Bluebird, you seem to misunderstand. It is not the officials who have bypassed His Majesty, but rather His Majesty who has bypassed the officials. From the moment we received this military intelligence, His Majesty has been preparing for a personal campaign. That court meeting was merely a grand performance for others to behold." At his words, the blue bird felt her worldview shatter, rendered speechless. "Did His Majesty inform you in advance?" The others shook their heads. "Then why do you all know, while I remain in the dark?" she asked, unexpectedly. "Well, His Majesty's hints have been rather explicit. It was not difficult to discern." The insult was profound yet not overtly damaging. Moments later, the blue bird, in a frenzy, retreated back into her bedding, leaving only the Emperor's merciless laughter in her wake. As night fell, the secretly summoned Wei Wu troops marched swiftly through the darkness. However, at the palace gate, a phoenix carriage from the inner palace suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Chapter 68. Lady Zhuge of Chongzhen. Empress Suxing, a gentle cough echoed as a graceful and enchanting woman descended from the phoenix chariot, delicately holding a handkerchief. She was Su Miaoyun, the empress of the esteemed Emperor Yuan Jing of the Wei dynasty, and a descendant of the founding hero, King Zhongshan. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager Suxing." Zhang De and the others hastily halted, dropping to their knees in trepidation, their hearts racing with astonishment. How did the Empress Dowager know that the Wei military would take action tonight? This mission was top secret, and the Wei troops had only recently received their mobilization orders. How could such information have been leaked? "Do not worry. It was not you who divulged it," Su Miaoyan reassured, her slender fingers clutching the handkerchief as her piercing gaze fixed upon them. "It was I who deduced it. I have summoned you to see the emperor. Bring him to me." Meanwhile, Yuan Ziming, who was just preparing to depart, was struck dumb upon hearing the news of his sick sister-in-law's unexpected arrival. After a long pause, he self-deprecatingly chuckled. "Ah, indeed, I have underestimated her. Sumyun, my sick sister-in-law, is the most astute among the nine, often referred to as the Lady Zhuge of Chongzhen. Her foresight is remarkable, surpassing even the chief of the Astronomical Bureau. Though Su Miaoyun hailed from a distinguished lineage of meritorious founders, she had been frail and sickly in her youth. Nevertheless, her remarkable memory allowed her to master classical texts by the age of 5 and achieve a scholar's knowledge by 10. The Su family had 8 scholars, all of whom claimed to be inferior to her. Had she not been a woman, she might have held a ministerial position in the Wei court. Reflecting on their first encounter at the tender age of 18, Yuan Ziming recalled their mutual admiration. Alas, Su Miaoyun possessed a fatal flaw. Although brilliant, she was infatuated with love, leading to her unfortunate rejection by the scoundrel Yuan Ziming. However, after this setback, Su Miaoyun underwent a profound transformation, emerging as the renowned Lady Zhuge of Chongzhen. Her strategies for the court, including military reforms and the clever manipulation of tribal relations, left an indelible mark. Emperor Yuan Jing, then her 6th brother-in-law, soon fell for her, and they wed. Now, she stood as his 6th sister-in-law. How could he have overlooked such an exceptionally intelligent woman in the imperial harem? "Greetings to my esteemed sister-in-law." Yuan Ziming hurried to Su Miaoyun's chariot, offering a courteous smile. "Your foresight is indeed remarkable. While the entire court remains in the dark, you alone have discerned the truth." "It is nothing," she replied, her tone steady. "When you insisted on dismantling the Xi'an temple, it was I who advised you to alert 9th sister Pei Churin to summon the Imperial Tomb Army to Chongzhen. Otherwise, your position here would be precarious." Since the passing of her husband, Su Miaoyun had donned mourning attire for years, embodying a blend of filial piety and ethereal grace, as if untouched by the world. "Indeed, I am profoundly grateful for your repeated acts of salvation, my sister-in-law," Yuan Ziming said, drenched in sweat yet smiling. "Today, I heard that the entire court is embroiled in chaos, and while you merely observe from the sidelines, you have fully embraced the council of the ministers. I surmise that you were preparing for a significant undertaking tonight." Su Miaoyun casually remarked, "Moreover, I have devised 3 possible strategies that you might consider, the most probable being an immediate mobilization of the Wei Wuzhu under your command, catching everyone off guard. So, is it that the 6th Empress Dowager is stationed here tonight to thwart my intentions?" Yuan Ziming squinted, unable to fathom the thoughts of this woman from Chongzhen, who bore a resemblance to Zhuge Liang. Su Miaoyun shook her head and articulated with clarity, "I have come here to implore you to take me with you to Luoyang." Bang! Yuan Ziming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This was even more troubling than an outright attempt to stop him. Previous, on the journey to Yongzhou, 7th Empress Dowager Yu Shuang had taken matters into her own hands, personally leading 3,000 red tassel troops, and he had been unable to prevail against her. Now, they were bound for a battlefield in the Central Plains, far more perilous than Yongzhou, where life and death hung in the balance. How could the frail and ailing 6th Empress Dowager, Su Miaoyun, possibly wish to accompany him? Was this not akin to planting a ticking time bomb within his own army? "Sister Empress, warfare is no trivial matter," Yuan Ziming began, but hesitated to continue. "If you do not permit me to go, I shall raise my voice in protest." Su Miaoyun, however, was resolute, smiling sweetly as she declared, "I am indifferent to your journeys to Shanzhou or Yongzhou, but this battle is one I must partake in." "Why?" Yuan Ziming asked, astonished. Su Miaoyun's once delicate visage transformed into a fierce countenance. "Your 6th brother, Yuan Jing, the most handsome among the 9 dragons, known for his gentle temperament and regal demeanor, the esteemed Emperor of Wei, Sujing Ruizong. What a remarkable man he was, overshadowing you by leaps and bounds." Yuan Ziming felt a flush of embarrassment. "What does this have to do with your journey to Luoyang? Is this a personal vendetta?" "Huh. Years ago, while your 6th brother valiantly defended the front lines, Zhao Hai, the commander of Yuzhou, conspired with the Turks, leading his troops to mutiny, storming the main camp. and slaying your sixth brother along with several high-ranking officials. My 3 brothers, Su Miaoyun, were also present at the court and perished alongside him in loyalty to the nation. And now, I have heard that in the battle at Hulao Pass, this Zhao Hai was the vanguard, slaughtering 30,000 of our Wei soldiers. How can I forget the national grievances and personal enmities? If I, Su Miaoyun, do not avenge this traitor, how can I face the late emperor or my ancestors of the Su family? At this juncture, Su Miaoyun coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood onto her handkerchief, her eyes bloodshot. Sixth Empress Dowager, what are you all standing there for? Hurry and assist her. Yuan Ziming urgently summoned the palace maidens to support Su Miaoyun. Yuan Lang. At this moment, the frail Su Miaoyun grasped the hem of Yuan Ziming's garment, as if pleading, I beseech you, allow me to go. Very well. At this point, Yuan Ziming could not bear to refuse her. Zhao Hai? The traitor who murdered my 6th brother? Perfect. I shall also need his head to regain some favor with the people. Zonda, you shall lead 50 cavalrymen, following closely behind the troops, ensuring the safety of Empress Dowager Sujing. I shall consider this a great service rendered. Do you understand? Zhang glanced at the breathtakingly beautiful Su Miaoyun and nodded tremulously. If I die, I shall ensure the Empress Dowager lives. Your Majesty need not worry. Yuan Ziming then ordered an immediate night march. When Chongzhen awakened from its nocturnal slumber, its citizens emerged from their dreams, only to realize that their emperor was no longer present. Thousands of Wei soldiers marched through the night, heading straight for the Central Plains. Compared to the desolation of Guangzhou, the situation in Hunan appeared somewhat better, with relatively fewer starving civilians and corpses along the way. After all, being closer to the granary routes, the devastation wrought by war on the economy was comparatively less severe. However, it was not long before scouts reported that not far away, a village was being slaughtered. Yuan Ziming's brow furrowed in consternation. Had the Hu people already penetrated deep into the heartland? Sima Zhongbun, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. He cast aside the Confucian text in his hands and seized a halberd from his steed. Yet, the scout's response was utterly unexpected. It was not the Hu people. It was our own soldiers laying waste to the village. Chapter 69, Slaughtering the Innocent for Personal Gain. The cursed chaos of the times upon hearing these words, Sima Zhongbun was instantly taken aback. The Wei army was massacring its own villagers? Surely, his ears had deceived him. Yet, Yuan Ziming pressed on with an inquiry. Are you certain? The scout confirmed, absolutely. By their attire, they're soldiers of the Luoyang garrison. You mean to say the Wei army is slaughtering the citizens of Dawei? Yuan Ziming scoffed in disbelief. Such absurdities occurred year after year. But this was a staggering revelation. Beside him, Wang Dao suddenly furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, it is entirely plausible that such an event could transpire. Have you forgotten? Under the military merit system, the path to promotion for soldiers is intrinsically linked to the heads they take. These soldiers may be engaging in the heinous act of slaughtering innocents to claim false victories. Is it not more advantageous to target defenseless villagers rather than face the fierce Hu warriors on the battlefield? Wang Dao, having resided in Luoyang for some time, likely discerned the truth long ago, merely seizing the opportunity to alert the emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ziming declared, Jean de Present, Zonda, leading a contingent of Wei martial soldiers, stepped forth. Surround those Wei troops. I have questions to ask. Yuan Ziming's demeanor was as calm as a still pond. Yeah, in an instant, the Wei martial soldiers surged forth like untamed stallions, swiftly reaching the village where local garrison troops were perpetrating the massacre. Who goes there? Upon sighting the descending Wei martial soldiers, the local garrison initially mistook them for Hu warriors, sending them into a state of panic. The Hu dogs are here. Run. Everyone flee. Over 100 disorganized soldiers scattered like headless flies, unable to withstand the might of the Wei martial troops. Within moments, dozens fell, while the remainder surrendered on the spot. It was only then that this rabble realized their adversaries were not Hu warriors, but reinforcements from Chongzhen. Scoundrels, you lot from Chongzhen, have your brains been crushed in the door? Recognize who we are. We are the Central Army of Luoyang, soldiers under General Wang Dun, the lead captain. eyes bulging with rage, shouted at the Wei martial soldiers. Curiously, many of the expanded Wei martial troops included Chong and Wuhuan cavalry, who were left utterly bewildered. Only Zhang De, observing from a height, regarded the captain with an impassive expression, saying nothing. The captain, exasperated, demanded, "Who is your commander? How dare a mere sixth-rank official turn against his own kin? If I report this to General Wang Dun, to the Regent Yong Wang, to the Ministry of War, I will have the moral high ground. Is slaughtering the innocent for personal gain truly considered moral?" Yuan Ziming approached calmly. Upon seeing the Imperial Dragon Standard, the previously defiant captain was instantly struck with terror, stumbling to the ground before scrambling to his feet to bow, exclaiming, "Long live the Emperor! Long, long live!" Who could have anticipated that the Emperor himself would personally visit the vicinity of Luoyang? Prior to this, the officials of Luoyang had received word that the court intended to appoint Minister of War Pei Ji to lead the reinforcements to Luoyang and the Hulao Pass. Bei Yi, as the Prime Minister, is unable to restrain the regent, Prince Yong, in terms of rank. This is a choice that many could accept, as it would at least not disrupt the current delicate political equilibrium. However, today, the 10th Dragon of Wei makes its formidable presence known before you. The Dragon-S disdain looms over all, a sovereign of the earthly food chain, the mightiest among the elite. The oppressive aura it exudes seems capable of reducing one's corporeal form to mere pulp in the blink of an eye. The haughty captain, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "I am unaware of your Majesty's presence. I am doomed. I serve under General Wang Dun, the Protector General, and I am Captain Liu Bing." "General Wang Dun? Is he your kinsman?" Yuan Ziming inquired, his demeanor unchanging. "Yes," Wang Dao replied. "He is a man of reputation, yet lacks substance, truly a mere empty vessel. I have never deemed it worthwhile to engage with such a person." Thus, was it Wang Dun or Prince Yong who tacitly permitted your actions of slaying the innocent and claiming merit? Yuan Ziming's gaze pierced like a flame. Liu Bing, terrified, collapsed to the ground. "Your Majesty, for the sake of Prince Yong and General Wang Dun, have mercy. Then tell me, what is the current state of Luoyang and Hilagwan?" Yuan Ziming inquired. Liu Bing hesitated for a moment before responding. "We have only recently retreated from Hilagwan. The connection between Hilagwan and Luoyang has been severed, and their fates remain uncertain. As for Luoyang, it currently harbors approximately 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers retreating from the front lines, alongside reinforcements led by General Chao Bao and the governor of Heong, Li Hu, totaling around 7,000 to 8,000 men. The surroundings of Luoyang are in chaos, and it is only a matter of time before the Hu people strike. In my moment of folly, I thought to seize military merits amidst the turmoil before Luoyang fell." Liu Bing lamented. "Many of the defenders in Luoyang are doing the same, and Prince Yong has tacitly approved this. I beseech your Majesty for an opportunity to atone." Yuan Ziming's gaze remained fixed upon the corpses strewn in that village. The women, disheveled and tattered, bore wounds that were a gruesome testament to inhuman violence. Their faces gaunt and worn, clearly having suffered unspeakable horrors before their death. The children, too, were brutally pierced in the throes of their demise, their innocent faces reflecting terror and tears. These were but emaciated villagers, living in constant dread amidst the chaos of war. Yet, they did not perish at the hands of foreign foes, but rather at the hands of the very soldiers of the Great Wei whom they regarded as their protectors. In times of turmoil, only now did he truly comprehend the essence of such chaos. Years ago, he had envisioned rebellion, seeking to overthrow a world rife with such despair. The 9 dragons of Wei may have made attempts, yet they succumbed to reality, to the deeply entrenched maladies of this empire. But he, Yuan Ziming, would not. Yuan Ziming's elongated fingers twitched slightly, producing a sharp crackle, except for Liu Bing, who willingly confesses to his merits. All others shall be designated as close-range musket observers. Before the local marauders could grasp the meaning of the Emperor's decree, a contingent of Wei warriors had already positioned their muskets, prepared to execute their orders with precision. Liu Bing, however, reacted swiftly, shouting, "I am General Wang Dun's man, an envoy of Prince Yong." Your Majesty, you have no authority to execute me. Yonglong is your imperial uncle and serves as the regent. If you wish to take my life, you must first obtain the regent's consent. As the words were spoken, a length of white silk had already tightly constricted the neck of the opponent. With a forceful tug, the adversary met his demise. Yuan Ziming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. After seizing the blade from Zhang Da's grasp, he unleashed a frenzied assault upon Liu Bing's lifeless body, nearly reducing it to an assortment of dismembered flesh. He commanded that the remains be placed into the crimson artillery, ensuring their utter obliteration. He coldly declared, "How dare a mere captain of a chaotic band in Luoyang attempt to wield Yonglong against me? It seems that in the Central Plains, his words carry more weight than my own imperial decree." He ordered the entire army, "We shall now march into Luoyang without prior notice to the local officials. Let the dragon banner lead the way. I wish to witness who among the realm would dare obstruct the path of the dragon banner." Chapter 70. My nephew wishes to see me. What have I to fear? Your Majesty, the officials of Luoyang are, after all, our own people. Might this course of action incite internal strife? At that moment, a phoenix chariot quietly arrived behind them. Su Miaoyun, clad in immaculate white, emanated an air of noble elegance and chilling aloofness. Salutations to the esteemed Empress Dowager. Everyone bowed in unison. Is the sixth imperial sister here to counsel me? Yuan Ziming inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to send Feng Bao to Luoyang ahead of you to announce your decree, allowing Prince Yong to welcome you at the city gates alongside the civil and military officials. This approach would stabilize the situation and provide both parties with a graceful exit, thus averting internal discord. The astute Su Miaoyun presented her proposal. Yuan Ziming turned his gaze to Wang Dao. What say you, Wang? Wang Dao clasped his hands respectfully. Though Prince Yong is indeed a vexation, Your Majesty, he has been stationed in Luoyang for over a year and has garnered considerable renown in the Central Plains. It is precisely because he stands as a member of the Wei imperial family that the Central Plains have remained relatively stable. Therefore, should Your Majesty wish to command Luoyang and the surrounding regions, Prince Yong's cooperation remains essential. His words are already quite diplomatic. The underlying message was clear. Prince Yong's power was too formidable. A grand entrance could potentially spark civil war in Luoyang, playing into the hands of the aggressive Turkic invaders. Yuan Ziming turned to Sima Zhongbin. Do you share the sentiment? Sima Zhongbin replied uneasily, Your Majesty, though Prince Yong and his associates have transgressed in certain matters, they are nonetheless part of the court. The true peril lies with the Hu people. We should unite against external threats. Feng Bao quickly echoed, Your Majesty. I concur with this assessment. After a moment of silence, Yuan Ziming unexpectedly posed a question to the nearby Qing Yao. What are your thoughts? Caught off guard, Qing Yao had not anticipated that the emperor would seek her opinion. Having always been a mere ornament by Yuan Ziming's side, she felt the weight of his gaze upon her for the first time, causing her to fumble with the melon seeds in her hand. That Prince Yong is arrogant and incompetent. He has led 30,000 Wei soldiers to their doom and allowed his subordinates to commit atrocities against the common folk. In my view, such a person deserves death, and his minions should meet the same fate. Yuan Ziming was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Su Miaoyun, visibly displeased, remarked, in matters of state, how dare a mere girl prattle on? Silence her. As she spoke, a palace maid stepped forward to deliver a slap, but Yuan Ziming swiftly seized her by the throat, crushing it with a single motion. The maid let out a horrific scream, convulsing before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Your Majesty, you? Su Miaoyun was astonished, unable to fathom that Yuan Ziming would resort to violence over a mere servant, who truly held sway in the Great Wei dynasty. As the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's sixth imperial sister, she found herself eclipsed by the life of a maid. The sixth imperial sister, Qing Yao's aim is swift. If she acts, none shall impede her, Yuan Ziming coldly declared. I have taken these lives solely for the safety of my imperial sister-in-law. Furthermore, according to the edicts of our esteemed founder, the inner court must not interfere in governance. Is it now the case that Empress Dowager Sujing intends to instruct me in my duties? Upon witnessing the stern expression on Yuan Ziming's face, Su Miaoyan found herself at a loss for words for the first time. After a brief moment, she drew a sharp breath, her proud figure trembling slightly as she knelt and said, "I dare not." "Then let us escort the 6th Imperial sister-in-law back to rest," Yuan Ziming replied, a smile breaking across his face. "I am aware of everyone's sentiments. In the interest of unity, let us endure a little. After all, the loss of a few commoners is inconsequential when weighed against the stability of my empire. There is no need for excessive rigor. It is this sentiment I convey to my uncle, the Prince of Yong, correct?" "We dare not." The courtiers, sensing Yuan Ziming's ire, immediately knelt in supplication. "For you, the death of 10 individuals is merely a statistic. The death of 100,000 is merely another figure." Yuan Ziming's gaze grew increasingly frigid, akin to the icy winds that sweep across the Antarctic. "My vision for the Great Wei is one of unity across the realms, a dynasty that endures through the ages. It is not a filthy, stinking, petty kingdom, but a nation that has persevered through 14 emperors over a span of more than 140 years. A nation that has expanded its borders and nurtured its horses across mountains, never once subjugated or disgraced. Today, we may subdue the Prince of Yong. Tomorrow, we can conquer the Turks. On the following day, we may vanquish the Hu people, demanding land and reparations. Ultimately, the entire nation could be brought to heel." Yuan Ziming's words cascaded forth like a relentless barrage, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. Amidst their shock, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. "I recognize my transgressions. I am terrified. I implore the Dragon Banner to clear the path. Let us advance directly into Luoyang. I implore the Dragon Banner to clear the path." The Dragon Banner clears the way. In no time, the fervor of the young emperor's words invigorated the assembled courtiers, and no one dared oppose the advance of the Dragon Banner any longer. Even Su Miaoyan, standing at a distance, was profoundly shaken, murmuring to herself, "He surpasses even my husband in ambition. In terms of spirit, none in the Great Wei's 9 dragons could rival him. I somewhat regret my decisions of Your Highness, what do you mean?" A curious palace maid inquired. Su Miaoyun's face turned crimson as she turned away, saying, "It is nothing. I am merely speaking nonsense. There is nothing at all." The Dragon Banner swiftly swept across all of Luoyang. Within the city, the Prince of Yong, who had just returned from his defeat, was so terrified upon hearing of the Dragon Banner's appearance nearby that he hid beneath the table. "It's over. The Emperor has arrived. He seeks to settle accounts with me. I have just suffered a defeat, losing troops and territory. Surely, he has come to exact his vengeance." The Prince of Yong, Yuan Zhao, trembled in fear, nearly losing control of himself. "My lord," General Wang Dun, the guard commander entering the hall, was taken aback by the sight of his master. The esteemed Prince of Yong in such a state. He was left speechless. "My lord, come out," Wang Dun urged patiently. "I will not emerge. I refuse to meet the Emperor, absolutely not." The Prince of Yong, known for his ineptitude, was entirely reliant on the support of his advisors. However, during the Battle of Hulaguan, 30,000 soldiers perished, and many of the advisors either met their demise or were severely wounded. A significant number of individuals became disheartened and fled the scene. Now, the vast regent's palace stands desolate, devoid of visitors. "My lord, you are overthinking this. His Majesty has come solely to fend off the invasion of the Hu people," Wang Dun remarked with a furrowed brow. "You have been the regent, stationed in Luoyang for over a year, and the people of the Central Plains have long looked to you as their leader. Moreover, you have the support of myself, Chao Bao, and other officials, thus holding sway over the entirety of the Central Plains. Besides, you are the uncle of the current emperor, his elder. Even if his Majesty were to harbor great anger, he would not direct it towards his own uncle, would he? Indeed, I am the emperor's own uncle. What is there to fear in visiting my dear nephew?" Upon hearing these words, Prince Yong, Yuan Zhao, suddenly felt a surge of confidence, as if rejuvenated, and emerged from beneath the table. Chapter 71. I wish to converse with my uncle privately. The banner of the dragon has arrived at the central gate of Luoyang. At this moment, a guard reported. Prince Yuan Zhao then adjusted his crown and donned his resplendent python robe, declaring with solemnity, General Wang Dun's words hold merit. In this critical hour, with a formidable enemy at hand, when the emperor sees me, he must not only respectfully address me as his uncle, but also seek to win me over. For it is only thus that he can secure the hearts of the people in Luoyang. How could I have been so intimidated by a mere child? It is infuriating. Yuan Zhao's ancestry traces back to a line of adopted sons of the founding emperor, bestowed with the imperial surname and inheriting the title of a prince. However, in truth, he does not possess the bloodline of the imperial family of Wei. So regardless of his ancestors' endeavors, his lineage has reached its limit. He cannot attain the status of a prince, let alone aspire to the throne. Were it not for this chaotic era, being favored and supported by the aristocracy, he would not have attained his current position. The immediate task for Prince Yong is to summon the civil and military officials in Luoyang to the Xuanda Hall to greet His Majesty. This serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to demonstrate our cooperative spirit. Secondly, according to ancestral customs and etiquette, as a senior, welcoming him within the hall also signifies the honor of the imperial uncle. General Wang Dun further pressed his advantage. Clearly, he remains oblivious to the massacre of over 100 of his subordinates by the Wei troops. Perceiving the enemy merely as a band of loyalists of the Wei dynasty who, in desperation, have sought refuge with an obscure and fallen prince. A stark contrast to the esteemed Wang clan of Langia. Indeed, General Wang, you shall convey my decree of regency. Instruct the civil and military officials of Luoyang to promptly assemble at the Xuanda Hall without fail. Yuan Zhao nodded in relief. I shall heed your command. Wang Dun replied with utmost respect. As a puppet propped up by the aristocracy of Wei, Yuan Zhao has proven to be a satisfactory figure, and Wang Dun is quite content with his current standing, unwilling to relinquish this master easily. However, with the Hu people mounting an invasion, it is imperative to maintain a cordial relationship between this regent and the emperor. Otherwise, should Luoyang fall, they too would face dire consequences. In a brief moment, the civil and military officials of Luoyang had gathered at the Xuanda Hall. Among them were not only the officials stationed in Luoyang, but also local magistrates, grain transport officials, military commanders, leaders of displaced persons, and beggars, all of whom Prince Yong had welcomed into his fold over the past year in an effort to expand his influence, resulting in a diverse assembly of individuals from all walks of life, a veritable mix of fish and dragons. Moreover, not all these individuals were loyal to Prince Yong. Each harbored their own ulterior motives. Inside the Xuanda Hall, surrounded by crimson railings, the white marble steps ascended in layers, adorned with intricate carvings, and golden dragons and colorful phoenixes came to life, exuding imperial grandeur. The banner has been sighted. His Majesty has arrived. This exclamation reverberated through the chaotic hall, silencing the crowd as they quickly arranged their attire, holding their breath and gazing at the distant dragon banner as it approached. Long live our emperor! The assembly prostrated themselves on the ground. Prince Yuan Zhao also intended to kneel, but Wang Dun discreetly tripped him, causing him to startle. He merely bowed his hands without bending his knees. At this moment, the first to yield would find themselves diminished in stature. Stand at ease. The voice of the emperor was melodious, prompting everyone to rise in unison. To their astonishment, the sovereign before them was merely a young man in his early 20s, possessing the strikingly handsome features typical of the Wei imperial lineage, coupled with a robust physique. His deep-set eyes exuded an air of authority, reminiscent of a hidden galaxy, and his nose was prominently defined. Among the literati and martial figures of Luoyang, whispers circulated regarding the allegiance of the Hu tribal chiefs to the Wei dynasty. The last time they had encountered the Emperor of Wei, he had been an imposing middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. How had he transformed into a mere youth? Had the Wei dragon clan fallen to such depths? As the assembly grappled with their bewilderment, the Prince of Yong, Yuan Zhao, suddenly exclaimed, "My dear nephew, how I've missed you, my royal nephew." Without awaiting a response, he grasped Yuan Ziming's hand tightly. "I am your royal uncle, Yuan Zhao of Yong. We are family. In recent years, amidst the chaos wrought by the Hu, your uncle has forsaken wife and child, remaining here in this ravaged Luoyang to mend the aftermath. It has not been an easy task. Now that I see my dear nephew has returned safe and sound, I can finally breathe easy. Rest assured, with your uncle here, the Hu shall never breach Luoyang. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the various factions varied. Wang Dao and Sima Zhongban, among others, visibly soured. To address the current emperor as dear nephew indicated a blatant disregard for his status as a subject, and there seemed an intention to wield familial authority over the emperor. Conversely, Wang Dun and Chao Bao reveled in their triumph, as this display of dominance over the emperor would inevitably weigh upon the minds of Luoyang's literati and warriors, should they heed the emperor or align themselves with the Prince of Yong, who is also the emperor's uncle. Clearly, the authority of the prince, as the emperor's closest kin, overshadowed that of the emperor himself. Yet in that moment of confusion, Yuan Ziming unexpectedly freed himself from Yuan Zhao's grip, delivering a powerful slap upon his shoulder. A tremendous force resonated through the air. Yuan Zhao's body jolted. Cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, his speech faltering, and his pupils dilated. For he realized he seemed unable to move. "Uncle, you are being overly courteous." Yuan Ziming countered assertively, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "The prince has governed Luoyang for over a year. Whether his deeds are commendable or not, I have observed closely. Since you have addressed me as your dear nephew, let's not speak as strangers within the family. I wish to converse privately with you, if you would oblige." Yuan Zhao's face instantly drained of color, for he discerned the chilling aura of murderous intent lurking behind Yuan Ziming's ostensibly insincere gaze. "I refuse. I refuse." Yuan Zhao suddenly cried out, losing his composure in front of the crowd, causing a wave of shock to ripple through those present. Wang Dun attempted to step forward to caution the prince to maintain his demeanor, but was interrupted by Yuan Ziming. "We are family, dear uncle. If you refuse, is that not a sign of estrangement? Today, they're only uncle and nephew, no subjects and sovereign. Zhang De, please escort everyone out of the Xuan Hall, leaving only my uncle and I to converse." "Yes," Zhang De complied, signaling for a group of Wei warriors to swiftly detain the literati and martial figures of Luoyang, preparing to expel them. "Prince of Yong, this is not appropriate, Your Majesty." Wang Dun was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "General Wang Dun, do you still wish to meddle in the affairs of His Majesty and Prince Yong? Do you have any regard left for them?" Wang Dao observed the scene and could not help but mock. Wang Dun's lips twitched. "Wang Dao, do not think that by aligning yourself with the new sovereign, you can flaunt your power over your elder brother. Spare me your flattery. I shall take my leave." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. However, just as he was about to depart the Xuanda Hall, he noticed Zhang De presenting a thorn-covered whip before Yuan Ziming. "This is bad." Wang Dun's mind exploded with alarm, instinctively urging him to turn and intervene. Yet, he was abruptly pushed out of the hall by several towering Wei soldiers. By imperial decree, anyone who intrudes into the hall shall face extermination of their clan. Chapter 72, A Convergence of Fortunes. The true dragon emerges. The astonishing declaration sent shivers down the spine of those present, leaving them frozen in place, their minds blank. General Wang Dun stood there, momentarily paralyzed by the weight of the moment. Within the hall of Xianda, the sound of boots striking the smooth marble floor echoed like a relentless downpour. This was soon followed by the crack of a whip. "Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? I am your royal uncle. Your Majesty, please do not approach. I realize my mistakes. Your Majesty, I relinquish my regency. I return all power to you. The governance is yours once more. Do not come closer. Spare my life. I will give you anything you desire." From the hall of Xianda, the terrified cries of Prince Yong reverberated, instilling dread in the hearts of the officials outside. Meanwhile, the Wei Wu guard stood resolutely at the entrance, gripping their swords with silent resolve. Inside the hall, the sound of the whip cracking and Prince Yong's increasingly frantic screams filled the air, each cry more harrowing than the last. The onlookers gasped in horror, their faces betraying their fears. The emperor was indeed using the whip on Prince Yong. The news of an emperor striking his own uncle would send shockwaves throughout the realm. Initially, Yuan Zhao's pleas for mercy mingled with his cries, but soon they devolved into pitiful whimpers and intermittent groans. Was the emperor truly intent on beating Prince Yong to death? Huang Dun could no longer contain himself and barked, "Stand aside. Prince Yong is the regent, stationed in Luoyang, and has established a formidable reputation. Does your majesty not fear the repercussions of such brutality on the hearts of the people of Central Plains?" Over the years, countless resources had been invested in Prince Yong's governance. Should he perish, all those investments would be rendered futile, and Huang Dun's own career would suffer immensely. The Wei Wu guards remained stoic, offering no words of protest. Huang Dun, consumed with rage, drew his sword and declared, "This world belongs to our ancestors, not solely to you, your majesty. Should you persist in this act of filial impiety, I, Huang Dun, will bear the great sin of defying the sovereign." After all, he was of the Huang clan, a prestigious lineage. No matter how brazen the emperor might be, he would surely not dare to eradicate such a powerful family. This was the gamble Huang Dun had decided to take. He could not allow Prince Yong to die. With that, he kicked one Wei Wu guard aside and used the hilt of his sword to push another back, stepping forward to enter the hall of Xianda. Who dares? At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from within the hall, reverberating like thunder from the heavens, striking directly at Huang Dun's crown, causing his blood to surge and rendering him momentarily unsteady. He stumbled to the ground, gasping. Huang Dun's face turned ashen, blood spurted from his mouth, and his eardrum shattered, sending a chill through his entire being. Struggling to rise, he fixed his gaze upon the figure slowly materializing within the hall of Xianda. With an imposing stature and a visage reminiscent of dragon bones, the figure was adorned with delicate golden scales, and its eyes shimmered with a captivating golden hue, revealing a tempestuous spirit beneath a tranquil facade. A true dragon. In an instant, the assembly was struck as if by lightning, left in a state of stupefaction, hastily dropping to their knees in fervent prostration. The close aide, Eunuch Feng Bao, was particularly shaken, his body trembling uncontrollably. Years ago, he had the rare fortune to witness the great Emperor Yuan He of the Wei dynasty, who, in a diplomatic setting, transformed into a dragon, instilling sheer terror in the envoys from various tributary states. As a result, numerous small nations across the seas pledged eternal allegiance to the Celestial Empire, accepting the imperial titles of the Wei. Ancient texts record that the true dragon of Wei, when consumed by extreme fury, would unleash the dragon blood within, revealing an innate dragon form. This is the reason why the imperial lineage of Wei has been revered as the Dragon Clan, for they possess the most formidable bloodline in the realm. Yuan Ziming stood in the hall, brandishing a blood-soaked whip, his fingers stained with gore. Beneath him lay the grotesquely corpulent Prince Yong, Yuan Zhao, whose form was a ghastly sight, reduced to a bloody pulp. This exemplifies the stark contrast between the true dragon and the false. Though sharing the surname Yuan, their essences were worlds apart. As an imperial uncle, he ought to safeguard the Central Plains and protect the populace. Yet, in pursuit of glory, he squandered 30,000 Wei soldiers at the Tiger Pass, while reveling in debauchery within the city of Luoyang. Do you presume I am unaware? Half of the grain in your granary in Luoyang has already while famine ravages the outskirts. The common folk resort to cannibalism, consuming one another daily. Filled with uncontrollable rage, Yuan Ziming continued. Furthermore, you have permitted your subordinates to murder the innocent and claim their heads in the name of the Hu people, sending them to Chongzhen to boast of your exploits. Upon hearing this, Huang Dun and Chao Bao, along with the other generals of Prince Yong, cowered like startled birds, burying their heads deep in shame. I forewarn you, who dares to treat my territory, my soldiers, and the lives of my people with disdain? I shall take that person's life. What of being an imperial uncle? What of being a regent? Yuan Ziming lashed out with a whip, tearing open another wound on the already lifeless Prince Yong. Yet, this strike was not directed at the prince, but rather at those in Luoyang's civil and military ranks. Cold sweat dripped from their brows as they trembled on the ground, feigning death regardless of any previous complicity with the prince. Yuan Ziming then calmly ascended the white marble steps of the Xuanda Hall, taking the place that belonged to Yuan Zhao, and stated indifferently, "In the past, my illustrious ancestor, though merely a servant in Luoyang. At 47 was still watching dogs fight, and by 55 had claimed the world, establishing an empire. Though I may not rival my ancestor, I too am the dragon of the Wei, and from this moment forth, Luoyang and the regions of Yingchuan and Ruzhou shall be under my governance. Do any of the esteemed officials of Luoyang oppose this? They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Yuan Ziming squinted, languidly commanding, "Respond to me." "Your Majesty decides," echoed the officials, trembling in trepidation. With the prince slain, what could they, like headless flies, do but submit to his authority? General Long Dun, did you just attempt to intrude upon my court? Yuan Ziming cast a sidelong glance at Wang Dun, who remained kneeling, and the latter, with a countenance ashen as death, spoke, "Your Majesty, I merely wish to enter the palace to assist your highness in eradicating the treacherous faction of the Eternal King." "I trust you," Yuan Ziming replied with a hearty laugh. "However, from this moment forth, all soldiers under the command of the Eternal King shall be transferred to the command of the Wei Wu troops, including the 3,000 elite soldiers under your command. By the way, I have heard that you, Wang Dun, possess another 3,000 noble soldiers in Luoyang. I shall borrow those as well. Your Majesty, those noble soldiers are the Wang family's retinue, tasked with safeguarding our properties in Luoyang." Wang Dun's lips turned a shade of deep blue. That was the Wang family's own property, and the emperor's decree threatened to seize it at a whim. Yet, Yuan Ziming pretended not to hear, offering no response. In a single day, the military and civil authority of Luoyang, comprising 8,000 soldiers and a population of 300,000, fell once again under Yuan Ziming's control. Now, the foremost task was to ascertain whether the Tiger Pass had indeed fallen, and if the Turkic forces had commenced their advance. It was known that the Turkic army, numbering 70,000, along with the 50,000 troops of the Yuzhou Jidushi, had encircled the Tiger Pass, mercilessly slaughtering all scouts dispatched from Luoyang and attempting to move southward, seeking to annex the southern prefectures of Luoyang, thereby rendering it a veritable trap. Chapter 73. What consequences might arise from eating two fewer dishes? This is a strategy to encircle and assist the city of Luoyang. The tactical maneuvers of the Turkic forces are considerably superior to the Xianbei and Xiongnu armies previously encountered, indicating that the commander of the Turkic troops is a remarkable individual. Within the military camp outside Luoyang, the generals engaged in fervent discussions. The situation in Luoyang appeared dire, with an influx of refugees swelling the population from an initial 300,000 to over 400,000, exacerbated by the arrival of reinforcements, thereby significantly increasing logistical pressures. The military must be prioritized in terms of supplies. If the common folk starve, this land will still remain the territory of the Great Wei. Starving soldiers of Wei are less vigorous than a dog on the streets of Luoyang. What nonsense! Are tens of thousands of citizens in Luoyang to be disregarded? In recent days, numerous refugees have already caused disturbances within the city. Should a riot erupt among them, we would face a collapse without even needing to engage the enemy. The turmoil among the refugees in Luoyang cannot be ignored. We must open the granaries and distribute provisions. Amidst the cacophony within the camp, the commanding officer, Yuan Ziming, decisively proclaimed. Beside him, Qingyao pouted her lips, her delicate face enchanted by his charisma. How could he be so handsome? Everyone furrowed their brows. Your Majesty, although the granaries in Luoyang contain a fair amount of grain, if we distribute it for relief, the rations for the civil and military officials, elite Wei soldiers, and the nobility will be insufficient. Yuan Ziming merely closed his eyes in contemplation and stated, "A wise teacher once imparted to me, to preserve the people while losing land, both people and land are preserved. To lose the people while preserving land, both people and land are lost. If we forfeit the support of the populace, the court would be no different from the barbaric who to them. Why would they still defend the city for us? To safeguard the territory of the Great Wei?" The assembly trembled at his words. To preserve the people while losing land, both people and land are preserved. To lose the people while preserving land, both people and land are lost. These 16 words encapsulated boundless military wisdom. The fact that the emperor held them so dearly suggests that this teacher must be a sage of extraordinary caliber. Thus, from this moment forth, Luoyang shall enforce martial law. reducing all food supplies for the upper echelons. I shall partake in no more than what the soldiers of the Great Wei consume. After stating this, Yuan Ziming ordered the fragrant pepper chicken, intended for the emperor's supper, to be removed. This dish, spiced excessively by Qingmiao as a prank, was perfectly suited to win the hearts of the people. Let it be served to the soldiers on duty tonight. What? The assembly was left speechless, moved to tears by the emperor's selflessness. In the face of national crisis, if His Majesty can practice such frugality, what harm could it do for us to eat 2 fewer dishes? We shall stand with His Majesty through thick and thin. If Luoyang falls, where shall we indulge in our lavish lives? Following a night of military deliberations, Yuan Ziming issued several orders. The first was to dispatch 300 scouts at any cost to ascertain the situation at Hulao Pass. The second was to appoint Sima Zhongbin as General of Pacification and Wang Dao as General of Reinforcement, each to command the original 8,000 garrison troops of Luoyang, enforcing martial law and apprehending any Turkic spies within the city. Thirdly, the Dragon Banner advanced 10 miles towards the northern expanse of Luoyang, permitting the emperor to personally guard the national gates of the city, assuring the citizens of the Central Plains that their sovereign would not flee. Outside the military tent, delicate snowflakes danced in the air. Lord Wang, why are you alone here? Watching the snow? At that moment, Sima Zhongbin, who was hastily preparing to depart, caught sight of the solitary figure before him. One was a scion of an illustrious family, while the other was a decisive and cultured general. Had it not been for the emperor's summons, their paths might never have crossed in this lifetime. Perhaps it was their shared youth and ambition that inspired Sima Zhongbin to seek a connection with the other. It is brother Sima, the proud Wang Dao. Upon seeing him, expressed admiration. I have heard that merely months ago, brother Sima was just a humble scholar. Yet now he holds the esteemed position of Grand Inspector and General of the Imperial Guards. In the annals of our dynasty, there has never been such rapid advancement. Sima Zhongbin offered a wry smile, replying, such elevation is solely due to the emperor's grace. After the military meritocracy was instituted, talents of all kinds have been given opportunities, allowing commoners like us to rise. How did you find yesterday's events? Wang Dao inquired abruptly. What happened yesterday? Sima Zhongbin was momentarily perplexed, but then realization struck him, and his pupils dilated. Are you referring to the emperor's transformation into a dragon? At that moment, aside from Prince Yong, he had been the closest to the emperor. Wang Dao, pale as a ghost, recounted the sight of the emperor manifesting a dragon form, repelling Wang Dun. Let alone him, I nearly bled from all 7 orifices. This is the imperial dragon of Wei, a royal lineage far beyond our mortal comprehension. Sima Zhongbin expressed his envy. Wang Dao fell silent for a moment before speaking. But brother Sima, have you ever heard the adage? To accompany a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. Sima Zhongbin was taken aback, responding in astonishment. As a scholar, I have indeed heard it. But why do you bring it up, Wang brother? Though you, brother Sima, represent the interests of Confucianism, I stand alone, yet ultimately aligned with the aristocracy. However, yesterday, I sensed something unsettling about the youthful sovereign before us. He does not appear as gentle as he seems. I have a premonition that he intends to undertake monumental endeavors, grand and tumultuous. At that time, both Confucians and aristocrats may face catastrophic consequences. Wang Dao stammered hesitantly. Sima Zhongbin furrowed his brow. Wang brother, ha ha ha, I have had too much to drink. Wang Dao suddenly brandished a wine bottle at his waist, laughing drunkenly. Do not mind my ramblings. As Sima Zhongbin watched the other stagger away, he plunged into deep contemplation. In the deep of night, within the Dragon Banner, Yuan Ziming, lost in slumber, turned over, smacking his lips and occasionally murmuring in his dreams, might the Empress join me at the banquet tonight? But at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted in his ears. Yuan Ziming was jolted awake, leaping from his bed, hastily donning the soft armor beside him, adorning himself in the dragon robe and fastening the buttons. To his shock, he found the outside engulfed in chaos, with smoke rising ominously. What was happening? Yuan Ziming realized the gravity of the situation. He dashed out in a single stride. Outside the tent, Two corpses suddenly fell at Yuan Ziming's feet. Upon closer inspection, they were the bodies of the Turkic wolf guards. Gazing further, he noticed a fully armed Qing brandishing a red-tasseled spear. With a grave expression, the Turks are attacking the camp. The vanguard has lost contact and is nowhere to be found. The main force of the Turks is heading straight for our central camp. It remains unclear how many troops the Turks have brought, but we are already surrounded by the Hu people. Qing spoke with a chilling resolve. My lord, you must leave first. I will hold them off here. At that moment, the sounds of battle erupted from all directions. Kill. That is the dragon tent. Capture the Emperor of the Great Wei alive. Chapter 74. The Turkic night raid and the rise of the peace faction, the cavalry surged forth like blades unsheathed, swiftly descending upon Yuan Ziming. Protect the sovereign. The guards surrounding the dragon banner cried out in desperation. Yet, mere fists could not contend with overwhelming numbers, and several Turkic horsemen found their opportunity, swiftly closing in on Yuan Ziming. However, in that fleeting moment, Yuan Ziming leapt into action, drawing a glimmering sword from his waist. With a speed that startled the senses, he executed a sweeping strike that severed the head of a Turkic rider. Following this, he maneuvered deftly, evading the onslaught of the horsemen, leveraging his jump's height to deliver another decisive blow. Two more Turkic riders fell, their screams echoing as they were thrown from their mounts. At this juncture, reinforcements of guards hastily arrived, effectively blocking the advance of the Turkic cavalry. Yuan Ziming, still craving more action, raised his sword, eager to fell more of the adversaries. Yet, behind him, Qing suddenly admonished, "Are you not retreating? You have become a living target with that dragon banner." The Turkic forces are pouring in from all directions. Their aim this time is not to conquer, but simply to wound you, and that alone would signify their victory. With that, she brandished her crimson spear, unleashing a swift thrust that struck down another Turkic cavalryman. In her fervor, she was uncharacteristically fierce, for typically she would not dare to be so assertive with Yuan Ziming, knowing well that he would retaliate in kind. Yet, Yuan Ziming pressed forward, laughing heartily. "Oh, foolish girl, in the eyes of the Turkic warriors, I am a living target. But do you comprehend what this signifies to the Han people? It represents that the faith of the Wei army remains steadfast and unwavering within this encampment. Protect the sovereign." At this moment, the surrounding Wei soldiers, a dark mass of determination, recklessly surged forward, eager to shield the dragon banner. Qing was momentarily taken aback. Yuan Ziming spoke a profound truth. The emperor embodies the faith of the army. As long as his banner remains aloft, it inspires the soldiers to fight fearlessly. If Yuan Ziming were to hastily withdraw the dragon banner and flee, the entire Wei army would be left leaderless, risking utter collapse. Would the Turkic forces not achieve their objective then? After a while, Xiang Ning, leading his vanguard of 1,000 men, arrived, prompting the Turkic cavalry to retreat in search of a less perilous avenue. Yet, the danger in Luoyang had not yet subsided. Sima Zhongbin and Wang Dao's forces also faced assaults from Turkic horsemen. Due to his lack of military acumen, Wang Dao suffered a disastrous defeat, with 4,000 men routed and forced to flee back to Luoyang under the escort of a handful of personal guards. Sima Zhongbin initially encountered a similar fate, losing over 1,000 men and hastily retreating westward for several miles, abandoning a substantial amount of supplies along the way, which incited a chaotic scramble among the Turkic riders for spoils. Seizing the moment, Sima Zhongbin counterattacked, claiming the lives of 1,200 Turkic foes, causing the enemy to flee northward. It was a classic example of combined arms warfare that would be etched in the annals of history. At the gates of Luoyang, minor skirmishes also erupted. However, thanks to the towering city walls, the Turkic forces gained little advantage, retreating after several tentative assaults. At last, the dawn broke. In this battle, our forces suffered over 10,000 casualties, while we claimed more than 3,000 Turkic heads. Half of the central army in Luoyang was annihilated, and some of the defending troops fled in panic, facing immediate execution by the enforcement squad. In summary, Yuan Ziming's main force, the Wei Wu army, incurred mutual losses, barely maintaining an even split. Conversely, the defending forces in Luoyang, led by Wang Dao, suffered total annihilation, with over 5,000 men lost. Only Sima Zhongbin's unit remained intact, preserving over 1,000 soldiers and achieving the greatest military merit of the day. For his valor, Sima Zhongbin was promoted to the rank of General of National Defense, overseeing all troops within Luoyang. Yuan Ziming, intrigued by the scholarly Sima, noted his remarkable military acumen, particularly as he managed to slay over 1,000 Turkic soldiers with a contingent of elderly and infirm troops. It would be a shame not to utilize him as a military commander. As for Wang Dao, being a trusted confidant, Yuan Ziming deemed it unwise to eliminate him entirely. Instead, lightly chiding, "You are relieved of your military duties, fined half a year as salary, and demoted to the rank of military advisor. You shall serve as a military strategist under my banner and gain further experience." For Wang Dao, the demotion to a rank of 8th grade was a significant blow. He bowed, drenched in sweat, and expressed, "I thank your majesty for your graciousness." Having faced defeat in his first battle, he was fortunate to preserve his own life. Politically astute, he was but a novice in military matters. Yuan Ziming inquired, "Have we extracted any useful intelligence from the captured Turkic soldiers?" "Your Majesty," the report began, "we have learned from the captured Turkic individuals that the Tiger Lock Pass has yet to fall. The commander, Mao Daiju, with his 4,000 men, continues to defend the pass fiercely against repeated assaults from both the Turkic forces and the Yuzhou army, causing great difficulty for the Turks." Zhang added, "However, the Turks, in a bid to force Mao Daju's surrender, are resorting to extreme measures, even excavating an entire mountain to sever the water supply to the pass. And they have ceased sending reinforcements. The Tiger Lock Pass may not hold out much longer." In a twist of fate, the pass had not yet been lost, but it was on the brink of collapse. Zhang hesitated, prompting Yuan Ziming to kindly encourage him to continue. The Turkic forces, he elaborated, revealed that their commander, Mahmud, had devised 2 strategies prior to this campaign. The first was to bypass Tiger Lock Pass and launch a sudden cavalry assault on Luoyang. However, this plan failed due to the unexpected reinforcements from the Chongzhen army. The second strategy entailed seeking peace should the surprise attack on Luoyang falter, with envoys for negotiation dispatched alongside the raiding cavalry, who should soon arrive in Luoyang. The mention of peace brought a glimmer of hope to the assembled officials and military leaders in Luoyang. Could it be that the Turks no longer wish to fight? "This is splendid news," they exclaimed. "Indeed, while we currently lack the strength to defeat them, they too cannot capture Luoyang. A peaceful resolution would grant us a chance to rest easy." After days of relentless harassment from the Turkic forces, the noble families of Luoyang were already paralyzed by fear of the barbarian threat. Upon hearing the other party's willingness to negotiate, one could not help but feel a surge of joy. However, it would be inappropriate to display excessive elation in the presence of the emperor. Thus, one suggested delicately, "Your Majesty, what we currently require is a period of recuperation. It may be prudent to temporarily cease hostilities with the Turks and seek peace, allowing our forces to restore their strength before contemplating an advance northward." "Absolutely not." Sima Zhongbin, a staunch advocate for war, immediately interjected. "Time favors us, yet it favors the Turks even more. Their intention is to delay, to annex the Tiger Trap Pass. Should we lose the Tiger Trap Pass, would not Luoyang fall into their hands effortlessly? Even if we retain the Tiger Trap Pass, the Turks can still bypass it to assault Luoyang, especially with Zhao Hai's armored cavalry in Yuzhou, the finest troops in Hebei. Given the current state of Luoyang, victory is unattainable." Among the local officials in Luoyang, there were those knowledgeable in military affairs who immediately presented cogent counterarguments. Yuan Ziming found himself caught between the 2 factions, narrowing his eyes without expressing his stance. Wang Dao, discerning the emperor's intent, concluded that the emperor wished to fight but was hindered by the formidable opposition. Thus, he proactively suggested, "Perhaps we should consult with Empress Dowager Su Jing. She is renowned for her wisdom and surely possesses a clever solution." Yuan Ziming nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, Feng Bao. Please summon Empress Dowager Su." At that moment, a soldier entered to report, "The Turkish envoy has arrived, seeking an audience with your Majesty." The atmosphere in the room immediately grew tense, As if the very air had solidified, all eyes fixed upon Yuan Ziming. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The timing was indeed unfortunate. Arriving at such a critical moment. Caught in a dilemma, he could not refuse to meet them, yet he suddenly glanced at Wang Dao, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Wang Dao's heart raced, feeling as though a sheep had wandered into a den of wolves, his head spinning. "Your Majesty, you remove your official robes and exchange them with my dragon robes. Go meet the Turkish envoy." Chapter 75. The Return of the Sixth Dragon Remains. The court in turmoil. What? "I cannot, my lord. I am guilty of death." Upon hearing these words, Wang Dao nearly fainted, hastily bowing his head. To don the dragon robes himself. Was this not an act of usurpation? "I pardon you," the emperor declared. "There is nothing to fear, just this once." Yuan Ziming remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Dao. The assembled ministers suddenly comprehended. The emperor sought someone to impersonate him. But what was the true intention behind this peculiar scheme? Ordinarily, such an act, so contrary to propriety, would surely provoke opposition from the censors present. However, Luoyang was not Chongzhen, and it appeared that the highest-ranking censor in attendance was Sima Zhongban, the grand censor of the censorate. Wang Dao exhaled in relief, and thus he complied, shedding his official robes and exchanging them for Yuan Ziming's dragon attire. Nearby, Qing Miao could hardly contain her amusement. Yuan Ziming shot her a warning glance, saying, "When the Turkic envoy arrives, you must not reveal the truth, or you shall be punished with house arrest." Qing Miao playfully winked, "Yes." Announced the Turkic envoy. Yuan Ziming glanced at Wang Dao, now garbed in the dragon robes, who appeared both anxious and reverent. "Yes." "Announce. The Turkic envoy requests an audience." Wang Dao quickly adjusted his posture and seated himself upon the emperor's throne. In a matter of moments, the Turkic envoy, clad in leather armor, arrived at Xuanda Hall, removing his felt hat and kneeling respectfully on one knee, proclaiming, "By the decree of the most magnificent and esteemed Khan of the Steppes, I come to pay homage to the Emperor of Wei." At this moment, Wang Dao, now embodying the emperor, responded with an air of authority, "Rise. Your Turkic forces have attacked Luoyang and dispatched envoys. Your duplicity is commendable. Do you truly believe that the patience of our Great Wei is boundless?" The Turkic envoy smiled faintly. "The great Turkic nation has always adhered to the principle of courtesy preceding force. Had your country successfully repelled our military advance, there would have been no opportunity for this diplomatic dialogue." Upon hearing this, the officials of Luoyang began to murmur amongst themselves. The audacity of the Turkic people was astounding. They had assaulted us and yet held a posture of justification. 30 years of fortune and misfortune, once, during the reigns of our illustrious founding and second emperors. The Turkic tribes were mere insignificant clans, lacking even the qualifications to pay tribute in Chong'an. Yet, negotiations must proceed. Bluster is a traditional art, but the officials of Luoyang secretly yearned for a peaceful resolution with the Turkic people. Observing Yuan Ziming's composed demeanor, Wang Dao addressed the envoy seriously. "State your terms for peace." The Turkic envoy replied, "We, the great Turkic nation, can permit the Wei forces at Hulao Pass to retreat unharmed to Luoyang, and we shall guarantee that no further military incursions will be made against Luoyang. The Yellow River shall serve as the boundary between our two nations, with Hebei returning to the great Turkic nation, while Hunan shall remain under your Wei dynasty." Upon hearing this, many present were enlightened. In essence, it was a proposal to draw the boundary along the line of control, allowing Luoyang to remain in their possession, losing only Hulao Pass. Thus, the fertile land south of the Yellow River would be preserved, which was not entirely unfavorable. However, the Wei dynasty must return the remains of the Turkic prince Ashina Chengqing, who perished in the Battle of Shan State, to the Turkic people. The envoy spoke deliberately, stating that as a matter of reciprocity, the great Turkic Empire was willing to return the remains of the six dragons, specifically, the body of your esteemed Emperor Sujing of the Great Wei, back to its homeland. Upon hearing this proclamation, the assembly erupted in an uproar. The six dragons, Emperor Yuanzhong, possessed both literary and martial prowess, and were renowned for their ability to win the hearts of the people. During his tenure at the front lines in Hebei, He had also spent a considerable period in Luoyang, earning the affection of the local populace. Had it not been for the treachery of Zhao Hai, the governor of Yuzhou, who led his Hu cavalry to rebel and assassinate Emperor Ruizong, Yuan Zheng could have suppressed the Hu for at least 5 years. Regrettably, after his demise, his body fell into the hands of the traitor Zhao Hai, and the Wei dynasty had been unable to ascertain its whereabouts despite extensive inquiries. The terms of the peace negotiations had been read, and the foreign ministers were dismissed. As the opposing envoy slightly bowed and prepared to depart with grace, he found his path obstructed by a formidable figure. The envoy's gaze was piercing, his demeanor exuding authority as he wore the official robes of the Great Wei, standing tall and coldly declaring, "Does the Emperor of the Great Wei permit your departure? Moreover, let it be understood that if you seek to return, it is not merely the remains of the former emperor that should be restored, but also the lives of the Great Wei citizens you have slaughtered and the lands you have occupied." A smirk appeared on Yuan Ziming's lips. For what was this, if not the audacity of a brigand, intruding upon another's domain while clamoring for reason? What kind of diplomacy was this? The imposing gaze of the envoy momentarily unsettled the Turkic messenger, who took a step back, his expression shifting as he revealed a deeply calculating smile. "I, a barbarian, am unacquainted with the rights and laws of China. I apologize for my rudeness." He turned to face Emperor Wang Dao of the Great Wei and bowed submissively. It was only then that Wang Dao composed himself, responding with calm resolve. "Understood. Feng Bao, please escort this Turkic envoy." "Yes." Feng Bao promptly stepped forward to lead the envoy away. After their departure, Yuan Ziming donned the dragon robe once more and accepted the homage of the assembly. "Your Majesty, while this Turkic envoy may be a rogue, we believe that these terms are not without merit. As long as we can safeguard Luoyang and the Central Plains, the resurgence of the Great Wei seems promising." Unsurprisingly, the civil and military officials of Luoyang quickly expressed their approval of the peace terms. Observing the suppressed laughter of Qingyao beside him, Yuan Ziming jested. "What is it? Is it amusing?" To put it plainly, he had allowed Wang Dao to assume his guise to obfuscate the truth, preventing the Turkic people from discerning the true nature of the 10th dragon of the Great Wei. Some individuals don the dragon robe and appear as dragons, while others wear tortoise attire and resemble tortoises. Qingyao teased with a half-smile. Yuan Ziming's countenance darkened. The official attire indeed did not fit him well, causing him discomfort. Let the insults flow. "Your Majesty, the Turkic envoy has already departed Luoyang with his escort." At that moment, Feng Bao returned. "Did he say anything?" Yuan Ziming inquired with curiosity. He remarked that the young and capable Emperor of the Great Wei is remarkably impressive. However, the official who dared to obstruct him earlier is the true paragon of heroism, embodying a greater aura of leadership than the Emperor of the Great Wei. Feng Bao replied with a cordial demeanor. He certainly would not miss the opportunity to flatter. Luoyang Wenwu seized the opportunity to flatter extravagantly, affirming, "Indeed, our Great Wei's imperial dragon is inherently regal. Even without the dragon robe, I am still the supreme ruler." However, upon hearing this, Yuan Ziming's expression suddenly darkened with concern. Alas, this envoy is no ordinary individual. He commanded, "Send someone to inquire among the Turkic captives about the identity of this envoy." "Yes." Jean de promptly stepped away. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he returned, clearly having obtained the information. "Your Majesty," he reported, "some Turkic prisoners have previously encountered that envoy. They claim he is none other than the commander of the Turkic forces, Mahmud. Immediately dispatch elite troops to apprehend and eliminate this individual," Yuan Ziming declared with resolute firmness. Chapter 76. The Emergence of the Demon Book in Luoyang, and the reckless speculations of the 100 schools. What? Execute him? The officials in Luoyang were in disarray. If Mahmud were to perish, how could peace negotiations be conducted? "Your Majesty, please reconsider." "Fools! Mahmud poses a significant threat. If we do not eliminate him now, he will surely become a calamity for Dawei." Yuan Ziming was unusually furious. He recalled that even the Xianbei king Murong Chue had not been able to discern his true identity at a glance. The fact that this Turkic commander could see through him indicated that he was no ordinary foe. The ministers knelt in fear, trembling, yet they clung desperately to Yuan Ziming's legs. In his frustration, Yuan Ziming felt on the verge of transforming again. It was unacceptable. The dragon scales from his last outburst had yet to fully fade away. If he were to undergo another transformation, he feared losing his rationality. Pondering his predicament, he was also wary of inadvertently kicking the cunning Xiang Ning, who lurked in the shadows, watching him intently. At that moment, a eunuch announced, "The Empress Dowager, Su Miaoyun, has arrived." Just when things couldn't get any worse, the sixth dragon empress had come. Yuan Ziming, left with no choice, had to abandon the ministers and greet Su Miaoyun. "Your Majesty, the Turkic envoy claims they can return my husband's remains?" Su Miaoyun inquired eagerly upon entering. Indeed, this astute woman had her spies in Luoyang. Yuan Ziming was momentarily taken aback and nodded in response. Su Miaoyun was instantly moved to tears. "During my days in Luoyang, I have undertaken 2 tasks. One was to promote the cultivation of winter wheat to prevent a famine in the spring, and the other was to pray day and night at the Buddhist temple for your Majesty, for the late emperor, and for the protection of the Dawei dynasty. Now, our efforts have borne fruit. The remains of the late emperor are finally to be returned to the ancestral temple." Overcome with joy, she stumbled and fell to the ground, causing the palace maids and eunuchs nearby to panic. Yuan Ziming, taken aback, exclaimed, "But, Your Majesty, this is merely a stalling tactic by the Turks. If we agree to peace negotiations now and relinquish the Tiger Pass, Luoyang will become a feast for others to devour at will. At present, winter was harsh, and many of the Turkic livestock had perished from starvation. The Turks intended to wait until spring, when their cattle and sheep were well fed, to advance southward. Without any defenses, Luoyang would be akin to a precarious city, and the Central Plains would also be in grave danger." Sima Zhongben, a proponent of war, hastily joined in the argument. However, the rational Su Empress Dowager could not hear any counsel at that moment. She spoke to herself. "Your Majesty, filial piety has always been paramount. The late emperor was your elder brother. Can you bear to see your brother's remains left in the wilderness?" The emotional appeal and moral coercion. Yuan Ziming remained noncommittal, and both parties parted on unfriendly terms. The following day, Pei Ji finally led 100,000 troops from Chongzhen to Luoyang. In addition, Liu Bin's Imperial Guards and Dugu Xian's elite troops arrived as well. Among them were also officials from the scholar bureaucrat and aristocratic factions, who conveyed to the emperor their desire for peace, urging him to temper his warlike spirit and allow the people to rest. The northern expedition of Yongzhou has inflicted tremendous damage to the nation's strength. In the capitals of Chongzhen and Luoyang, many scholars have voiced their concerns, lamenting that Your Majesty's obsession with military endeavors is depleting the country's resources. In the adjacent chamber, Yuan Ziming squatted while reading these memorials from Chongzhen, tearing them off to use as toilet paper. Nonsense. Upon returning to the royal chamber, the attentive Qingyao assisted Yuan Ziming in donning the dragon robe. Though mischievous, she was acutely aware of the immense pressure the emperor faced. The civil officials and the aristocratic factions were mounting their challenges, and even the Empress Dowager had withdrawn her support. With the arrival of reinforcements from Pei Ji in Luoyang, the logistical burden on the city had intensified, and the granaries were inadequate to sustain the populace. A decisive resolution was imperative, to negotiate or to engage in conflict. Otherwise, our own people would suffer dire consequences. Your Majesty, knelt Liu Bin, the commander of the Jinyui. Liu Bin, it is said that you hail from the Liu family of Fanyang. I shall pose a simple question. Can I trust you? Yuan Ziming toyed with a cup of Western region wine, illuminated by the moonlight, his expression shifting between hope and despair. Liu Bin inhaled deeply, realizing that since the aristocratic disputes, the emperor had begun to distance himself from him. Whether he could regain that trust hinged on this moment. I, Liu Bin, a successful candidate from the 18th year of Yongning, am a disciple of Your Majesty. To be loyal to one's family is mere filial piety. To be loyal to Your Majesty is true loyalty and great filial devotion. I shall be a minister who embodies both loyalty and filial piety. Very well, I shall place my faith in you this time. Yuan Ziming's gaze was piercing as he personally poured a drink for Liu Bin, inquiring, what news has your Jinyui gathered in Luoyang? External foes are not to be feared. What truly concerns him are internal adversaries. Would his own people rise in rebellion? The outlook was grim. Liu Bin candidly reported that grain prices had soared to 50 times their previous value just 10 days prior. If this continued, the common folk might resort to cannibalism. Furthermore, he discovered that certain unscrupulous merchants, leveraging their connections, were artificially inflating grain prices. Execute them. Yuan Ziming set down his cup, enunciating each word. Whoever is found guilty shall be killed, without awaiting my command. He harbored a deep disdain for these so-called high-ranking officials who engaged in treachery against the nation. So they are manipulating grain prices, are they? Then let them lose their heads as well. And what else? Yuan Ziming inquired. Luoyang had long been a hub for various philosophical schools. In recent days, Confucians, Mahists, legalists, militarists, and Yin-Yang scholars seemed to be spreading unfavorable sentiments regarding the court and the emperor. The masterminds behind this were still under investigation. Furthermore, they had confiscated a widely circulated book deemed heretical. Liu Bin produced a crudely bound book, its cover inscribed with slanted characters, on democracy and republic, authored by a failed scholar from Chongzhen. This book was nothing short of a collection of fallacies, proclaiming that feudal autocracy oppressed the laboring populace, advocating for the overthrow of the emperor's reign and Confucian ethics to establish some form of republic. The divine right of kings is bestowed by heaven, and the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues are the foundations of humanity. How can such slander be tolerated? Liu Bin expressed his indignation. Yuan Ziming was momentarily paralyzed. The author, a failed scholar from Chongzhen, was this not the very book he had drunkenly penned in a moment of folly? In the past, a book was sold for 5 copper coins to a street vendor in Chongzhen, who made a living selling housing literature. How did it end up in the hands of the scholars of Luoyang? Your Majesty, this author appears to be from Chongzhen, and the handwriting is quite familiar. Allow me to investigate thoroughly. I believe I shall soon ascertain his whereabouts. Liu Bin exclaimed enthusiastically. Ahem, pay no mind to the author of this book. He is likely deceased. Focus instead on uncovering the individuals behind the scholars. Your Majesty, why does your countenance appear somewhat pale? Are you unwell? Liu Bin inquired, astonished. Yuan Ziming cleared his throat and replied, I am irked by this vile book. No matter, you may leave now. As the night deepened, Prime Minister Pei Ji submitted a memorial. It was to appoint General Wang Dun as the acting left Minister of Rights, to serve as the envoy of the Wei dynasty to the Turks, heading to Hulaguin to negotiate peace. It was deemed appropriate for Wang Dun to be the scapegoat, aligning with the expectations of various parties. But is a true peace negotiation truly intended? Yuan Ziming certainly did not think so. He planned to mobilize a significant portion of the Wei army, led by Zhang De, to march northward first as a precaution against the Turks' potential treachery, establishing several fortifications north of Luoyang as a barrier. However, this plan was soon disrupted by an unexpected visitor. Empress Dowager Su Miaoyan arrived. Your Majesty, has Wang Dun departed with the envoy? Indeed, do not fret, Empress Dowager. We shall await good news in due course. Yuan Ziming reassured her. Su Miaoyan's expression shifted. Await good news indeed, since the envoy has already departed. Why do you not hasten to deploy troops and send the army following behind to ambush the Turks? Chapter 77. What on earth is the Spring Palace painting? Huh? Your Highness? What is this? Yuan Ziming was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Do you really think that I, Su Miaoyan, am a narrow-minded and ignorant woman? Have you mistaken me for someone like Wang Dan, that licentious woman? Su Miaoyan scoffed. Feng Bao cleared his throat and said, Empress Su, you must tread carefully. That is the Empress Dowager. Enough. Were it not for the fact that she is the mother of my late husband, I would have no regard for this old woman. Su Miaoyan did not hold back. Her previous remarks were merely a ruse to deceive the officials. After all, as the nation's matriarch, it would be unbecoming to publicly state that I would exploit my husband's remains to exchange for the lives of thousands of Turkic dogs. Would it? Your Majesty, now, seizing this fortuitous opportunity, swiftly dispatch the army to follow the envoy. Then, while the envoy engages in dialogue with the Turks, our forces can launch a surprise attack on the enemy camp, ensuring a resounding victory over the Turks. The assembly was dumbfounded. So this was Su Taiho's cunning strategy. Everyone had been deceived by the opponent's exquisite performance. However, our Great Wei is a nation of propriety. Lu Bin could hardly bear to watch. It is precisely because our way is a land of decorum that even the barbarous Turks believe we are a nation of gentlemen, keeping our promises. They would never expect us to act contrary to our nature. What worth is a gentleman compared to an army? In an instant, they found themselves speechless. Yet, what of General Wang Dun and the other court officials who were part of the envoy? What would they do if a great battle ensued? Wang Dao furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. Su Miaoyan blinked, closed her eyes, and fell silent. The hall fell into silence. Indeed, Su Miaoyan could no longer be regarded merely as a strategist. She was a master of poison, poisoning others' lives, poisoning her husband's life. Yuan Ziming was not surprised. This was entirely in line with this woman's modus operandi. Feng Bao quickly drafted an edict, instructing Zhang Daibu and the 5 divisions of Wei's cavalry, totaling 5,000 horsemen, to trail the envoy and await their chance to act, commanding Pei Ji to follow with 30,000 troops. Yuan Ziming was, of course, willing to cooperate. However, Mahamu was a perilous figure. Even if your poisonous scheme could deceive the Turks, it might not decisively alter the tide of battle against them. Instead, it could incite them to mobilize their main forces and launch a full-scale assault on Luoyang. Yuan Ziming stated solemnly, "The Turkic army numbers 70,000. One cannot rush to consume hot tofu, for they do not possess the capacity to devour it all in one bite." Su Miaoyan pondered thoughtfully. "You are right. So what shall we do?" Yuan Ziming grinned. "I had anticipated such a day. Qingniao, retrieve the 3rd painting from the treasure chest for me." "Very well." Qingniao gracefully opened the unassuming treasure chest she carried, revealing multiple hidden compartments capable of accommodating numerous items. This was crafted at great expense in Chongzhen, commissioned from Master Liu of the Mahe School, and subsequently modified by Yuan Ziming himself. The azure bird gracefully unfurled the scroll, then let out a sharp cry, swiftly covering its eyes. The onlookers hurriedly gathered, peering intently at the scene. Director Wang's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes half open and half closed, exclaiming, "What a transgression!" Sima Zhongbin accidentally dropped the Book of Rites from his pocket, hastily retrieving it, his forehead slick with perspiration. Muttering, Confucius said, "It is not proper." The grand historian produced a magnifying glass. Astonished, this old man knows this is none other than what the historical texts describe as a mandatory possession for tyrants in their palaces. An erotic painting? TSK. This is the work of a master, at least dating back 3 centuries to a notorious despot. Su Miaoyan fluttered her eyelashes, coolly remarking, with great danger at hand, "Does your majesty still find delight in having the Empress Dowager and courtiers admire your lascivious artwork?" Yuan Ziming's face stiffened, forcing a smile. "This is merely a first layer of disguise. Please remain calm." Suddenly, he tore it away, revealing a meticulously detailed military map. It encompassed all of Luoyang, Hulao Pass, and the intricate terrains of both banks of the Yellow River. Mountains, rivers, cities, and fortresses laid bare with remarkable clarity, surpassing even the maps produced by the Ministry of War. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness. However, Su Miaoyan queried skeptically, "Your Majesty, when did you commence the creation of this map?" "Such detail is clearly intended for military use, and it bears the marks of time, not a spur-of-the-moment endeavor." Yuan Ziming casually deflected, "I've forgotten. It was just something I did for amusement. The crux lies in this map. It allows us to strike unexpectedly. Here is Hulao Pass. Here is Luoyang. And above lies the crucial stronghold of Hebei, Huazhou. Currently, it is also the location of General Zhao Hai's forces from Yuzhou, accompanying the 70,000 Turkic troops. Zhao Hai's Yuzhou army cannot be overlooked." Director Wang interjected, "He commands 50,000 men. Subtracting the old and weak, he still has 20,000 capable soldiers. Moreover, it is said he possesses 4,000 armored cavalry." During Long Yuanjing's administration in Hebei, he recruited a large number of Chihu to bolster his ranks. The region of Yuzhou is home to numerous nomadic tribes of the Wuhuan. Zhao Hai seized the opportunity to integrate them into his forces, assembling 4,000 armored cavalry. This grants him the leverage to stand equal with the Turkic army, rather than bowing in submission. He is no ordinary pretender, but a warlord with formidable military strength. What I wish for you to understand is that this map contains a secret route from Luoyang into Huazhou, which, if utilized, will enable our Wei army to swiftly penetrate Hebei and eliminate Zhao Hai's Yuzhou forces before the Turkic army invades Luoyang. Yuan Ziming enunciated clearly. The crowd suddenly comprehended. The emperor's gaze was not fixated on Hulao Pass, but had long been set upon the fallen lands of Hebei. Sima Zhongbin immediately requested, I implore you to allow me to lead 3,000 cavalry through the secret path to launch a surprise attack on Zhao Hai's rebel forces. Yuan Ziming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Su Miaoyan suddenly declared, My ancestral home is in Hebei, and I consider myself half a Hebei native. I am familiar with the terrain of Hebei, and I am willing to guide General Sima to Huazhou. I shall personally avenge Zhao Hai, the traitor, and seek retribution for my late husband. Her words astonished everyone present, leaving them in utter shock. Indeed, Su Miaoyan could not forget the deep-seated enmity for her deceased spouse. The Empress Dowager, it is far too perilous, Sima Zhongbin stammered. Yuan Ziming, filled with indignation, rebuked, Su Empress Dowager, you are the mother of the nation, the queen of the 6 dragons, not some foot soldier rushing into battle. Do you treat matters of state as mere trifles? Can you truly face Emperor Ruizong? Can you face my elder brother? Confronted with such scathing admonishment, Su Miaoyan ceased her defiance, lowering her head in shame. I acknowledge my error, and I shall take my leave, she replied. Your heart is aligned with the emperor, Yuan Ziming remarked, his expression stoic. After witnessing her departure, Sima Zhongbin finally exhaled in relief, glancing at Yuan Ziming with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for alleviating the tension. Had the Empress Dowager insisted on accompanying me, I would have been at a loss regarding my actions. This matter is too significant, you're my esteemed subject. Such trivialities are inconsequential, Yuan Ziming responded with a smile. Sima Zhongbin bowed, saying, I shall return to marshal the troops. Wait, Yuan Ziming abruptly grasped his sleeve. I shall also accompany you. Chapter 78. 3 Capable Ministers. The turmoil of the Hu people, Your Majesty. Are you jesting? Sima Zhongbin was momentarily taken aback. The revelation was even more explosive than before, compelling him to smile wryly. Yuan Ziming laughed heartily, saying, What do you think? Listen, if the Empress Dowager does not go, then I shall. With a thud, Sima Zhongbin's knees buckled. Your Majesty, my 9 clans. He was aware that the majority of the esteemed Wei's royal lineage had perished in the tumult. As the son of heaven, he preferred to lead from the front, unlike other high-ranking officials who cowered in the rear. Perhaps this was the pride of the dragon lineage, the Wei emperor who perished valiantly. However, the death of the emperor would be akin to the collapse of Mount Tai, throwing the realm into chaos. What is there to fear? If I meet with misfortune, I shall leave a will that will not implicate your 9 clans. Yuan Ziming dismissed his concerns. In truth, he had long desired to witness the lives of the populace in the occupied territories. Even within the Wei domain, the common folk were suffering greatly. One could only imagine the plight of those under her rule. He had not had the opportunity in Chongzhen, but perhaps he could seize a glimpse in Luoyang. Sima Zhongbin, with a mournful expression, lamented, A new emperor brings new ministers. The late emperor's edict holds no weight with the new sovereign. Your Majesty, my 9 clans. Yuan Ziming raised an eyebrow and quipped, So, it appears that for my tenure, it would be necessary to eliminate your 9 clans for it to be effective. Is that so? Sima Zhongbin, on the verge of tears, replied, Your Majesty, why don't you allow me to return to my duties as a civil minister? I truly cannot handle matters of martial prowess. Not a chance. It is settled. We shall set forth immediately. Reluctantly, Sima Zhongbin gathered 3,000 elite cavalry to safeguard the emperor. However, Qing Yao expressed her concerns. Your Majesty, are you truly going? The regions under whose rule are fraught with dangers and hidden perils, and we know nothing of them. They are certainly not as fortified as the court in Guangzhou, having been fallen for over a year. Yuan Ziming smiled gently, teasingly poking her nose. I ask you, why did the 9 illustrious sons of the Wei, these 9 paragons of virtue and power, perish one after another in such a short span? Qing Yao furrowed her brows, replying, According to the ancestral teachings of Wei, the emperor must guard the nation's borders and the monarch must sacrifice for the state. That is merely an ancestral teaching. For an emperor, who can impose constraints if he chooses not to abide by it. Yuan Ziming scoffed. I surmise that the 9 imperial brothers were unwilling to abandon the common folk of Wei, unwilling to forsake their subjects for the southern migration, which led to their tragic fates. When a nation is humiliated and foreign invaders encroach, I shall be the general. In Wei, there are no emperors who hide behind slogans of reclaiming lost lands. The 9 dragons are the same, and the 10th dragon shall be no exception. The people in the occupied territories are my subjects as well. Wherever the sun shines and the rivers flow, it is all Wei territory. I simply wish to bring them home. His resounding declaration moved Qingyao to tears. Young master, when you are not teasing me, your words resonate with the spirit of a true dragon of Wei. Your majesty is indeed the most formidable in the realm. Coincidentally, this was overheard clearly by Lu Bin, who had just entered the hall, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. I too have pledged my loyalty to several generations of former emperors. Each time before the imperial expedition, the officials would weep and advise, and there were not a few who died on the spot in their entreaties. Yet, the former emperors never accepted the officials' pleas. They would rather perish with the nation than live on in ignominy. A military meeting abruptly transformed into a poignant scene reminiscent of a touching performance in the Grand Court of Wei. Yuan Ziming found himself somewhat at a loss. Although officials are inherently political creatures, adept at self-aggrandizement through emotional appeals, these tears, perhaps, bore a hint of authenticity. Commander Lu, I did not instruct you to investigate the masterminds behind the various schools of thought. Have you already made progress so swiftly? Yuan Ziming inquired. Wiping his tears, Lu Bin quickly regained his composure. Your Majesty, the investigation is still ongoing. I have come at the behest of Empress Dowager Su, who is tasked with overseeing the fields of Luoyang. She mentioned recalling 3 capable ministers from the reign of Emperor Sujing and wished to recommend them to your Majesty. Then let the Empress Dowager summon them directly to me. There is no need for you to convey the message, Yuan Ziming remarked, finding it superfluous. Lu Bin chuckled awkwardly. These 3 individuals are currently difficult to locate. Difficult to find? Where are they? Qingyao inquired curiously. One is reportedly imprisoned in Luoyang, sentenced to death by beheading. Accused of embezzling a substantial sum and abusing his power, another is currently in Hebei, a former vanguard under Emperor Ruizong, renowned as a formidable warrior. Yet it is said he has turned to banditry in the region. The last one is presently residing in the Royal Mercy Temple in Chongzhen, having taken the monastic title of Master Ecom. Although the title does not necessarily imply he is a true master, he has been accused by numerous pilgrims of frequently proclaiming wine and meat pass through the intestines. But the Buddha remains in the heart, thus openly violating the precepts of the Buddhist order. What sort of peculiar characters are these? 3 capable ministers? Yuan Ziming and Qingyao exchanged incredulous glances. A corrupt official, a bandit, and a monk. Is Empress Su's criterion for talent truly so unorthodox? Your Majesty, these 3 were once esteemed ministers under Emperor Ruizong, but following his demise, as favored subjects of the former emperor, they naturally faced reckoning. Their fates are merely the results of political failure, Lu Bin kindly elucidated. Yuan Ziming narrowed his eyes. In that case, let's first extricate the corrupt official from the Luoyang prison, sentenced to death, and assign him the responsibility of managing the grain logistics in Luoyang. If he fails, we shall execute him. After all, the grain issue in Luoyang has reached a deadlock. We might as well attempt to revive a dead horse as a living one. As for the other 2, they are currently out of reach. We shall address them upon my return to Chongzhen. Understood. 2 hours later, the emperor and Qingyao disguised themselves as ordinary citizens of Wei, accompanied by 3,000 cavalry, entering Huazhou through the back roads. Along the way, the army unexpectedly encountered Turkic cavalry, leading to a moment of alarm as both sides engaged in chaotic melee. It was later discovered that they were merely a small faction of the Shadawa tribe, who had submitted to the Turks. Fortunately, there was no real danger. A total of 122 were slain, and several dozens were captured. The group continued on their clandestine journey. Upon nearing Huazhou, Yuan Ziming chose to detach from Sima Zhongbin's main forces, quietly leading a few individuals into the outskirts. He wished to observe the current state of the occupied territories. However, after a short distance, his countenance darkened. Along the way, he encountered a multitude of ragged, emaciated refugees, their eyes void of life. A common affliction among these individuals was disability. Moreover, they bore a burden on their backs, from which blood persisted to seep. What could that be? Was it their rations? Why had he not seen any women or children throughout the journey? Qingyao pondered, unaware that she had posed an exceedingly foolish question. Silence enveloped them. As they held their breath, their expressions fluctuating between gloom and despair. Yuan Ziming, maintaining his composure, urged his horse forward. In the distance, a group of Turkic riders appeared, mounted on towering steeds, both horse and rider clad in armor. Below them, several Han officials walked, cracking whips as if shepherds, herding a group of disheveled, trembling Han individuals towards them. Chapter 79. The Turks tremble before the unyielding spirits of the Great Wei's 9 dragons. With a sudden thud, an unfortunate soul collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing this, a Han official approached with an intimidating demeanor, brandishing his whip. Feigning death, are we? You are summoned to construct palaces for the Turkic nobility, a privilege bestowed upon you lowly wretches. Rise, continue this charade, and I shall end your lives here and now. The trembling individual managed to rise, bloodied and battered, stammering. Please, we beg for a morsel. We have not eaten for 4 days. The official, incensed, retorted, How dare you bargain with the nobility? You lowly commoners dare to show such audacity? Just then, a few Turkic cavalrymen rode forth. One of them disdainfully spat on a leftover sheep bone, casting it onto the ground. Instantly, the famished populace surged forward, ravenously seizing the meager offering, though the bone was filthy, with but a trace of meat remaining. To these desperate people, it represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Ha ha ha! I told you, when these Wei people are starved, they resemble the hyenas of the grasslands. Look at their frenzy. I dare say, if I were to urinate on that bone, they would still devour it with delight. Once upon a time, the subjects of a celestial empire, perceived as divine by these Turks, now appeared as pitiful beings, reliant on their mercies, groveling for survival. You have no idea. This sight is making me hungry. Official, fetch 2 tender vegetables from the cart and slaughter them. The Turkic man chuckled ominously. At that moment, a ragged old woman's expression shifted dramatically as she fell to the ground, pleading, Do not kill my daughter. Take me instead. I have flesh to spare. The Turk merely turned his head, whistling for his steed, which then trampled the old woman beneath its hooves, causing her to bleed profusely, her body flailing like a marionette severed from its strings. In the shadows, onlookers were horrified. Yuan Ziming, one hand firmly covering the cherry-red lips of the young girl beside him, felt her tears streaming down her cheeks as she softly sobbed. Why? The girl whimpered, her eyes glistening with tears. She was one of the common folk from Hebei, forcibly conscripted to construct palaces for the Turkic nobility, subsisting on the scraps left by their captors. The cart behind them held youthful boys and girls, referred to as vegetables by the Turks, their delicate forms serving to satiate the barbaric appetites of their captors. Yuan Ziming's gaze was resolute as he explained, These are the circumstances we face. The girl, wiping her tears, asked, I question His Majesty. They are not your subjects. Why did you prevent me from intervening to save them? Feng bao ziplit sopti miskingnia. Do not place blame upon His Majesty. He acts with the larger picture in mind. It is effortless to slay 2 Turks. However, it may inadvertently alert others, jeopardizing today's military operations. Our mission is to rescue the entire populace of the fallen territories of the Great Wei, not merely these few individuals. There exists both great and small benevolence. Saving a handful is an act of minor virtue, while rescuing thousands is an act of profound compassion. Do not lecture me on morality. Are you suggesting I should stand idly by as they suffer? Retorted Qing Yao. Feng Bao fell silent, rendered helpless. Yuan Ziming remained stoically quiet throughout, yet the veins in his eyes visibly reddened with increasing intensity. Initially, one might have thought that the plight of the people in Guangzhou, resorting to cannibalism, represented the depths of human despair. Yet, in Hebei, The populace is mercilessly ravaged by the Hu and traitorous Han, treated as mere fodder for the hounds, subjected to unrestrained humiliation. In one's own country, even in death by starvation, there remains a semblance of dignity and respect. But here, their spirits are relentlessly trampled upon. Kill, 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 kill. Yuan Ziming's fists clenched with a cracking sound, veins throbbing on his forehead, his dragon energy nearly erupting. Ultimately, he forcibly restrained himself. He could not forsake the grand prospects of Hebei for the sake of a few hundred Han civilians. They must be sacrificed. Yuan Ziming sighed softly, feeling a mixture of anger, helplessness, and guilt. Their emperor, so close at hand, could not save them. At that moment, amidst the chaos of looting, someone was unexpectedly knocked aside, causing a painting to fall out. He was taken aback, hastily crouching to retrieve it, carefully tucking it away. You, what treasure have you concealed? Hand it over. A few Turks, upon witnessing this, were suddenly filled with malicious amusement. Though they were ignorant of the intricacies of Wei's calligraphy and artwork, they were nonetheless eager to use it to mock the Wei people. No, the Wei man exclaimed, his face turning ashen as he turned to flee. The Turkic cavalry erupted in laughter, throwing a horse hook that pierced the flesh of their target. With a brutal tug, the man let out a horrific scream. Dragged back against his will, his shoulder a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The painting fell from his grasp. Is this thing truly valuable? Is it worth such reverence from this lowly wretch? Let us take it. We have many nobles who cherish such artifact from the Central Plains. Presenting it to them would be even better. The Turkic horsemen laughed heartily, directing the aiding Han officials to pick up the painting and unfurl it before them. Yet, as their gazes fell upon the artwork, the Turks' expressions changed dramatically. They cried out, their steeds whinnying restlessly, instinctively rearing back. Quick, remove it! The Turkic cavalry shrieked. The painting depicted an emperor, clad in the nine-clawed dragon robe of the celestial sovereign, adorned with a bright yellow crown, featuring golden phoenix motifs. And the 12 symbols of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and auspicious creatures, with a dragon belt at the waist and the emperor's sword hanging by his side. His gaze, sharp as a blade, stood upon the pinnacle of Mount Tai, surveying the northern frontier. In the first year of the reign of Emperor Xiang Ning of the Great Wei, Emperor Yuan Ziming, known for his sagacity and reverence, commanded an impressive force of 6,000 dragon cavalry and 1,000 tiger guards, alongside a formidable army of 120,000 from Hebei, to decisively vanquish the Turkic and Xianbei coalition forces. This triumphant campaign resulted in the decapitation of 40,000 enemy combatants and the capture of countless livestock, leading various tribes of the region to pledge their allegiance. That year, as Emperor Yuan Ziming presided over Yuzhou amidst resplendent glory, he commissioned a court artist to create a painting commemorating the grand victory in Hebei. Tragically, within a fortnight, a sudden betrayal by the military governor of Yuzhou, Zhao Hai, led to the assassination of Emperor Yuan Ziming, causing the once promising situation in Hebei to collapse into chaos. Subsequently, the painting vanished without a trace, only to be discovered by a starving commoner. In a frenzy, a minor official hastily sought to remove the painting, yet the enraged Turkic warriors, reminded of their prior terror at the hands of the Great Wei's iron cavalry, unleashed their wrath. They brandished their lances and mercilessly struck down the official in a fit of rage. The remaining officials, paralyzed by fear, fell to their knees, pleading, "Burn the painting. Do so before our very eyes. Burn it." The Turkic warriors, their voices laced with fury, demanded the obliteration of the lingering specter of the Great Wei's 9 dragons, wishing for their complete annihilation. Chapter 80. The heavy cavalry of the Great Wei, resurrected? Burn them. The Turkic cavalry shouted fiercely. The small officials, who were crouched on the ground, trembled as they rose to prepare to set fire. Before the Han people, they could flaunt their power. Yet in the eyes of the barbarians, they were no different from ordinary Han dogs. Do not burn. However, upon witnessing this scene, the previously submissive citizens of the Great Wei suddenly surged forward, pushing the small officials aside, their faces flushed with indignation. "That is our Emperor of the Great Wei. How dare you, you barbaric dogs!" The Turkic warriors were taken aback by this unexpected courage. These lowly Han dared to defy their Turkic masters. all for the sake of a mere portrait. Understand that this land is no longer the territory of the Great Wei. The Turkic warriors declared, their bravado masking their trepidation. Hebei will forever belong to the Great Wei. Our emperor has not died. He lives eternally in our hearts. The people cried out hysterically. Hebei, a land of harsh winters and perpetual strife, where Han and barbarians coexisted and the populace was fierce, had known no respect for authority. Yet all this changed with the arrival of Emperor Yuan Ziming of the Great Wei. He expelled the arrogant barbarians, executed the local aristocracy, intimidated the local gentry, opened the granaries, and returned the lands usurped by the powerful back to the common folk, a legacy that the people still cherish to this day. The 9 dragons of the Great Wei, each a paragon of virtue and skill, were beloved by their people. In their eyes, Emperor Sujing was a deity of Hebei, deserving of utmost reverence. Can a dragon that has already perished still rise again? The Turkic warriors, blinded by rage, brandished their lances and swiftly dispatched several insignificant officials. From their elevated position, they sneered, "Let you accompany the rotting emperor of the Great Wei to the underworld." As they raised their lances to strike, a red-tasseled spear suddenly shot through the air, impaling one of the Turkic cavalrymen and pinning him to a tree, blood gushing forth. Who? The faces of the Turkic cavalrymen paled, sensing a formidable threat. With a swift stride, Qing Yao retrieved the red-tasseled spear, her gaze sharp as she uttered 2 words, "Wei people." Behind her, Feng Bao sighed and remarked, "Your Majesty, you have ultimately shown compassion." Yuan Ziming stood with hands clasped behind his back, striding forward with a smile. "There is no other choice. I must repay the debt my 6th brother owes in Hebei. Even if this mission fails, it will be worth it. Opportunities may arise again, but the dead cannot be resurrected." He now wished for the demise of the Turkic warriors and the survival of the Han people. "Qing Yao, I grant you permission. Kill without mercy," Yuan Ziming declared calmly. Qing Yao cast a sidelong glance, her expression cold. "Even without your command, I will annihilate these barbarians. Send word to the Wei army spies." Quickly, several Turkic cavalrymen hastily split up, but Qing Yao would not let them escape. She immediately unleashed her agility, striking down one Turkic warrior after another with grace and precision. Yet not long thereafter, nearby, a contingent of Turkic cavalry arrived as reinforcements, numbering in the dozens, supplemented by a host of auxiliary barbarian horsemen, totaling nearly 100. "Can you handle this?" Yuan Ziming inquired with a bemused expression, observing the blood-soaked Qing Yao, who was clearly in her element. It was finally his turn to pose that question. Qing Yao lifted her finely sculpted chin, her gaze sharp as she declared, "If I perish in battle, I shall accompany the emperor to his tomb." Yuan Ziming was taken aback. Was the girl truly serious? With a sudden burst, Qing Yao charged forth like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, another Turkic rider fell with a pain scream. However, at that moment, the throng of Turkic cavalry suddenly became agitated, scattering in all directions. "What is happening? Are the barbarians afraid of me?" Qing Yao rejoiced. Yuan Ziming, abruptly tapping her forehead, retorted, "Clearly, that is impossible. Have you had surgery that shifted your brain to your backside? Can't you see another troop of cavalry approaching?" In the distance, dust billowed as powerful, shadowy figures surged forth like ferocious tigers sweeping across the wild terrain, an unstoppable force. In an instant, the hundreds of Turkic cavalry were rendered utterly terrified. Is General Sima's reinforcements arriving? Qing Yao paused, bewildered. "No, they're not our men." Yuan Ziming surveyed the scene, his expression grave. This was the crux of the matter. The attacking cavalry against the Turkic riders were not the Wei army, but rather an unknown group of horsemen. Who were these riders, friends or foes? Finally, on the horizon, the true identity of this enigmatic cavalry was revealed. Clad in full armor, each rider weighed at least 150 pounds. The dark gray armor was intricately entwined with iron chains on their steeds, and atop the horses sat heavily armored riders wearing bronze masks, their headgear adorned with 3 feathers, resembling gods of death emerging from the abyss. They were clad in multi-layered iron armor, complete with thigh guards, iron collars, and kneeling skirts. Wielding cavalry halberds, this was the standard configuration of the Wei heavy cavalry. How is this possible? Fang Bao Gap Het In Shok Et Lai Min. That is one of the three major cavalry divisions of Wei. The Longxiang Cavalry, the Black Cavalry, the Huban Cavalry, and the Longxiang Cavalry were renowned weapons of the Wei Iron Cavalry, feared across the realm. The Longxiang Cavalry, the elite forces of the Hebei Frontier Army, had suppressed the barbarians for a century, instilling terror in them at a genetic level. But how could the Longxiang Cavalry have re-emerged? Having seemingly been depleted in the recent wars over the past 2 years, had they come back from the dead? Were these the heavy cavalry of the Wei army? Yuan Ziming was astounded. This was his first encounter with the legendary armored cavalry of Wei. Though their numbers were few, perhaps only around 20, they showed no sign of trepidation as they charged directly into the fray against the hundreds of Turkic horsemen. The first clash left the Turkic cavalry fragmented, with over a dozen riders and their horses shattered into pieces. It's the Longxiang Cavalry. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The Turkic riders, pale and stricken with fear, turned tail and fled. In the aftermath of the battle, the ground bore witness to the bodies of over 20 fallen Turkic cavalrymen, while the Longxiang Cavalry emerged unscathed. How could they be so formidable? Upon witnessing this, Yuan Ziming could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Is this the prowess of the Wei army's cavalry from 2 years ago? No wonder the various Hu tribes have refrained from advancing southward for over a century. The military strength of the Great Wei during its zenith is not to be underestimated. Had I chosen to rebel during that time, I would likely have been crushed into a pulp by the heavily armored cavalry before even breaching the first palace gate. At this moment, the Longxiang cavalry slowly approached Yuan Ziming and his companions. The leader, removing his bronze mask, revealed a weathered face adorned with a scraggly beard. Han people, you should leave at once. This land of Hebei now belongs to the Hu are everywhere. Surely, you do not wish to become the feast for Hu dogs? After uttering this, he turned to his subordinates and instructed, go check if that painting has burned. If not, take it with you. At that moment, Fen Bao exclaimed, General Tan, is it truly you? The other party, momentarily taken aback, responded, you are. That deceased eunuch by the side of the late emperor? Chapter 81. The Great Wall of the Frontier, the thousand-man general, Tan Daoji, a single remark from the old eunuch abruptly extinguished the ignited atmosphere of conversation, dousing it with a cold splash of water. General Tan Daoji remains as forthright and candid as ever. Feng Bao's lips twitched slightly. He had not harbored a fondness for this brash man even during his service to Emperor Sujing, Yuan Jing. Thus, when Emperor Sujing faced defeat, he seized the opportunity to strike a blow against Tan, accusing him of being a proud and reckless general destined to rebel. However, to his surprise, upon hearing news of the court's intent to punish him, Tan fled to Hebei, disappearing from sight and reportedly turning to banditry. Now, upon their reunion, seeing the valiant dragon cavalry before him, Feng Bao could not help but smile and let bygones be bygones. Your Majesty, this is none other than General Tan Daoji, one of the three great talents under the command of the late Emperor Ruizong Long, who was honored with the title Guardian of the Frontier by the previous emperor, and feared by the Hu people as the thousand-man general. Feng Bao introduced with solemnity. Yuan Ziming was taken aback. He recognized Tan as one of the three remarkable talents Su Miaoyan had mentioned, who had turned to banditry in Hebei. Your Majesty? Tan Daoji, upon hearing this, abruptly dismounted and knelt, his pupils constricting in shock. I, Tan Daoji, pay my respects to your Majesty. I was reckless earlier. I humbly request your Majesty's pardon. Only at the moment of encountering his emperor did this impulsive man display such humility. General Tan, you are too courteous. I owe you my gratitude for your timely assistance in saving us. Yuan Ziming quickly replied with delight, helping him to his feet. However, Tan Daoji began to weep uncontrollably, exclaiming, it has been over 6 months since the late emperor's sacrifice for the nation. I have been resisting the Hu alone in the occupied territories for 8 months. Are you, your Majesty, the 7th brother of the late emperor, Yuan Shuang? I have long heard that His Highness, the 7th prince, is a handsome man, well-versed in Buddhism, and possesses a compassionate heart, caring for the suffering of the people. Qing Yao couldn't help but chuckle. realizing that Tan had been isolated in the occupied territories for too long and was unaware of the events unfolding outside. That is not the case. Yuan Ziming awkwardly interjected. Feng Bao chimed in. General Tan, the seventh prince, is none other than the late Emperor Xiang Ning, who has passed away for the nation. Tan Daoji was momentarily stunned, then replied, Then your majesty must be his highness, the eighth prince, Yuan Xiang? I have heard that the eighth prince is a master of military strategy, and it seems that the Great Wei is saved now. Not quite. Yuan Ziming cleared his throat. The eighth prince has also perished. Then it must be the ninth prince, Yuan, who possesses extraordinary strength and is a man of valor, while his wife, Pei Churan, is renowned for her beauty in Chongzhen. Feng Bao was so anxious that he felt like tearing his hair out, wishing he could shove his toes into Tan's mouth. The current emperor is the 10th prince of the Great Wei, Yuan Ziming. You would not recognize me, since I was previously in hiding in the brothels of Chongzhen. Tan Daoji, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Had this been the court, such word from Tan would have warranted the annihilation of his entire clan. Do not fret, my dear Tan. Your solitary resistance in Hebei has not brought shame to the backbone of the Great Wei. I, for one, hold you in high esteem. Yuan Ziming demonstrated a profound understanding of the art of winning hearts. He instructed Feng Bao to bring forth his own winter garments to distribute among the soldiers of the Longxiang cavalry. In the frigid climate of Hebei, they had surely endured the cold. I arrived in haste and could not bring many clothes. Yuan Ziming's compassionate gesture moved the soldiers to tears, cultivating a newfound admiration for this emperor they had yet to meet. Minister Tan, is it true that only this handful of men remains under your command? Yuan Ziming surveyed the solitary group of a mere 20 Longxiang cavalrymen. The minister sighed deeply, Your Majesty. The expense of training a single Longxiang cavalryman could suffice to train 4 black cavalrymen, equivalent to the supplies needed for 8 armored Huns. When the former emperor was slain, chaos erupted in Hebei. Zhao Hai seized the opportunity to ally with the nomads and annex the various prefectures of Hebei. The Wei army suffered no fewer than 100,000 casualties. My Longxiang cavalrymen once numbered in the hundreds, and while we fought valiantly against Zhao Hai's armored cavalry, we inflicted heavy losses, reducing their 8,000 to merely 4,000, but at a grievous cost. Day by day, we lost men to death, illness, disappearance, and defection. Now, only these 20 brothers remain. Yuan Ziming nodded thoughtfully, expressing his esteem. After this battle, you shall accompany me southward. I intend to establish a new heavy cavalry force modeled after the Longxiang cavalry, and you 20 shall form the backbone of this new armored corps of the Great Wei. Under the military meritocracy, social standing is irrelevant. Merit alone shall determine rank. Even if you were once slaves, you may rise to the status of lords within my Great Wei. This proclamation astonished the Longxiang cavalrymen, who had not anticipated such a radical transformation of the traditional aristocratic system by the new emperor. Yuan Ziming, I believe I have heard of him. He is the heir of the Pingwood Duke, reputedly the most notorious scion of the capital. Silence your insolent tongue, they muttered, dismissing the notion that their heroic monarch could be compared to a frivolous noble. Seizing the moment, Yuan Ziming inquired about their perspective on a surprise attack on Huazhou. To his dismay, Tan Daoji's countenance shifted dramatically as he replied gravely, Your Majesty, one must not recklessly assault Huazhou. That location currently houses Zhao Hai's forces. Although the garrison is modest, it includes 500 Turkic wolf guards and 4,000 armored cavalry from Yuzhou. Furthermore, Zhao Hai himself is a capable military strategist, ever vigilant of the defenses, leaving no opportunity for us. Should General Sima recklessly lead 3,000 elite cavalry into a surprise assault, he would surely fall into their trap and meet his demise. Upon hearing this counsel, Yuan Ziming promptly dispatched a swift horseman to recall Sima Zhongbin's cavalry unit. I cannot afford a defeat at this juncture. The atmosphere in Luoyang is already fraught with anxiety. If news of the annihilation of 3,000 elite Wei cavalry were to spread, it would surely incite a mass flight southward. Moreover, these 3,000 cavalry are my trusted troops, and their loss would leave me reliant on the mixed forces of the Imperial Guards and other regional armies. severely undermining my authority as emperor. Soon thereafter, Sima Zhongban's 3,000 Wei cavalrymen arrived in a state of urgency. Your Majesty, I have just arrived near Huazhou and observed a formidable presence of heavily armored cavalry within the city, their might palpable. Lacking certainty, I had no choice but to decide on a hasty retreat. At such a critical juncture, this Confucian scholar has proven particularly resourceful. Yuan Ziming was overjoyed, expressing gratitude for your prudence. It is indeed rare to find a commander who is not overly ambitious. A cultured general possesses a different caliber. Have those 3,000 elite cavalry simply retreated? Have we come here in vain? Qing Yao muttered, articulating the frustration that lingered in Yuan Ziming's heart. Tan Daoji spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, it has occurred to me that to seize Huazhou, it suffices to eliminate Zhao Hai alone. Beneath him is a cadre of arrogant and fierce warriors who, upon his demise, would surely turn upon one another, presenting an opportunity for our Great Wei. Are you suggesting an assassination? Yuan Ziming's eyes brightened at the prospect. Indeed, but does he possess any vulnerabilities? He is quite lecherous. Chapter 82. The Wheels Leveling. The radicals considered too radical upon hearing this. Yuan Ziming suddenly slapped his thigh, his gaze immediately fixating on Qing Yao. This vulnerability was exceedingly easy to exploit. Was it not fortuitous that I possess an unrivaled beauty here? Qing Yao shrugged, her eyes fierce enough to pierce. Do you dare to offer me to that Zhao Hai? Yuan Ziming chuckled ruefully. If only your royal sisters were present. Alas, with the army far from home, there are no other women among the ranks aside from you. Even if there were, aside from you and your seventh sister-in-law, Yu Shuang, it seems no one else would have the opportunity to approach Zhao Hai. That, your Majesty, Tan Daoji interjected, his expression a mixture of emotions. Your Majesty, Zhao Hai is indeed lustful, but not for women. Not for women? What does he desire then? You? A good man? Yuan Ziming's eyes widened in surprise, jesting. The other party remained silent, staring intently at Yuan Ziming. Yuan Ziming's smile froze. Could it be true? The infamous broken sleeve propensity? The illustrious military commander is gay? Moreover, Zhao Hai's preference seemed to lean towards delicate young men, particularly those of noble lineage. Yet his ultimate favorite, noble science? Wang Dao. He is absent. Sima Zhongban, a humble scholar, entirely fails to meet the criteria. My entire army consists of rugged warriors. Where can I find a delicate young man, especially one from a noble family? Zhao Hai must be quite the libertine. The thought of the men he has ravaged sends shivers down my spine. Just then, Tan Daoji unexpectedly remarked, Your Majesty, your complexion is quite fair. Instantly, those around him were aghast, as if a wild cat had its tail stepped on, rushing forward to cover his mouth. General Tan, what nonsense are you spouting? His Majesty is of the highest rank. How can he be compared to a pretty boy? What do you mean by that? Do you take His Majesty for some lowly performer? You better confess that your tongue slipped and you spoke recklessly. Everyone chimed in, eager to silence Tan Daoji. This man had accrued countless military achievements, yet remained merely a vanguard deputy for a reason. His loose lips had offended too many. Were it not for the protection of the late Emperor Long Xiang, he would not have survived to this day. Enough. Amidst the shock, Yuan Ziming suddenly produced a copper mirror he carried, admiring his own reflection. How had he not realized that he was, in fact, the only and most distinguished, delicate young man present? With his handsome visage, he had once captivated many women of standing in Chongzhen. The bloodline of the Great Wei dragon granted the royal family, regardless of gender, an allure unmatched in the world. Perhaps Zhao Hai might truly fancy my type, he mused without a moment's hesitation. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Everyone fell to their knees in terror. Only Yuan Ziming, with his explosive and bold presence, could make even the martial generals as loquacious as the civil officials. Was it disgraceful to venture south to capture the dragon? Shameful. Yet the sovereign guards the nation's gates, and dying for one's country carries at least a dignified glory. However, riding the dragon, this has been a grim reality throughout the ages. So dark that even historical records dare not inscribe it, particularly for the proud dragon clan of Wei. How could Yuan Ziming dare to take such risks? Feng Bao clutched Yuan Ziming's robe tightly. Your Majesty, if for the sake of war you sacrifice your appearance, how will you face the ancestors of Wei a century hence? I implore you to reconsider. Yuan Ziming's facial muscles twitched, embarrassed to admit that long before his ascension, his appearance had already been sold off. Back then, it was to a beautiful woman of Chongzhen. Now it is sold to. Never mind, let's not dwell on that, it's revolting. Setting that aside, Sima Zhongbin, your 3,000 elite cavalry have marched through snow for days without a single battle. Surely, you are brimming with pent-up frustration, are you not? Yuan Ziming shifted the topic. Sima Zhongbin bowed and replied, Your Majesty, let us forego the matter of rewarding the troops. The soldiers are currently in high spirits. If they indulge in wine and lust, their combat effectiveness will surely diminish. To hell with rewards. Yuan Ziming rolled his eyes. I have subsisted on snowmelt for days. Do you still desire wine and pleasure? Yuan Ziming spoke clearly. I have decided to alter our plans. We shall not attack Shuaizhou. Your 3,000 elite cavalry need only accomplish one task. Kill. Incessantly kill. As long as it is on the land of Hebei, regardless of gender, age, or background, all must be slain. Annihilate their kind. This terrifying declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Even the Qingyao trembled, curling into itself like a restless fox, peering at its master, wondering when the dashing young gentleman who once reveled in music had morphed into such a ruthless figure. Tan Daoji could scarcely believe it. Even for him, a radical, this notion seemed excessively extreme. Sima Zhongbin was taken aback, swallowing hard as he said, Your Majesty, the sages have proclaimed that one must not recklessly create slaughter, for it disrupts the harmony of heaven and is contrary to the way of emperors. That was because the sages had never encountered the cannibalistic Hu people, beasts worse than animals. Let the sages come and counsel these damned Turks, and they would be the first to be cooked. Yuan Ziming, filled with fury, laughed bitterly. On the territory of Wei, those who insult my people, who exterminate my kin, the 9 dragons who perish for their country, they have turned my royal brothers into drinking vessels, cast their corpses into the wilderness, and shredded their bodies. On this land, the Hu oppress the Han and slaughter their compatriots. Do they truly believe I am some benevolent Confucian ruler? The king of Wei has never been a paragon of benevolence. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if you harm me, I will spare no effort to eradicate your race, digging 3 feet into the earth. This stirring proclamation left the military leaders exchanging glances. After a long pause, Sima Zhongbin hesitantly inquired, May I ask, Your Majesty, according to the ancestral